Hey now, it's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Sunday stream with everyone's favorite never ever argues with anyone on X, Adam Friend.
What's up, everybody? How you doing, Sitch? Did you have a good week?
I did. I have a better week now that I'm back.
Oh, sweet. Yeah, a lot of people were complaining that we haven't streamed all week. They're like, oh my God, what happened to the weekly shows?
I know, it's terrible. You like lose your fix, right?
No, it's actually great. It's nice to see that people missed us. It really is. So sometimes I wonder.
Well, we'll be back this week, so we'll be streaming again on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and we could talk about all the current events and all the news stories that we've missed because, of course, the Trump administration and the rest of the world was so unkind to us that they're like, you guys aren't going to be streaming during the week,
Right,
so
yeah.
everything in the world is going to happen.
Lucky for us, we had a secret signal chat going where we were scheming on how we were going to make our comeback. So
Exactly. But today, we're not going to be talking about that. Today, we're going to be talking about some other more fun stuff. Did you know? Now, I didn't know this. Okay, I didn't know this. Did you know why movies are bad right now? Do you know what the reason is?
'Cause the writing sucks.
No, it's no. Obviously not. No, it's not because the writing sucks. No. Do you have another guess?
Another guess?
Yeah.
Could it be capitalism?
Oh my God. How did you know it was capitalism the whole time?
Oh my God.
I mean, it's a little weird because Hollywood has always been a massively ultra capitalist money-making operation since its founding. But for some reason now in the year 2025, capitalism is to blame.
Oh, interesting. So this should be good. I'm anxious to get your feedback on this. I saw this abortion of a video and I was like, yeah, Sitch will like this thing.
Yeah, this is Adam hates or ruins everything. Adam Conover.
Is this the guy? Is he from Adam Ruins Everything? Oh,
this is the Adam Ruins Everything guy. Yes.
I know him as the guy who Joe Rogan like bitched out on his podcast.
I mean, I'm surprised you didn't get like a good soy face of this guy for the thumbnail.
Oh yeah. Yeah, well, look, nobody knows who this guy is.
Everyone knows who. Wait, I like the perfect.
I love the movies.
Movies.
Anyway,
everyone wants to hate on Rachel Zegler. I'm gonna get it right this time. Yeah,
Ziegler.
I think it's Zegler, but yeah,
Negler.
So look,
you're negging her.
So I mean, this video is interesting in comparison because I do think he's making this video at a apropos time here because of the whole Zegler situation. So
yes. Well, it's interesting. We're entering a period of transition for people on the left. Okay, and the transition is I think these are going to be the two. Because whenever there's like a big shakeup, things.
I love the movies.
The party splits, people go in different directions, and the Trump winning his second term was like a big shakeup for the left, and now the left is trying to pick up the pieces. And it's always been very interesting to me, and I think to you is like, where's the left going to go from now? And I think what we're seeing is we're going to see the divide in the left is going to go. There's going to be two teams. There's going to be team abundance liberal Ezra Klein types. We're going to be like, okay, let's like pretend woke stuff never happened. We'll just like pretend we weren't part of it. We're going to agree with the right that like regulations, there's been a lot of over-regulations that have ruined a bunch of things in America. And we're going to try to get rid of those regulations, but we're still going to advocate for like classical Democrat things, right?
Right.
And then we're going to have the Adam Conover Hassan audience who are going to just be like, we're just socialists now. And that's the direction we're going.
Now?
Well, it's weird with him because like I don't know where the change occurred. He just seemed like a standard California progressive, like I'm a good ally, and now he's just gone full communist, I guess.
Yeah. This is a super weird perspective. I guess look, if you hate capitalism and that's kind of your lens on the world, you end up making crazy arguments like this to try to force that lens onto everything around you. So I just I don't get, look, I understand why people hate capitalism. Look, I worked plenty of dumb jobs in my life where I fucking hated it. You know, I'm shotgunning a beer in the parking lot before I go into my factory job just so I can get through the day. So look, I get it. I get it. Look, you know, you want to buy something and you're like, oh, I don't have any fucking money because I don't make any money because my job sucks, right? I get it. I totally get it. It's easy to go, oh, well, this whole system sucks because I'm losing. So, but you know, you get a little older, you get a better job, you start, you know, making some money, saving some money, and you start realizing, oh my God, all the other systems are even fucking worse because you don't have a chance. You don't have a chance in hell to even move up any ladder. There's no ladder even exists. Right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, and it's also weird too, because he's not coming at this from the perspective of like, oh, you work in an Amazon shipping floor, or you work in a factory, or you work as a service job.
I know.
That sucks, right? He's coming at this from the perspective of like, oh, you know, my millionaire movie star friends are like upset that they don't have the same pull and grace and class that they used to, the same mystique that they used to have. So obviously capitalism is to blame. And you're like, what? Okay.
So, and this is, look, this video is insane because so these are the people that are the no more billionaires crowd, right? Look, we can't have billionaires. People have too much power. They can't have that kind of power, right?
Right.
And then he's making the argument that we need movie stars that have all this fucking power. The movie stars don't have that kind of power anymore.
It is.
What are you talking about?
It is super weird because it is anti, like the whole point of socialism is supposed to be taking power away from individuals and giving it to like a group of people.
Right.
And he's like, no, we need to give power back to the mega wealthy celebrity class. And you're like, oh, okay. Are your celebrity friends like clapping and patting you on the back? Like, what's happening here?
Oh yeah. That's what it is. He's just in Hollywood sucking up.
That's about it. So anyway, so let's jump into this travesty.
But does anyone else, you know, I love the movies, but does anyone else feel like the entire movie industry wishes it were the 90s again? Like, take the Academy Awards this year. 90s TV star Conan O'Brien did a bit with 90s movie star Adam Sandler, and that was followed by a bit with...
Sitch, you watch the Academy Awards, obviously, so you know exactly about these bits they're talking about, correct?
Huh? What's the Academy? I thought the Academy Awards were canceled. They still go on?
We fucking streamed on the night of the Academy Awards.
After Chris Rock punched no, I'm sorry, after Will Smith punched Chris Rock, I thought they were forever canceled.
Disbanded the Academy Awards. They should have. Right. Look, we've streamed on every single Academy Awards, and the only time it's ever come up is when Chris Rock got slapped the shit out of.
Right.
By Will Smith.
Nobody cares. Nobody. It's so interesting because I do remember when I was younger, it seemed like such a big deal. Now no one gives a crap about the Oscars. Of course.
I know, exactly. Wow. Look, and there's a reason for this. Some might call it the democratization of media.
Yes.
Isn't it funny?
It's interesting because, you have people just don't care about movies anymore, which we're going to talk about. Well, they care, but not anywhere near as much as they used to. But then it's also like, as things become more niche, you get into this situation where like, you can look at the Academy Awards. They have all these movies that are being nominated that no one has even fucking heard of.
Nobody's seen. Nobody cares to see. Yes.
Because, because when we go back, we look at like, the 90s movies and it's like same year you have, Jurassic Park and Pulp Fiction and Shawshank Redemption. You're like, holy shit, what a year for movies.
Yeah, I just watched a retrospective on Star Wars, and it's like, okay, Star Wars was a cultural phenomenon, and they were nominated for like 11 Academy Awards.
Yes.
That made sense to people. They were like, oh, look, I've seen Star Wars. Fucking, I love Star Wars. I'll watch the Academy Awards, right? Now, what is the draw for the Academy Awards?
Is the trans Latinx, reporter movie or whatever gonna win? Yeah, I don't know.
Dude,
well, no, because then they got accused of sexual assault or something. So.
It's all a bunch of elitist scumbags. Right. They're like, oh my God.
Well, even the Star Wars
nominate a Marvel movie. What are you, insane?
Yeah, because even the Star Wars point's interesting because did like, I don't think Avengers Endgame,
the sequels, the Marvel movies, any of them.
Yeah, that's a good question. Did
Fuck if I
Avengers
know. Yeah.
win any Oscars? Because yeah, there
Probably
is this
not.
sort of like, oh, this is beneath, this is beneath us.
Yes, yeah. Look, we're making movies about fascists. Watch Mickey 17 will get nominated because of Mark Ruffalo's impersonation of Donald Trump. They'll be like, "Oh my God, he did something so brave for the cause."
So okay, here it is. So this is pretty funny. Of course, you guess. I want you to guess, and this should be pretty easy. So I want you
Okay.
to guess what Marvel movie had both the most nominations and wins of Oscars.
Nominations and wins.
Yeah.
Ooh, I would guess none. I would guess that there weren't any, but obviously you're saying there are. Maybe maybe Iron Man?
No,
Like the
out of
first
all
one
the
seemed to be
Marvel
well
movies,
received.
out of all the Marvel
Oh no,
movies,
no. Captain Marvel. Let's be
no,
serious.
you're
here.
close, but no. You're on this. You're on the right
I'm
thought
on the right
process.
track. Yeah,
Yeah.
okay. Which one?
Okay.
What movie was woker than Captain Marvel?
Oh come
let
on,
me see.
you're gonna be slapping yourself when I tell you this. Okay, if you don't
Tell
get it,
us.
Okay.
Stop the suspense. You're
out
killing
of all
me.
the Marvel movies that have ever been nominated, only 4 Oscars have been
Oh, Black
awarded.
Panther.
Black Panther. Black Panther, the original, won 3 Oscars, and then
Chad got it before me. They saw the obvious. They're like, hell yeah.
It's Black Panther, and then the second Black Panther won an Oscar. No other Marvel movie has won an Oscar except for Black Panther. So,
And I read the Disney CEO's autobiography, and all he could do was like fillet himself over Black Panther and how social justice that was, that he wanted to get that movie made.
mm-hmm. Yep,
He fell in love with Ta-Nehisi Coates.
Oh my God.
He
Jesus
probably did a
Christ.
draft of the script, but everyone was like, "Oh my God, this is garbage. We can't make this."
Not even Endgame won anything, or not even actually. Fuck Endgame. Not even Infinity War won anything, which is crazy.
That is so funny.
And wait, okay, this is crazy.
I to this day have still never seen Black Panther, so I don't know.
Right.
Like, I don't know if it's. Look, I guess I've really never seen Captain Marvel. I've only seen bits and pieces of it. So.
Okay. And then Guardians of the Galaxy didn't even win visual effects. Doctor Strange didn't even win visual effects. None of the Iron Man or Avengers.
Oh, really?
Won.
They
never.
Oh, wow.
They were nominated, but they didn't win. I don't see.
Who beat them.
I don't know. I'd have to look at each individual
That's
one.
hilarious.
But
that's hilarious.
And the only Marvel movie that's ever gotten even nominated for anything outside of like sound or makeup or visual effects was Black Panther for Best Picture, which it didn't win, but it got which like isn't that insane?
Best Picture.
Doesn't that really speak volumes? Black Panther gets nominated for Best fucking Picture. Like how fucking crazy is that?
I kind of had to. Marvel forced their hands. They were like, "Oh, you're gonna diss us all these years? Try dissing this motherfucker."
And I think the only reason it didn't win is because it was going up against Green Book.
Oh, okay.
Which was another, I don't know if you saw it. That's like the Viggo Mortensen movie where he's like the driver for like the black piano player in the 60s.
Oh, I didn't see it.
And they're like touring like the
I'm
South.
way behind on my woke movies.
Oh, okay. The Green Book's okay. It's not, I mean, I guess it's kind of woke, but it's okay. So, Detached.
Sweet. 90s movie star Ben Stiller. Oh, maybe the reason they focused on all those stars from the 90s is that the movie stars of today kind of don't feel like stars at all. Like, okay, the big winner of the night was Anora, this tiny indie movie, and its star, Mikey Madison, won Best Actress. Now, she's super talented. She gave a great performance. I loved the movie. But is she really a movie star? Like the stars of the 90s were, when most Americans honestly don't know who she is? I mean, my parents were texting me during the ceremony, "Who is that nice young lady?" I guess they didn't see Scream 5. And it's the same with Timothy fucking Chalamet. I mean, the dude was in 2 huge movies last year, but despite his performances as sci-fi messiah Muad'Dib and musical messiah Bob Dylan, most of the headlines he made were about his dumb yellow suit. I mean, who gives a shit? But the smallness of stars today really hit home during Morgan Freeman's eulogy for Gene Hackman.
Our community lost a giant, and I lost a dear friend.
Yeah, I mean, that's a movie star. Gene Hackman was a giant. So is Morgan Freeman. These people aren't just...
He's not on the poster there for The Unforgiven.
That's
Was
not his
Gene-
back.
No, that's Clint Eastwood.
Oh,
Was
okay.
Gene Hackman? I mean, Gene Hackman was, you know, a sidekick in most of the movies. Like he couldn't pull down a movie. Gene Hackman. I mean, he's a star, but I don't know if he's like he's not Tom Cruise level. He's not like he can't open a movie just on his name alone. Anyway,
I don't know. Gene Hackman definitely. I kind of agree and disagree. Gene Hackman was a very talented actor, huge actor,
great actor. Yes, totally. Yeah,
huge actor. But you're right. I think he would usually play like villains or side characters. He wasn't like the main
leading
straw,
man.
the leading man. I'm sure there's movies that he's been leading man, which I can't think of at the moment, but
yeah.
Actors, they're renowned, widely beloved public figures. Their personalities have transcended the roles they play. They are iconic in American culture. And until recently, that kind of movie star was foundational to Hollywood's success. And what the Oscars made clear to me is that we are not making new movie stars. At least, we're not making them like we used to. Even the biggest...
Okay, so he makes a clear argument here. We're not, the movie stars don't exist anymore, which I think like that could be true. That could definitely be true. I don't necessarily agree with where he goes with this, but
no,
it is an interesting question.
I do agree that yes, movie stars don't exist to the capacity, like new movie stars, because obviously they're still like the names that he's talking about, the old names that everyone knows from past movies, but it doesn't seem like there's a new fresh crop of movie stars that are being generated the way there has been ever since movies came out. You know, every 10 years you'd have your next crop. And that's not happening.
Is Robert Pattinson a movie star? He's 38 years old, so
he is, but even he's from like what, the 2000s? When was Twilight?
Right.
Twilight was 2008. So
well, his argument is that there's not even anyone under 40, so
there's very few. I mean, Robert Pattinson would be one of the few people.
Right.
He's like probably like one of the last people to squeak by. But it is true. So I think I agree with that point. Obviously, the where he goes with it, like you said, is crazy, and it's also weird too that you, as someone who's like like Adam Conover, not you, Adam, as a leftist, is complaining that like a celebrity class doesn't exist anymore. Like, why would that be a bad thing?
Yeah. Look, I do think a lot of it has to do with the democratization of media. So a lot of people are more interested in YouTube stars than they are in movie stars, right? They want to have some sort of relationship with the star, and the stars are just completely inaccessible, right? So following some star around that's never even going to lay eyes on you, when you can follow somebody who's like a YouTube star and maybe get interaction with other fans that are fans of that person, that's like a completely different experience that people opt into. There's also obviously social media. I don't know if Gene Hackman was spreading his political views around, you know, in the 1970s. Like they might have. Obviously, there are standouts that have made political statements, but usually it's like once a year at the Oscars, and people can be like, "Oh, well, I love his movie, so I forgive him," right? If he wants to make an ass of himself at the Oscars, I loved Apocalypse Now. Like, so look, I forgive him. They're not on Twitter every single day
saying the stupidest shit ever.
Yeah, exactly. So,
well,
that's a huge difference.
Right. But Gene Hackman in Apocalypse Now, or did you just bring that up randomly?
No, I was thinking of who is the guy who was in Apocalypse Now?
Isn't Martin Sheen, young Martin Sheen, the main character?
Yeah, who plays come on, Marlon Brando. That's
Marlon Brando. Yeah, he's at the end, the horror.
Marlon Brando famously didn't show up at the Oscars and sent some Native American to accept his. Yeah, look, he was the king of doing this social justice before it was cool, right?
Yes.
So, but you're like, look, he's fucking Marlon Brando, right? I'm not gonna boycott The Godfather because he did this one stupid fucking thing, right? But if Marlon Brando is like
every day is
going, if he's Ron Perlman on Twitter, you're like, okay, Marlon, too fucking much, okay?
Yeah. Well, same thing like with Stephen King. Like, how depressing is that? You're like, oh, Stephen King.
Oh, I know. I know. Oh my
I
God.
read your books, and you're like, oh my God.
You're like, how are his books so intelligent and he is so dim?
Yeah.
Makes no sense at all. He knows nothing about human nature, but can write these amazing stories about human nature.
It's crazy. It's crazy. But and it's interesting to me. I know, like we're like just some 2 minutes into this thing, but the most like what you just said about the youth is the most obvious thing that like that Conover doesn't really even address. I think he maybe just says it in like a one sentence, but that's the whole thing here is that there isn't the next generation of movie stars are not movies the stars, they're influencers. They're all the social media people, they're all the streamers. You have your Asmongols, you have your Hassans, you have your Paul brothers and all this shit. Some of them good, some of them evil and horrible people. That's the next generation because what like the most obvious thing is that the next generation of movie stars are not chosen by the adults. Like, yeah, maybe they're chosen by like a producer, but it's chosen by it back in the day, it was by young kids going to the movies and starting to like someone who was a new young actor and associating some sort of emotional bond with that person. And then that's like, propels them to stardom. And now that's gone from the movies and it's been replaced by internet content.
Yeah, all the young people loved Star Wars and they made Harrison Ford a giant fucking star. But there was no alternative. Like Star Wars was a cultural phenomenon because there just wasn't the amount of content didn't exist at that time, right?
Mm-hmm. Right.
Now it's just a completely different story. And it's just video games are a huge part of it as well. Like video games make as much money as movies.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a completely different situation here. But look, Adam's got his own ideas about what, and
he does. He does.
Can I just call him retard? I don't want
to. Call him Akon.
People are going to think I'm talking about myself in the third person. Because look, Adam, I do have my own ideas about this. And they're not good.
Listen, if Trump can talk about himself in third person, so can you. Okay.
Yeah. All right.
Young actors today are smaller, less influential figures than ever, while the true movie stars of the past are now a precious and dwindling resource, a garage full of gorgeous 65-year-olds that get trotted out like perfectly preserved old cars for the odd throwback prestige film or TV show stunt casting, then get put back in mothballs until Apple's next attempt to win an Oscar. And you know what? Our strategic Clooney reserve is dwindling fast. So we have to ask, who killed the movie star? Well, the answer is capitalism. But before I break it down, let's talk live comedy. I'm taking my stand-up tour to Providence, Rhode Island on April 3rd, 4th,
that wasn't
5th.
the comedy part? I thought that last line was the comedy part.
Do you think, is there some irony that he's like, capitalism is what ruined movies. Now let me shill for you my capitalist endeavor of doing stand-up.
I know.
Please see me, pay money to see me at all these venues.
Yeah, look, he's got to play the game. Don't hate the player, hate the game, right? That's the line.
Right.
Have you've obviously read a bunch of screenwriting books because you went to school for were you, in your filmmaking, was there an emphasis or
no?
Sometimes it's like production, sometimes it's writing.
They're like, if you wanted to go spend a lot more money and continue the program, you could emphasize on something.
Right.
I was like, no, it's not worth the money.
I think I've read every screenwriting book.
Oh my God.
Well, look, there's probably been a bunch that are out since I stopped playing the screenwriting game that's maybe I'm not up to speed on. But William Goldman was like the go-to book in Hollywood for just fucking decades, right? And in the very beginning of the book, William Goldman's adventures in the screen trade, like he makes a very cogent argument that the star of every movie is the fucking script. It is the story. If the story is not good, then the actors in the movie are not going to, people are not going to fall in love with them. They're not going to become movie stars, which is interesting because the argument I think I would make, and you would probably go along with, is the writing now fucking sucks. Like that's a huge contributor to why there's no movie stars as well, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Like it's interesting because Ryan Gosling in Barbie I mean, obviously, I think Ryan Gosling is a movie star, right?
Mm-hmm.
But he kind of carried that movie in spite of the horrific writing.
Yeah, I was gonna say like I I generally agree if a movie has bad writing, that's putting it at a that's kneecapping, handicapping the movie far greater than I think anything else. At least everyone has a different thing that they look for in movies. Like a lot of people are super visual and they just care about
Mhm.
like the way the movie looks. A lot of people care more about the vibe of the movie. And some movies can have a great visual, some movies can have a great vibe. Like an example of this is the Robert Pattinson Batman, which I said I don't actually like the story, but the vibe of it is like the
Mhm.
best vibe for a live action Batman movie. And
Right.
so like that, so different things can carry different people can be carried through liking a movie for different things. But me, my brain is more story focused, more writing focused. So
Oh, me
yes, for
too.
me
Yeah, all the way.
personally, like it's hard for me to engage in the movie where the writing's really bad. And the Ryan Gosling example is that is like a good example of someone who did manage to at least carry the movie somewhat, despite the fact that the movie was written like crap because
Well,
his performance was so funny.
look, I also think picking good stories is a part of what makes a celebrity like a movie star. Tom Cruise
Yes.
picks great material over and over and over again. So that's going to make him much bigger than someone who is picking hit or miss material, right?
I have to give Tom Cruise credit. Okay.
Yeah.
And it's funny, and I've always said this, your strengths are your weaknesses. Okay. So Tom Cruise's biggest weakness is that he's a weird psycho Scientologist weirdo,
Hmm.
right? But that turns out to be a benefit for all of us because of his Scientology thing. That's why he's like single-handedly trying to keep the science fiction movie genre alive
Oh,
by
wow.
doing all these weird science fiction movies. Is because of the weird Scientology background.
You think it is really?
100%.
Oh, okay.
100%.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right. Look, I love Scientology now. You
There
just
you
gave me a
go.
reason to love it. Look, sci-fi is my jam. I love sci-fi movies. And
Is
Tom,
the Goldman guy you're talking about? Is that the same guy that wrote The Princess Bride,
I
the book?
he's written a bunch of screenplays, so he is a screenwriter. His book
Wow,
is Adventures in the Screen Trade.
it is the same guy. I'm looking at his
Yeah,
Wikipedia
he
page.
wrote. I think Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid was the
That's
first
right.
movie. So it's
Wow.
the book is fascinating. You should read it. Another great book that I like is Hello, He Lied. Who?
Which lie did I tell?
Hello, Hello, He Lied. Who wrote that? Linda Obst. She was a big producer in Hollywood and whatnot. So that book is
Mm-hmm.
super interesting.
Hmm.
You should read that book. That book will give you major Trump vibes. The
What do you
name of the
mean?
book is Hello, He Lied.
Uh-huh.
Because look, this is like a thing in Hollywood that a lot of the people would constantly say because like everyone's lying to one another, right?
Right, right.
And she basically makes the argument that look, Hollywood is a lot like a sales job, right? Nobody wants to jump in and make a project work until other people are involved. So how do you get that first person involved, right? Well, you got to shade the truth a little bit, right?
Mm,
So
interesting.
she makes an argument in kind of like I wouldn't say it's in favor of lying, but it's an explanation for why the lying happens.
Right.
And kind of saying, a lot of people, get their hearts broken over this kind of thing. And it's probably
Not to
not
take it personally.
mature. Yeah, it's probably not the mature adult way to go into the Hollywood system. So
Mm.
speaking of Rachel Zegler, right? Hello, he lied. That's what Disney. I think Disney's like trying to pin everything on Rachel Zegler now. So she's like the
Good.
official fall guy for this.
I don't think that that's accurate, but I also think that that's good.
Look, you
That makes
read.
sense.
I'm spacing on his name, the CEO of Disney, right? Bob Iger, I think it is. So I
Right.
read Bob Iger's book, and it's so obvious. Like Bob Iger wants to be president, and he's a massive social justice warrior. So it's just it's hard for me. I want to know the interesting thing about the Rachel Zegler situation is obviously she had that horrible interview where she basically shit on anyone who liked the original movie, which it's like, why are you even remaking a movie if you're going to shit on the fans of the
Right.
original?
To fix
So,
it.
Yeah, but whose idea was it to fix it? Like, was it the producer's idea? Because a lot of times the producer comes in and is like, oh, we're going to be modernizing this movie, right? And if they're if they're using that as a way to get Rachel Zegler involved, like, oh, you're going to love this project, we're doing this and that, and she's just basically repeating what the producer said, then she's catching a lot.
Well, a lot of yes, not her fault. Yeah,
she's catching a lot of flack here for something that was somebody else's responsibility.
Well,
which is totally fucking Hollywood. Totally
yes,
fucking Hollywood.
yes,
Yeah,
yes.
exactly. So, and look, obviously that the producers had the luxury of being somewhat in the shadows, right? That person's not going to step up and go, this was my idea. They're going to go, God damn it, we wanted to do something that the fans would love. And Rachel Zegler came in and she made demands on us that we were forced to take. But look, you read Bob Iger's book and you're like, maybe Bob Iger was making the demands, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you, to me, this is probably exactly what happened. Was Disney's are like, okay, we're going through all of our library to remake everything live action, and they get to Snow White and they're like, oh no,
problematic,
this story's way too problematic. Right? Oh, she's just a damsel in distress. She's cleaning the house for men, even though they're short men. They're still men. She's, getting unconsensual. Yeah, short kings. She's getting unconsensual kisses from, princes. She's not really doing, she's not really a girl boss at all. It's all about beauty, right? It's all about physical beauty is what causes the conflict in the first place. You had the
what
evil
a fucking
witch.
Nightmare this is.
Right. Yeah, no, it's everything that you couldn't that would be totally offensive to the, progressive Hollywood mindset.
All the people are watching YouTube instead of going to the movies.
Yeah. And so they're like, okay, we want to do normally, and maybe this is where you can blame capitalism. Normally they just be like, okay, well, just don't remake Snow White because it's the story itself is way too, they're not going to feel comfortable just doing it as it is, which I don't have a problem with. They should have just done it as it
is it literally offensive?
It is to their sensibilities. Okay. Not to, I think if they just did a shot for shot live action remake with better effects of Snow White, people ask why you're doing it, but America would not be offended by this, but the Hollywood people would be offended by it.
Yeah. Wow.
So you think they just wouldn't do it? Just don't do it, but they can't because the money.
Yeah,
because
you're
the
right.
money, right? And so
it's
they have
money,
to
Lebowski.
Exactly. So they have to put it through the modern sensibilities, modern audience, the message filter. And they have
Let's take all the offense out of this.
Exactly. And do you know who wrote one of the first drafts of Snow White?
Ta-Nehisi Coates.
No, but close. Greta Gerwig.
No.
Yes.
Oh my God. Oh
Greta
my God.
Gerwig.
Holy shit. See, look, that wasn't Zegler's idea. You think it's Zegler's idea to get Greta Gerwig to write a draft? Like, Zegler's probably not even involved at that point.
No. Yeah, she wasn't involved at that point. No.
Like, she was probably doing cocaine with Greta Gerwig, and that's why she was blabbing at whatever premiere she was at.
There you go. And if you guys don't remember, Greta Gerwig is the writer and director of the Barbie movie.
Yeah.
Yes, the very feminist Barbie movie. And so you're completely right. It's not really fair to throw Rachel Zegler under the bus because all the woke messaging and shit, like she didn't put that in the movie. Obviously, it's, some higher ups did. But at the same token, where I say it's not fair, but I'm glad it's happening, is because I'm glad it's happening because it's kind of like everyone blaming Trump winning on like the Transat, because that means that like optically people realize that the woke crap is failing and they needs to be like torpedoed. And so if Disney itself is using Rachel Zegler as like the woke lightning rod and blaming her for everything, it's an acknowledgement by the higher ups that like, oh, we need to move away from this like toxic like political leftist crap in our movies. So
she's
it's like
a scapegoat.
Right. So it's like not fair, but it's
sacrificial
good.
lamb.
Yes. It's not fair, but it's a good sign. And I don't really feel bad for her because, she said all that stupid shit. She's been an asshole. So fuck her.
I mean, yeah, she's young and dumb. I mean, obviously, someone who was a little more mature might have seen the writing on the wall and been like, look, imagine if she had said something to the effect of, they're making some changes, some updates that I'm not completely 100% behind, but you know, it's a job, and I believe in the studio, and I hope they do a good job. Like, then she could make them the fucking fall guy, and she'd come out on top, man. Everyone would be like, oh yeah, she called it.
Well, okay, look at a good comparison is Halle Bailey, who was the Little Mermaid lady. Okay.
Oh,
A lot of
okay.
people were giving her shit, which it's wrong to give her shit because she just
She
got
didn't
cast
say
in a
anything,
movie.
right?
Right.
I
Yeah.
didn't-
She just got cast in a movie. I know people were mad about the race swap for Little Mermaid, but it's not her fault, right? She's not gonna be like, well, I'm not gonna take the role, as
Right.
protest. Like, obviously no one's gonna do that. But she handled the situation properly in terms of she didn't say anything bad about the original movie. In fact, she said she loved the original movie, blah, blah, blah. She said all the right things. She acted very, with
Professional.
grace and professional. And she's only 2 years older than Zegler. And the thing with Rachel Zegler, which is why I don't feel bad, is if she just made that like original comment and she got flack and then Disney talked to her like, listen, like, don't be retarded. And she's like, oh, okay, like you're right. Then I'd say, oh, okay, that's fine. But she didn't. She didn't shut up, and she literally refused to shut up at all. Because after she makes that, she makes the Free Palestine comments.
I know, she kept going. She's like, "Fuck you."
Which again, if she just made those comments like on her own, you say, okay, like you can disagree with the celebrities' politics. Who cares? Celebrities have shitty politics anyway. But she didn't. She made it like in the context of the trailer for Snow White coming out. So she's for no reason attaching politics to Snow White in a way that doesn't need to be. She made that comment about like that she hopes all the Trump voters suffer. Or she should just say that she's sad that Trump won. She said all the Trump voters should suffer. And it's like, oh my God, why are you doing this? And so I don't feel bad for her because there's an article that was about how the producer of the movie literally flew out to see her in person and tell her like, chill the fuck out. And she refused.
The same producer that hired Greta Gerwig?
Maybe, I don't know. So I guess it's his fault.
Look, no, I agree with everything you're saying. I've got no sympathy for Rachel Zegler. Like, she is going to be scapegoated. She is going to be the sacrificial lamb. But look, sometimes you need a sacrificial lamb. This shit's getting out of control. So
yes,
I think she lucked out and became a movie star for a little while, right? It's not like, I mean, that's better than her just working at Starbucks from the get-go, right? Like, she's going to go back to Starbucks, but that's not so bad.
She does like, I think she's like a Broadway singer.
Yeah, everyone's saying she's going to go to Broadway.
She's going to go back to Broadway, yes.
Where everyone's they're going to totally love her forever because she was canceled by the right wing. That's going to be the narrative, so.
Well, and because before this, she gained prominence because she was Maria in West Side Story remake that just came out a few years ago.
Steven Spielberg, yeah.
So.
Yeah, no.
Anyway,
it's Vancouver. The drama's fascinating. So
it is. The human element of it.
Yes, yeah.
D Hamp, thanks so much for the $20. Look at that. He's got a little Hollow Knight avatar. I'm so sorry that Silk Song is not coming out and will never come out. We're still hoping. But thank you for the $20. Says, I'll never forget this guy's Joe Rogan appearance. The best example I could think of being ideologically married to a political position you know nothing about. Keep up the great work, gents. Thank you.
Sweet. Look, we've got we got 1,100 plus viewers right now. I just want to let everyone know that I made a movie review video on our media channel. There's a link in the pinned comment and also in the description. So
check it out.
Yeah, check it out. I'm more to come too. I'm working on some other ones. So if you're interested.
For Canada on April 17th, and then Eugene, Oregon, Charleston, South Carolina, Oklahoma City, Tulsa, Spokane, Tacoma, and so many more cities. Head to adamconover.net for tickets and tour dates. And if you'd like to support the channel directly,
oh my God, I'm signing up for his Patreon right now.
So you might be thinking,
oh wait, no, I hate capitalism. So fuck your Patreon.
You know who I saw recently? In person, do their stand-up?
Who?
Ryan Long.
Oh, really? Wow.
And, he's the one that does the funny, like, there's no difference between, like, woke and racist, sketches. He was so fucking funny doing stand-up. Oh, my God. If Ryan Long comes to your guys' city, you should check him out. He was so funny.
I will. Look, Yeah, you're right. Most comedians try to avoid Los Angeles, so the chance of me seeing him is very slim, but I'll, I'll check him out. Let's see here. Oh, look, he's playing on Saturday. Nice.
There you go.
No,
Oh,
I'm
he's
kidding.
well, not. He's going to. Oh no, he already went to California.
Uh-oh.
He's
Damn
going
it.
to Salt Lake City. You can go see him with the Mormons, right?
He doesn't live in, a lot of times people live in Los Angeles. So.
He's going to San Diego if you want to go all the way up to San Diego.
Oh, fucking San Diego. Why would I want to do that?
But yeah, anyway, if Ryan Long goes to your guys' cities, check him out. He was, oh my God, he was hilarious.
Sweet. I will
Of course,
check him out.
movie stars still exist. What about Glenn Powell? To which I reply, I don't know who that is. And that should be obvious because when I went to find a picture of him, I accidentally chose one of Ryan Reynolds. Actors today simply are not movie stars in the same way they used to be, as a matter of objective fact. See, the most important definition of a movie star is someone who has the independent ability to sell hard tickets. A person who's so famous, so beloved by the public for their wit, beauty, talent, charisma, or sheer star power that people will plunk down $25 and buy a bucket of popcorn just because this person's in the movie. So,
They call that opening a movie. Someone who can open a movie.
Mm-hmm.
a couple years back, a film research firm did a major survey asking people to name up to 5 actors who would motivate them to buy a ticket in the theater. And it turns out that the list was dominated by stars who came up in the 90s and even the 80s. People like Tom Cruise, Julia Roberts, Leonardo DiCaprio, and Tom Hanks. The average age was 57.5 years old. The top 20 didn't feature any young actors at all. Only one of the actors on the list was under 40 at the time, Chris.
See, this is like those boomers are keeping the fucking movie industry alive. Why are they pissing on them every single day? Why?
The average age was 50.
Well, and this isn't a problem with the music industry. The music industry is still chugging along the same way it did with new talent, young talent coming up. All
And they're
the kids
making
still
more
love it.
money. They're making a lot more money because they've written the studio out of the arrangement. Who were
Well, yeah, now
like,
I guess you can. So
57.5 years old. The top 20.
I wanted to look at this list. So he's got number 1, Tom Cruise. Oh, that was obvious, right?
is it?
You're like, I don't like Tom Cruise.
No, I like Tom Cruise. He's a great actor.
Edge of Tomorrow.
I like the movies he's in usually.
Come on.
Is he still? I guess I don't know. I'm surprised if he still has that draw.
The
that star
Edge.
power.
Look, I agree. All these guys are getting crusty. I do not want to see Harrison Ford in another movie. Please let him retire already.
Yeah, no, he does. Harrison.
Did you-
Listen, he's too old. He's too curmudgeon-y. I didn't see the next Captain America movie. I don't want to see it. Come on.
Well, I mean, I did like the Top Gun sequel, but I was thinking, he can't. This is like a one-off thing. He can't continue this.
He was in the Top Gun sequel.
Yeah, of course. No,
Harrison Ford? No. Oh,
no,
I
Tom
thought-
Cruise.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Harrison Ford.
Oh, okay.
I was like,
switched.
yeah,
I switched
okay,
on
I
you.
got you,
Yeah,
got you,
Tom
got you.
Cruise. Tom Cruise is getting crusty. Harrison Ford is getting crusty. Tom Hanks actually recently made a movie where they AI'd his face and have him young again, which I was like, oh shit.
Well,
That's
the
what they're gonna do.
The difference is with Tom Hanks, I feel like when I've seen him in movies, I'm sorry, when I've seen Tom Cruise in movies, I feel like he always tries to give it like it's like 110% when he's in his movies. Where
Yeah.
with Harrison Ford, I mean, he's just getting old. He's tired. He doesn't seem like he's really into it the way he used to be, if he was ever really into it. So
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking of that voiceover that he
Part
did
time.
in Blade Runner. I'm
oh,
like,
the Blade Runner, yeah, where he's just sleeping through the voiceover, yeah,
he did that voiceover terrible because he got mad at the producers.
because he didn't want to be in the movie. Yeah.
I think it just was like they didn't pay him enough or something. He chapped about something. Yeah.
Okay.
And he did he was like, I'm going to do a really fucking shitty job on here. And it was perfect
Oh God.
because that's like the detective genre. It turned out great. If he was
Mm.
too emotional, it'd be all wrong, right?
Well, I mean, doesn't Harrison Ford like very classically not really care about science fiction stuff? He thinks it's all like nonsense anyway. He's
Maybe.
been kind of like typecast into it because of Star Wars.
I'm not sure.
Because I know like people that like, there'll be some Star Wars like nerd fan
Oh,
ask
I
him some
know.
Star Wars
Yeah, I've
question.
seen that.
He's like, kid, shut up. It's just fucking nonsense. Like, I don't care. I'm a very serious man. It's like, oh,
I
I mean,
saw
it's
that. I did see that interview clip with him on the latest Captain America movie,
mm-hmm.
and it was just, yeah, he's like, it was so bad. He's not in a good place, and people were sharing it like, oh, he's so badass, and I was just thinking, oh, this is so
Mm-hmm.
desperate.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Anyway,
And
I
then
cut you off. What were you gonna say?
you have the Rock over here, which I like the Rock. He seems like a nice guy, but that Black Adam movie was pretty terrible.
The Rock is number 2. Tom
Oh,
Hanks
and
is
also
number
wait, I
3.
forgot. We read that whole article about how the Rock was like a horrible asshole on set because he'd always be late as fuck. Remember?
Oh yeah,
Yeah, that was
people who
sad.
are late. I mean, they should
That was
just be
depressing.
fucking beaten, right?
Whoa, whoa, whoa,
Obviously,
whoa. Let's
anyone,
hold back for a second. Okay.
anyone who's late is like a
Right.
blight on fucking society.
let's hold on.
Heads
Let's
are
hold
gonna
on.
roll for that
No,
fucking
no.
tardiness.
Let's relax for a
What?
second.
What?
Okay.
Tom Hanks is number 3. Brad Pitt is number 4. Denzel Washington number 5. Julia Roberts, look, finally a woman, number 6.
Still. What was the last movie she was even in?
Who knows? Will Smith. This must have been taken pre-slap.
Pre-slap.
Leonardo DiCaprio is number 8. Will Smith was number 7. Johnny Depp is number 9. 10, Kevin Hart. 11, Keanu Reeves. 12, Sandra Bullock, another woman. 13, Ryan Reynolds. 14, Adam Sandler. 15, Harrison Ford.
I feel like Adam Sandler has lost all of his goodwill by now. Like
He was like a big movie star though.
But I feel like anymore still.
George Clooney's number 16. Robert Downey Jr. number 17. Which it's funny because Robert Downey Jr. was probably the one most recently like being a big movie star.
He should be higher in the list, probably. Yeah.
Angelina Jolie number 18. 19, Morgan Freeman. Morgan Freeman is not a movie star. I know, controversial, but
well, it depends how we define it. Like if you're defining it as will people come out to see the movie just because this one person is in it, then yeah, I don't think that fits Morgan Freeman. But most people would say he's a movie star because he's like this hugely famous actor that everyone knows and most people love. So they'll say from that perspective that he is a movie star.
I mean, his most famous role was beside someone who's not even on this list, Jim Carrey. I mean, what the fuck?
His most famous role is not God and Bruce Almighty.
Oh, what is it? Oh, maybe
It's
Red
Shawshank.
and
Red
and
Shawshank.
Shawshank.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
okay.
obviously it's the bad guy. Now you see me. That's Morgan Freeman's most
Right.
iconic role is that terrible fucking Now You See Me movie. Oh my God.
Oh yeah. See, he can't open
Is
a
that
movie.
is that a contentious? Okay, my parents, and I think Sammy too. They love that stupid fucking Now You See Me movie. I despise that movie with every ounce of my being. Okay, if you haven't seen this movie, it's a movie about like magicians that are trying to do a heist, but they're not really magicians. It's not some like smartly written movie where they're like doing cool magic tricks to do stuff. They just have actual fucking magic powers. And the movie tries to pretend that they don't, but you're like looking at what they're doing. You're like, this is impossible unless they have actual magic powers. What the fuck is this trash?
There's no scientific explanation. I think I saw that movie, but it's been a while since I saw it.
No, I'm telling the movie's trying to like say like, oh no, they're just like magicians, like real magicians.
Right.
But if you actually go in, like think about it outside of the movie, you're like, this is impossible without like magic, real magic.
Right. Chris Hemsworth is number 20. So
that makes sense.
A survey of people is not exactly the best way to compile this data.
You should look at box office.
Hollywood has a list exactly like this.
Right.
It's a list and it moves around. It's like, who can open a movie? You know, who, if we spend $25 million on, is going to recoup that $25 million, right?
Right.
That's the thing.
Well, and if you look at the list right now of like people making money, it'd probably be sad because I'm sure Jack Black would be really high on that list. And you'd be like, that makes me feel uncomfortable.
Right.
That's why they put him in everything now.
I saw some interview or read in some book where Morgan Freeman was complaining about all of his projects not going anywhere. Like he'd done so many freebies for people in their movies to try to get one of his projects going, and it never really panned out. So it is interesting. And the reason I remember it is because in LA, like, everyone has a project. Just every single person has a project. Me included.
There you
Supervillains Anonymous.
There you go.
20 didn't feature any young actors at all. Only one of the actors on the list was under 40 at the time, Chris Hemsworth, and he was number 20 out of 20. So if it feels like the Oscars can't get over the 90s, that's because the public hasn't either. The stars of today are just not as famous. Now, that is really weird because manufacturing new stars used to be a critical part of what made the movie industry sustainable and profitable.
See, he completely ignored the argument that we made about the Oscars not being interesting because they're doing these niche movies that nobody's even watching. So that has nothing to do.
No,
that has nothing to do with the celebrity star power. So
making a film is an insane business venture. It's incredibly expensive and it's incredibly risky. It's hard enough to make a movie that's good, let alone one that's profitable. And one estimate calculates that nearly 60% of movies lose money. So casting a true star who is so personally powerful that they bring in an audience all by themselves is a hedge against the real and intense financial risk of movie making. That's why for a long time, the movie studios worked to turn actors into stars because it benefited both parties for them to do so. The studio would help its stars build their fame by marketing them to the public, and the stars in return would help the studios make money on the movies. And along the way, movie stars were transformed into secular gods. For most of the last century, they've been the most visible and vaunted artists our society has created. You know, people like Yo-Yo Ma fine, but everybody loves Meryl Streep. But you know, I think another reason we love movie stars is that they're also kind of heroes of labor. You know, being an actor kind of sucks.
Oh boy.
What? This is so weird. You're like, what? Wait a minute.
Oh, boy.
Movie stars are heroes of labor.
Yeah.
What fucking insane take is that? Like,
the heroes of labor, right?
Nobody,
you know, fuck those gaffers, right? They're just stringing the electrical cords, right?
Nobody ever. This is how you know that this Conover guy is totally, like, has his head up his own butt, is just totally sniffing the farts of him and his Hollywood friends. Okay. Nobody ever in California, in LA, in the entire world has ever looked at a movie star and been like, that's a person just like me, a laborer. Okay. When I'm working on the Amazon floor, making sure that the packages, you know, come out, and I only got a 30-second pee break every 3 hours, every 4 hours. I'm thinking it like Tom Cruise. I'm like, that's a hero of labor. He represents my movement. No one has ever thought that, ever. That's not a thought. That's not a real thought.
Yeah, you can't think that. That's just
insane.
Delusional. Yeah, yes, completely delusional.
What the fuck? And also, like, just this delusion of, oh, you know, there was a golden age where the studios and the stars, they went hand in hand helping each other in the symbolic relationship. I mean, just that's not really what happened. What happened was,
no, not at all. Yeah.
You had movies came out. Some people were really good in them, or for some reason just grabbed people's attention. They had like the right role, the right vibe, and that person became popular, and then they increased their status and they became a movie star.
Yeah, look, and the example that he's pulling, these are the people who had the most freedom. Like back in the olden days, right? The movie stars actually were under contract with each of the studios. They could only work for one studio.
Back in the old days, yeah.
Yeah, and they get whatever they gave them, like, this is your part. Shut up and fucking act, right? That was like the Humphrey Bogart days. So, like, if you want to make this argument, maybe you should make it, you know, back then when they actually had zero power. During this period, movie stars actually gained a lot of power, and that's what made movie making so risky in a lot of cases, right?
Because
you're like, I gotta pay 20. Yeah, I gotta make 25 million just to give Leonardo DiCaprio his pay, like out the door, right? And I gotta do everything to make the movie and market it and hire all these other people and stuff like that. Yeah, the price is what started making it more and more risky.
Well,
but of course he's going to ignore all of that.
It's interesting because he's kind of, he's kind of confused. I don't know if you know much about K-pop.
Mhm.
Okay, I know
Oh
that
yeah, of
as
course. I
I know
follow
as an
K-pop.
adult, I know as an adult male, you're a big K-pop fan. Big
Well, but
K-pop
I'm
fan.
married, so
Okay.
obviously
Oh,
I,
okay. So yeah.
yeah.
But no, because like it's interesting because back in the day, there was this thing called the star system, which
Oh
doesn't exist
yeah.
anymore. And I think it went out in like I don't know if it went out of fashion in the 50s or 60s, where like it would be more of like what he's talking about, where the studios would actually like try to cultivate a celebrity and they'd like make up a bunch of information about them, to try to make them more appealing. They try to craft like this like fake persona, a fake image of them. They like get the public on their side and everything.
Right.
Be
And
like,
they
oh,
owned them like a
right. And then,
slave.
yeah, exactly. Right. And then they'd have to sign some contract. You're saying they have to sign some contract like, oh, you have to do, 20 years of movies with X studio or whatever. And they, maybe they make up some backstory about how they had some sort of like all American backstory, maybe they had a tragic backstory, something that wasn't fucking true. And if they ever got in trouble, if they ever like accidentally shot up a
A
store as
7-Eleven.
happened, or
Yeah.
drove, or ran over some people, they try to cover it up and do all this
Mhm.
stuff, And so that was kind of like the old system that stopped existing in like the 50s and 60s. That hasn't been a thing in Hollywood for a long time. I don't even know if Adam Conover was alive, so I don't know why he's bringing this up. And it's interesting because that system that doesn't exist in America, hasn't existed in America. It exists in Korea with the K-pop people,
Yeah.
where they have these producers who they just cultivate talent. They make them like essentially slaves. Like I don't know if you've ever seen any of these behind the scenes things for the K-pop stuff. It's like psychotic. They make these people work like from like sun up to sundown. They work them to the fucking bone, essentially, in terms of like dancing, eating. They control everything about them.
They
Make them
work
get
them like
plastic
Stan
surgery.
Lee.
Exactly. They mark them like Stanley, but they make them get plastic surgery. They do all this like crazy shit. These people are like on the verge of like mental breaks, like 24/7. And then on top of that, they don't even really get a lot of the money, even though these K-pop people are
Yeah.
like just generating like millions and billions of dollars. And like that's kind of what Adam Conover is talking about. And it's so bizarre that he's talking about this as like a leftist thing when it's literally the most exploitive form of capitalism possible.
It's the Andrew Tate movie making philosophy, right?
Yes. Yes.
You don't know about the Stan Lee documentary coming out? I guess Stan Lee had a business partner that completely took advantage of him. And like
No.
he just wanted to retire, and the guy was like working him to death.
Oh my God. Like when he was old? Like
Yeah.
recently? Oh
Yeah,
my
like
God.
it's supposed to be. I guess the
What was
guy
he doing besides doing those
signings at
Oh, okay.
running the convention circuit, right? He was a huge star after Marvel, so every
Why was
time he did a
he couldn't just
cameo,
say
they'd be like,
no? Like, what do you mean? Just, I don't want to sign anything.
I
I'm like
look, I'm
80
not
years old.
sure. I'm not sure what the business partner had over on him. For all I know, yet.
Maybe he's like dementia, he doesn't have any.
that could be. The documentary's not out yet. The guy's still working
Okay.
on it. He was
Right.
kickstarting some finishing funds or something like that. So,
Mm-hmm.
but that's why I was saying work him like Stan Lee, because that is. I mean, it's so counterintuitive because you think of celebrities as having all this power, but there was plenty of time when it was the guy behind the scenes that had the power.
Right.
And the celebrities were just like the mouthpiece. And that still goes on with the K-pop thing. So you're exactly right.
You don't have control over where you work or what.
That's not capitalism. That's slavery. Okay. That's the difference. Like I'm in favor of capitalism, but I draw the line clearly. Okay.
That's slavery.
Don't
Wow,
own other people. Okay.
Look, Adam is so brave. I draw the line at slavery.
Right. Look, I have ethics. Okay, Sitch.
Mm-hmm.
People should not own other people. So even getting people in these weird indentured servitude type contracts, I mean, we should be vigilant against that kind of stuff, right?
Of course.
People should not be allowed to sign contracts that are just deceptive or obviously not in their best interest because somebody has some crazy informational advantage over them.
Right.
So a lot of this disappeared in Hollywood because the celebrities, everyone started tracking how much the movies made, right? Like as soon as Tom Cruise knows, oh, my big movie made like $1 billion and I only got paid $1,000.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
what you do, but movie stars are people who, because of their immense talent, could command huge salaries, and their decisions of what roles to take could make or break entire companies. In other words, they were workers who had power in a capitalist industry defined by exploitation. Who doesn't dream of being so talented that you—
That's what capitalism is, defined by exploitation. Completely. Like if you want to develop a new product or service, it sucks for you because what you're going to have to do is you're going to have to go out and exploit people. You dirty, dirty, dirty exploiter.
Well, and it's just a weird.
I hate this attitude.
No, I mean, obviously it's ridiculous. But then it's also weird because there's this whole meme, which some of it's true, some of it's not true, of like you have these big mega superstar celebrities and they'll go on set and they'll actually be highly exploitative of others.
Yeah, exactly.
Whether it's other actors, whether it's the director, whether it's the, the gaff, people, whether it's the, the caterers or something. I mean, that's why we read that article about The Rock is like fucking over the entire production of whatever movie because he's like hours and hours late for no reason or no discernible
reason. Yeah, he's exploiting the producers.
Yeah, exactly. He's exploiting everyone there. He's making everyone just stand around and fucking wait for his ass. You have that situation. I don't know if you've been following it, the whole Blake Lively controversy.
Oh yeah, I have.
With
course.
Ryan Reynolds' wife. Drama. Yeah, and all that stuff. Where she's made these accusations about the I forget the guy's name, the guy who was the star director of this other movie from It Ends With Us, and then it kind of came out that maybe she was really the problem and not him, and all this other stuff. So.
Yeah, look, everyone's trying to get their bag.
Yes, so it's just, but it's weird that he's like ignoring that aspect. Like I can't imagine like the aesthetic of some leftist socialist type. Like, yes, superstar mega celebrities, like those are our people. Those are our people, man. Socialism forever.
Maybe I'm just that type of person. I have so much gratitude for living in a society where you can actually do things. Okay. This guy should move to fucking Saudi Arabia and try to do his comedy tour. Okay.
Right.
We're lucky to live in a society where you can call somebody up who's going to fucking run a business, run a comedy club in some town that you can call up and come to. Like, what the fuck? Is that guy exploiting you because he's hiring you to come do a set at his comedy club?
Mm-hmm. Well, and also, apparently this is a big problem for Invincible too, is the I don't know if it's been confirmed or at least the rumors that they spend so much money on like the voice actors because they have some big voice actors that it's just draining money away from the budget for the animation stuff.
They're fucking exploiting them. And look, it is a thing too. Like as soon as you realize, oh, I totally have leverage here. This is a super popular show. There's no way in hell they can fire me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I'm going to triple my salary.
I mean, listen,
how about this? Fuck you.
You got J.K. Simmons, J. Jonah Jameson as Omni-Man, who I fucking love, right? But I'm sure he's not cheap. I'm sure he's not cheap as Omni-Man.
Oh yeah, he's
Walter
got a great
Goggins
voice.
is Cecil, okay, who I like too.
He's got a great voice.
Yes, he does.
I won't watch it. I'm not going to watch Invincible without him. Jeez.
No. But that's the problem, and then I'm sure with all these people, every season, they're like, oh, well, I did, give me a little bit more. Give me a little bit more. Right?
Yeah, he's just one of the oppressed workers.
Yep.
Being ground down by this Hollywood system. Nobody even knows. He can't open a movie.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, but he knows he's got a fucking hit show on his hands that they can't fire him from.
Right.
Man.
You can tell the bosses to fuck off or pay you what you're worth. And on top of
oh my God. Perfect timing.
Yep.
Hold on. Was that the old system or the system now?
Mm.
Because I mean, look, that's exactly what we laid out in this show. That's coming out right now.
In a capitalist industry defined by exploitation. Who doesn't dream of being so talented that you can tell the bosses to fuck off or pay you what you're worth?
That's exactly what's going on in Invincible. You dumbass.
How much is Seth Rogen demanding to be Alan in Invincible? I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
And on top of the riches and the fame and the power, they also got to be cool as hell. Movie stars had every last drop of mystique and prestige our culture could produce. They were avatars of self-actualization. And so we didn't just love them, we wanted to be them.
This is so psychotic. That movie stars were like avatars of being the ultra wealthy. They were like the like yes, this is so weird. If you're coming at this from like a sort of Ayn Randian or a more libertarian perspective, then yes, a movie star could be like a top tier. Well, maybe not libertarian. They'd be more like business class owners, like business owners.
Libertarian works, yeah, like a self-starter,
right? But like from a more libertarian, a more objectivist standpoint, you'd be
they're
like
John
the movie
Galt.
star. Yes, you're John Galtian, you know, sort of top of the pyramid, you know, self-made, you know, individual who's just this like the top of society and all this stuff. But the idea this is like a leftist perspective to be a fucking be a rich celebrity who's bouging it up in the most bougie fucking way possible, who's probably spending, you know, millions of dollars on bullshit, buying some giant luxury mansion, driving luxury car. Like what this is psychotic. This is crazy. This is insane.
Yeah, look, I got no love for the studios, but this is just a weird freaking argument to make.
I can only imagine that this entire video only makes sense to me if he is either A, salty that he can't be some sort of world famous celebrity, or B,
you know, that's true.
He has a bunch of like famous celebrity friends or people that are like on the cusp of being kind of famous celebrities, and they're just mad that they like are like a little late in the game. They never got their true, you know, their true bag that they wanted.
Yeah, he looks in the mirror and he's like, well, why is Seth Rogen big and I'm not? I mean, I could be Seth Rogen. What happened here?
I'm kind of like a fat white guy who thinks he's funny.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah. Though the mystique element that he's talking about, that's what we already talked about that. That's 100% lost, 100% because of celebrity's own fault. And people kind of forget this because it's been with us so long that we've forgotten. But I remember when Twitter first came out and when social media first came out, it was so fucking weird to not only see celebrities be on Twitter. That wasn't weird, but to see celebrities like say stupid shit and then they get into like arguments with trolls on Twitter back in the day was like mind-blowing.
Yeah, the mystique is gone.
Yes, I remember very clearly the second I saw celebrities arguing with fans and trolls on Twitter, I'm like, the mystique is just dead. It's just gone. It's dead. Like there used to be this sense of like, oh, the celebrity, you know, they're beyond you, they're untouchable, blah blah blah. And it's all just gone now. Like, oh, they all have terrible fucking trash political takes, or they're all just arguing with retards on the internet, and it's just, oh, they're just a normal fucking person who just got lucky.
Yeah, totally. So much of it is the luck.
So badly, in fact, that collectively we would pay billions of dollars to see them, which meant billions of dollars for the movie industry. So ask yourself this: if movie stars were so profitable for so long, why are they disappearing? Why did the movie industry simply stop manufacturing stars? Well, to understand how capitalism...
This is also very indicative of the leftist worldview that everything is a top-down control mechanism, that there's not a bottom-up control mechanism of people just gaining popularity on their own.
Yeah.
It's like why didn't...
prisoner's dilemma situation where a lot of players have different amounts of power.
Right, or just like, oh, you know, these celebrities kind of became celebrities by just being good in movies. It's like, no. A studio someone in a studio made a decision to choose someone to make them famous and then use their magic mind manipulation powers and made them famous for all of society. Like, and this is why a lot of people have this idea that like, oh, you can just fix every problem. You can just fix homelessness, you know, drug addiction, crime by just having this sort of like magic top down, like you just tell everyone what to do, or you just point your finger in the right direction and everything just works out.
Yeah, it's silly. It's weird that he's making this argument about this time, because all of the like Bogart, John Wayne, all the celebrities from the original golden age, all the celebrities on that list had like 1,000 times more power than any of those people. And those people literally were manufactured by the
Right.
studios.
Right.
Like,
Right. Yeah.
how can you say Tom Cruise was manufactured by the studios when Tom Cruise picks the fucking movies he wants to be in, right?
Right.
Like, isn't he manufacturing himself at that point?
Yeah. I mean, when young Tom Cruise was in like Risky Business,
Oh
I
yeah,
don't
of
think there was
course. Yeah,
a
he didn't have
studio
any
that was
power.
like, yeah, the studio was like, this is the guy we've chosen to be, the next
No.
big
Yeah,
thing. Like, no, it
exactly.
just was. Or saying like Brad Pitt, wasn't Brad Pitt's first movie Thelma and Louise? He was like some
Oh, you're
random,
right.
like
Yeah.
shirtless, like hot, like side character. And like,
Have you? Do you know the story of Brad Pitt being cast in Fight Club, one of our favorite movies?
no.
How he, I don't know where this came from, so maybe it's apocryphal, but there's
Mm,
probably a source to it. But supposedly he ran over to David Fincher's house once David Fincher got signed on as director, and like David Fincher lived in a gated community, somehow got. Well, look, even if you go to the front gate and you're Brad Pitt, they're gonna let you in no matter what, right?
right.
But he showed up on his front doorstep and was like, "I got to play this role. I got to play this role." So I mean, like he really wanted that role super bad.
Right.
It wasn't like the studio was like, "We need to get Brad Pitt." Brad Pitt was like, "This role is going to define my career. I want this role."
Hmm.
Yeah, there's so much of that goes on. It's just this whole way of looking at the situation is completely deranged.
Right. No, well, good. Listen, good for Brad Pitt.
It was career defining, totally. Fight Club upped his profile tremendously.
I'm looking at his like IMDb.
Hmm.
Thelma and Louise wasn't his first movie, but it was like an early movie.
Oh, that one definitely put him on the map. Yeah.
But it's interesting because like after that he was in Cool World, which everyone fucking hated.
Yeah. Terrible.
And then it's interesting because I think that his like first big movie, at least the one that first big movie I recognized was Interview with a Vampire, where it was a good movie and he was great in it.
Oh, yeah. Totally. With Tom
And then,
Cruise.
yep,
He
him and
got some
Tom
of that
Cruise.
Tom Cruise
Yep.
swag.
And then Seven was after that. Then 12
Oh,
Monkeys.
yes. Yeah. Look,
Yeah.
yeah. There was Terry Gilliam was super, super worried about Brad Pitt.
Yeah, I do know. Yes, because he's like,
Yeah.
oh, that pretty boy. He's gonna be, this like weird, gross psychopath, like crazy person. Like,
I
no
think the
way.
studio did kind of force Brad Pitt onto Terry Gilliam for
Hmm.
12 Monkeys.
And it turned out he was fantastic.
He
was
was
so perfect in that
fantastic.
role.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Brad Pitt's a good actor. He's just an all around very good actor.
Yeah, he made that movie. He really did. Yeah. You're like, no, Bruce Willis was amazing.
Bruce Willis was not amazing until Monkeys. But I don't blame Bruce Willis for that. He just kind of played this sort of confused. Like Bruce Willis has he's been like typecast as playing like the kind of stoic, confused man in a lot of movies, right? Whether it's Pulp Fiction or a Sixth Sense or something, he just has like this kind of like vibe about him in a lot of these movies that seems very similar. I like Bruce Willis. No shade
Yeah.
of Bruce Willis, but he was fine in 12 Monkeys. He was fine. Brad Pitt was definitely
who was better than Brad Pitt in 12
no
Monkeys?
one. You're correct. Brad Pitt
Yeah.
was definitely the best performance.
I mean, who else?
But I
Who
mean, he's
played the
only in it
fan?
like I don't know, like 20% of the movie or something. He's not like
No, but he is instrumental to the plot.
yes.
Yeah. 12 Monkeys is a good movie, but I don't think it's like
12
super
Monkeys
great. It's
is
not
a
like
movie.
The Matrix or
No.
Fight Club.
12 Monkeys is a movie that when I saw as a kid, I loved that movie to death.
Right. This is my experience exactly.
Yes.
And then I watched it
when
again.
I was older.
I was like,
and I was
there's
like,
a lot of fucked up shit in this.
This movie is a lot of problems in it. Yes.
A lot of problems.
A lot of pacing issues. Yes.
Yeah. Anytime there's time travel, there can be problems too. So
it has story problems. It has pacing problems. Is a lot like it. 12 Monkeys is a movie I wouldn't object to them remaking and I mean, I would object because they're not going to do it right, but to at least theoretically be remade and fix the problems with it because it is a very interesting, good story.
Yeah. Movies are a lot like relationships in that, there's going to be fuck ups. You got to build a lot of love, lot of love. So people are willing to overlook when the occasional fuck up slips into your movie. You're like,
right.
You got to do it almost. That's a problem with so many modern movies. It's like it's a string of fuck ups. It's like all fuck ups. It's like, oh look, you got one thing right.
Yeah.
Can I shake your hand?
Right.
It's so sad.
Killed the movie star. We've got to go back to 2009. There was a recession, Obama was president, and Kanye was merely an asshole on a journey to eventually becoming a full-on Nazi. So this was a bad year for the studios. The economy sucked, DVD sales were tanking, and a number of movies that were headlined by big stars flopped. And even though the box office had only dipped slightly during 2008, well, the bosses who ran the movie industry weren't going to let the crisis go to waste. So they decided to re-engineer the entire industry to give themselves more control and to stop relying on the star-centric model. But first, they needed something to replace it with, and they found it by following an array of bizarre, blue-tinted light coming from the Pacific Northwest, the Twilight series. It's a little difficult to remember now, but Twilight represented an entirely new business model for the movie industry. The production, based on a book series, hired no-name actors on the cheap. And when the first Twilight movie took off, they shot the next two simultaneously to keep costs down. And with a stack of books in the Twilight saga, the producers could just keep pumping the movies out and draining cash from the series' dedicated fans. And don't forget, K. Stu and Pattinson were not famous yet at this time. So with Twilight, the actors weren't the star. The intellectual property was the star. And
This completely matches William Goldman's philosophy that it's the writing that is really the celebrity, and that's what makes the celebrity. And Robert Pattinson is a celebrity now, so obviously.
Well, the thing that's psychotic about what he's saying is that he's implying that's a bad thing to have the IP be the star as opposed to an individual. When that's good. Isn't that good? Isn't that better? You want
it's great.
The story itself to be the draw, not that like, oh, guy who in other movie I like in this movie, so I automatically see it. Like, what? No, the story should be the draw. Like, what the fuck's wrong with you? Like, as someone who's like trying to be, I guess, a creative as Adam is over here, like that should be something that he's in favor of. If it wasn't for his, nepotistic friendships, I guess, with Hollywood types.
Totally. I've never seen Twilight, so I don't, maybe it's complete garbage. So
Twilight is complete garbage.
I just always assumed it was complete garbage that I should avoid at all costs. So.
I've seen every Twilight movie, unfortunately.
Oh, okay.
So it wasn't my fault. I was dating someone who was very into the Twilight series at the time. It made me see all these trash movies.
I did that Mickey 17 review, so I went and looked at the comments under the trailer, and there's so many people that are just in love with Robert Pattinson. So I just think he's like the greatest actor ever. No, I think there's a lot of guys who are just like, oh, this is our guy.
Really?
He's our movie star. Yeah.
I think Robert Pattinson's a fine actor. I don't have a problem with him as an actor. He's a fine actor.
Yeah.
And everything
I've never Batman.
I've seen, and everything, even in Twilight, he's not bad. The story was fucking awful in Twilight, but
yeah,
it's not his fault.
Totally.
Property was really fucking weird. I mean, if a romantic fantasy novel with Mormon and BDSM themes could be a hit, well, imagine what the most powerful entertainment company on the planet could do using that model. Well, when Disney bought Marvel for $4 billion in 2009, we all found out. That deal was the most successful in movie history. The Marvel Cinematic Universe has...
That was Bob Iger's deal too, the giant social justice war I talked about earlier. He's the one that got the Marvel acquisition, and he also got the Star Wars acquisition. Not many people also know that George Lucas hired Kathleen Kennedy as kind of a fuck you to Disney, because Disney wasn't going to use his treatments. They had like reworked the sequel movies, and George Lucas was like, I want the sequel movies to be my treatments, my sequel movies. Look, I've been dreaming about these 12 movies my entire life, right? And Bob Iger was like, what the fuck? Why are you hiring a brand new CEO when we just bought the company? Doesn't make any sense.
Shouldn't she work with George Lucas or somebody before? Is that how
she was Steven Spielberg's producer for a long time.
Gotcha.
Yeah. But obviously George Lucas and Steven Spielberg are great friends. Like George Lucas did all the effects in Indiana Jones, which completely solidified Steven Spielberg as a legend.
Right.
They obviously they go way back. They're like thick as thieves.
Yeah.
But I just that a lot of people. I mean, I would think just from like the cultural zeitgeist that Disney was the one that brought in Kathleen Kennedy, right?
No, it was George Lucas. What
It was
people?
fucking George Lucas.
There's like this thing that's kind of annoying where people can't whenever there's like a villain, they want to try to cast a hero,
Right.
even
Yeah.
if there isn't a hero. And with Star Wars, I hate to break it to you, there's no heroes in Star Wars. Okay.
No.
There are no heroes in the production of Star Wars. People do, they have the nostalgia goggles for the prequels. Prequels are fine memes. They're terrible fucking movies. Okay. If you can hate the sequels more, that's fine. But the prequels are just bad fucking movies. It is you're blinded by nostalgia. And so because the sequels were so fucking bad in a different way, people want to like hold up George as like this, the protector of the brand of Star Wars. And you could give him credit for that in terms of like, obviously, the way that the extended universe was handled under George Lucas was infinitely better than under Disney. So you can give him credit for that. But you're 100% correct. He hoisted Kathleen Kennedy on the Star Wars brand. It was him, not Disney.
Yeah, he did. Foisted, I think you mean, but
Foisted, yes.
He also in the original Star Wars, in his treatment for the original Star Wars, in the end of Return of the Jedi, Luke was supposed to die. Like Luke was supposed to be killed by Vader, and Vader continues to take the dark side. And in the next the movies that follow, Princess Leia is supposed to be like the hero's journey, the next Luke Skywalker.
Really?
Yeah. So I mean, I don't know how much of the sequels are like, I don't know how much George Lucas is on the phone with Kathleen Kennedy and like shoehorning the feminist agenda into the Star Wars movies. He obviously hated fucking George W. Bush. So much of that is in the prequels, right?
Well, yes. Obviously, the prequels are very anti-George W. Bush. Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Oh, wait. Actually, hold on. I think you're slightly off. It says,
What are you looking up? Watch out.
An article about about this alternate ending. Now it says Han Solo was supposed to die, and then Luke would turn to the dark side because of it.
There we go. Good. Thanks for correcting me. Yes.
And then also, because that actually,
but how dark is that? He joins with it. He actually joins with his father on the dark side.
That's interesting.
Look, in the sequels, does Luke not?
Right.
Does he not? Is there not like a flashback of him? No, I guess he doesn't really flirt with the dark side. He's worried about the Kylo Ren flirting.
I think
with the
that
dark
actually,
side.
yeah, but here's the thing. That's interesting now, like retrospectively, because we have all the sequels that are suck. That would have been a huge mistake for that movie when Return of the Jedi came out to have that ending.
Oh, of course. That's why they changed
mistake.
it. Yeah.
It's much better the way it ends with it actually
like,
being a happy
what are you
ending.
doing?
Yeah.
Trying to make an art film here? What the fuck? Like everyone
Right.
would just universally hate that ending. Be like, what? They turn Luke. He would have shit on Luke's character fucking 30 years ago, right? Talk about Luke drinking the green titty milk, right?
Right. But that's interesting because then that maybe is like why there was this Han dying. I mean, obviously he didn't want to be in the movies, but then Han dies in the next movie, right? And then Luke kind of gives up. Like maybe that was all sort of like
in his
poetry,
treatments,
it rhymes, it was kind of reminiscent of this original weird ending.
So Kathleen Kennedy, George Lucas wants to get his 3 treatments made, but he wants Disney to do it. And Kathleen Kennedy's like, oh, I'll totally get in there and get it done for you, George. Just hire me on as your CEO.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that had to take place, right?
Right.
So she's in there pushing George Lucas's ideas, and George Lucas is smart enough to step back and go, oh, yeah, this wasn't my idea. He's smart. Mm-hmm. Everyone hates these movies. I would have done much better.
So according to Gary Kurtz, who's the guy that I think directed Empire Strikes Back, right? Or he worked on Empire Strikes Back to some capacity. I don't know exactly how. He makes this claim that the reason that they changed the ending wasn't for story purposes. He's claiming, I don't know if this is true.
He's bullshit.
He's claiming that the reason George Lucas changed the ending was because they thought that it would hurt toy sales if Han died and Luke became evil.
I do think, because I think they broke up. I think he got mad at George Lucas and they basically stopped communicating with one another over the toy sales thing. Because I
Right.
think that guy was far more of a like creative artist type story over everything.
Mm-hmm.
So I think he was probably pushing for the everything falls apart ending.
Maybe. I mean, I
Yeah.
think that was a bad ending. So
I think
that's
it's
a
yeah,
mistake.
I think it's bad. It
I'm sorry,
would
he was
definitely
the producer of the. He didn't direct. He produced the Star Wars movies.
it would be
Original ones.
bad culturally. It would be bad for toy sales.
Yes.
I mean, obviously. So, I mean, those two
It's something
opinions
that's like,
align.
it's one of those things that's like, if it's like a, if you have like like an 8, 9, or if you had a 6 novel series, right?
Mhm.
And you have Star Wars, like the original Star Wars are the first 3 novels. Having
Mhm.
the third novel end with the hero becoming evil could be like cool. And then you immediately go to the next novel and it like continues there. I don't feel like it would have worked in the like it would really completely change the way that we'd all think about the original Star Wars movies.
But look, it would set up Princess Leia for the ultimate girl boss role. Like
That's lame, yeah. That's lame. Yes.
she's got to go against both her dad and her brother. Oh my God,
Yes.
in the context of the of now.
Right.
Oh my
Right.
God.
No,
All the men turn to the dark side and the one woman actually stays with the light side and has to clean up all their messes.
well,
Oh,
it's
please.
it's funny too because
She runs in
everyone
there
kind
with
of.
Mon Mothma and they do like
I know. I know. I mean, George Lucas. People forget George Lucas was like is very
hardcore
progressive,
feminist. Yeah,
and he's a
totally.
hardcore feminist. And
Yep.
I mean, he wanted to have. I think, even in the Crystal Skull, he wanted to have Indiana Jones have like a daughter who was gonna like pick up the reins or something instead of being like a son or a boy character or something. So
Yeah, he's from California. Come on, I'm
yep.
from California. I know how it goes. I know what's up.
Has pumped out 35 films that have made a combined $31 billion at the box office. That's triple what the second biggest franchise, Star Wars, had made. And you better believe Disney fucking bought that too. The Marvel acquisition officially kicked off the era where intellectual property dominates Hollywood. Comic books, a previous movie, a toy, or even a fucking board game. That is what movies are based on now. And executives like intellectual property. Because here's the thing. They can't own a movie star, but they sure as hell can own IP.
This is such fucking bullshit. This is such fucking bullshit. Like the movie stars got so much power that their paychecks cause the budgets to balloon out of control. And the only way to deal with budgets that are out of control is that you have to make movies that have some built-in audience. You can't take a risk on a movie that has no built-in audience because if it flops, you're going to lose your fucking shirt.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
Well, no.
This narrative is insane.
And also, it doesn't even make sense to use Marvel movies as an example because Iron Man, like that completely revitalizes Robert Downey Jr.'s career, makes him a movie star.
Totally.
Like,
Yeah, he
like
wasn't a movie star before that.
He had completely fallen off because of his drug habits and everything, before Iron Man. And Chris Hemsworth completely elevated by being in the Marvel movies. Tom Hiddleston, that's the Loki guy, right?
Oh
Again,
yeah.
his career, like there's so many people whose careers have like exploded because of these Marvel movies. So the idea that like the Marvel movies are somehow the antithesis of the star system doesn't even make sense.
Yeah.
It's like we have, we've seen the exact opposite of that happening. And as you were saying too, that's a good point. Like they have to cut the budget because so much of the money now has to go into special effects.
Special effects
now.
and stars paychecks.
And stars.
Both,
right.
yeah.
It's just,
both very fucking expensive.
So massive. And then also he's completely leaving out one of the most important factors, which is like you have in 2009, 2010, what's the big thing that's going on right now? The internet's starting to take off. Okay. So you have suddenly, you have the beginning of like the age of video games and internet sort of dominating people's interests. Because before that, movies, what did they have to compete with? They had music,
nothing,
radio,
13 fucking channels.
Yeah. And they had TV shows, I guess, but I feel like movies and TV never really would compete. Like people back in the day, like before the internet, people always saw movies as like higher than
You
television.
could go from television to movies, but if you went from movies to TV, you were
That
just
was a
like
downgrade.
untouchable. Yeah.
Exactly. That was a massive downgrade. It's not that way anymore, but it used to be that way. And
Right.
or the only the big competition for going to see movies was like going outside and playing sports or something. Like it was going out in the disgusting real world and doing some gross physical activity in the sun, something
Yes, totally.
horrible. And nowadays it's like, no, you could sit in your dark fucking room all day watching endless fucking TikTok videos, YouTube videos. You could scroll on X all fucking day, on Instagram, never see the sun, never see a movie, and you'll never give a fuck. And if you really want to see something, you have infinite streaming services that have infinite content on them.
So many of these movies that are terrible, like the movie review content on YouTube is 10 times better than the fucking movie. The last thing I want to do is sit through Snow White, but I do want to see everyone dunking on how bad Snow White is. Like it's 10 times more entertaining.
Yes. Yes.
Why do I want to see a musical? That's like my kryptonite. Scarlett Johansson's like she got huge in the Marvels, right? In the Marvel Cinematic Universe.
Yeah, that definitely helped. I mean, I think she was kind of big before then, but it definitely
was she?
Her.
What was
I don't know. Let me see.
She was in that stupid Lucy movie with Luke Besson, but I don't know when that came out. Under the Skin came out in 2013. That movie is not even possible without Marvel money, because like nobody's seen that fucking movie.
Right. I mean, she was in Lost in Translation.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Which
opposite Bill Murray, who was a big movie star.
Opposite Bill Murray.
He's not on the list though. He's probably
not
21.
Because I mean, when's the last movie he's been in?
Lucy is ridiculous. It sucks because I love Luke Besson, but that movie Lucy is not very good.
That's the one where she like gains like superpowers.
The intelligence, yeah, super intelligence.
It's
Limitless
funny.
did it better. Limitless.
I was literally about to say that. My mom.
Well, I beat you to it.
You did. My mom loves Lucy.
Uh-huh.
I want to like Lucy. Yeah, she loves it. I mean, listen, women love Lucy. It's a very female power.
Oh, it is. It is. Bitch boss all the way.
Yeah, yeah, and it's got Morgan Freeman in it too. But I want to like Lucy. It is a very interesting concept, but it does feel like a massive waste. Limitless is a very good underrated movie.
Yeah, grounded.
Right? Very grounded, and it's a very writers, and I love it, and you love it because it's a very writer-centric movie in terms of like you can feel that the person who wrote it really spent a lot of time thinking like, okay, if you're super smart, if you take a drug that makes you temporarily super smart, like how are you going to hack the system? What are all the little tricks that you're going to like figure out in order to do things? And it's all thought out, it's all very clever in how it's all structured.
What do you think came out first, Limitless or Lucy?
I thought Limitless came out first, but I could be mistaken.
Yeah, no, it does. 2011.
Right.
I thought it was backwards. I thought Lucy came out first, but
I always, I remember because I saw Limitless first, and because of that, it colored my expectations of Lucy.
Oh, okay. So, there you go.
I always assumed that Lucy was sort of like a ripoff of Limitless, but who knows?
Yeah, more of an action movie.
They're both. I mean, they're both action movies. Well, no, they're both action. Lucy's more actiony, I guess.
Right.
But she was in The Island. That good movie, right?
Oh my God! Please, you're killing me.
Well, she was in The Prestige. I mean, she wasn't like a very important person, I guess, in The Prestige, right?
What? Oh,
she
you're
was
right.
The woman in The Prestige.
She was one. Yeah.
She was the wife.
Was she? Okay.
Or was she the mistress?
I thought she was a mistress. Yeah.
That's a good movie.
Interesting. That's a great movie, obviously.
Isn't that weird? Hugh Jackman and Christian Bale weren't on that list.
There's Ian McGregor. Yeah, he's a superstar, right? That's when The Island, it was like the two big stars. God, that movie is so fucking bad, but that's Kurtzman. Alex Kurtzman, the guy everyone likes to beat up on.
I thought Michael Bay did The Island.
He did, but Alex Kurtzman was a writer, yeah.
Oh, okay, Kurtzman sucks. The Island's a movie. It's another one of those movies that I saw as a kid. I'm like, this is a good movie, and I see it as like older. I'm like, this movie is not good.
This is where my advantage being so much older than you, because I was not a kid when I saw that movie. Yeah. I was like, this movie fucking blows. My tastes were far more refined then. Plus,
They were.
that's when I was really into screenwriting, so I was
Right,
like
right.
completely tearing it apart.
Has Alex Kurtzman done anything good? Let's see. The Hercules TV show, the one episode of Xena, The Island.
Mm-hmm.
Legend of Zorro is okay. It's not terrible. It's not great. It's not terrible. Mission Impossible 3.
Yeah.
It's okay. Transformers. Not surprising. The first Star Trek movie, which is okay. More
Yeah.
Star Trek. More Transformers. Cowboys and Aliens.
Oh my God.
The Amazing Spider-Man 2. That was obviously his best movie right there. The terrible Mummy movie. Yeah, I mean, he's never really done anything that was like you could just look at and say that's a good movie.
I think he's probably got one of those personalities that he's basically like a stenographer for the director or producer. So he probably doesn't have a lot of power in these situations.
I don't know. He's somehow just been like forever associated with Transformers and Star Trek, and it's like impossible to pry him off of those properties.
Right, because they're huge paychecks.
Yeah, but I mean,
all he has to do is basically copy down what Michael Bay says
maybe,
and type it into the computer. Michael Bay doesn't know that there's voice capturing software now.
I'm going to give Kurtzman more agency and say that the terribleness of the Star Trek stuff is actually his fault.
Okay, good. I know from so many friends that have worked on projects, it's just the status quo really is these things are very hierarchical. You know, the people who have the money or bringing in the money have all the power. Writers are super, I mean, they're just basically above the gaffer.
Well, it's so weird.
Cinematographer.
What was
Actually, I think the cinematographer probably is higher now.
What was that really good like movie? Oh my God, John Travolta was in it. Or no, not John Travolta.
Face Off.
You're
like, not that movie.
No, I'm sorry. Alec Baldwin was in it. It's like it's about them filming this movie in this like small town, and it's like a total fucking clusterfuck. Oh my God, it's so funny. And they keep like shitting on the writer who's the main character because they're like, oh, just let the writer like there's something that's stupid that they have to figure out how to do. And they're like, well, just make the writer figure it out.
Yeah, no, that's how it goes. Totally.
What's the name?
That's Alex Kurtzman.
God.
They're like, this really sucks. Well, just let Alec Kurtzman write it out. His name's on it, so we don't have to. We're just shooting
Rust
it.
Chat. Nobody dies in this. No one gets shot in the fucking movie.
Did Rust even come out?
It did, didn't it?
I don't know.
It's
Alec Baldwin small town movie. Let's see what I get.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I should have looked up that. Maybe the chat will tell us. I mean,
it's AI Rust. State and Maine.
State and Maine. That's it.
State and Maine. First thing that came up on Apple TV. Is it really a movie?
Yeah, State and Maine's a funny movie. Well, I mean, it was when I saw it. State and Maine. William H. Macy is the writer, and it's no, actually he's a director. Philip Seymour Hoffman's the writer, and it's all just about them trying to write this movie, and it's just like, or make this movie. It's just like a total clusterfuck.
Philip Seymour Hoffman is a perfect guy to play a beat up writer.
Yes, and everyone just shits on him and makes him like they're like, oh, the writer will fix it, right? He'll figure it out. So, and it's just it's depressing because there was this time period where you had like, it's funny because it's actually in the same time period, this 2008, 2009 time period where you had Breaking Bad and Mad Men and all these other like TV shows came out, these like long form TV shows came out, and it sort of changed the way that people were looking at long form TV, saying, oh, you can have writer centric or creator like driven projects on streaming services or television that really care about the writing and the storytelling, and they're really good. And it felt like we were going in a good direction, and then I don't know what happened. That all went in the trash can, I guess.
Yeah. That's how everyone has different ideas about what's good, right? And you never really know until it's going to hit the movie theater. That's where the rubber hits the road. But that's why, look, this is right back. Look, we're doing the weave here. Right back to Adam Conover. Yep. This is why they want IP that has a proven track record, because they're like, well, this works with someone, right? It's lower risk.
Think about it. Movie stars are free agents. They can go to another studio, they can demand more money, or they can refuse to be in a sequel. They're whole-ass people with minds of their own. You can't control them. But Spider-Man and Batman never talk back. They'll do what you fucking tell them to do. The studios loved IP because it gave them control.
This is such fucking bullshit. You think they could recast Iron Man? Yeah, we don't like paying Robert Downey Jr. this much money. We'll just recast him.
That's a good point.
We're gonna get Jim Carrey to play him. Jim Carrey's the new Iron Man.
Well, also it's hilarious that he's made this argument. Literally, Marvel's floundering so bad they're bringing back Robert Downey Jr. into the movie. Yes, they've killed off this fucking character, and they have to bring him back as Dr. fucking Doom to try to get anyone to give a shit about a Fantastic Four movie.
It's so weird.
He's making this argument that doesn't make any sense.
Look, if they hadn't tried to make all these super uncharismatic people into movie stars for diversity and inclusion reasons, they wouldn't be in this fucking place, right? They wouldn't. They would have someone that's just as lovable as Robert Downey Jr.
Well,
just ready to fucking take over.
I think that's
You're
part
like,
of the
nah,
problem.
it's not possible.
No. I think that's part of the problem.
It's a big world, Sitch. It is possible.
I think that's a piece of the puzzle. I think another piece of the puzzle is actually Robert Downey Jr.'s fault, and it's actually what's the Buffy the Vampire Slayer guy's name? Joss Whedon's fault is because Iron Man was so successful, and because the first Avengers was so successful, they tried to do the formula. They're like, okay, we have to make every Marvel movie feel the same. They all have to feel like the Avengers. They all have to feel like Iron Man. So all the heroes have to have that same like smarmy, sarcastic, sardonic wit, be very quippy, all this stuff. And every hero had to become that. And sometimes it works. Like, you had Guardians, like that works, but it kind of feels like it works naturally with Guardians. And it works obviously with Iron Man. But everything can't be that. And I think they kind of misunderstand that. And I think this is also why the other Avengers movies, except for the first one and except for Infinity War, which wasn't really necessarily about the Avengers, I think aren't that good, is because when you look at these big ensemble movies or look at them in like the animated ones or even in the comics, the thing that made it interesting to see like all the heroes team up or all the villains team up is that you have all these characters that they all have very strong personalities and they have very different personalities. What made Batman and Superman team ups interesting is that they're so different from each other personality wise. That's what makes it interesting. And you have these two characters with very different personalities clashing with each other, and that's what engages you. And that's the problem that Marvel never figured out, is that when you make every character just Iron Man Jr., it's not interesting to see all the Iron Man Juniors interact with each other because they're all the same fucking person.
Yeah. They need to have some sort of differentiation.
Yes.
That is important. But I mean, they have that differentiation between like Captain America and Iron Man, obviously.
They don't, but they slowly keep making Captain America become
Iron Man.
Quippy, obviously not to the extent that Iron Man is, but that's really look at what happened to Thor. Even though I like the third Thor, I think it's the best one. He became that character. He became the comedy character. Imagine how weird and out of place it would be if you had, even though it could be interesting, if you had the Iron Man character having to interact with like someone who is like Nolan Batman, right? It'd be weird. It'd be interesting because you're like, oh, these two characters are so fucking different from each other. Yeah. And that was part of why I always loved in the comics seeing Spider-Man have to interact with all the other heroes. So many of the other heroes like didn't like Spider-Man and thought he was weird because he was so like comedic and quippy. And they're like, that's like, it was like unusual. They'd be like, this guy's weird that we have to interact with this fucking creepy spider guy who's always telling jokes and being a fucking weirdo.
I don't think they planned on making Guardians of the Galaxy so instrumental to the MCU, but it turned out to be just a giant success.
Yeah.
So it was kind of forced their hand with that situation. So I think they can bring in new stars. Mm-hmm. They're just not thinking in terms of how necessary it is to bring in younger people that are constantly going to be moving up.
Yes, exactly. Well, and that's another thing.
The roles.
How do we miss Chris Pratt? Like he's a big movie star. They shove him in everything to try to make, Make
Captain
people-
Kirk.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's not Chris Pratt. That's what's his face.
Oh, it isn't?
Chris Pratt is Star-Lord.
Chris Pine. You're
That's Chris
right.
Pine. Yeah.
Never
Another
mind.
CP initial. Yes.
Chris Pine.
Yeah.
Yeah. Chris Pratt, yes. He was on television. Parks and Rec,
Mhm.
right? That's where he basically got his start.
Mm-hmm.
I think he replaced Adam, the guy from Severance. What is his name?
Oh.
Oh no,
Yeah.
Adam came in and replaced some other guy who was on Parks and Rec. Who that guy's got to be.
Adam
He's
Scott.
like Adam Scott actually came in and replaced another actor that was on Parks and Rec that left to do, I think, movies or something else. And that's the guy that is like the fifth Beatle. That's like, oh my God, I never should have left if I knew this thing was going to go like 20 seasons.
Right. I
He
still
could
haven't
be
seen
on
Parks and Rec.
Severance.
I gotta watch that. Everyone. I've never heard anyone say anything but good things about it.
Yeah. It's the same with The Office. Like, I just never have watched The Office either. I was a Parks and Rec
Office,
guy.
I tried
It's like
to watch
PC
The Office.
versus Apple.
I tried to watch.
What
The
are you gonna
Office.
do?
I don't. It was okay. I gave up after like
Mhm.
a season. and a
Okay,
half
so
of
you
the
didn't
season.
like it.
It
I
was-
did
it was
watch a
terrible.
whole season of the British Office, which I was just Ricky Gervais is great. I just like
Mhm.
Ricky Gervais. So and
Right.
it was very different. It was a very different show. So
Yeah, everyone says that. Yeah.
anyway, what's this shithead got to say?
No longer do they need to manage fickle artists. They can just suck the value out of a plot of intellectual property like it's an oil field. And it worked. By ruthlessly exploiting IP, Disney has had
Ruthless. Oh my God, they're so fucking ruthless, Sitch.
I
Oh
know.
my God, they're evil.
Well, this is people's fault. Is because, as I said, people are so distracted with all these alternatives for entertainment, and so, people want something that's familiar to them, so that's why they have to continually recycle IP. And it's not like there's not an evil. Like, this is so retarded. He's missing the biggest factor here. Is they're like, how do we get people to show up? Not, oh, we need to stop the evil celebrities. They're like, no, we need people to fucking fill our seats. No one's filling our seats because they're too busy doing other shit. So we need things that they know and like already and are willing to spend the money to go to the movies to see. That's the
Yeah, that
answer
they
here.
can't miss. Look, this was the
Everyone knows
brilliance
this.
of the MCU.
Yes,
They're like
exactly.
episodic. You can't miss one. You got to know what's going on in all of them. You kind of they force your hand.
Right. On an IP that everyone's already familiar with.
Yep. Everyone's talking about. Everyone loves.
Yes.
Well, except for the Academy Awards, of course. Those
Of
shitheads
course.
don't like anything. Give me Brokeback Mountain, right? That's what they say.
Yeah, exactly.
Where's my Brokeback Mountain?
14 of the 15 top grossing films of the 2010s. Understandably, the entire film industry followed them. And the result was the destruction of the foundation of Hollywood success. For most of the last decade,
He's so confident in all this bullshit. I feel like this was written by ChatGPT, man. Citation needed. What
I
the
bet
fuck?
you I should look for this. I bet you there's some stupid fucking article in like the Jacobin magazine or something. that
Oh,
he
and he's just
stole this
reading
whole-
it off.
This is just like a
Yes,
nonsense. Like,
Totally.
and it's interesting because when I've heard people who actually work in Hollywood, they
Mhm.
talk about the big reason that everything's an IP or a sequel now is because movies are just so expensive to make that, what you're saying, movies are so expensive to make so that you have to guarantee that it's going to be successful. And the best way to guarantee that is to base it off something that was already successful. And part of that cost of that is paying all the mega celebrities. So this completely is the exact opposite of the argument that he's making.
Yeah, a lot of independent filmmakers would also be able to make money off of DVD sales. And once DVD collapsed, it was like, this whole other revenue stream
Right.
just made movie making impossible. Yeah, a lot changed. None of it had to do with fucking capitalism, dude. None of it had to do with the fucking evil studios.
Yeah.
Although the studios are evil. Like,
Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
Studios are evil. Right.
the studios, I mean, look, they want to get your script cheap and fucking piss all over it. So,
You're right.
yeah.
0 original movies were in the top 10 films of the year. 0. And the same was true in 2024. By the way, if you want to keep up with how Hollywood works without falling for the spin, check out this video's sponsor, Ground News.
This little fucking suck up. We don't have 10 ads in our fucking video. Jesus. What's
Gee,
going on here?
everyone and their mother is getting a Ground News sponsorship. It's crazy. I like every single YouTuber I've seen is Ground News sponsorship.
I know. It's got to be like stealing your data or something.
Jeez. Listen, Ground News seems like it's a good idea, but I'm waiting for like the honey shoe to drop. Okay.
Oh, I know. Me too. All these are, something's going on, right?
Well, that being said, Ground News, listen, I will 100% sell out to an ad for
Ground
Ground
News?
News. I mean, it seems like a good service, as I said. I like the concept of it. I've used it before. Seems good.
Yeah. I mean, I have never checked it out or anything.
Right.
Maybe it's horrible. Maybe we actually get it and we're like, holy shit.
This is amazing.
No, we're like, this is terrible.
Oh,
They're saying MSNBC is fair and balanced.
40% off if you use my special code FACTUALLY. Go to groundnews.com/factually. So the rise of intellectual property in Hollywood was a deliberate effort to take power away from the stars. You know, the people actually making.
It's such fucking bullshit. Oh, I can't take it. It's such bullshit. It's like, we need a built-in audience. Well, where do you get a built-in audience? You option a screenplay from some nobody writer who nobody's ever heard of. That's a story that nobody's ever seen. That's the way that you do it. Like Star Wars.
Right.
The movie and put it in the hands of the mega corporations themselves. So, for instance, think about what a big deal Disney made about hiring relative unknowns like John Boyega and Daisy Ridley to star in their Star Wars sequels. The real reason they did so is that unknown actors are cheaper and easier to control. A movie star can ask for more money or have a busy schedule that controls when you shoot. But a novice actor with no star power of their own, they just feel lucky to be there. If you don't like how they behave, you can kick them to the curb and find someone new to fill the suit. The studios have more power.
Well, okay, there's two elements here. Again, this coming from a leftist perspective is wild. You should be, like, as a lefty, you should be in favor of bringing more people up. You should be in favor of Disney saying, let's make new people like Daisy Ridley or John Boyega famous and popular and successful, as opposed to just recycling the same 30, 50 people that everyone knows, right?
Yeah, of course.
This makes no sense. And then also, if it's true, like, you don't have to pay them as much because they're new, even though you are making their careers potentially, like, that means that you have more money to spend on other aspects of the fucking film.
Yeah, which will make Daisy Ridley look good.
Yes, this is so weird.
You could spend it on writers, but nah, let's spend it on special effects.
This was a guy, Adam Conover, who after all the LA fires, he had this whole video about how it wasn't the fault of any of the management of LA.
Really?
Right.
My God.
So, lets you really know, like,
he got his Karen Bass check.
Yes, he did. He did.
I think Karen Bass met with
power if they can keep
communist leader in Cuba or something. She's like full-blown commie.
The stars small. Even the actors in these movies know what's going on. Here's Anthony Mackie back in 2018.
You went to go see the Schwarzenegger movie. Now you go see X-Men. So the evolution of the superhero has meant the death of the movie star.
Right. In this Captain America...
Oh my God, this guy. They're like, look, some guy said it. It's got to be true. Obviously.
Well,
Super genius.
I should find that interview because I can fucking bet you, okay, without seeing that interview, that he's not saying that's a bad thing, because his career is being made that way. No one gave a shit about Anthony. I mean, first of all, I don't give a shit about Anthony Mackie anyway, because, whatever. But people don't give a shit about Anthony Mackie until he was, like, kind of coming up as, being in these Avengers movies.
Huge mistake that they didn't give
Like,
the Captain America takeover their own origin story movie. It's just weird that he just comes in and I'm Captain America now. So
right.
And he's, oh my God, like, maybe it's me. He's like a 10th as charismatic as the original Captain America. And it's not because he's black. He's like a 10th as charismatic as Denzel Washington, like, or Samuel L. Jackson. Like, he's just not a charismatic dude.
Well, I think he was in 8 Mile, but he had some small part. I I haven't seen Anthony Mackie like actually perform in anything else, so I don't know if it's his fault. But again, I think it's just his character is written so like generic Marvel movie guy. Like he's generic quippy man. Like he's just there's nothing that's interesting about the way his character is portrayed.
Like you think he could be charismatic if he had better material?
I don't know because I haven't seen him in
Maybe.
other stuff, so I can't judge his acting based on just one character and which is a poorly written character on top of that.
Yeah, I don't know. It seems like Denzel Washington, even if the material is subpar, like he can make something of it, right? Like
Yeah,
he's that charismatic. He can,
there. Mhm.
yeah,
There are like super like there are obviously top tier actors who they just have the vibe, right? They have
yeah,
something about
totally.
them and they can make any role pop. Or they
Yep,
have that skill. And maybe he doesn't have that skill. I don't know. But there are also actors who maybe don't have the skill, but if they have given the right material, will definitely do very well in it.
yeah.
So.
He's not going to make it until he plays the Riri. Got to play the mental retarded guy, right?
Denzel Washington never played a retard. Okay. Never
Denzel
went full
Washington
retard.
didn't. Hey,
No.
come on, he has
He
Denzel
played
Washington.
a drunk who saved a bunch of
Oh, the
passengers in a
plane thing.
plane in
Yeah,
the plane movie. But he
it's
never
hard
I
for
don't
me to
think
imagine. He's never.
I don't
Wasn't
think
he
he's
in Radio? Wasn't he
no,
Radio?
you're a horrible racist.
That was Cuba Gooding Jr.
That was Cuba Gooding.
Look, but the radio blew up Cuba Gooding Jr.'s career, man. Everyone was like, ah, yeah. Look, who else? Do you
Did it?
think do you think DiCaprio would be DiCaprio without Gilbert Grape? Come on. You got to do the retard.
It's hard. Titanic made his move. Has made his career, not fucking Gilbert Grape. Okay, most
It
people have never
wasn't
seen
Gilbert
that
Grape.
movie and care about that movie.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it worked for Dustin Hoffman.
Brave New World. The
Yeah,
IP
fair.
is the star, not the actor.
See, this is why I brought up William Goldman, because I think William Goldman wrote that book like a fucking 1,000 years ago.
Right.
Okay.
Dustin
And he
Hoffman.
basically made the same argument.
Dustin Hoffman was in The Graduate. That's what made his
Mhm.
career.
No, he was
Okay.
Rain Man. Look, Rain Man, he was nominated for Academy Award. And come
Oh
on.
my god, Dustin Hoffman was like he was in The Graduate and Midnight Cowboy back to back, which
Ooh, I guess he did kind of get retard experience in Midnight Cowboy.
he wasn't a retard. He was just weird. He wasn't like a retard in Midnight Cowboy.
He was a little retarded.
It was weird. Did he have like I don't remember a speech impediment or something, but I mean he was off, but he wasn't like
Right.
retarded. So he was very
That's
famous
one of the few
before.
books that I've actually read the book.
Oh, okay.
I think it's Larry McMurtry, right?
I don't know. I haven't
Yeah.
read. I've only
Larry
saw the movie once, like
McMurtry
a million years ago.
is a great writer. So,
But I mean, so he was Dustin Hoffman was like a big deal before he was in Rain Man, which is a good movie and he's good in it. But
I think Tootsie like catapulted him into the stratosphere. I think Rain Man catapulted him. I don't think Midnight Cowboy was like a big,
wasn't it? I thought
like a
didn't it
big
win.
thing.
I thought Midnight Cowboy won awards. I thought The Graduate was like
Maybe.
a huge
Okay,
movie
maybe.
when it came out, wasn't it?
Maybe. I mean, now you're dipping into when I was just like an infant. So
Well, listen, I obviously didn't see The Graduate. I wasn't alive when The
Mhm.
Graduate came out, but the whole, that was like a huge meme. Are you trying to seduce me, Mrs. Robinson?
yeah, I know that one.
So, yes,
He graduated to like fucking his mom's wife or
that was his neighbor's.
his
It was
his friend's mom. That's
well, no,
it.
it was. If you've never seen The Graduate, The Graduate is a movie about a kid who's coming out of college and he's like aimless. And it's like this, I think it's like the 60s or 70s. He's kind of like aimless. He doesn't know what to do with his life. And he gets set up on a date with this girl who's like the family's like a friend of his family's. And he goes on a date and the date goes like really poorly.
Mhm.
And then somehow, I don't remember exactly, it's been a while since I've seen the movie. He somehow like gets seduced by the
By his-
girl's mom
Mhm.
that he went on the
Oh,
date with. And he's
wow.
like fucking the girl's mom. And then he like kind of falls out of it with her and he wants to actually be with the girl again. It's a very weird movie. It's a good movie, but it's a very weird movie.
Have you seen Carnal Knowledge with Jack Nicholson?
No.
That's a great movie. That has Is it Paul? No, not Paul Simon. Garfunkel. I don't know Garfunkel's first name.
Simon and Garfunkel.
Yeah, this from Simon and Garfunkel, but it's Paul Simon and something Garfunkel. Maybe it's
Well, they did the
Arthur
soundtrack
Garfunkel.
for The Graduate, which was very like iconic.
Yeah.
The Sound of Silence and all that stuff. So anyway,
Horrifying.
We're literally cheering for property, not people. And
Oh my God, this is just like every cliche in the book.
IP is it's literally
I can't
property. It's
stop.
got the P in the name. Okay, you're literally cheering for property like a good capitalist.
He's got like, yeah, look, people want to own property, you dumbass. Look how many rental units do you own in Hollywood, Adam? Come on, come clean.
Mm-hmm.
in this Captain America Brave New World, the IP is the star, not the actor. We're literally cheering for property, not people. And that means we now live in a world where fans are expected to root for the corporation's latest brand deal. Think about how much excitement and rage fans have expended about Marvel and Sony making a deal for the rights to have Spider-Man to be in the MCU. I mean, we're literally cheering for business deals. When you care more about what the lawyers are doing than the actors, the capitalism is the star, not the movie. And the studios are happy about this. In fact, they're rubbing it in our fucking faces. In the last Tom Holland Spider-Man movie, the big reveal was that they threw all the previous actors who played Spider-Man into the movie, as if to say, yeah, who cares who these people are? Your dumbass went to see every single one of these movies, no matter who we put in the suit, because you love Spider-Man and we own Spider-Man, and that means we own you. See, here are 3 of our little puppets dressed up in the costume, and you're such a sucker that you'll pay $25 to sit here and watch them stand around and do shtick.
So you like make your own web fluid in your body?
I'd rather not talk about this.
No.
Now, personally,
So
Great pause.
This is just so. This is one of the worst analysis of anything I've ever seen in my entire life. Like a complete misunderstanding of every element of the issue here, of why things are the way they are. You know, and I went and I was listening to that clip that he cut, that Anthony Mackie clip, because I found the longer clip.
Oh, wow, nice.
And as I predicted, that it was the point he was making wasn't the point that, you know, Adam over here is making. He was saying that right now movies are made for this is what Anthony Mackie's saying. He's saying movies are made for 2 audiences. This is in 2017. Movies are made for 2 audiences. They're made for 16-year-olds and they're made for China.
Right.
And that's the direction of things. That's what he said in 2017. So he wasn't
Maybe he's
saying
a huge celebrity in China.
Maybe. But he wasn't saying this whole like, oh my God, they're just intentional. The studios are intentionally trying to kill movie stars because of some sort of evil, nefarious capitalist, thought process.
Right.
When has the movie industry not been motivated by making money?
Yeah.
Never is the answer to the fucking question.
That's prime. That's the most important thing.
And
because it makes it possible. It makes it keep going.
Yeah. And there are periods, it ebbs and flows. There are periods where great things are able to come out, and there are periods of just schlock. You know, I was actually talking with Sammy about this today. I don't remember why we were thinking about it, but we're talking about Roger Rabbit and how like a movie like that could never be made today, because you have all these like cartoon characters in it, and yet you have, and it's like, so, and you have not just cartoon characters, but you have famous children's cartoon characters, and then you have all the Disney characters, you have the Looney Tunes characters in it, and yet you have this like super sexy Jessica Rabbit character that all the men are like lusting over. And you can you imagine in 2025 like producers or studio execs signing off on this, like saying, oh yeah, you know, we have this thing that's got all the popular kids cartoons in it, and then we have this like bombshell lady that like forever people will be like masturbating to this cartoon character, right? Who's like proportions are so ridiculous that if you want to cosplay Jessica Rabbit,
I mean, they're
like,
perfect.
Pad your butt and your tits.
What are you talking about?
So
don't cap on Jessica Rabbit's proportions.
They're ridiculous. They're fine. Listen, they're fine.
Ridiculous.
They're ridiculous.
Oh my God.
They're ridiculous.
Terrible.
But but something like that could never be made today. because people would say, well, you can't have
Can
like
you say
children's cartoons.
objectification?
Right. This is so objective. Even though Jessica Rabbit is like kind of a girl boss in the movie.
Oh, she's totally a girl boss.
But it's like,
Yeah.
oh, you can't have like a movie that has all the kid characters in it and it's got like this like sexy babe in it. That's, that everyone's objectifying. And
It's not
even
her
though
fault.
she's just drawn that way. Yeah.
Exactly.
Even though that's part of the joke of like the whole idea of her character. And it wouldn't work if she wasn't like super sexy. And the movie wouldn't make sense otherwise. But
Yeah, it definitely couldn't happen now.
yeah.
People be too offended.
Oh yeah.
People should. They should try to make that movie.
Well, I don't think it's that people would be offended. I think it's that just, again, the sense of Hollywood wouldn't have been able to do it.
Right.
So
They should just bring in some big old sexist writers like you and me, and we'll do it up. We'll make it great.
Call sign Trust for $20 says we had Babylon 5, some of the best writing of anything, and it was made in the 90s. Yeah, there's like a lot of good stuff. First of all, I haven't seen Babylon 5, so I can't comment on it. So, but I have heard good things about it. But no, I mean, well, I don't know what kind of, there's a lot of good movies in the 90s. I don't know if I can like point to a lot of like great television in the 90s off the top of my head, but
I remember I was so excited for the Star Wars prequels.
mm-hmm.
And then I just hated them. And thank God The Matrix came out in 1999 to like save the day. Because I was like, oh, such a letdown from Star Wars, but The Matrix was like amazing.
Mm-hmm. I know that like, because I mean, obviously I was like a child in the 90s. So in the 90s, I was like, you had the 90s and the early 2000s were sort of like the heyday of amazing cartoons and everything.
Mm-hmm.
For at least for my era. That's when you had all the Powerpuff Girls and Dexter's Lab and Batman and all that stuff.
Oh yeah, Dexter's Lab was great.
Yep. And Rocco and all that stuff.
Still quote Ego Trip quite religiously.
Do you really?
I wanted to be the one to save the future.
That's funny.
Yeah, look, they had the three different accents in there.
How often does that scenario come up where you can say that line?
Well, I mean, in modern movies, it happens all the fucking time, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, saving the future is like
a
reoccurring plot point in movies. And every time I see it in a movie, I think, I wanted to be the one to save the future.
Yep.
Didn't it I mean, it might have come up in Deadpool and Wolverine.
I'm sure it did. I mean,
they were fighting over saving the future, right?
That would have been a deep reference that no one would have gotten.
The reference never comes up, but
no one ever references Dexter's Lab ever. I've like never seen a Dexter's Lab reference in anything.
There's like, hello, Billy. You've seen Ego Trip, right?
Of course.
Ego Trip was like groundbreaking.
I loved Ego Trip so much when I saw it as a kid. I was like, this movie is fucking, and it's interesting. Sometimes when you have like a cartoon show and they do a movie, it's like not
great. Yeah. But that one was like perfect storytelling.
That one was so perfect. And it was so like Dexter, and it was so in tune with everything that the show was about. I mean, it's so depressing that when because I think wasn't like the show was off and then they had Ego Trip and then it was off and then they brought it back. And like when they brought it back, it was terrible. It was never the same. I don't know if they had different writers or something, but
when Mandark accuses him of almost being late for work, you're almost late.
Well, so it's the idea of like, Mandark steals all of his things, and so he just digs into the ground for so long that he becomes buff. He becomes a massive buff hero. That's why Dexter's like hugely buff.
I started digging
and just never stopped. And when I arose, Mandark had taken over the world, and I was super buff.
Yeah.
Like, okay.
He's the Chad one. Him obviously has the Arnold Schwarzenegger accent.
He has a German accent.
He's got like 3 different accents in that.
Yes.
show.
Well, I mean, he does have he always had the German accent.
Oh, it is always German.
When he was a kid, he talked like the Didi, you idiot. Like he's supposed to be like a German scientist,
right.
like Albert Einstein or something. And then when he's a young adult and he's like a nerd, he gets the nerd accent.
Yeah. Yeah. And when he's an old guy, he's got his old accent.
Hey, Billy.
So great.
Ego Trip's great. If you guys like Dexter, I haven't seen it, you should check it out.
I think this sucks. I would rather watch an original story powered by human creativity and bona fide star power. But fuck me, I guess. The industry doesn't make that kind of movie anymore. And the result is that even the biggest stars today are a shadow of what they used to be. Let's bring it back to our brilliant buttery boy, Timothée Chalamet. If you ask people to name a young movie star today, they'd probably name him, right? But is he really that big of a star? Let's look back at the last couple movies he's actually...
I mean, listen, he's a big enough star that he can, be an international terrorist and show up on Hassan's stream. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So obviously he's a big star.
Does he look like the Houthi pirate? Is that what you're saying?
Well, they said the Houthi pirate looked like him. So.
Oh, okay. He was great in Dune. I thought Dune was great. So.
Mm-hmm.
Actually been in. In the past few years, Timothy's appeared in the second movie adaptation.
Dune also unoriginal IP, right?
Well, he's about to bring that up.
Time.
Yep.
Of Dune, portrayed the third Willy Wonka, and been the most recent of many, many cinematic Bob Dylans. This is just more IP. I didn't take my dad to see A Complete Unknown on Christmas because of Timothy's star power. It was because Searchlight Pictures bought the rights to Dylan's life and music, and my dad loves him. Bob Dylan is basically Twilight for boomers. Now let's compare Timmy's peak star output right now to the biggest comparable star from the 90s, Leonardo DiCaprio. From 95 to 97, Leo had an incredible run. He was in The Basketball Diaries, he was in Romeo and Juliet, and he was in fucking Titanic. He was a genuine social phenomenon. People could not talk about anything else. It's hard to fully explain today the full power of 90s Leo if you were not there for it, but believe me, Leo's Riz was a sparkling cloud that engulfed an entire generation of young women and men. And
what PlayStation were we on at that point, Sitch?
What year are we talking about?
It's like 90s, 94, 96.
I don't know when did the PS2 come out?
Yeah, the PS2 was like the breakthrough.
PS2 was 2000.
Yeah, see?
PS2 was like golden age of console gaming.
Of course.
You had the PS2 and you had the Xbox come out. It was like, oh. I mean, the age right before that was pretty good with the N64. You know, you had all the N64 games came out. And then PS2 was like, oh my God.
Right.
This is it.
Over the top, right?
Yes. What was that?
We don't need movie stars anymore.
Oh, right. You're talking about with Leo. Well, first of all, is Adam Conover gay?
Mm-hmm.
I'm actually asking this, like, I'm not trying to be insulting.
No joke. Yeah.
Is he gay or is he straight?
Well, he's gay, but I don't know if he's homosexual.
Let's see. Is he married? He's not gay.
He's married to a woman.
I believe he's married to a woman. Or he was married to a woman at some point. His Wikipedia says he quit drinking in 2018.
Oh my God. Really? All these communists are drunks.
Yes. Conover was once blah, blah, blah. Introduced him to a form. Okay, so it looks like he's not. It's weird to me. I can't imagine a straight male talking about how like hot they found Leonardo DiCaprio in the 90s. It's a very weird thing. I grew up in that time period. I never liked Titanic at all.
Yeah, Titanic is not really a guy's movie.
Yeah, that's not a movie for men. I think that movie was very lame. And I didn't like Leo until he started to do like the other movies. When he started doing like all the, what's his name? When he would do like Gangs in New York. And,
oh yeah, he's great in that.
You know, he was good in The Departed, even though I fucking hate the end of that movie, but he was good in The Departed and Shutter Island and Inception and all that stuff.
Right.
So
Gilbert Grape.
Nah. He's great.
You're just not buying the Gilbert Grape.
I'm buying the Gilbert Grape, yeah.
You're like, nah, fuck that movie.
No,
fuck that fat lady.
I don't like that movie. I do not like Gilbert Grape. I don't like the fat mom that like dies. Because she can't like move out of the couch because she's so fat or the bed or whatever. Yeah, that movie's a dark movie. I don't like that.
Very dark.
Yeah.
But he lightens it up with his mental retardation.
I mean, Shutter Island's pretty dark. You know, there's a scene of him crying as he's like cradling his dead fucking children. So,
oof,
pretty dark.
Breathed it in. It felt really fucking good. I mean, look at this.
Oh my God, you're right. He's like showing pictures of Leonardo DiCaprio and masturbating now in the video.
Well, it's also
The
this is so confusing and weird too, because again, leftists hate Leonardo DiCaprio because he just like all he does is date like
young
young
women.
women,
Yeah,
and then
exactly.
they age out and he throws them away. And for some reason, Adam Conover is like, Leo, please invite me on your boat with your 20-year-old women. I want to fuck them too.
Oh my God, that's so
And I want to
nightmarish.
fuck you. Listen, I'll fuck you. Like, I'll suck your dick, Leo. Bring me on your yacht, please. Listen, Leo doesn't give a shit. Okay. He doesn't need you, Adam Conover.
Yeah, he's like a big movie star.
Yes.
He's got like 20 successful movies under his belt.
And isn't the fact that like the idea that he's like, viewed as someone who objectifies women, isn't this again from a leftist perspective, this should all be arguments against having like the whole movie star
stars.
system,
Yeah, of course.
climbing the top hierarchy and then just abusing people underneath them.
Well, also the similarities between democracy and capitalism, just they're so crystal clear. Yeah, but it's funny because people generally love one and hate the other. Like you have a bunch of right wingers that love capitalism, fucking hate democracy.
Mm-hmm.
And you've got a bunch of left wingers who fucking love democracy and hate capitalism. What's up with that, Sitch? I mean, it's basically the same concept.
It is very strange.
Yeah.
Very strange.
Yeah. You let the market decide. Anyway.
Was a sparkling cloud that engulfed an entire generation of young women and men. And when we breathed it in, it felt really fucking good. I mean, look at this.
Oh my God. He just loves breathing in DiCaprio's seed.
It's so weird.
He's fucking breathe it on in. Breathe it in, Conover. Take a big suck of it.
I want to him right now.
Oh my God, it gets worse. This is hilarious.
And you know what? It never wore off. I still watch movies today just because Leo is in them. Chalamet simply cannot compete with that, no matter how much he impresses interviewers with his knowledge of college football. The man is simply not as famous, revered, or adored as Leo was in the 90s. And in large part, that's because the roles don't even exist anymore that would allow him to compete with Leo as a movie star. He's just another dope playing the IP roles like everybody else.
Will they though? I mean, will there be some substantial role that comes along? I mean, we're obviously in a very dark time for movies right now, Sitch. I don't know.
It's hard to tell, now with AI, it's hard to tell what the future of entertainment is going to be.
Right. Yeah. I mean, there's still going to be actors are going to be the thing. I mean, I don't think AI is going to.
I mean, I really envision the problem that we have right now, everything's just remakes, that's going to increase exponentially because there's going to be such a clamor for like, I don't know, did you see like someone did like they did Lord of the Rings, but like Studio Ghibli style?
Yeah, look, but I think
with the AI, right?
Yeah,
like there's gonna be so many like just making the same thing that everyone likes, but like changing it with AI to make it slightly different. Or as I said, the future of entertainment is going to be Lord of the Rings, but you replace Gandalf with Batman. And the AI writes it and animates it and does it, and it's going to be fucking cool as shit. There's going to be so many, like, just putting Batman in every fucking movie or John Wick in every movie, and, like, these things are going to get, like, 1 billion fucking views, and this is going to be, like, a huge form of entertainment. So the problem's going to be even worse because now people are just literally remixing old things with Batman in them.
Yeah.
Or Spider-Man or whatever.
Will there be original media? I think the AI could. I think the AI could bring down costs sufficiently to deal with the problems that we're talking about, or we were talking about earlier. But the advertising budgets, I think, may become the bottleneck because how do you inform the world about it?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So
because there's going to be so much content. How do people even find the good gems in the sea of content of AI content? Because it's going to be like everyone can make a movie in 20 years. Every person's probably gonna be able to make a movie on their own.
But Marvel and Star Wars are like everyone participates in culturally. Everyone sees them and talks about them and stuff. I'm wondering, like, what is the thing?
It's funny. I don't know. Have you ever seen? There's all these animes that have these like really hyper specific titles, and they'll be like, "How I died and went to another world and was reincarnated as a vending machine," and like that's the title of the show.
Yeah.
And the reason for that is because apparently, like, these are based off of light novels in Japan. And apparently, when I looked it up, the light novel market in Japan is so saturated, there's so many of them that they literally just have to say exactly what the premise is in the title so that people can just like look at it and know instantly whether they want to like read it or not. And so maybe that's going to be the future of like right now we have all these, the Avengers, the Departed. You have all these like names that don't really tell you necessarily what's about. And the future is just going to be like 5 heroes team up to punch Loki in the face. Like that's going to be like all movie titles in the future.
I wonder if the vending machine could sustain like a 12 movie arc. I don't know.
That's a real show. The vending machine show is a real show.
Is it?
I didn't make that up.
Okay.
Yeah. I've heard it's decent. I haven't seen it, but I've heard it's
That's
decent.
good. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll check it out. It's got
It's
Batman in it. Can I put Batman in it?
I think Sammy
Can
was telling
Batman
me
be
about
the
it.
vending machine?
It's called Reborn as a Vending Machine. I now wander the dungeon. Someone is
Wow.
reborn as a sentient vending machine.
Depressing.
It's very strange.
A fine actor, but getting cast as the Muad'Dib cannot compete with Jack from Titanic, and that means he has less power. So again, the turn to IP was a specific strategy by the studios to increase their power at the expense of their talent. They didn't give a shit that it ruined actors' chances to become true movie stars. That was the point. But here's the worst part. This strategy has actually failed at making money for the movie studios. After peaking in 2019, the box office last year was below where it was during the Great Recession, and ticket sales are way down. It turns out that we don't want...
Hey, Shady Durags, what's up? Shady's in the chat. And yeah, like that's why there is so much content. It's just going to be even more reliant on like algorithms to somehow pick out the good things from this sea of content in the future.
Yeah, but people are so diverse. It's going to pick out different things for different people.
Right. But it's going to continue like the thing where it fractures where like there might not be like there'll be a couple things that become like famous for like big for everyone in the world, but like most of it's like you're going to have these little like niche audiences that just like what they like, which isn't necessarily a bad thing.
To root for empty suits, we want to root for people. We are bored as an audience of superheroes and IP, but the companies are locked into this strategy because it gives their executives more power. So instead of giving us what we really want as viewers, they're just planning to ram more IP down our throats. In fact, far from reversing this trend, it's actually being supersized because of the next big change.
What do we want? I think what I want and what Adam Kahn over here wants are very different things. So,
well, there's this assumption that if you have something that's not based on IP, you'll be good. It's like, that's not, I don't know why you think that. You can go scroll through Netflix. There's a million things you've never heard of that all look like trash, that are all original IPs. You can have something that's original or based off an IP as long as it's just well written and has a good story.
Well, and there's tons of stuff that is original IP that's well written. That's amazing. And nobody's seen it. You're like, why didn't this movie take off?
Right.
Oh, it didn't have like a big advertising budget. Sometimes you even have celebrities in them and you're like, oh, well, nobody heard about it.
The entertainment industry, streaming. Netflix started their streaming service in 2007, and today it has 66 million US subscribers, and a lot more if you count all the exes who are still using your login. There's some...
That's what you can hear if you go see him at his comedy club.
That was a joke. These are the jokes. You know what? Wait a minute. I actually legitimately want to see Adam Kahn over stand-up.
Oh,
just
you think
to know.
Good?
I think it's terrible, but I want to know. Like, I want to experience
if they're all
it
that
myself.
level of... I mean, I would throw the banger in my video.
Right.
I guess he's got to save some of the good stuff.
He's got to save the good stuff for stage. Okay.
True.
Something magical about being able to choose from an infinite library of shows and movies you're probably not in the mood for on demand whenever you want.
Well, it makes it better than going out to the movie theater, right? Oh my God. Someone could be talking or texting in the movie theater. Someone might try to talk to me. Oh God, please stay away. Let me just watch the movie in peace. Sometimes I like to pause the movie and check my Twitter for 20 minutes. Can't do that in the movie theater, Sitch.
No.
It might even seem good for movie stars and movie lovers that Netflix started spending billions to produce its own movies and shows. But there's a problem here, because Netflix is not a movie company or an entertainment company even. It's an algorithm company. And movies are just one flavor of chum that Netflix feeds its algorithm to keep your eyeballs glued to it for as long as possible.
Oh my God, all these artists producing stuff, making stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
What's a Netflix original show, like Stranger Things or something like that? These are all just chum. This is chum, Sitch.
It's interesting because in that clip, the Anthony McKee clip, he says, you know, you can't have movies that are just like these weird movies anymore, like The Goonies. But he says, you know, where you can have them is Netflix, and he brought up Stranger Things. Specifically, he says Stranger Things is just like the Goonies, the modern Goonies. So
yeah, and people can love it there. People can enjoy it there. What's the big deal? Why do people have to see it in a movie theater for?
Because there's no stars in it. Okay, you need the stars. I mean, what, it's got Winona Ryder in it? Okay, no one gives a shit about her anymore.
Right. Oh yeah, I forget. He's simping for the ultra wealthy billionaire celebrities. That's what he's into.
Exactly.
That's what he really needs. We need more of those.
Right.
Go socialism.
Ideally, forever. With streaming, you watch at home while you're eating or folding laundry or staring at your phone. So now, movie stars have to compete for your attention with the latest psychologically abusive reality show or Turkish historical docudrama. So streaming makes movies less special. Remember, the studios devalued stars as a part of the movie-making process to put IP first, but streaming devalues movies entirely in the service of the algorithm. And that actually affects the movie's quality. One of the reasons that movies in the 90s were so good, constantly outdoing themselves, is because they had to perform well at the box office. They had to be good to sell those tickets, but they don't need to sell tickets anymore.
I mean, I saw a lot of super crappy movies in the fucking movie theater in the 90s, so.
Yeah, we all did.
Lots of them, and I'd be like, oh my God, why the fuck did I sit through that?
Because you paid for it.
I know. Ridiculous.
Like,
The idea that they were all blockbusters is just crazy.
No.
Without the pressure of performing at the box office, the streamers just don't care about making their movies a big deal anymore. And thus the movies and the stars feel smaller than ever.
This is just such fucking bullshit. So many people, so many creators, television show runners, whatever, they care about their fucking shows.
Mm-hmm.
It takes a lot of drive to make something like that. It's so silly to think, they don't give a fuck about their show. Really? You think that?
I mean, I'm sure there's like some people, like, you know, I'm sure a lot of the slop on streaming services are just pumped out. Maybe people don't care about it.
Really? The actual content creators, the people who write and direct and do all that stuff.
It's like, you know, when the VHS boom came out, there'd just be like a lot of these, like, just churn them out, you know, movies straight to VHS that were just like trash. No one
like
involved in the project cared.
Movie of the week fair type stuff.
Right.
Yeah, look, it's hard for me to imagine that filmmakers are not excited to get a project going. They're like, oh no, this fucking trash.
No, yeah, but you're right. There's a lot of people who do content that goes straight streaming, and I'm sure they really do put a lot of time and effort and love and care into the project, of course.
Yeah.
The
it's
idea
not just
that
like slop to them.
Right. And the idea that just because streaming is like now sort of this argument is like saying when you could have made this exact same argument when VHS became cheap, because when VHS first came out, it was like super fucking expensive. And then it got cheap to do tapes, and, you know, you had Blockbuster and all these other places take off. And there was, as I was saying, there's a lot of like slop, a lot of just made straight to VHS movies that sucked. And it'd be like saying, oh, well, because all the people can just make these made for VHS movies, they don't care about making movies anymore. It's like, that's not true. Just because you can make cheap content or shitty content on streaming doesn't mean that it's all shit. It's all cheap. That's all crap. A lot of people do care about this stuff, and they do want to make good stories, and they are making good stuff.
Yeah, when was Game of Thrones in the movie theater? Did I miss that? What happened there?
Never in the movie.
Yeah,
theaters,
well, it's
that's right.
fucking streaming nonsense, right? Fucking
It almost
television bullshit.
it almost feels like there's a lot more creativity and leeway in streaming in TV shows because it doesn't have to be as fucking expensive as movie theaters and movies that do have to like not take any risks because of the cost of making movies is so high nowadays.
You scale in with smaller risks because
Right.
obviously you can throw a show up, and if it's super successful, you're like, okay, we're making a sequel, right?
Yeah.
Final
Right.
Destination. They
Season
didn't
2,
plan on
right.
Final Destination going 20 fucking movies,
right,
right?
right, exactly.
They're like, holy
Yeah.
shit, we really captured lightning in a bottle on this one.
Yeah, exactly. And so, but again, this is the exact opposite of his point because part of the big cost of movies is this huge stars.
Well, and streaming takes the bottleneck that we talked about before, how to let people know about it, out of the equation.
Well, and you have streaming now, like has, the algorithm is like trying to dictate, put the thing in front of you.
Why isn't Netflix selling trailer space on their platform? Because obviously you got a bunch of people who like movies already, right? Why wouldn't you just show them in movie theaters?
Probably.
I guess because it makes them feel bad. Like, I want to watch that now. Fuck you, Netflix.
Yeah, because I mean, and also, people like get really mad because when you first started watching Netflix, there were no ads for it at all, right?
Right.
You just paid the fee, once a month, and that was it. And then now when it's like,
Oh, you're right. Yeah.
You pay a cheaper Netflix and there's ads, or you pay cheaper Amazon Prime and there's ads, or Hulu or whatever. It's like, oh God, it's infuriating. You're like, oh my God. Because you just got so used to
it is infuriating.
Because I was so used to like never seeing an ad in my life because I watched mostly YouTube content. I had YouTube Premium and all this stuff. And then you go back to watching stuff with ads and you just drives you crazy.
But I do want to watch new movies when they come out, but I only ever hear about them from watching YouTube.
Right.
So,
I mean, maybe people would be more amenable to ads on like Netflix and Hulu if they were just movie trailers or something. I don't know.
yeah, no, that's what I was thinking. But
Right,
it's still
right.
people, as long as you can skip the movie trailer, I think you're good. But I don't understand why. But it doesn't deal with the bottleneck issue because they would still be charging millions of dollars to whatever studio it is that's putting out the movie, right?
Right.
Because it's like a commercial, like a television commercial.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. So it'd be expensive. Bummer. Look, Netflix is just, all the streaming services are basically in the catbird seat because they are basically marketing their own content.
I mean, does anybody really care about Brad Pitt and George Clooney reprising their bromance in Apple TV's Wolves, a movie that plays like a low-budget knockoff of a heist film from the 90s?
Now change that to Severance. Look, everyone's talking about Severance. Everyone loves Severance. So yes,
even
they
heard
do
of
care
this.
about Severance on Apple TV.
Yeah.
Oh, really? I guess maybe in my algorithm everyone's talking about Severance.
No. Severance. Everyone's been talking about Severance everywhere.
Yeah.
I meant the Wolves thing. I'd never even heard of this until I brought it up.
Yeah. Everyone seems to love Severance. Severance is going to go a third season. Game of Thrones obviously is probably the best example here that goes against your whole thesis. Like Game of Thrones was wildly fucking popular.
And it really, I mean, I guess the only person that was big in it originally was Sean Bean. Was anyone else like famous before Game of Thrones that was in it?
Yeah. I
I don't
mean,
think so.
that one guy went on to be Aquaman, so
Well, people became famous because of Game of Thrones.
from it, yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's just weird.
And when Cumberbatch drops a limited series on Netflix, does it even make a sound? Stars used to be big partially because the studios marketed them, but the streamers have completely given up on even promoting their projects. Seth Rogen is one of the biggest stars in America, and he just dropped a new show on Apple TV called The Studio, but I hadn't even heard of it until it was mentioned to me by the guy installing my TV, and I'm a comedy writer who lives in LA. Streaming will never promote the stars the way the movie studios of the past did because they don't matter to streaming. Only the algorithm does. The company, the capitalism is the star, not the person. It's Netflix and chill, not Seth Rogen and chill, and don't you fucking forget it. I mean, when you stop to
I mean, this doesn't make any sense. Obviously, like Netflix wants to have all the streaming services want to have show. The reason they're paying Seth Rogen or they're paying Cumberbatch to do all this stuff is because they think, oh, we need to get more people on our platform. So Cumberbatch is a big celebrity. People will watch for him. Seth Rogen is a big celebrity. People will watch for his stuff. It's like, this is complete nonsense.
Yeah,
That's
they bring
why
an
they're
audience.
Yes, they're literally paying celebrities to make things on their platforms because they think will bring an audience. Like, this is a complete nonsensical argument. Doesn't make any sense. If it wasn't true, then they wouldn't be paying them a bunch of money to do these things. Like, maybe you're not hearing about them because there's so much content constantly that, again, it's hard for things to break through the noise very often.
Yeah, and he seems to be working on the old paradigm that just TV is garbage and you got to get it in the movie theater, otherwise it doesn't count.
Right. But
Yeah.
it's like back in the day that he's talking about, it was you would turn on the TV, you'd be watching your TV show on your little tiny screen, and then you'd see the movie trailer.
Preview. Yes.
Right, that you had to see because there's no fucking skip button. You couldn't pause TV and rewind and do this shit. You had to sit through this movie trailer and you go, oh, that looks cool. Right. And then you'd go to the movie on the weekend because there was nothing else to fucking do. If you didn't want to go outside and interact with humans, if you wanted to not interact with humans, you had to go to a fucking movie theater, and that was it.
Yeah. I'd always check the newspaper to see what was out.
Yes. I remember fucking doing that as a kid.
Yeah.
Imagine that psychotic behavior to children nowadays. You literally had to open up a fucking newspaper after you read the comics because that's all you cared about as a kid. You'd read the little comics. You read Calvin and Hobbes, okay, or whatever, the Boondocks. And then you'd look at the movie times and you'd be like, oh, what movie's coming out? Oh, I saw a trailer for this. I want to see this. I got to go like pester my parents to give me money so I can go, see this with my friends.
Now I go to YouTube and I look up movie trailers. I just try to watch all the new movie trailers and I'm like,
there you go. And that's weird.
Good.
That's probably weird. I don't think most people do that.
Look, gotta know.
Yep.
Might miss something good.
think about how streaming works. Think about how streaming works, devaluing stars, not caring about the content of the work beyond its ability to keep you mindlessly watching. Things get kind of dark. You can start to imagine some kind of dystopian future where all the content starts blending together in a digital slurry, and people who might have been able to make an independent living in the industry just a few years ago become digital serfs, tilling the Lord algorithm's land for a nub of content to catch your ever more subdivided attention. Oh, wait, never mind. That dystopian reality is already here. It's called social media. I mean, of course, social media competes with...
It's so weird when people complain about social media, but they're on social media.
I know.
I don't know.
Well, and also, like, how is trying to have because there's so much content, so you literally have to rely on an algorithm, essentially, to try to, like, promote things to people. How's that different conceptually from Adam's argument here to just a studio having people trying to discern that exactly the same way? All the studios are just trying to chase trends and do all this stuff when they choose, movies and scripts and movies to produce and all this stuff.
Of course, yeah. They're the ones that are on the hook, though.
Right.
It's just, the whole exchange of money for work. These big movie stars should do it just for the love of the art, Sitch.
They should.
That's what Adam Conover wants to see.
They should. Then they'd be real heroes of labor.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
With movies for our attention, plenty of people have made that argument. But more importantly, it's the final step in this same evolution of media, from one that is centered around people to one that is centered around profit. Because think about this. If you're a capitalist, social media is...
Imagine thinking that movies in like the 90s and 2000s were centered around people and not profits. Okay. That's like insane. That's psychotic to me.
Yeah. No, they didn't care about profit at all.
No. Back in the 90s and 2000s, the studios were run by, huggy buggy communist hippies who they just cared so much about the art of good storytelling and filmmaking. They didn't care at all about money. No. Not at all.
Back in the 80s when they changed the ending of Return of the Jedi so they could sell more toys. they were like, no, we're artists.
Or they added the voiceover to Blade Runner because they're like, people aren't going to understand what the fuck is going on in this movie otherwise.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, this is so weird.
Yeah, it's basically just a trash argument to bitch about capitalism and the fact that Adam Conover is not a big movie star.
And also, it's funny. I typed in like movies from the 90s. When I look at some of the big movies from the 90s, they were also, based off of things. Jurassic Park, based off a book. Forrest Gump, based off a book. Fight Club, based off of a book.
Oh, yeah.
The Matrix was original.
Hugely successful books.
Right.
Matrix is
original.
probably the only one, yeah.
But then they made two more.
Of course, because then it wasn't original
Redemption.
anymore.
Exactly. Shawshank Redemption was based off a book. Goodfellas was based off a fucking book. That was based off a comic, yeah.
Yeah.
So
this idea that
there's
we need original. Look, I think we do need original IP. But
I'm in favor of original IP, but I'm just saying that this theory he's making is complete nonsense.
Obviously, the barriers to investment in a book are much smaller than an actual movie. So if you make a successful book,
they've always wanted built-in audiences.
Yep.
From the beginning.
Of course.
It wasn't as required as it is now, essentially.
They want to know how many people are going to be interested in seeing this movie.
Right.
I mean, even the Quentin Tarantino phenomenon was, he made a small independent movie first and then
right.
Well, actually, I think Tarantino wrote a movie that Tony Scott made first. And that's how. Yeah, he did True Romance.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, so he did True Romance, and he had a really good working relationship with Tony Scott, and then he got Reservoir Dogs made. Obviously, Reservoir Dogs was like a huge success in film festivals, and then everyone was like, oh yeah, Pulp Fiction, he's gonna fucking blow the doors off.
Which he did.
Yeah.
Which he totally did.
He's like, this is a thing. This guy's blowing up.
Yep.
Just like Jordan Peterson blew up like a few years ago.
Yep.
Sam Harris was like, oh my God, Jordan Peterson is blowing up. I need to have 4 talks with him immediately so I can grab some of that star power.
We can debate about what the word truth means for 4 hours and everyone can be very upset.
It is interesting because we understand the concept of viral because of the internet so clearly. Yeah. But how is the Star Wars, the 1977 Star Wars, any different than, that kind of went viral as well, right?
Of course it did, yeah.
Like nobody really knew what to make of Star Wars while they were making it. We're like, what the fuck is this? Right?
Yep.
But as soon as it hit movie theaters, everyone was like, oh my God, word of mouth spread like crazy.
Yep.
Yeah. So that's viral.
Well, it's interesting how things exist, but you kind of need like a word to describe it before you can completely conceptualize it. Like meme is the perfect word because Star Wars comes out and there's especially in the second one, the whole, Vader father stuff.
Oh yeah,
people misremember the line, all stuff. But that was like a big meme, the I am your father. It was like a big meme that's kind of reproduced and made fun of a million times in a million different cartoons, a million different pop culture references. And like we all kind of like knew the concept of a meme, but it didn't really have like a word, necessarily. There were other words that kind of described it, like running jokes or references or something, but it wasn't exactly the same as like a meme that just gets kind of repeated
spread
again
culturally.
And
again. Yeah, exactly. In the same way genes get spread biologically.
Right.
But it's easier, way more viral.
Yes. Yeah. Once people have the memes have really taken off. Now people have, I think, a greater sense of what a meme is.
Right. Yeah,
is an even better business than movies or streaming. It gives you even more control. Influencers are the stars of social media today, but they have less power and are paid less money than any media figure in history. That's because the
Are they really? I mean, I think that like big influencers make a lot of money. So
Wait, let me go back a sec.
Control. Influencers are the stars of social media today, but they have less power and are paid less money than any media figure in history. That's
Hmm.
I
don't know how-
actors don't make that much money. Jesus.
Yeah, I don't know how you would. How would he have any data on that? Like, how would you know that information?
Yeah.
And also, here's how I could understand how you could like force that fact to be true is it's all highly dependent on how you define influencer. Because there's way more influencers, like you could define it in such a way that every person who has, 10,000 followers on Instagram is quote technically an influencer. Or
I don't
something,
think
right?
of myself as an influencer.
Yeah, yes. We don't think of
Jesus.
ourselves as influencers, right? So like
Pretentious.
you could, so if you define it like broad enough, which I'm assuming you would have to do to come up with this argument, then yes, those people are not going to be paid because there's so many of them, right? There's just so many of them. But it's almost like it doesn't make sense because that'd be like saying, well, actors aren't paid that much because you include every person who's an actor in every movie, which that's so broad that like, yes, the average is going to get brought down massively. It doesn't like essentially what he's doing. He's saying, I'm going to use like the tippy top of actors, movie stars, like, right. I'm going to choose the top 50, top 100 actors in the field and then average out their income and say, look how much money they make. And I'm going to take every influencer, every fucking Joe Schmo internet, niche micro celebrity. And I'm going to average them all together and say, look, they make less than the top 100 movie stars. Obviously, they make way less money. So it's a conspiracy, capitalist conspiracy against influencers.
That is not the way I would compile that data, obviously. But I know a bunch of people who are actors in movies and stuff like that. And it's not like you're a fucking millionaire or anything.
No, unless
I'm
you're
sure
a huge
Destiny
star.
probably makes more money than a lot of character actors working in Hollywood. Yeah, exactly.
I'm sure, right.
So it's ridiculous to say that. Anna Kasparian for $10 says, token of appreciation for Adam's banger quote. He's definitely gay, but I don't know if he's homosexual.
Thank you, Anna.
Yeah. I would say I spent all weekend writing that joke, but I just kind of we throw the show together on the fly. But
we should watch the first minute. I hope we won't get copyright hit. We should watch the first minute. I found of a random clip of Adam Conover's stand-up, and is
it bad?
God.
Holy shit!
It is not good.
If he copyright claims us, can we scream, "Oh, capitalism! You're oppressing us."
We should. Yeah,
we're not allowed to respond to your content.
Your terrible content.
That's because the influencers aren't really the stars at all. The app, the company, the algorithm is the star. That is what people show up for. And that is why even influencers with hundreds of thousands of followers struggle to make a living. 48% of full-time creators make 15 grand or less a year. And
14% of full-time creators?
Yeah, but how?
I mean, it's time to get a job at that point, guys. Come on.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, what do 48% of all actors make?
Oh my God!
Is it like less than that? Is it the same? Like, I don't know.
It's probably terrible.
Yeah,
probably.
I mean,
pathetic.
Because look at this stat. He's at 48% of influencers, creators earn less than $15,000. Only 13% make more than 100,000. I can almost guarantee you that it's going to be a very similar proportion for actors as well.
Yeah, of course. It's a risky business, obviously.
But this is just true of you got the Pareto distribution. This is true of the 80-20 rule. It's true of everything.
Mm-hmm.
And you better believe there isn't any health insurance or paid time off. So if it feels like all of media is getting worse, cheaper, and less sustainable, this is why. Because we've gone from a world in which the people we watched on our screens were able to turn our love and adoration into not just a living, but prosperity, to one in which they're barely scraping by, in which the writers and crews that make our favorite Hollywood content have to threaten to go on strike just to make a fair wage. So in this world where the artists who make our favorite media are being systematically devalued and minimized by the forces of capitalism, is it any wonder that some of the biggest movie stars have decided to switch teams?
As a person who did movies, there were some great things about it, but also, you know, I think when you're an entrepreneur and a founder, you have a lot of agency and freedom to create what you want to create, kind of when you want to create it.
I mean, think about it. Movie stars were supposed to be the most liberated and empowered artists in our society. Being a movie star was one of the best things you could be in America, right? Take Gwyneth Paltrow. She had an Oscar. She was paid millions to pretend to be other people. She was revered around the world. Wow, what a wonderful life. But now, Gwyneth finds more freedom, more power, more compensation as a capitalist who peddles high-end pseudoscience to gullible rich people. And horribly, it's working for her. And she's
I don't know about the pseudoscience to high-end rich people, but I mean, filmmaking itself is a collaborative art. It's difficult for a lot of people. They want their ideas to get in that movie, and when they don't, they're like, I'm going to go do something where I'm the boss, where I get to make all the decisions, where I get to make all the rules. What's wrong with that? What's the matter with that?
Everything.
I don't know exactly what he's advocating for here. I mean, this happens in every fucking workplace, whether they're making some creative endeavor or just, you know, some product. This happens all the time. This is just human nature.
Gwyneth Paltrow is like a weird feminist hippie who, you know, she'd make like the vagina scented candles, and like she doesn't, you know, believe, I don't think she's like one of these, like, you know, doesn't believe in like normal medicine and stuff. And I think she said that like she's like big into like the, what, I don't know, what, homeopath.
Didn't she do a
naturopath
vagina
stuff.
scented camel or something like
Yeah,
that?
yeah.
I think the internet went crazy over.
I think she suggested, let me see, this article says she suggested drinking raw goat milk to
Okay.
like cure parasites, which
Maybe
sounds like
that's
it's going
bad
to give
for
you
you.
parasites,
I
not
don't know
going
if
to
I
cure
would do that.
parasites. Right. She said in 2017, Gwyneth Paltrow suggested women should insert a $66, okay, $66 egg-shaped jade quartz stone into their vagina to help increase muscle tone, hormonal balance, and feminine energy. So if you want
crystals.
Yeah, so if you want, maybe you
what
can
do
buy
guys do? Oh, don't answer that.
Don't answer that question. So if you want, you could pay Gwyneth Paltrow $66 to buy a jade egg that you can shove up your vagina. That's going to increase your feminine energy.
Wow.
Okay.
Oh, that's got to be uncomfortable.
Users were encouraged to thread dental floss through a purpose-built hole to help when releasing the egg, after facing backlash from gynecologists over its dubious health claims and potential harmful results, including toxic shock syndrome. Don't shove shit in your vagina.
Oh, shit.
Goop settled a $145,000 lawsuit for unsubstantiated marketing claims.
False advertising.
There you go. But doesn't this completely destroy his argument? You have all these people become mega celebrities, and then they're just like use their celebrity status to shill a bunch of garbage.
Yes. See, I don't exactly know what kind of argument he's making here. He's saying that we need to have freedom, but how do you make a movie that is going to be popular enough to be financially successful? Is he arguing that we should make movies that are not popular, or he's arguing that people shouldn't care about movies, or, you know, popular movies shouldn't be tied to financial success? What the fuck is his argument?
He's
here?
arguing that him and his friend celebrities should be getting paid big bucks and have all the power in Hollywood again. That's what he's arguing.
But if they would, if they made movies that were popular and moneymakers, right?
Yes.
Is that what he's complaining about? He's complaining about, oh my God, you actually have to make people happy. You have to entertain people. Holy shit. And we thought we could just lecture to them. We thought we could just tell them not to objectify women for 30 minutes in a movie, and they would just love that.
He's not alone. Here's Edward Norton, another wonderful actor, pitching his board meeting presentation company, Zek.
I've definitely had a number of people say to me, you have a very interesting day job. Like, why would you get involved in something as down in the weeds as a board governance software platform? And it's a fair question.
I mean, Ed can convince audiences he's a Nazi or a serial killer or Pete fucking Seeger, but he can't even convince himself to be excited in front of the hosts of CNBC's Squawk Box. But you know, there's one movie star capitalist worse than the rest, Ryan Reynolds, the empty.
First of all, before you get in the right, why is it bad that Edward Norton is like, I don't know, creating software for something that has nothing to do with acting? Like, is that a problem?
Yeah, a lot of actors go on to do other things.
Yeah, that's fine. I don't know why are you complaining about that. That's such a weird thing to complain about.
Being a celebrity has to be exhausting. So
I'm sure it's awful.
yeah,
Everyone wants to be a celebrity until I think everyone wants to be a
happens.
celebrity until they are a celebrity, and they walk around and they're just like constantly hassled. And they're like, this is terrible.
yes, yeah.
It's why I've heard. Listen, I'm not some rich person, so I can't tell. But I've always heard that the best thing that people want is they want to be like rich, but like
Yeah,
no one
but
knows who
anonymous.
they are.
Yeah, rich and anonymous.
Yes.
That sounds great.
Yeah.
Emptiest man in Hollywood.
I wouldn't characterize myself as an entrepreneur. I would characterize myself as someone who has found a couple of different things in life that I believed in with every cell in my body.
Okay, Ryan, so every cell in your body told you not to just be a movie star, but to own a gin brand, a marketing agency, and a mobile phone provider. I'm supposed to think it's cool that you own a cell phone company? Get the fuck out of here, you Glenn Powell wannabe. I mean, this dude has the balls to make a TV show about how he bought his own soccer team and expects me to root for him. Like, what's next? Am I supposed to cheer for his stock portfolio when it outperforms the S&P 500? Call my mom in joyful tears when Mint Mobile was heroically acquired by T-Mobile? Ryan Reynolds.
This video is all over the place. Like, he was advocating for movie stars to be bigger. He's like, the movie studios are taking advantage of them, selling them out, making them totally financially insecure. And when Ryan Reynolds says, yeah, look, that I was insecure because of the movie studio, so I went to start my own business, he rags on him for that. What the fuck?
Well, he just hates. I mean, it's like very classic, like socialist kind of brain rot of business bad unless it's a business that I like my Hollywood business and my friends. Because he's basically saying, having, doing movies and stuff is a good business, but Ryan Reynolds having a phone company or a marketing company or a gym brand is bad, which is like, I don't know. I had known nothing about any of those companies. I didn't know he was involved in these companies. I never heard of any of these companies. For all I know, these all could be totally fine companies. It could be a great gym. It could be a great mobile service. I have no fucking clue. Like, just because you say, oh, Ryan Reynolds is bad because he has other companies, like, what kind of logic is that?
Yeah,
there's nothing wrong with that.
Maybe the mobile phone company saves people a bunch of money or something.
Yeah, what if these
Maybe
are
it's
good
like
brands?
humanitarian service.
I don't know anything about it. Like, what the bring up why they're bad or something.
Yeah.
Is what you get in a world where even movie stars don't give a shit about being movie stars. It's a fucking bummer. First of all, because movies.
This is just complaining, massive coat because the environment has changed. He's like, oh my God, everything was great when I was a kid. And the Saturday movie would come out and there was nothing to do but go see it.
Yep. And everyone would see the same movies, and you go to school and you all talk about the same
I know.
6 movies because that was all that was out. Yeah.
Yeah. He's like, I want to return to that world instead of the world of abundance.
You know what? I figured it out. I just figured it out right now. This whole time I was watching this, I trying to understand like what was motivating this video. I figured it out. Okay. Adam Conover, he's like trying to be a comedian. So he hangs out probably with a bunch of other young up and comers and Hollywood. And, back in the day, he could hang out, he could talk with his Hollywood friends, and they'd all talk about, whatever new movies comes out, and they'd all talk about it and be hip and cool. And now he talks to the young kids trying to be hip and cool. They don't talk about movies. They don't know anything about movies. They're talking about random fucking streamers and Instagram people and TikToks and Vines and whatever bullshit exists. And he doesn't know anything about it. And he's mad that they laughed at him and they said, look at this boomer, this out of touch boomer talk about a movie. Okay. A movie from the olden days of 2010 that no one's ever heard of, seen, or fucking referenced anymore. Right. You got to know about, the latest streamer. He's fucking mad.
He is
He's
totally
mad about
pissed.
it.
You nailed it. That's exactly what's going on.
And
here.
so now we have old man yelling at cloud, mad that he's lost touch with the children's.
Yeah, so sad. There was some interview where Winona Ryder was talking about this. I think it was on the Beetlejuice junket. She's like, kids just don't fucking see movies anymore. Like they don't know about any movie. She can't really talk to them about movies. Like big movies that were completely historically influential for movie making. They have no idea they don't know anything.
It's so fun. My dad like recently taught some college class or something for law stuff. And he always, my dad's like a huge movie fan. So he shoves all these like movie references into his little slides and everything.
And nobody knows them.
No one knows
shit.
these fucking references, right? He's referencing like The Usual Suspects or,
Oh, Kaiser
Paper
Sose?
Chase. Yeah, Kaiser Sose or Paper Chase or like other legal movies. No one knows what the fuck he's talking about. He's just laughing. I'm like, of course they don't. You think, a kid is going to know a movie from like the 90s nowadays? You're crazy.
Yeah, this is the thing. You can't be culturally fluent in all of these different communities. You can't. You totally
especially
can't.
nowadays because everything's fractured. There's so many more communities. It's impossible. Yeah.
Yeah. You'd have to devote. It's a full-time job to basically watch everything. So.
Yep.
Got to just focus on the good stuff or the terrible stuff, which we love to make fun of, obviously. The Acolyte.
Yes.
Look, that's even the Acolyte. Does Leslie Headland, like she thought she was making Oscar-worthy stuff.
Mm-hmm.
She loved her shit. She wasn't just doing it for the paycheck. Even her, even that shitty fucking show goes against his argument that people are just shitting out slop. They're shitting out slop, but they think it's fucking great. That's the problem.
That's a great point. They all thought like this is like top tier Star Wars content.
Yeah, they thought they were going to get a movie deal out of it. They thought, oh my God, we're going to get a second season and a third season. We're going to go to movies. It's going to be just like Star Trek. We're basically going to take over.
Yep.
We're going to take over the entire Star Wars universe.
It's just trash.
Everybody's like, yeah, maybe you should learn to write before you do that. Managing Harvey Weinstein's schedule wasn't actually
you mean managing his sexual assault victims wasn't enough to
you don't learn a lot about screenwriting doing that, Sitch. You really have to get in there and write your pages.
I mean, you do learn a lot about Hollywood though.
You do and you get a lot of advantages that people who actually know how to write screenplays would die for, but that's the problem, right? Yeah. Sad.
Stars were good. I liked them. They were hot and charming and aspirational and wonderful artists plying their trade on the silver screen. And you know what? They were just a lot more fucking fun to watch than today's crop of pseudo CEOs and CGI animated superheroes.
What? Ugly celebrities aren't fun to watch, Adam? Jeez, you fucking
objectifying ableist bastard.
Exactly. Look, I hate that. Constantly, I'm like, why they got to put so many ugly people in this fucking movie, right?
For all the hot people in the movie.
Look, I'm no Brad Pitt, but I don't want to look at these uggos. I don't want to spend the whole fucking movie watching these uggos.
I know.
It's ridiculous.
Yep.
You don't have to be super attractive, movie star attractive to not want to watch ugly people in your movie, right? You're like, look, I can watch ugly people at work. Why am I here in this movie theater?
I could walk around outside any day of the week and see ugly people everywhere. I want to go. If I'm going to slap down movies are like $15, $20 fucking dollars a ticket now. If I was slapped down $20 to see a movie, I want to see some hotties.
They're doing it all the time too. And someone as ugly as they put in one of these movies, I'm like, I don't want to see the close-up of that, okay? I really don't want to fucking see that. Get that person out of my face. You think I want to see a fucking 20-foot tall uggo in my face? Why do they do that? Movies used to get it. Movies used to totally get it. They're like, oh, this is like the ugly side character. Here, let's shoot it from far back. Let's get over here. We don't have to do a close-up on him, right?
If Adam's going to see a 20-foot tall face, they better have some some grade A limbal rings that he can focus on.
Hell yeah. Okay. Now you're talking.
Some clear skin and some just pristine limbal rings.
Work that in with some CGI.
Yes.
Why does
Yes, add the limbo rings now with CGI. You can make them even better.
What is the assault on attractive people? Like, I don't get it. It's ridiculous.
The most oppressed class of people.
They
The
literally
hotties.
are. Look, I agree. I totally agree
Okay.
that obviously people who are more attractive are going to be more lavish.
That's going to be
with-
Adam Conover's next video. Why are attractive people so oppressed in our society? Can't we go back to where the hotties were really recognized for what their, the true value they gave in society?
He did say that, but he won't mention that. You can't
He
make
is
that
saying
argument.
He is making the argument, yeah.
He is making the argument, but you're not really allowed to make that argument from the leftist perspective.
Right.
Yeah. You're supposed to be like, oh my God, I feel so bad for these people.
I feel so bad for these billionaires and millionaires. I
want to live in a society where you can have a good life if you're ugly and stupid. Like I that's what I want. We used to frame life this way, right? We need enough jobs for the ugly, stupid people so that they can all connect and get married and have kids and have a family and just have an enjoyable life, right? We'll participate in the culture, watch Star Wars, watch Marvel movies, right?
First of all, Adam, we do live in that society, okay?
Do we? Okay,
of course. Look, you got people like me, ugly and stupid, and I get to hide cartoon character and shout into a microphone about stupid shit.
Yeah.
Okay? That's what the internet's for. It's for the ugly, stupid people like us.
Well, it's great. I love it. So, but I do think economically people are struggling to some extent. So I don't want a society where you have to be like an attractive person to get a good job, to make enough money to just fucking afford an apartment.
Of course.
That's ridiculous. So, but this argument he's making is just, I mean, this is fucking insane here.
Mm-hmm.
The attractive movie star famous people are oppressed. They're so oppressed that they went out and started 6 businesses.
Mm-hmm.
They weren't empty suits or capitalists or AI. They were humans up there on the screen, and that is why we loved them. But now, humanity...
They were attractive humans. That's why we loved them, right?
Exactly.
...is being sucked out of the movies, out of all of media, and that makes what we watch worse. But you know what? I think we should care about this. Not just because of the movies, but because this is what capitalism is trying to do to all of us. The same way the movie industry has tried to destroy the movie star so they can make more money and have more control. Well,
he just asserts it. I fucking hate this. Over and over. He just asserts it. The movie studio is trying to destroy the movie star.
There we go.
Bullshit.
Speaking of Adam Conover here, Jeff Shots for $20 says, "Fat, dumb, and stupid is no way to go through life, son." Movie quote that the Zoomers won't know. True. That's one of my favorite quotes. I would say that very often. There was a time period where I knew a bunch of people that were like 8 to 10 years younger than me, and out in the real world. Obviously, I know a bunch of younger people on now, but and I would reference like Animal House or something like all the time, and people just don't know what the fuck I'm talking about.
Wow,
they're like,
that is
what?
like
What
some deep lore.
And I would feel so old. I mean, to be fair though, the only reason I'm sure, like, if I talk to people my age and I reference Animal House, they probably wouldn't know what the fuck I'm talking about either. To be fair, I only know because like my parents were like huge movie buffs, and they would like, they would make me watch all these like movies that like they grew up with, from the 70s and 80s and shit. And so I would know like all these old references and stuff. But
yeah, I was too young to see Animal House when it came out.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I mean, I know I've seen Animal House, but I don't remember it well.
It's good.
Yeah.
Animal House is a very funny movie. So.
Yes, but I'm sure Animal House is just too risque for today.
Oh, yes, of course.
Right.
It's all about a bunch of college rejects trying to like get pussy. It's like every movie in like the late 70s, early 80s,
Right. Yeah. I love that. That's the arc that I like.
That's the arc that Adam wants in his movies. Okay, the college kid who's fucking horny. The staple of filmmaking and storytelling.
Remember Your Highness? I mean, that's basically the storyline behind Your Highness, right?
That is the storyline of Your Highness. That is true.
He's trying to get laid the whole time.
That is true.
But look, there's dragons and shit.
That's true. I feel like that's kind of fallen out of favor nowadays.
Of course.
Yeah,
Yes.
that old chestnut of storytelling.
Yes. Men chasing women. Oh, terrible.
Yep.
You want to keep going, or you want to?
Yeah. It is.
Okay.
That is the same thing your boss is trying to do at your job. That is why they are trying to break your union. That is why they are trying to employ you via an app. That is why they are trying to turn you into a cog or even replace you with AI. They don't just want to suck the humanity out of the movies. They want to suck it out of our entire economy and out of our lives themselves. And if we remain passive, if we keep watching the money move up on the screen, keep scrolling on the algorithm, keep drowning in a dead pool of distraction, we are just going to let it happen.
If we switched over to a UBI system where all work was voluntary, could people still make this complaint? Would people still make this complaint?
Of course, they would make that complaint even more. I mean, people would be more have a greater sense of entitlement.
Oh my God, you're probably right.
Yeah, of course.
They'd bitch so much about it.
Yep.
Because you'd still have super rich people. They'd just be making money off of people who are just bringing in you. Yeah, they'd be they'd be taking in their UBI checks. Yeah. And money would be pooling with certain people. Those people would obviously still work constantly, right? Because they're into playing the game. Oh, I'm going to make a movie that people like, and that's going to make money. That's my pleasure, right?
Mm-hmm.
And there's losers who are like, what I'm doing doesn't make any money. Well, I'm going to just take my UBI and live. It's so weird because even if we get to the point where we reach superabundance and people like work can literally become voluntary, like the machines have taken over all work, all human labor is superfluous, but you can still do stuff if you want. Like you can still act in movies, you can still make movies, you can still do whatever you want.
Mm-hmm.
People are still going to complain. They're still going to call it a capitalist system because money is going to accumulate to the people who do things best.
Right. Well, I mean, there's humans, and this is why communism always will fail. Humans will always compete in some level, whether it's
of
even
course.
UBI, whether it's money, whether it's the Star Trek future where people compete on more like status and stuff. There's always going to be some status competition.
Sure. Yeah.
For humans. So
yeah, this really comes down to the status competition.
Yeah.
It's so weird.
Antidote is for you, for all of us in the audience,
to
actively turn our attention back to the people making things that we care about. Instead of letting the
subscribe to my Patreon.
Well, it's weird because he should be advocate. Like, this is so weird. Because first of all, celebrities generally, the big star celebrities, they're not the ones that are like making the thing. They're just acting in the thing, right? He's not advocating to say like, oh, you guys should like focus on writers and directors of movies and stories that you really like, and you should promote those people. Because then his argument would actually make sense. He's saying, no, you should just promote the celebrity superstar who's, the front face of the thing you like.
Yeah. I mean, focusing on directors kind of was a new phenomenon that never happened. People did usually focus only on the stars.
Right.
But in our generation, people did definitely look at directors because so much schlock was being put out by Hollywood. You'd be like, well, I don't want to watch any of that horrible stuff.
Yeah.
And the movie star was not always a good indicator of whether or not it was going to be good or not. But the writer or the director tended to be a good metric for whether or not this movie is going to be
much more than the celebrity in it. Yeah.
Of course. Yeah. That's a big part of the transformation as well.
Right.
So man, I'm optimistic about the future. I worry that, I guess it is I don't necessarily think it's going to be a problem when we reach a point where human labor is actually superfluous. A lot of people think there will be a problem because people get they make this argument. A lot of right-wingers will make this argument that people get meaning from their employment. And I just think that's fucking bullshit. Like if you have a job that you love doing, even like it doesn't necessarily have to be high status. Like you could be a plumber and you love running your own business and making money. You're like, look, I'm getting rich. I'm a fucking plumber, right? That's fine. People will always do what they love, but there's always going to be this competition aspect of life that you're just never ever going to get away from.
Well, I mean, obviously, like if you're, an Uber driver or a Uber Eats delivery chauffeur for someone's taco, right?
Yeah, that's horrible. Nobody
Right,
wants to do that job.
Yeah, you're probably not going to be like deriving, existential meaning from your life by being, a taco chauffeur.
Yeah.
But I do think a lot of people, most people, myself included, I think people do derive meaning from like thinking that they are a productive member of society, even if it's doing a stupid little YouTube channel where we entertain people. Right. I do think people do. I don't think it's so much like saying like your job is like your meaning. It's just that you're doing something, you're participating to society in some fashion. You're being productive in some fashion.
I guess what I'm trying to say is that people will find a way to fill that need without necessarily being employed in some dumb job that barely allows them to survive.
Right. Well, it's kind of like, again, if we enter the post-scarcity world where money isn't necessarily the way in which status is shown or achieved, yeah, there'll be some other metric that people, you'll have your universal social media platform and how many likes you have will be that metric. Like there'll be some kind of, I mean, that sounds horrible, but there'll be some metric that people will derive, how they're viewed in society and whether they're productive or what their status is.
But you'll still have the Adam Conovers of the world who are not complaining about how you've got to go in and be bossed around by your job. They'll be complaining about how what you're working on is just always failing. And that's because society is structurally against you.
Here's an interesting idea. And I wouldn't predict this because I don't know. I wouldn't feel confident to bet money on this, but maybe, because right now there's like this decline in birth rates and everything. And one of the most classic, obviously, the biological way in which most people derive a lot of meaning in their life is having children. And I wonder if maybe people will revert back to that thought process more consciously if like all your needs are met financially.
Yeah, I think that could happen.
So it might solve the
it might not
crisis,
happen though.
It could be.
I don't know.
I feel like it go in either like extreme direction. Maybe it gets worse, maybe it gets better.
If you work out the human labor problem, the birth rates thing isn't really an issue though. I mean, the thing that makes the birth rates a problem is that we want our society to continue to grow. And grow in the means of accomplishing projects, right? Obviously, like we think, hey, having some humans living on Mars would be a good project, right?
Right.
But that's going to take so many man hours. But as soon as you can just basically make human workers, the birth rate thing is fucking a non-issue. Like it takes 20 years to make a good human worker. You can make a good human worker and download the program into them in like 12 days. I don't know. How long does it take?
It's an issue on the extreme ends. I mean, you don't want to be in like the South Korea situation where for some weird statistic where it's like, the country like ceases to exist in 150 years or something. There's not enough people.
Will we be afraid of the robots outnumbering the humans?
Of course.
Will that be like a thing?
That will be a huge thing, is that there's like, 10 times the amount of robots than people. And what do we do if the robots become fucking Skynet? Right?
Just think, I mean, think of the projects we could accomplish. I mean, we could be just building skyscrapers like crazy. I mean, everything could be.
For what purpose?
I don't know.
There's no people to live in them.
I guess you're right. Holy shit, we need less room.
Yeah, exactly. You don't need the skyscraper.
I mean, I guess we'll build like more particle accelerators or something. Okay. I don't know.
No, listen, the weird future is they'll be building all these skyscrapers because it costs nothing to build them. Every like one person lives in each skyscraper.
Right.
The birth rates are so low.
I
That's
think
weird.
I do think we're gonna have robot labor pretty quick here,
I think so too.
and it's gonna change a lot of shit. So,
It will. Yeah.
and my curiosity is whether or not the communists are gonna continue to complain. They're gonna be like, "Look, I'm still low status. Nobody likes me."
That's all they do. There's no alternative for them to do. but complain. That's how they derive meaning in their own life, is by complaining.
It's so true. That is so true. You like have a family and stuff like that. And then you're embedded in some people are forced to like you because they're family. It's great.
Well, that's what I was saying. Maybe people will focus again on having families and children as a way of meaning, because all that other stuff kind of falls away.
Right. Yeah. So sad.
The algorithm or the MCU calendar dictate what you watch.
This guy is like way popular than us, Sitch. This Adam Conover guy.
Well, listen, we're gonna play a minute of his stand-up, and you'll see why he's so popular.
Okay.
Okay. You'll see.
Oh, wow.
You're gonna laugh. Listen, I know people listening. You're gonna make sure you're not driving, okay? Because you might laugh so
hysterically
hard that you could crash your car. You're gonna be doubling over in laughter as you hold your gut. You just tears will just flood from your eyes when you laugh when you hear this bit.
I love it. I can't wait for that. It's gonna be amazing.
Seek out authentic artists and support them directly. On the internet, that might...
This is, and even this argument is crazy. God, there's so many artists have a path to survival now that had no path 20 years ago. There's like 10 times more artists, 100 times more artists. It's so ridiculous. All this is possible because of the internet, the transformational change of society.
I mean, subscribe to a podcast or supporting us on Patreon, sure. But for the movies, it means going to the movie theater with other people and turning it back into a human experience. And you know what? There are optimistic signs that the public is doing just that.
I go to the movie theater, and every time someone texts, I want to shoot them. And I'm thinking, I'm going to get myself in fucking trouble here.
Uh-huh.
I take my laser pointer to the movie theater. And when I see those people texting, I'm like,
bounce it off their phone screen into their eyeball.
Hey, motherfucker. Yeah, exactly.
There you go.
Despite social media and all the distractions that everyone's always talking about, well, guess what? Gen Z goes to the movies more often than any other age group. And if you go on...
Do young people go to the movies more? Oh, my God. I never would have believed it.
Well, this is kind of like deceptive, too, the way he's framing it.
Oh, it is?
So here's a Hollywood Reporter article. This is from 5 days ago. Okay. In warning signs for Hollywood, young consumers are choosing creator content over premium TV and movies. A new study shows that Gen Zers are choosing social and creator-driven content over big budget entertainment as consumers overall feel a price pinch over streaming.
Oh, yeah.
The survey finds that 56% of Gen Zs and 43% of millennials surveyed find social media content more relevant than traditional TV shows and movies, and roughly half feel a stronger personal connection to social media creators than to TV personalities or actors.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Doesn't that explain this entire video as opposed to this retarded blaming capitalism for this conspiracy?
It does, yeah.
Oh, okay.
We're more accessible. We're totally more accessible.
Mm-hmm.
Letterboxd, you can find an engaged community of millions of movie lovers that's as strong as any that's ever existed. People who are treating movies as an art form to be appreciated, not just AI slop to be consumed. And maybe, just maybe, if the people who run the industry take a cue from their own audience and start making the kind of authentic human films that people love again, the kind of films we have loved for decades, well then maybe they'll start making money again, and maybe the industry will turn around. And I hope they do.
What does that have to do with actors becoming celebrities?
Yeah, nothing. You make those without celebrities, right?
I mean, you could have some independent person generate a great movie on a great story that's all AI.
These AIs are not good actors, though. I mean, they're good models, but they're not good actors.
Not yet.
There's all this schlock content on YouTube that's like, oh, look, I made my avatar talk, my AI avatar talk, and it's just so bad.
You don't like the little AI? You don't like the AI voice?
No, the AI voice is horrible.
Oh, okay.
Horrible.
Context. I like the little AI voice.
The performances are horrible.
Mm.
Yeah. I made that video and it was kind of fun because I was like, I haven't made content in so long. And it is very much a performance.
Of course.
So it's cool. AI can't compete. I mean, I tried. Maybe. I don't know.
It will. Because I know you tried to make an AI voice of yourself and it didn't.
And it was terrible.
Come out. Yeah, but that's, again, it's just a technology limitation. One day.
I can hit jokes, though, with tone and stuff like that the AI is just never going to hit.
I don't agree. I'm surprised to hear you take this stance. Usually you're the future optimist and I'm the future pessimist, but I can see very easily in the next 5 years, AI is going to be basically indistinguishable from people in interactions.
It's going to be her. It's going to be the her situation.
It's 100,000% going to be her.
Maybe. We'll see what happens.
Because movies are one of the great American art forms. They are our contribution to global culture, and that makes them worth saving. The people on top just need to remember that at the end of the day,
that's what vaudeville said.
It's us, human beings, who are watching the movies. Not AI, not piles of dollar bills sitting on the couch. People like us, people like you. And people watch movies because we like people. We like other human beings. So if they want to succeed, they need to remember to put humanity on screen.
That's not why people watch movies. What a dumbass. This is why he's never sold This is why he's never sold a screenplay. Well, he agreed on the hot people, so.
Right.
People want to watch engaging stories. They want to watch people solve problems because people have problems. And they're like, look, I need examples of problem solving that I can draw from. So when I come into a situation where I could save the future, I'm sure I'm the one that does it. And Sitch doesn't even come close.
That's true. If I'm ever accosted by orcs, I need to know how to handle the situation appropriately.
Exactly.
That's why I watch the Lord of the Rings movies.
Exactly. You never know. Yeah. It could happen. Look, one of these rogue experiments could get out of hand, and we could be living in the Walking Dead any day now.
That's true. That's a great point.
That could literally happen.
Well, Sammy keeps telling me
there could be an alien invasion.
She's like, listen, Sitch, you gotta learn how to fly a plane and a helicopter and drive a motorcycle in case the zombie apocalypse comes. You have to be prepared.
True. Yeah. That's right.
Not just an empty suit full of cash.
Oh my God.
Embarrassing. Okay. Speaking of embarrassing.
Oh, it's written by Adam Conover. And some guy that he totally exploited. Didn't even get credit. Sam Roundman. Look, Sam.
It's right there.
Sam, we care about you here. Oh, look, he's the researcher. Holy shit. Sounds like Sam did all the work and Adam took the first position here. What a fucking...
I don't give a fuck.
What an asshole.
I don't give a fuck.
He didn't even edit this video. Trevor edited it.
I know.
What a fucking bullshit artist.
This is why he's big on celebrities. He's the celebrity face. Okay.
What kind of fucking content is creator? What kind of artist is this? Okay. When I make a video, I edit the video. I fucking do the performance. I write the thing. This guy's not an artist. This guy's a piece of shit. He's got, look, a producer. That guy probably brings him fucking coffee. Beat up the editor. I don't like to beat him up. Get me some coffee and call Trevor and tell him to get editing that fucking video already. I have to upload it. I'm an important person. I'm a big Hollywood celebrity. I'm a television big deal. Show. Didn't he have he had a television show, right? What was the television show on Netflix?
Adam Ruins Everything.
Yeah, but what was it
on?
Narrative fiction, or did he really go around like ruining everything? I mean, I can imagine that is true.
It was just him like talking about like
Adam
real world
Conover.
issues, wasn't it? And like complaining about why his worldview was correct or something.
He has a Wikipedia page. Oh my God. Look at this. An American actor, writer, and comedian. He created and hosted the half-hour True TV show. Oh my God. This guy just, he'd be nobody if it wasn't for streaming. He was on fucking True TV. Some like bullshit cable channel. Adams Ruins Everything was not in the movie theater. It wasn't on network television.
Okay,
is this the thing? This is the fucking embarrassing thing. We're gonna get big. Oh, it's on his channel.
Yeah.
Adam, I was just kidding about calling you a douchebag. Okay.
Well, first of all, he's kind of dressed like a douchebag.
Don't strike our content. We're just poor innocent content creators. We're artists.
No. This is free. This is correct use. We are critiquing the comedy here. Okay?
Oh yeah, totally. Yeah, Sitch and I, we did a comedy thing.
Right, as professional comedy people who do comedy things, who consume comedy contents, consumers.
Yes.
Okay, let us.
We've got super chats that like my jokes. So look,
yes, that's right.
I'm audience approved.
You were literally paid for a joke that you said today.
Yes. When's the last time you got paid for a joke?
Well, let's listen. We here are the amateurs. Okay. And Adam Conover is the expert.
We're here to learn. Yeah. We're here to study. We're under your tutelage.
Okay. We're going to learn a good jokes craftsman.
Right. How it's done.
Here's how it's done. Okay.
It's funny.
Why cars suck. Are you ready to know why cars suck?
I am.
Are you ready? Again, if you're operating any heavy machinery, please refrain. Okay. You might chuckle yourself into oblivion.
Right.
Realize that there's just whole activities that I just shouldn't do anymore because it's dangerous for me to do them with ADD. A couple years ago, I finally quit driving. Oh my God, I am so much happier now. For real. For real. No, I am. I'm not a fan of any form of transportation where I can become a murderer by accident. If I kill you, I want you to know the reason why.
I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention. I was reading the chat, so.
Oh man, wasn't that that joke slayed me.
Right.
Oh.
The joke is it's surprising that he's a killer. But look, comedy's about surprise, and I'm not surprised he's a killer.
This joke. Oh man. I can see that this is a guy who knows about creative endeavors. He's got high comedy chops here.
Right. Like I think that a lot of it was a delivery. I think if he looked more like a serial killer and talked weirdly, I think that joke might work.
Do you think if it's all the finger point?
I mean, he doesn't look like the type of person who would kill anyone.
You mean
right?
he feels like an unthreatening lefty douchebag on California somewhere?
Totally, yes.
And so he looks like that.
The idea that he's threatening. I think you have to be threatening to make that joke work.
See.
What do you think?
Let's play it again here.
From a transportation where I can become a murderer by accident.
By accident? Ugh. You don't think that's threatening, that kind of expression?
Oh. Well, no, that goes with the joke because obviously soy boys don't want to kill anyone. They don't want to hurt a flea.
Right.
Yeah.
If I kill you, I want you to know the reason why. I don't.
If I kill you, I want you to know the reason why.
That you're correct in terms of. I'm trying to think of like a comedian that could tell the same joke and it'd be funny. And the one that comes to mind is Stephen Wright.
Oh yeah, Stephen Wright is exactly who I was thinking of.
Yes.
Exactly.
Right, because he has a very deadpan.
Anywhere's walking distance if you have the time.
Yes, he has that deadpan delivery. That's already kind of creepy. Yeah. Whenever he says anything, it's already creepy automatically, and that's part of what makes it funny.
If I kill you, I want you to know why.
Right. If he said it, it would be funny because of the delivery. That's true.
He could pull it off, definitely.
Not this guy.
I want it to be because I have ADD and poor eyesight. and I got distracted by a cool billboard. I'm driving along. Whoa, the McWhat is back? Pff, another mother loses her son. It was gonna happen eventually. Not on my watch. So now I take.
What's up, Sitch? Why are you not laughing?
That was another rip roaring joke. Okay, he got distracted by a McDonald's billboard and he ran someone over. It's very funny.
Do you think that person in the front row is his wife or his girlfriend or something? He's got like a ringer in the front row.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, you're
So
right.
this girl right here. She's
Yeah.
She's like, look, I'm gonna make this whole crowd laugh.
It's also, I mean, look, there's some empty seats there.
When I was running Deadline Junkies, like there were certain people that they laughed a lot.
They laugh at everything.
Yeah, some people would keep their laughter kind of to themselves. But in a situation where you're like, you're reading a comedy script or something, you want people in the audience that are laughing because it makes other people laugh.
It's a signal, social signal, yeah.
If those people were not there, a lot of times the comedy would not perform as well. So
Of course.
even if the performances were great, it's so weird because you can watch a movie that is hilarious, but you're not like laughing out loud, but you are like, this movie hits. These jokes are really working. So
Right.
look, I would say I don't want people to think we're biased here. These jokes are not great.
You don't think this is a good joke?
It's what is like original about this? Or I saw a funny billboard
and then ran someone over.
Right.
The joke.
I mean, I guess if the billboard was something strange, or maybe comedy's about surprise. What is surprising about a Big Mac or a McDonald's billboard? Like what?
Nothing.
What the McRib is back? I feel like that's a joke I've heard on Family Guy like 16 times.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Maybe the next one will get us. Okay.
I take the bus. That is how I get around LA. I took the bus to.
That can't be true.
That's the biggest joke here. And he didn't even say it's a joke.
What? You can't. Los Angeles? What do you got, like fucking 6 hours to get someplace?
Yeah.
This very show tonight.
Lie.
I hate all these people.
Fucking lies.
He took the bus to get there. They're all applauding.
Yeah.
Why are you applauding that?
Because they're very good virtue signalers.
Sure, I'm not a hero, I'm a coward, but sure. I love taking the bus. I genuinely love it. But people have weird ideas about public transportation in America. A lot of people in this country wouldn't even consider taking public transportation if they had the means to do otherwise, right? Like, I'll show up to a restaurant, and my friends will be like, Adam, you took the bus here?
You're like an hour late.
I know.
No
we're
wonder.
done with dinner.
You showed up and we're finished eating. What happened? Well, I took the bus.
Oh,
What?
well, that was brilliant.
Aren't you rich? What are you doing? Oh, I don't want to drive anymore. I'm afraid of looking at a fucking McDonald's sign and running someone over. Oh, there's this invention. It's called Uber.
It's so true.
Yeah. What the fuck? Like this? What is this?
I can't look. Oh, what?
You like that his joke. And I literally just typed in. I did not set this up. I literally just typed in like Adam Conover stand up, and this is like the first or second video that just popped up. Okay. Even his joke is like a leftist virtue signal about public transportation.
I know. Yeah. Look at this hand. What's going on with this other hand?
All his friends are gay. Okay, that's in Hollywood.
Sitch and I both got
Yeah.
these hand gestures here. Sitch and I both got like beaten the shit out of. Like we don't do these hand gestures because our friends beat up on us for doing hand gestures like this. Yeah,
They did.
mercilessly.
Okay. I've never taken the bus before. Come to think of it, I don't think I've ever met anyone who's ever taken the bus before. Why? I thought those were ghost buses. Ferrying spectral passengers across the river Styx.
Oh yeah, the ghost passengers.
This is good comedy right here. All my friends are rich, out of touch assholes who've never interacted with the poors, but not me. No,
Yeah.
not me. I'm a man of the people.
All my friends are completely stupid.
Well, that's probably true.
And I have to be like, no, it's full of normal people like you and me. You could give it a try sometime. It costs $1.75, takes you where you need to go. Then they say something really weird. They say, well, Adam, aren't you worried that it's a little bit dangerous to ride the bus?
Oh my God, this is so, are we really, is this happening? You just randomly picked this video?
Well, let me go. Listen, I randomly typed in, okay, Adam Conover stand up. And I wasn't even going to show it on a stream. I was just going to watch it off stream. I was just curious, right? But I was listening to it. It's the first thing on my list, okay? The very first thing when I type in Adam Conover stand up is this clip. You guys can check yourself to see. And it's a Emma Vigeland virtue signal about public transportation.
That's exactly where we're going with this.
Yes.
That's exactly where we're going with this.
Yes.
Aren't you worried? It's dangerous.
Yes. I would love, okay. I would love where I used to live in South Florida. It would have been amazing if there was public transportation I could have taken when I was younger, didn't have a car. Even if when I have a car, it would have been amazing because of traffic. If there, like, they built, there was like a metro rail and there was like a bus station and all this shit, or a monorail, I should say, and a bus lane and all this other shit. And it was like useless. It was useless because it took so long. I would like the bus. I remember I had cousins.
It is dangerous because you're going to be late.
No, it's dangerous because you're going to die of heat stroke. Okay. It's South Florida while you're waiting for the bus outside. You're going to just die because it's so hot. Like, I remember I had cousins who are like British. And they came here and they're like, oh, let's use public transportation because they're thinking it's like fucking in England or like London or something. And I'm like, you don't understand. Like the bus comes every like hour or something. Like it doesn't even. It's not like Japan where it's like every 10 minutes, the fucking bus is going to show up like exactly on time or something. It's going to take you to some place that makes sense. No, it's a disaster. And it's not really even everyone's fault. Cause like if you live in like a city like New York or something, I mean, obviously the subways are fucking dangerous because of the mismanagement of everything. But at least there, because everything is like so compact, you can take public transportation theoretically if it was actually safe, and it would make sense. Okay. In a lot of cities in South Florida, which are built very, very similar to like cities in LA where everything's spread the fuck out.
Oh yeah.
Like it's public transportation is a nightmare. It doesn't even make sense. And that's the problem.
Yeah, you're on the bus for like days in Los Angeles.
Yes. Yes.
When I was a kid, we'd take the bus to the beach and it was just like a fucking 3-hour ordeal. So.
Yep.
Ooh. And I can't believe I have to explain this to people, but no, I'm not. Because every single year, tens of thousands of people are brutally killed behind the wheels of their own cars. Nobody is dying on the bus. It never fucking happens. The buses are 100 feet long. They're bright orange. Even drunks can see them. You want to?
This is crazy. He doesn't get it.
Wait, is he retarded? Does he not?
Yeah.
The people, your friends, okay, your friends that you're making fun of for being stupid, Adam. Okay,
yeah.
Not you, Adam Conover here.
Yeah.
They're not afraid of the bus crashing.
Right.
They're afraid of a crazy person stabbing you.
Yes. That literally fucking happened in the subway here recently.
Yes. That's what they're worried about. They're not worried about someone hitting the bus. They're worried about the passengers, Conover. They're not worried about the driver.
This is surprising for the wrong reasons.
Yes.
You're not surprised by how clever this is. You're surprised by like, how can anyone believe this?
How stupid this is.
Want to see what a bad bus crash looks like? It looks like this. Whoa.
No, are the people in the audience not thinking, wait a second, What the fuck are we talking about here?
Yes.
Open the door. I'm getting off here. That's all that happens. Now, I understand not everybody feels completely.
I'm getting off here right by the tent city. Let me out.
Yeah.
I'll be safe. Trust me. I want to pick up some heroin on the way home.
This is
Secure.
so stupid. It's
Or
not
on public-
funny, and it's actually stupid.
Oh, I know.
Transportation, and that's really real. You know, my female friends will tell me that they're a little bit worried they could be sexually harassed and or masturbated at on the bus. And
Okay, finally.
Oh, okay. He finally
He's
getting
gonna
it.
touch
yes.
on.
But only if you're a woman.
Ser-
If you're a man, you're never gonna
serious
get
stuff.
like attacked by a crazy person on a bus or something.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you look at him funny, you might get attacked. So
Right.
to that I say, yes, you will be. It's going to happen every week to a fortnight. But that's what
Wait.
baited at on the bus. And to that I say, yes, you will be. It's going to happen every week to a fortnight. But that's why I think it's so important for the rest of us to ride the bus more frequently so that we can improve the masturbator to non-masturbator ratio.
This isn't really selling the whole process of public transportation. Right? And you're like, oh no, actually, your concerns of safety are legitimate. Actually.
yes, totally.
Right. This is so bad. We're watching a little
Surprise!
bit
What you
left of it.
believed is actually exactly true.
Yes.
Because think about it. If there's more of us than there are of them, then we can be a human shield. Like when I see a guy whip it out, I body block him. I look right at it. No, ma'am. You go back to your novel. I'll watch this dick for you. Let's go, sir. Your stop's coming up. You don't have all day. Tell you what, let me help you out.
Did he just suck off the homeless guy? What was that?
I guess that's what it sounds like. So
Are
even
you sure his Wikipedia is correct?
I know it's like it's a joke. That's fine. It's supposed to be comedy, right?
Right.
I get it. But
Oh,
like,
we've done these kind of jokes, yeah.
but the joke should be
Not
like
with homeless people, but
well, no. But if you're gonna make this joke, the joke should almost be about like the sensibilities of. You should be making fun of the sensibilities of LA,
Mhm.
like because he's talking about having all these people be on the bus that outnumber the degenerates, and instead of like being like, oh, you'd beat them up, right, or you'd stop them, it's like no, we would like blow them, or we would protect the women from them. Like it's like I don't know, it needs some other element to make fun of the fact that that's where you would even go to as it being like the appropriate solution.
Mhm.
Anyway, we have to watch more of this. This is really bad. So there you go. This is your Adam Conover comedy special here.
top tier humor.
Yes. So it's funny. Actually, I typed in on the Google machine. I said, "Are celebrities considered bourgeoisie?" And it says all the people on Reddit said no. Celebrities would be considered labor aristocrats.
Oh, wow.
So
They have
there
their
you
own
go.
term.
They have their own
Labor
term.
aristocrats.
Yes. Labor aristocrats, due to their, let's see, it says, is a segment of the working class which has better wages and working conditions compared to the broader proletariat, often enabled by their specialized skills, and in a global context by their own exploitation of colonized or underdeveloped countries. Due to their better off conditions, such workers are more likely to align with the bourgeoisie to maintain capitalism instead of advocating for broader working class solidarity in socialist revolution.
Wow.
So there you go.
Sweet. Okay. I guess, look, they get a pass. Good for Adam Conover.
Yep.
He doesn't have to be one of the terrible bourgeoisies, right?
No. Well, I mean, he is. He's a labor aristocrat, technically.
Is that bourgeoisie?
It's
'Cause
they
don't
align
control
with
capital, right?
yeah, but they
Oh, they
align with
they
the
align with
bourgeoisie.
bourgeoisie.
So it's
Okay, so
essentially
they
the
are
same
bad.
thing. It's essentially the same thing.
Okay. You had labor in there, which I mean, intuitively, I knew aristocrat was not good, but
Right.
labor's supposed to be the good one, right?
Labor's the good one. So should we watch this other video that I sent you?
We can.
You want to watch this other video?
Well, not when you put it like that. I mean,
It's pretty bad. I mean, that's what we do, right?
yeah, of course.
We are the garbage men sifting through trash. Okay.
Yes. Yeah. Trying to add some jokes in here and there. So
In 2021, it was.
oh my God. Is Anna still here? Uh-oh.
We have Francesca Florentini, who very hilariously was the one on TYT and complained about it in a very obnoxious way. And obviously lied about the whole situation too. I mean, I don't know if lie. This maybe Sean misrepresented the whole situation. Sean has a good video about it. Actually, does for her.
Of course, yeah.
Yes. But right after that, she did a whole video defending Snow White.
No way. Impossible.
Okay. Right now, everyone in the world is talking about how bad the Snow White live action remake is, but not.
Oh yeah.
Not old Francesca here. She's like, listen, God, another like Adam Conover, another quote comedian here to defend, you know, the celebrities.
Interesting. So she was recently fired from TYT, right?
She was. Yes, she was.
What'd she get fired for? Anything salacious? Did she sleep with someone's husband or something?
I think she was just being a huge asshole.
Oh yeah.
Just being a huge asshole and being very insulting to Jank and Anna. And it's like, well, okay, you can't not be super insulting to your boss and coworkers. And then you know, they're like, oh, we don't want to be around you anymore. You want to work here anymore. And you're like, Pikachu shock face. I can't call the people around me that I work with, you know, bitches and losers. And then I act surprised, or they're like, oh, fuck off.
Look, I think Sitch and I can call each other bitch, like when we're in a heated argument and stuff like that.
I don't think I've ever called you a bitch in an argument. I don't think you've ever called me a bitch in an argument.
I mean, hypothetically, I think we could. I mean, I guess, we never really take it that far.
Right.
But I'm just using it as an example I mean, if I went on another stream and I was calling Sitch a bitch or you were calling me a bitch.
That's pretty bad.
Oh my God.
That's pretty bad. Yeah.
I could see it happening in a situation where the person is there to defend themselves. Like,
right.
Sitch and I argue all the time. Like, we go round and round about stuff. And so, look, we've had heated arguments before.
We were arguing before the stream even started.
That wasn't any.
We weren't
like
arguing.
We've had legitimate arguments where
arguing sounds heated. We were debating a topic.
Yes. Yeah. It was the woke right stuff.
Right.
Which is obviously a hot topic. With 3 people. But look, you've gotten legitimately like angry on stream at me. I've gotten legitimately angry at you on stream. I mean, it fucking happens, but I mean, this is just a whole nother level of like disrespect. I thought, I mean, I'm sure you watched Jank's response. I did. Of course I watched Jank's response. Look, I love the fucking drama. So, look, and I thought Jank handled it like a pro. I mean, he's in a tough situation. What do you do? It's just, it's so weird. I don't know. This I guess this happens a lot. Other TYT creators move on. I think Jimmy Dore has been pretty successful. I don't know about I guess Dave Rubin has been successful. I mean, I don't really even know.
I mean, he was getting paid out the ass by Russia. What are you talking about? Of course he's successful. No, I mean, but he made a bunch of money off fines and everything too. And his first show was successful, like financially.
I think even the Vanguard boys, I think I looked at their channel and they've kind of, everyone's getting tired of the, well, are you going to do anything else but just bitch about TYT? Like, do you have, like, do you have something that you have to
Beyond
offer?
complaining about TYT, yes, right. Yeah.
I mean, at least TYT, I mean, I listen to a lot of TYT videos because they do a good job researching the news. And
Right,
I
me
feel like
too.
they keep me informed and they're not doing, I did definitely drift away when they were doing the identity politics stuff. But I mean, now they don't really focus on that kind of stuff. So I think it's a great source for information.
Definitely.
What is the draw for the Vanguard boys once the like TYT hate gets old and repetitive?
They're gonna hope it doesn't. Okay.
It's just
They're
weird.
gonna milk that cow until it's dried up.
Right. Okay.
JV for $20 says, quote, "They were humans. I do love when Conover makes it clear how he sees people he doesn't like. He had similar comments on The Rich. He talks like they aren't humans, but monsters that must be taken care of." There you go. An Alien for 20 Aussie bucks. Thank you so much. Says, "I'm behind, but speaking of Snow White remake, have you guys watched the EFAP on it?" I haven't. Rags does a great job breaking down the history of Snow White and how important the movie was to Walt Disney, the man. That's interesting. I'll check it out. I know that I know Snow White was like hugely important for the company. I didn't know it was important to him as an individual.
I think it was the first animated film, wasn't it? I think it was like their first big hit. Launch him as like an animation.
Right.
Yeah.
So
people were mystified by it. They were like, what is this thing I'm seeing here? I mean, I guess it's kind of the same experience as Star Wars. Star Wars kind of just transformed the whole idea of movies. They were like, what? You can do this? This is a thing that can be done?
Yep.
Before it was just people talking to one another, right? 12 angry boomers in a jury box, right?
Right. No, but that's what I'm saying. Like, I knew it was important to Disney, the company, because it was like the first animated movie, I think. But I didn't know like that he as an individual had some like special connection to the story or something. So that's interesting.
I think Walt Disney was an animator too.
He was, yeah.
Yeah, an artist himself. God, what do you think a Walt Disney autograph goes for? That's got to be some serious cash.
Go He Mac for 31 says, "Holy hell, Adam Conover basically stole his jokes from Dave Chappelle and did them worse." Wow. So those terrible jokes, he didn't even come up with them himself.
Really? The bus jokes were from Chappelle?
I just don't even remember that from Chappelle. So
is it Chappelle? I think Chappelle was a celebrity that moved to pick some podunk town in like Wyoming or something to move to get away from the celebrity business.
Yeah, I mean, he talks about it in his, stand-up.
J-Mac gave 50 gifted memberships too.
Thanks so much, J-Mac. I still get followed for the 50 gifted subs. I don't see that pop up. That's weird.
Yeah.
It's doing this weird thing
so
that
much.
Yeah, like large subs don't pop up for some reason on the thing.
And then I thought we had like a $50 one too. We should probably read that.
I don't see it.
JV.
Thank you so much, JV, for the $50. Says Conover is acting like the quote starving actor is a new idea. On a separate note, am I the only one who thinks this guy is the most irritating voice possible? How does he make a living lecturing people about topics he clearly doesn't understand? Yeah,
look.
Because he has the right political sensibilities is the answer to the question. That's the answer to the question.
I think this is the magic sorting process of capitalism. It's like all of the smart people, they listen to Adam Conover once and they're like, oh, that was a ripoff. Well, we're going to go to that show again.
Right.
So, but the dumb people don't realize that. So they're like, oh, yeah, that was fun. I'm stupid. Let me go back to that show.
Right. And J-Mac for $10. Thank you so much. J-Mac says, "My kids will get your dad's references. We watch all the old movies. Gonna watch Terminator 2 next. They liked the first one. Also, one of my daughter's favorite movies is Tremors." Oh, wow. Look at that.
Wow.
Tremors. I haven't thought about that movie in like 10 billion years. Well, there you go. You're doing the Lord's work, J-Mac. Okay.
Yeah, you got to share all that stuff that really influenced you as a kid, right? That's part of the parenting process. I don't have kids. I'm not a parent, so but I can imagine it would be cool.
It's gonna be a fight, okay? Because I'm gonna want to show the kids some old movie from, and I say old movie, I mean a movie from like the '90s, and Sammy's like, no, they have to watch anime.
Yeah. So many people suggest stuff to us that I think they're like, oh yeah. I tried to suggest this to my parents, but they fucking wouldn't watch this. Oh, look, I'm going to suggest it to you guys.
We're much hipper than their parents.
I want to see Boomer Adam watch some anime.
Right.
It's weird. I've been an artist my entire life, but I don't get jealous of other artists. I often feel admiration for them, especially if they're good artists, right? You're like, oh man, that's a lot of people do though, because obviously as an artist, I've had a lot of friends that are artists and you can tell they're like, that motherfucker. And Adam Conover seems to have that kind of, that's the vibe I get from him, that he looks at other artists that are better than him and he thinks, that motherfucker, that should be me. I'm good. When I always think, I'm doing something wrong.
Right.
And if people are not responding to my work, I need to fix that. It's weird in the context of politics though, because the way to fix that is to be super like partisan retarded and just kind of trick gullible people.
Be super partisan retarded. That's a good way of saying it.
Yeah, I just can't do that. This is the pain of kind of getting it, right?
The pain of being so enlightened. Oh.
And look, I knew that was going to sound pretentious as fuck, and that's why I didn't say it. And look, even though I didn't say it, you heard it. You were like, I'm not going to let Adam get away with that. He's being a bitch.
Yeah.
He needs to say it.
Okay.
I saw J-Mac arguing with someone on Twitter. I don't think J-Mac was really arguing. I think the other guy was arguing with J-Mac. But I watched a little bit of their content, and they were claiming to be like a centrist, like they have a centrist podcast. And I was just thinking, this guy is not bright at all. It was a strange experience.
Okay.
Yeah. Because I mean, you don't really hear a lot of people say, I'm a centrist. I have centrist content, right?
Right.
What other content creator claims to be like a centrist?
There's only one besides us. We used to. I guess we've abandoned the label.
I have. You're welcome to keep it. I mean,
No, you make a good point about it.
I've convinced you.
Right. But PF Young still claims.
Oh yes, you're right. You're right.
We officially gave him the mantle. So he's
this guy was
some weird
PF
directions.
Young is like way smarter than this other guy. So,
okay. Right.
And way more entertaining.
That is true.
Some people don't get how content works.
Right.
Yeah. They don't understand. Did you read all these $20 ones on Alien? I guess you did.
I did, yeah. Let's Malik for $20. Thanks so much. Says you guys are cool. So here's some money. By the way, watch Yu Yu Hakusho. It's the quintessential 90s anime, and the English dub is perfectly done.
Nice. That's what I like to see. I don't like to read movies because I can't read. It's just painful. Look, there's a good excuse if you're watching anime though. I want to watch the beautiful artwork, right? I don't want to be focused on the lines at the bottom of the screen. I want to see the pictures.
I watched Yu Yu Hakusho when it came out. The English dub came out on TV.
Oh no, don't ruin it for him.
The 90s or 2000s. And I couldn't get into it. I couldn't get into it. I don't know. Wasn't my jam.
Sitch likes really boring stuff. So
I watched the live action one and it was okay. It came out recently, a few months ago, but couldn't get into it. So,
all right, let's watch The Bituation Room.
You ready for this? Okay, Snow White, Rachel Zegler's was done dirty from racism.
No way. Fuck. Oh shit.
They were racist. I mean, that's why people, you know, that's the real reason, right? The racism.
Well, look, at least she threw her career away for a good cause, right?
That's true.
Everyone's going to remember she was there for the Palestinians.
Right.
Just kidding. No one's going to remember that.
In 2021, it was announced that Rachel Zegler was going to be Snow White in the live-action remake of Disney.
Okay, it comes up later.
What?
What ethnicity do you think the bituation looks like?
What ethnicity do I think she is?
Yeah, Francesca.
I assume she's white. I don't know what.
Oh, really?
I don't know what her ethnicity
I think
is.
she looks Hispanic. So, but
Yeah, she looks mixed. She looks like either white Hispanic or like white Italian or something.
okay.
I mean, her name is Florentini, right?
Oh yeah, so she's got to be Italian.
Isn't that like an Italian name?
Sounds like a type of pasta. It's got to be
Right,
Italian.
exactly. Let's see for Wikipedia says.
Florentini.
It does not say.
She says in here though. So
Francesca Fiorentini. I mean, she definitely can't claim white like ethnic status. She's definitely white passing.
oh wow. Well, she's
Okay.
gonna. I mean, don't let her don't let that stand in her way.
Okay, I was half right. She's half Italian, half Chinese.
Oh really? Okay, so she is Italian.
Oh, you're right. I do remember she did say she was Asian in this video. Yes.
Right.
Education. She studied. You're never gonna guess what she studied in college. I'll give you one guess.
Women's studies.
Feminist theory and colonial studies at New York University from 2001 to 2005. That's pretty bad if in that way back then you're literally studying feminist theory and colonial studies. How do you justify that to your parents? If they're like paying for you to go to like college, you're like, what are you learning? Feminist theory and colonial studies. Oh, what job are you going to get with that education? I'm going to be a feminist YouTuber. Oh, okay. That's great. Jesus.
Disney, Snow White, 1937 film. I grew up on it. You're welcome. I'm wishing for the one. Like, we know, we all love Snow White, okay? Yeah. It was creepy.
That was the comedy portion.
It was great.
I mean, I kind of like her voices, to be honest with you.
You like that voice? You like that voice? Okay.
I just, the weird voices, I think, are funny.
I love it. I love it.
I mean, I don't like her, but look.
Right.
Great film. All right. There's a bunch of, I don't even want to say controversies, but there's different things that happened in the lead up to this. But the biggest, and the one we're going to talk about today, is that Rachel Zegler is half Colombian, and she was immediately attacked for being cast as Snow White. Now, I need to explain something to you as a half Chinese person, as a young girl who never who was not born blonde and became a brunette. No, I was born a brunette. I've had jet black hair since I was little. And looking at Snow White and Rachel.
Do you understand the suffering that Francesca Fiorentini went through as a child, growing up, not blonde in America, but with black hair? Okay.
I mean, I don't know what she looked like as a kid. Sometimes there are kids that are like, oh my God, this kid is fucking ugly. Right?
She grew up, according to Wikipedia, in Palo Alto, California.
Oh, okay.
Just totally. And the kids made fun of her for not having blonde hair.
A lot of Asians in Palo Alto. So do a lot of Asians have blonde hair?
I mean, I've seen the anime. They have all sorts of colored hair. They have pink hair, they have blue hair, they have green
Whatever
hair.
color they can dye it, right?
Whatever color, the animator animates it, right?
I don't think Francesca is like super ugly or anything.
No, she's not bad looking. She looks fine.
Yeah, so I mean, this
And
is
Rachel Zegler's hot. Like I don't look at Rachel Zegler and I'm like, oh, this poor, this poor subjugated hot, celebrity. Because she's only half white. And she's half Colombian. Like, oh yeah, that's when I think of like oppressed people, I think of the Colombians.
Did you just say Rachel Zegler is hot? Did you really say that?
She is hot, yeah.
Hot?
Sure. You don't think she's hot? I think she's hot. Not in Snow White. She looks terrible.
No. I don't. Yeah, I
Okay.
don't. Rachel Zegler, eh? Look, and
You
it's
don't think
weird. I
so?
mean, she's got the eyes. She's got the right eye width for me, but I just don't. Yeah, I don't think she's.
You don't think she's
attractive
hot?
at all.
Okay,
No.
here, let me send you some pictures.
Oh, okay. You're
Okay,
gonna
you
try
can
to
bring
win
them
me
up.
over.
You can see. I'm just curious.
Sitch is gonna go.
Well, no, you're making me sound like I'm a crazy person. Okay, and I
See,
don't.
this is.
Yeah. Oh, see. Suddenly you're like, oh, wait a minute.
No,
She doesn't look like a dip like she does in Snow White normally.
Well, the thing about Rachel Zegler, she has those dark circles around her eyes, and they're not makeup. They're like just like really dark circles around her eyes.
Listen, she's been out all night, doing drugs.
Oh, okay.
Right? That's hot.
That's what you want, yeah.
Yeah, that's what you want in a lady.
Of course, you want a drug addict.
Yeah.
Someone you're gonna be like, "Huh, you didn't come home last night," and she's gonna be like,
Right.
"Shut the fuck up."
Listen,
You don't own me.
It's on the look. You can't even bring up
Okay,
that
here we
last
go.
one. Okay.
No, I'm bringing it up.
Bring them all up.
Oh, how many did you send me?
Making me sound crazy. Okay. Like I'm some kind of weirdo.
Right.
Squeeze Louise for $20 says Francesca is the hot crystal girl who never got told crystals are stupid because guys didn't want to ruin their shot to smash. That's true.
Look, that
That's
seems
true.
accurate.
That's very true.
The hot crystal girl.
Yeah. Gal
I've
Gadot's
known
hot. I don't disagree with
several.
that.
Yeah. I've known
So-
plenty of the hot crystal girl.
Right.
God,
right.
I listen, I grew up in California. I've lived all over California.
Mm-hmm.
There's the hippies. They're everywhere.
Right.
They're entrenched.
Mm-hmm.
God, I can't stand the hippies. I've never really, always been like fucking hippies. Sitch, I can't bring this up on. This is pornographic. What are you
Wait,
doing?
what are you talking about? She's at an award show. She's at the CW Choice Awards. Okay.
Was she at the was she in a CW show?
I guess so.
Sitch is like, oh, I gotta look. I'll throw some cleavage in, and
There
I'll
you
win
go.
Adam over with.
You gotta win. Yeah, you gotta win them over with the cleavage. Okay.
Okay.
There you go. See?
Here
Okay.
All right. Look.
Giving me this shit. Look at this guy.
To each
Look
his
at this
own.
fucking guy. Look at this fucking guy. Doesn't think Keira Knightley's hot. Doesn't think Rachel Zegler's hot.
I said I said Natalie Portman is hotter than Keira Knightley.
Okay.
I didn't say Keira Knightley wasn't hot.
Right.
God,
Now listen,
so
if you
weird.
count for her personality, I agree with you. It's gonna drop her attractive score to like -6.
Mhm.
Okay.
Ouch.
Anyways.
All right. These are good. These are good shots of Rachel Zegler. So
Right.
they did a number on her in that movie though. She's not attractive in that
No,
movie.
she and we can bring up because it's interesting. I have a conspiracy theory about why she looks the way she does in the movie.
They did this to Rose Tico too. I was like, what the fuck? Like Rose Tico in Star Wars, she's super hot. Like if they actually made her look attractive in Star Wars, she'd be a giant fucking movie star. They did
You
her
think?
dirty.
Hmm.
They totally did her dirty.
Okay, now it's my turn to go, on the super hot. I don't think
is Rose
Kelly
Tico
Mar-
the name of the character? Oh, it's Kelly Marie Tran.
Kelly Marie
That's what it
Tran,
is.
I would
Yeah.
not say is super hot. I mean, they made her look really bad as Rose Tico, but I would not say she's
Oh, yeah.
super hot, even at her best. I disagree with that statement.
Rose Tico is not hot, but Kelly Marie Tran knows how to dazzle the gentleman.
I'm gonna disagree with that. She's not ugly. I'm not gonna say hot.
Such as busily searching.
I
Marie
did. I'm looking
Tran.
at pictures right now. Okay,
Kelly
I'm looking
Marie
at.
Tran nude. That's what
I'm
he
looking.
searches.
There you go. That's the only way to judge. No, I'm looking at her like hottest pictures.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and it's just I can't agree.
Okay.
I cannot agree with that statement.
I only brought it up to make the point that Hollywood does these celebrities dirty, like they
That
did
is true.
Zellweger dirty by
That is
not
true.
making her attractive enough
Yeah.
in Snow White. All right.
Rachel says this in one of her interviews with Variety. Snow White was the one princess where you're like, yeah. When you're young, and even when you're older, you don't associate the whiteness with the fact that she's Caucasian, right? Listen, you want to talk about people who have got white skin and dark hair? Asians, my friend, East Asians, the Chinese. Sorry. We love a light skin. You know what I'm saying? That's the whole point, right? Because it shows you're out of the sun. You're in your castle. Not your castle, your pagodes.
Koreans too, they go crazy for like the whitening creams and stuff like that. Oh my God, I gotta be white. Super white.
That would have been a bold choice for Disney.
Oh yeah, they should have
if
went
they
with
had made
albino.
Snow White Asian, like a super fair-skinned Asian, but like suck it, people who complain about race swaps. We
That
got the
would have been
whitest
good.
motherfucker
Yeah.
possible. Okay,
That would have been good.
there you
Yeah.
go.
They should have seen this coming, but they're like, nah, gotta go with brown people.
So I don't know what she's talking about with like. Everyone knows why the character was called Snow White. I mean, I knew that. Everyone knows that.
Skin is white
They
as
say it in the
snow.
movie, right?
Yeah, the mirror said it.
Yeah. Skin is fair as snow or white as snow or
Mhm.
whatever the fuck the line is. Yeah. So it's just
Hair
like
is black as charcoal.
right.
Lips as red as something or other.
As we would say.
Earthworms.
I'm pretty sure that's the official nomenclature. No, I will not be doing that voice. The point is that I totally saw myself in Snow White. I was like, she's so cute. I'm obviously adorable. No, she's got short
Narcissist from the very beginning. Look at this.
Yeah, of course.
jet black hair. Super saw myself in her. And I think a lot of young girls of color were like, yeah, that's me. Cinderella, I don't really.
A lot of young girls of color saw themselves as Snow White, the only Disney princess whose skin color is explicitly part of their name.
Mm-hmm. Well,
Maybe.
she's saying Chinese people.
Okay, well, when you say girls of color, that quote color is doing some heavy lift in there. If you're trying to say like the whitest people are Asians, but they're also people of color. What is that? What is this? What do words even mean anymore at this point?
Yeah.
You could be the whitest motherfucker on the planet and you're of color, apparently, if it suits you at that moment.
It's like the queer label.
Right.
It's like, oh, I'm not gay. I'm queer.
Right.
Yeah, look.
Right.
I have a girlfriend.
Of course.
I'm in a heterosexual relationship.
Yeah.
But I have solidarity with gay people.
Mm-hmm. And that's why they should have made Snow White a lesbian.
Oh, yeah.
Look like that, but it didn't matter. You love him anyway. Ariel, all that. But you see Snow White and you're like, that's me. It doesn't matter that she's fair. Everybody got fair people. And let me spoiler for the racists, there are white Latinos. That's the thing about the continent of America. It actually was indigenous. All people, brown, very brown. Then colonized by the Spanish, the Portuguese, right? The Americans up here, the English up here. Kill, genocide, miscegenation, of course, intermarriage.
Okay, listen. She's correct that there are various skin tones among the Latin population, right? It's a very broad population of people we're talking about, right? So you could have very easily got a white fucking fair-skinned Latina to play Snow White, right?
But could she sing?
Well, that's an important part of it too. Or here's a controversial thing that they probably would have done 30, 40 years ago. They could have got away with
to
now.
give her a white face.
Yeah, just slap on that Korean, whitening cream. Okay. for the movie. Is
Can you
that is it
imagine?
is it actually? But here's okay. I think this is kind of ridiculous.
That's insane.
I think it's kind of ridiculous.
She comes out all creamed up.
Listen. I disagree. I think this is kind of ridiculous. Okay, you have a character from a fairy tale whose name is literally about their skin color being super fair. That's the name of the character.
I know.
Is it really controversial? If you want to get someone, you say, okay, well, we need someone who's like a really good singer because it's going to be a musical. That's fine. I don't have a problem with that. You get someone, you're like, okay, we got someone. They're half Polish, half Colombian. They're kind of tan. Let's like throw some makeup on to like whiten their skin up. Is that like why is that a controversial thing?
Yeah.
That shouldn't be. That should be totally acceptable. If that's the move, if that's the direction you want to go, because you think she's the most, best actor for the part, which obviously turned out to be a mistake because she can't keep her fucking mouth shut on social media. But,
Right. Yes, look, it's an acting job. That's part of the costume, right?
Yes. I don't understand why that would be controversial to do that.
You don't hire a blue actress to play Mystique, right? You're like, look, we fucking use makeup, okay?
Exactly.
This is Hollywood.
Why is it not racist to paint Rebecca Ramonji or whatever her fucking name is, or Katniss Everdeen blue? Okay, it should be. There's real Avatar people out there that could have done that role without the makeup.
Yeah. Sad.
The Spaniards much preferred that. And so there was importation of slaves from Africa, enslaved people. There was importation of people from South Asia, right? So you've got
I agree. Shade Durags in chat says, controversial take, we should get over blackface if it's not being used for racist purposes. An actor can play anyone, just use makeup or CGI to make them fit the skin color you want. I agree with that 10,000%. Yes. It is so weird to me that like it goes back to the Megyn Kelly thing where she's like, oh, I was a little girl and I dressed up as I forget who it was, some black actress that she liked. And she,
Diana Ross.
That was Diana Ross, right? And she's like, oh, is it bad for me to put on skin? I'm not doing it to make fun of her. I'm doing it because I'm like, want to be her.
Because I love Diana Ross.
Because I love her.
Yeah.
It's like, that's racist. It's like, why is that racist? It doesn't even make sense. It makes no fucking sense whatsoever.
It's an opportunity for people to be racist against Megyn Kelly.
Yeah, I mean, she got fired for that, which is insane. But
it is.
Yeah.
I saw some Megyn Kelly has a show now, and she has some good guests on. And I saw her sitting and interviewing where you could see like her body. And I can't unsee how big Megyn Kelly's head is. It's fucking gigantic. Like her body is like,
of all the things I thought you were going to say, that was not the one.
I know you'd never guess in a million years that she has this fucking giant head. I mean, it's like a watermelon. It's just fucking huge compared to her body. You're like, wow.
Really?
Yeah, it's crazy.
What interview?
I can't unsee it. I'm like, holy shit.
I got to see this for myself.
She's got like a little shriveled up body and a giant head.
What interview is this at? I need to know.
It's on her channel. She's just interviewing someone. I can't remember.
I got to see the hydrocephalus, however you say that word, baby Megyn Kelly with her giant fucking watermelon head.
It's the opposite of a shrunken head. It's like an engorged head. Yeah, she has a shrunken body.
Right.
Yeah, I think she's super petite too. I think she's probably like 4 foot tall or something. I've always heard people say that a lot of actors have giant heads. They're just like, that's a thing.
It's better for the camera.
It is better for the camera. So, and she looks great on camera.
I'm looking at all her videos and they're just like top up. You don't see her.
Yeah, totally. That's why I'm like, she's got to be hiding this. I don't know what happened. She had to like interview someone in some public setting or something. She's sitting in a chair and the other person is sitting in a chair and they're talking back and forth. And I just was like,
I think
I was mesmerized by this freakish nature.
I don't know. I found one. She was her whole body, but she's wearing all black. So it's hard to like,
that's not
get a sense of her proportions there. Whatever. I mean, she was on Fox News. Didn't they used to always do like make them wear like the short skirts and have like their legs out and everything?
I mean, I never really watched Fox News when she was on Fox News.
Right.
I mean, I don't really watch Fox News now. I watch an occasional clip if it's about something I'm interested in. But yeah.
Okay.
You
This is
look-
the first I've ever heard of Megyn Kelly having a giant head.
Really?
Kind of skeptical. Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at pictures of her on the internet, and she looks like she has a normal sized head compared to the rest of her body. So
Okay.
I don't know.
I mean, you know, I pay more attention to proportions, so.
Right.
The West Indies also, they're it is an amalgamation, it is a story of colonialism, and yes, there are white people. Okay, Spaniards are white, there's white people. That's like, just because when someone says like Latino doesn't mean they cannot also be white. Now, I don't know how Rachel identifies herself. Once you're in this country and you say you're Colombian, you're definitely a person of color, but you know what I'm saying? Like, let's not pretend we're stupid about like the many different shades of Latino.
Then why are you pretending like you're stupid? It's that she didn't look white. It doesn't matter. What the fuck? There are white people that are very tan. They're just very tan. That everyone says they're white. And it would be weird if you had a very tan Snow White. Kind of the whole point of the character, or the whole point of the name. It just is strange. It's a strange thing.
Latino, okay? So that's number one. Now, the box office numbers are trash, people. Okay? Snow White is...
Well, before we get into that, there's another thing too, and this is the very first video I ever did. And it's so true. They'll never like get over this because they don't want to understand this. Is the issue is the same issue with Little Mermaid for having Ariel be black. It's not like there are some people that are just racist and that bothers them. Fine. But the majority of people are not just like, oh my God, I'm just super racist. How dare you? It's that they understand that Disney didn't put that actor or actress there because they thought this is the best person for the role, and I am colorblind, and I will look through all applicants, whether they be black or Hispanic or white. I will look through all the best applicants, and whoever is the best on merit, I will put them in the role and then choose them that. Okay. If that was how everyone felt, then no one would give a shit except for the actual like small minority of real racists would care about, Ariel being black or whatever. They know that there is a DEI mindset that all these people are kind of operating under. And they're like, oh, well, fuck white people, or it's okay to recast, roles that were once white, but it's not okay to recast roles that were played by someone who wasn't white, etc. And it shows that there's a certain political ideology underlying the people making the film or the TV show or whatever. And that's what bothers people.
Yeah, exactly right. That's exactly it.
Is absolutely failing. And the question is, who is to blame? Variety magazine has this very terrible, actually, really, really awful article that I want to read y'all about inside Disney's Snow White fiasco, death threats, beefed up security, and a social media guru for Rachel Zegler. Why? What happened? And it's part and parcel of a long thing that happened with Rachel Zegler. And I'm like, this is like the wind up is very, very slow. I understand. I understand. You guys like, what the f-? It's important to note that Rachel Zegler has, when this controversy initially happened, the actual point of all this is that white nationalists were like, you're not white. You can't be Snow White because you're not white. That's the whole point. If you search...
That was a whole, listen, just all the white nationalists came out. Every white nationalist just said, oh my God, you can't have Snow White not be pure as the driven snow. Because of white nationalism. That was the concern.
Look, it's so funny because there's a cut here. Like the chat totally started ragging on her.
You think that's what happened?
It seemed like it. It seemed like the chat was like, speed it up, bitch.
Oh.
What the hell's going on here?
Right.
We're getting bored of this. Get to the point.
Right.
But she's like, yes, the white nationalists. That's right. We pay you to talk about the white nationalists.
The point is racism.
Yes, exactly.
Yes.
Yes. We're here so you can talk about the white nationalists. That's what we want to hear. White nationalists.
On YouTube, you search anywhere, people think that Rachel Zegler is not white enough to be Snow White. That is what has led us to this moment, okay? There's Palestine stuff, that comes later. This article was also from Variety, and this...
Now, to be clear, that was an issue. You know, people were complaining about the race swap with Little Mermaid. I think it still made, you know, a lot more money than fucking Snow White made. Because the actress kept her fucking mouth shut.
Did it really? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know the numbers.
She didn't say Little Mermaid sucked shit. Okay, she said, "Oh, I love Little Mermaid. Little Mermaid was a great thing. I loved it when I was a child. I'm so happy to be playing it now, you know, as I'm older." She didn't come out and say, "Fuck Little Mermaid and fuck the people that liked it. Fuck you. Let me insert a bunch of politics. Oh yeah, fuck half the country. Go fuck yourself." Shock,
So
surprise.
funny.
It's gonna have a, you know, an effect.
What do they call a big movie that is going to help a star forward their career? There's a specific name for it. Do you know what it is?
A big movie that's gonna propel someone forward.
Yeah. They literally call it a vehicle.
Oh yes, right.
Yeah. Why would you trash your fucking vehicle?
How would
Like
you
this
trash
is
your own vehicle? That's a
this
good
is
point,
your
yeah.
vehicle to stardom, bitch.
Right.
What are you doing? My vehicle sucks. Okay. Well, maybe you'll get lucky. Maybe you'll get another vehicle. Who knows? Maybe they'll cast you in Frozen, the live action Frozen. Fucking not a chance of that happening now, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So it says Little Mermaid had a budget of $297 million. Jesus Christ.
297 million?
Yeah. Was the budget.
And they couldn't move her eyes a little closer together?
I thought you liked that, Adam.
Look, that was
I
a
thought that
joke.
was your jam. Okay.
I knew that joke would be politically incorrect. So,
Okay.
but look, I actually find that attractive though.
There you
And look,
go.
the Little
He
Mermaid,
likes Sid from Ice Age. He's like, that gets me turned on.
the Little Mermaid actress was not unattractive at all. So, a lot of times they pick actresses that are like fucking
Right.
totally ugly.
And so that made $569 million. So it did make a profit, but it was not as much, I guess it should have been, just because the fucking movie cost so much to make. Almost $300 million.
Yeah, these are expensive and they're taking huge risks by hiring. I mean, why don't they just play it safe and hire someone that looks like the fucking... That's the game that people want to play. Well, look,
Yeah.
there's two types of individuals here. There's the individuals that are like, I want to see me. This is my opportunity to be the Little Mermaid. I'm a little black girl and I want to see myself in the Little Mermaid. I just don't they have a black Disney princess? I mean, they have Mulan and stuff like that. So, I mean, why don't they just go to the Mulan? Why don't they be like, that's my Disney princess?
Because Princess and the Frog sucked and wasn't a good movie. Even though it
Really?
had the best, one of the best Disney villains, it was not utilized enough, unfortunately.
Yeah, I just they can come up with a Disney princess in every variety. I guess the problem too is just the whole princess thing. Everyone's like,
Right.
I got to be a girl boss. I don't want to be a princess. I want to boss people around. That's what I like to do. That's why they wanted to be the princess, right? Don't princesses boss people around? That's part of being royalty.
They want to get they want a hot prince to like swoop them up and take them to a magic castle.
That is
where they have
completely
servants.
incorrect now.
But true. That's what women want.
Yeah, a lot of women do. That's the problem. Those women, there's
dream.
no movie. Well, no, there's tons of movies for them. What am I talking about? There's like a romantic comedy it's the environment that we live in is so crazy. It's like we can't have movies that will appeal to men because they offend women. But men don't get offended, so we can just make whatever we want for women.
This came out.
I'll be right back.
October 2nd of 2024, so last year. Rachel Zegler on Reinventing Snow White and Juliet and facing off against toxic Disney fans. So Rachel Zegler played Juliet on Broadway and Romeo and Juliet. She can sing. She also played Maria from West Side Story, which I really enjoyed. West Side Story, the remake, the Spielberg one. It's very good. She crushed it. I didn't really believe Homeboy. Like, I didn't really love her counterpart, but I actually think they're dating. So I don't know what. The point is thus. This is an interview that that Variety did with her. And she basically talks about the amount of hate that she has gotten. Since being plucked from her life as a high schooler in Hackensack, New Jersey, and handpicked by Steven Spielberg to play Maria in his 2021 remake of West Side Story, Ziegler has become one of the decade's shiniest new stars. She appeared in comic book adventures and headlined a major franchise, Hunger Games, Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes. I haven't seen that one. Now Ziegler's about to become an icon for kids the world over, playing the title role in the Disney live-action Snow White, which opens in theaters March 2025. In some ways, playing the fairest of them all marks the end of an era for Ziegler, while heading to Broadway marks the beginning of a new one. I think I need to start thinking about a pivot. I feel capable of being picky about the next thing. But Ziegler's meteoric rise has come with strings attached. For as long as she's been famous, she's been the subject of ruthless and relentless criticism. It began innocently enough with petty jokes about her theater kid energy, but as Ziegler's fame increased, the complaints about her grew more sinister. When she playfully posted about not being invited to the 2022 Oscars despite West Side Story earning 7 nominations, she was called ungrateful and entitled. Okay, I am clearly not a big pop culture person, but the fact that you were a star, the lead in an Oscar film that got 7 noms and you didn't get an invite, I mean, that must have got lost in the mail or something. Like, that's wild, right? Like, they invite, costume designers who were, costume designers, assistants who were nominated.
So I actually looked into
What's
this.
up? I'm back, by the way.
Okay, I'm glad you're back.
I have a churro too.
Well,
so.
There's 2 things. First of all, number one, obviously the hate that Rachel Zegler got specifically wasn't because she wasn't white enough to be Snow White. It was because she was saying a bunch of incendiary shit that was unnecessarily political and associating it with the movie, and also shitting on the original movie, which is with a political message on top of it. Okay. That's why she's getting a bunch of shit. It's not because she's not white enough. Okay, that's number one. But number two, I looked into this question. Why didn't Rachel Zegler be allowed to go to the Oscars? Okay. And apparently the reason was because
she wasn't white enough.
Yes, they said only. No, she wasn't dark enough. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Because they had the whole
no
Oscars so white thing.
Oscars. Yeah.
Yes, they had the Oscars so white thing, and so they're like, listen, you can't too many. We have a quota here. They have a skin quota, and they looked at the skin chart, and they're like, Rachel Zegler's too white to be allowed
Not
here.
enough melanin.
Right. So she's the ultimate. She's just stuck in the middle, right? She's not white enough to be Snow White, but she's too white to go to the Oscars.
Isn't that terrible?
Isn't it so sad? No, the answer to the question about why she didn't originally get in is because they were still doing social distancing at the Oscars at the time of this was. So they had much less seats.
No way.
Because they had to spread everyone out more. And it said it also
they made them sit like 10 seats apart.
Right. And it said, this is pretty crazy too. It said that the audience, if you went to the Oscars this year that they're talking
about, you had to
about,
wear a mask.
No, but you were required to show proof of vaccination
and booster and second booster
and a negative coronavirus test.
Wow.
You had to show both of these things to even be allowed into the Oscars after they give you the fucking ticket.
Wow.
Because they choose you. Okay. So they have everyone spread out because of social distancing. You have to have all these requirements. And so they were like, listen, because we have less seats, we're only going to allow the A grade celebrities in.
Oh.
And so she wasn't, she wasn't an A grade. She was not.
She didn't make the cut.
She wasn't an A grade. She didn't make the cut, right? And so she didn't get in. So sad, right?
They gave her a ticket though.
Because there was this big uproar about it. So they eventually, I don't even think they gave her a ticket. They made her like a presenter. So she technically got in.
They gave her Julia Roberts' ticket.
There you go. So, but
they said, white woman, go away.
Right. But to make this about has something to do with being oppressed or something is obviously ridiculous. It's the height of privilege.
Course. If documentary filmmakers, whom I love, I'm like, you gotta, I realize it was her breakout role, but you got to invite her to the Oscars. So that was already a little weird, a little sus in my opinion. But of course, she was called ungrateful and entitled when she playfully posted about it. For admitting she took the role in Shazam sequel because she needed money, she was seen as tacky and in need of media training.
Oh, and actually, it's even worse, okay? Because it wasn't actually the Oscars' decisions. Because apparently, the way that the people get tickets is it's not, they don't give the ticket to the individual person. They usually give tickets to the production company or the studio that was involved in whatever the film is. And so they gave Disney, who I believe was involved with the West Side Story play or musical play, yeah, on Broadway. They gave Disney the tickets, and it was Disney's decision to not give her
Right.
the ticket. It
They only
wasn't the
had so many
Oscars.
for
It
their
was,
celebrities.
yeah, it was fucking Disney, because Disney's, because often they give these not just celebrities, but they give them to like big execs and big wigs and all that shit who want to feel special and all that stuff. So
Yeah, no.
Of course, she was called ungrateful and entitled when she playfully posted about it. For admitting she took the role in Shazam sequel because she needed money, she was seen as tacky and in need of media training. Hello, Barbie monologue. It's all coming. You can't look like you want.
I mean, yeah. What are you talking about? You're someone chooses you for a movie, and you're like, oh, I only took this role because I need money. Like that's an obvious dig at the movie, is it not?
Yeah, you're basically saying the movie sucks.
Yes.
You're supposed to say, oh, I would have been in this movie for free. Oh, God, it's so amazing. It's going
Right.
to totally forward my career.
Mm-hmm. Why would you say that? You'd be like, oh, I saw it, or I read it, or I read the script or whatever. I read the Shazam as a kid, and I thought it was great. Or just, make up something. Lie. Why would you be like, oh, just wanted the money, right? Like, yeah, you should be attacked
Look
for
at
that.
this.
That's a shitty thing to do.
Weren't we
It's a
talking
shitty thing
about
to
the
say.
book, Hello, He Lied?
Yes.
This is
Yes.
it right here.
Yes.
Hello.
Hello.
Lie, for
Right.
instance.
Yes. Just make it up.
Tony
Jesus.
What did she play in? Oh, I guess she was.
She was one
You
of
should have
the
brought this
kids, wasn't she? When she
I don't know.
got
Looks like
Shazammed up.
Looks like she's a evil queen or something. You should have brought one of this. You should have brought this picture up. She looks great in this picture.
Oh, there you go.
We finally found a good picture of
I
Renee
don't remember
Zellweger.
her in Shazam, honestly.
I don't either. Oh my God! And it has
Oh,
to
she
be
was one of the lady wizard people.
It has to
Okay,
be an AVIF file.
She was the one that she was the one that fell in love with the guy and was gonna be a good guy. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I vaguely remember that.
Some acting chops.
Shazam 2, listen, Shazam 2 wasn't that good. Okay.
It wasn't, no.
No.
Shazam
But-
1 was great.
But if you're in the movie, you shouldn't shit talk the movie. Okay.
You shouldn't, no.
That's like 101 Hollywood shit. Okay.
Yeah, this is how you don't get invited back to be on another movie. Because filmmakers talk. They're like, oh, you're casting her? Oh, she was a
Yeah.
nightmare. She was a nightmare to work with. She shit talked the movie. You want your movie shit talked? How good's your movie? Think you can stand up to Rachel Zegler?
Right.
Shit talking it for days on social media?
Well,
you
and then
don't
also,
want that?
but the people saying that she needed media training, they were right, and she obviously didn't get it because she just fucked up the whole Snow White thing too.
Yeah, media training. Here's the training. Shut the fuck up.
Smile and nod. Okay.
Oh, that's got to be like
Just
super.
look pretty. Okay. Just smile and nod and look pretty.
That's got to be like super offensive.
Right.
You're like, I have opinions.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow.
Want money, you have to pretend like you already have it. Every time she speaks up about racism and sexism in the entertainment industry, she is slammed as just a quote another DEI hire. Guys, this was a year ago before our DEI discussion blew up. Coasting on her identity rather than her talent. This bitch can sing, y'all. You need to know that.
Okay, I gotta be fair to Rachel Zegler. I went and I looked up the whole quote. Okay. She did say at first, the reality is, she says, I needed a job. I'm being so serious. Okay. So she did start that way, but then she does end it saying that she loved the first movie and she was so happy to be a part of the second one. And she loved being on the movie and thought the movie was great. Okay.
Okay, well, good.
So she did say that. So
yeah,
that is a out of context clip that people are attacking her for.
She's trying to have a sense of humor about the vitriol. Someone should kill you, an user wrote in August. Fun fact, I will be dying 8 times a week on Broadway this fall, she replied, telling the hater to buy a ticket and then tagging the FBI. Oh boy. Being famous isn't for the faint of heart, Ziegler said with a sigh. When Ziegler comes downstairs for blah, 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 what she's
Holy
wearing, I don't care,
shit.
but look at how hot she is. I'm sorry. She looks super fly here. Like this outfit. God damn. God damn. She
Look at that ugly bitch, right?
That's Sitch. Sitch is never going to
good, you know
forgive
what I'm
me now.
I
like,
mean,
how dare
she's
you?
no Mary Tran levels of hot.
Oh,
Right?
yeah.
Yeah. No Tico.
No Rose Tico.
No Rose
That's
Tico
for
levels of hot.
I have to bring up a picture of Rose Tico now. Now you're just being
ooh.
completely
Oh,
unfair.
baby. Yeah. Whew.
like she's just adorable. I just really like that whole outfit situation. Okay, so here she goes. For now, Ziegler in her princess era. Her appointment as the apple-eating stepdaughter of the evil queen drew instant ire online, with many promising to boycott the film due to the woke casting. To them, the actress's Colombian heritage disqualified her from playing the princess from Disney's 1937 musical fantasy, described as having hair as black as ebony and skin as white as snow. Never mind the fact that the character Bianca Neves, that's, by the way, Bianca Neves or Blanca Neves, Bianca Neve in Italian, Blanca Nieves in Spanish, is just as popular in Spanish-speaking countries as she is in the U.S. She was my mom's favorite princess, Ziegler said. When she was growing up, there weren't a lot of dark-haired princesses, and this was one she could relate to. So she basically talks about the fact that it's like, you know, it's okay that she is half Colombian. She says, you're doing this for the little girl.
Again, they keep... I don't know if it's like deliberate at this point. I don't know if it's like a willful ignorance. Again, if the politics and the environment was different, no one would give a fuck. Okay. If it was the 90s or the mid 2000s, before wokeness existed, before there was this terrible, toxic political ideology, and they did a live action Snow White and they cast Rachel Zegler, no one would give a fuck. No one would have said anything. It wouldn't have been an issue whatsoever. But the race-obsessed weirdos start making everything about race, and they're like, oh, shock, surprise. Look, it's going to come back and actually interact with us.
Yeah, no, it's exactly right. It's just...
What are you laughing about? What are you giggling about? You bring up some Rose Tico picture.
Just like, I'm looking at all these pictures. So I brought up one. Oh God, she's so hot in this picture, Sitch. I don't know how.
Uh-huh.
I don't know how you can't.
Let me
How
see.
you can't see it.
Oh yeah.
Maybe I should.
I just see the Rose Tico picture.
What do you mean? That is a picture.
Oh, that's the picture.
She's
Definitely.
smoking.
Definitely hotter than Rachel Zegler right there.
They did her so fucking dirty in Star Wars.
Yeah.
Look at this.
Right.
Like, okay, we need more women in this movie, but can we make them look like men?
JV for $20 says Rachel Zegler got hate for being Maria in West Side Story because Maria was Puerto Rican and she is Colombian. She also responded to people for being mad about her casting with how it doesn't matter. She needs to represent Latinas. That's hilarious because there's like this weird thing in America, especially among like the woke, where they want to roll all like Latinas as one or Latinos as like one thing. Like all the Latins, they're all the same thing, right? Even though, you know, all the Latins fucking hate each other's guts. They're super racist against each other. And so, you know what? That is a good point that I didn't even think about is, you know, you have West Side Story. It's a very famous story that's classically about Puerto Rican, you know, the whites and the Puerto Ricans going at each other. And like, is it weird that you have a very specific ethnic group that is supposed to be represented in this very famous play about a very specific ethnic group, and they don't cast that person, and then people get mad about it, and she's like, shut up, I'm close enough. I'm Latina enough, right? Even though I'm not specifically the specific ethnicity. So that's pretty funny.
Yeah, look, these race rules are all over the place. Who knows if you're gonna
Right.
get in trouble or they're close enough or what it is.
Well, if they cast someone as Maria who was not, if they were just white, they're just 100% Polish ancestry, they
Mhm.
get all this shit. They're like, well, no, they're from Colombia. Like that's kind of like Puerto Rico, right? Like, is it?
Oh, that's so yeah.
It's kind of funny.
That's so offensive.
I know.
Look, you're not American. That's all we
Right.
know.
Oh, okay.
Not American.
You're spicy. You're like spicy white. Isn't that what Latins are? They're spicy white.
Oh yeah.
They're white with a little bit of pepper mixed in.
Oh my God, they make that joke in Mickey 17.
What? Really?
Yeah. Yeah, his girlfriend makes that joke because like one of the Mickeys actually is like has a spine and the other is
Mhm.
like a complete doormat.
Right.
She's like, "Oh, you're spicy Mickey.
Oh, okay. I thought you
You're-
were making an ethnic joke. Yeah.
You're like normal Mickey and you're spicy
right.
Mickey."
Right.
Yeah. I guess it's offensive if it's
If it's ethnic,
right.
a skin color,
She should have called him like toxic Mickey.
Mm,
You're my toxic Mickey. The
hot.
testosterone Mickey.
Girl that you once were, who grew up without that
Hold on, my watch together's like fucking up for some reason.
What? It's Rose Tico is destroying her
It's
beauty
true.
is
Her
too
beauty
much
is
for watch
destroying
together.
the watch together.
Look, obviously I know that picture is a horrible picture, but I just brought it up to show you how dirty the producers of Star Wars did Rose Tico.
Okay.
Like who how many roles is she getting after they did that to her?
Not a lot.
Fucking embarrassing.
who grew up without that representation of her Colombian culture. You're showing that anything is possible for someone who looks like her. And that's the most important job in the world. Overnight, online trolls took shots at Zegler's disdain for the animated classic because she began saying in red carpet interviews in 2022 that her version of the iconic princess wouldn't spend days pining over a man. She called the aspects of the original story weird and said that the 1937 prince literally stalked Snow White. That is a
Uh-oh.
Look at that face. Oh, I'm shocked that when what is the whole point of remaking something? What is the entire purpose of doing that? It's that you have a built-in audience
to make money.
Right. No, but you have a built-in audience that likes the original story.
Right.
That's the entire fucking point. And so how does it make sense to hire someone for your remake
Who hates the original audience?
who says
Yeah.
the original is not only bad, says it's weird. It's weird. And the guy in it who's a hero is a stalker and he's gross. He's a gross
Yeah.
stalker. And you're weird for liking it. You fucking
That's
weirdo.
exactly what she's saying. She's like, if you like this movie, you're a fucking weirdo.
Yes. What
Come
the
see
fuck?
my movie.
Yeah. I'm gonna fix it. I'm gonna make it better. Fuck you if you like the original.
Yeah.
What the hell?
March 15th. Come check it out.
Jesus.
perfectly normal thing for a 26-year-old to say. That's a perfectly normal thing for a 40-year-old to say. Like, then this is a
Okay. Is a perfectly normal thing for a 26-year-old to say. That is true.
Yeah.
It's not
Who's a
perfectly
barista at Starbucks.
Right. Yes, exactly. Exactly. It's not perfectly normal for the lead actress of the fucking movie to say that. That's not normal. That's weird.
No. Yeah.
That's stupid.
Weird.
Yeah. That's what the kids call retarded.
Yes.
1937, it was one of the first Disney movies, okay? It's like one step out of Sleeping Beauty, but she does, fall into a sleep. Everyone's got to fall into a sleep, and then a prince's kiss wakes them up. That's the only thing that can break the spell. It's always the prince. But like the fact that they made such a big deal about her, saying that the original version was a little weird, if anything, that should make people more interested in seeing this new film. Sadly, again, the numbers are.
Oh, listen, when I hear from an actress, they're like, listen, we're doing a remake of a classic fairy tale, but we got to update it and make it more feminist for modern audiences. That really just perks my interest level up, right? Doesn't it? And you're like, this movie, this classic movie, it's not feminist enough. So we need to remake it to make it more feministy. That's just, that gets my juices flowing.
There needs to be a different name for it, because it's just like when you remake a song, can you imagine a band doing a remake of a song and they're like, yeah, we have all different words and look, all different music. I mean, it's basically a completely different song. It's like, are you really remaking the song?
Shouldn't?
Well,
You know
no.
what? That's a good point.
It's
This is
our
a-
song.
This is an underutilized aspect of media. Okay, we need to remake classic songs for modern audiences.
Yeah, totally.
Right. This song is
Yes.
offensive. It talks about a romance in a way that is not does not jive with the feminist sensibility of 2025.
Right. Yeah,
I
there
think
we
we need
go.
to
All
we need
new
to-
words.
Yeah, I think we need to remake classic Beatles songs, classic Elvis songs to be acceptable for modern audiences.
Yeah, that's a great idea.
Yeah. I'm sure I won't get hate from the Elvis and Beatles fandom for saying that you're a fucking weirdo and a stalker for liking songs like I Want to Hold Your Hand. Did you
Oh,
ask for
yeah.
consent? Did you ask for consent when you wanted to hold her hand, or did you just want to hold it, right?
Mhm.
Without asking. That's weird. That's creepy.
It is. Don't do that.
No.
Don't hold her hand, okay?
No,
Let her go.
exactly. Right.
Never hold anyone's hand, okay?
No. Not without express written consent. And you need to constantly ask, is this okay? Is this
Yes.
okay? Are you, I know I said this 5 minutes ago, but I need to re-ask if it's okay for me to continue to hold your hand. I don't want to assume anything.
Is my hand too cold?
Right. I have a little warmer. Do I need to warm my hand up a little bit? Okay.
Tanking. So the reason that I bring this up is because it gives you good backstory of how we got here. She said, in all honesty, she was sad that her comments were interpreted that way. It may be sad that it was taken in such a way because I believe women can do anything, but I also believe they can do everything. What she meant to convey was that Snow White wants romance, but has other goals too.
Yeah.
Like, listen, she said, I'm sad that her words were interpreted that way, and then just proceeds to say the same thing. So they were not misinterpreted at all.
I mean, do you really want romance with someone that you're calling your stalker? This is a guy that you're interested in. Would you really say, oh, yeah, he's
I
my
mean-
stalker?
You might be asking the wrong person that question.
Oh, my God. Totally. I guess you're right. Look, stalking sometimes pays off. That's why people do it.
Sometimes. Not that I'm telling anyone they should do that.
Sometimes the stalking works.
But no, was weird. It's weird. They did the same thing in Alice in Wonderland, where they're like, and they did the same thing in Aladdin. They have to make. I think actually, Lindsay Ellis said this, and bless her heart, she was completely correct. They do this weird thing where they make it so that all the girls have to be girl bosses.
Mhm.
And they'll have to be like rulers. They have to be monarchs, right? So Snow White can't just be some like girl who's this evil fucking witch is trying to fucking kill. And she's just like, I just have to get through this. No, she has to I have to be the fucking queen. Okay. Because I have to bring socialism to my kingdom. I have to be in charge. That's my girl boss motivation. I have other goals too.
I
It
mean,
just seems
that's
weird.
It's fine. It's totally fine. Make that movie. Make the movie where the girl wants to like control the kingdom and go on the hero's journey. Just you can also have movies where the woman just wants to fall in love with a nice guy.
Right.
Like a lot of women, that's what that's what they want. I mean, it's kind of what Twilight is, right? I want to be fought over by handsome men
Exactly.
that are vampires and werewolves.
Well, and
right?
also it's weird too, because it's like a movie, usually most movies are just snapshots of a character's life at that moment when something's happening. That's a story. You don't think like, oh, well, Snow White, the original Snow White is about her, getting attacked and then finding her Prince Charming. And I'm going to assume that the second the credits end, she has no other goals and she just sits like a trophy wife, dolled up for the prince and doesn't have any thoughts or motivations beyond that.
Yeah.
Right.
She goes on some other epic journey, right?
Sure. The epic journey
Right.
of having children.
Of course.
And cooking in a kitchen like every
Becoming
woman
subservient to
aspires
the prince.
Yes. Right. Exactly.
Prince Charming.
Yeah.
That's very nice. Look, she's been super outspoken, y'all. She has been very, very, very outspoken on all kinds of things. She was active during the SAG-AFTRA strike. She spoke out against AI being used to replace actors. And then, drum roll. Just one day after appearing at the D23 in August, where Zegler teed up the first footage from Snow White for a crowd of adoring fans, she posted a note of gratitude on X, but it was the last line of her post that drew the most attention. Quote, and always remember, free Palestine.
Oh, this
Dun,
is why
dun.
she's doing this video right here.
Of course. Of course.
Like, oh, Palestine.
Well,
like, why
if-
would you bring that into the movie? Especially when your co-host is Israeli. Like, that's just, I mean, a level of stupidity that's beyond me.
Of course.
Yeah.
Well, that's what's like crazy about this is if, like, in an alternate universe, if Rachel Zegler said nothing about any of this stuff, and it was Gal Gadot who said Snow White sucked, and then, you know, the original, and then she said, oh, you know, like, Israel, you know, I don't know. I just know like slogan, but she just adds some like pro-Israel slogan at the end of her, you know, tweet about the movie. Do you think Francesca here would be like defending her? Like, how dare you attack Gal Gadot for standing up for what she believes in? Of course not. You say, fuck that bitch. She's advocating for a genocide.
Yeah.
Don't see the
totally.
movie. Boycott the movie. Boycott the movie. That's why I hate these fucking people. It's
It's all
all
one-sided. Yeah.
Yes, it's just so fucking one-sided. It's only because Rachel Zegler aligns with her politics. It's the only fucking reason. But I'm over here like, listen, I wouldn't like it if Gal Gadot was like, oh, we will fucking Israel forever, you know, on the end of her tweet. I'd be like, why does that have to do with Snow White? It has nothing to fucking do with Snow White. Why are you bringing in politics, especially contentious politics, on a contentious political issue, into a fucking Disney movie that has nothing to do with it whatsoever?
Yeah.
You shouldn't do that.
It's the idea behind it for the activism, though, is to bring attention to the cause. But it's not even bringing attention to the cause. You're not really going to make any sort of headway.
No, it's total. It's a virtue signal because you're completely correct. Rachel Zegler saying "Free Palestine" at the end of her little fucking tweet about Snow White. Okay,
saying I'm a good person.
Exactly. It's not like It's not like Bibi Netanyahu is not scrolling through X and is like really a huge Snow White fan, and then he sees.
Yeah, exactly.
He's like, oh my god, the actress for Snow White said "Free Palestine." I'm gonna rethink. Dropping a bomb on this building right now, right? We're going to completely rethink about how we're, handling the situation in Gaza.
If that would happen, I'd say do it. I'd be like, okay, yeah, do that. The Free Palestine worked.
It did worked. Oh my god, it worked. It totally
BB took his hand off the button.
Yes. Oh,
but BB's like, he's just pressing the button anyway. Like,
right? No, it doesn't make a fucking difference. You're not changing anyone's fucking opinion about anything. It's so stupid.
Right. Well, you are changing people's opinion about the Snow White movie. They're like, fuck this movie. I'm not I'm not going to go see this movie.
Right.
The actress doesn't even care about the Israeli hostages.
Of course.
She's pro-genocide.
And it is even weirder when her co-star is Israeli. It's like, oh, awkward.
Can you imagine if I was on the show all the time? Like, oh, Free Palestine, man. I can't believe the genocide. What is Sitch? Your people? What's up with their fucking genocide, dude? Why are they genociding
My people.
Everyone?
Yeah, I'm Israeli now. Yeah.
Oh,
exactly.
I guess
exactly. Fucker. Fucking anti-Semitic.
Aren't all Jewish people Israeli in spirit?
They are. Yeah. Yes. Of course. Of course. They all have the dual citizenship card. That's why they're secretly subverting America.
Do they really?
Israel's game. No.
You could just get citizenship in Israel.
You have I believe you have the ability to apply for Israeli citizenship. I don't know what the criteria is.
How do you prove that you're Jewish?
I don't know.
Could I just say I'm Jewish? Yeah, I'm Jewish. Of course.
You just show your dick and be like, look, I'm circumcised.
I am circumcised. If they want to check, I mean, okay.
That's actually a great question.
I'm Jewish. Check my dick.
I have absolutely no clue. How do you prove you're Jewish if you're trying to apply for Israeli citizenship?
Just an interesting question.
Yeah.
These are the things we think about on this show.
Right.
Yeah. So yeah, look, the stupidity of doing this, like not getting it. I guess maybe didn't they shoot a whole fucking movie together? Like had principal photography already been done when she did this? Like
Right.
maybe they just didn't get along on set or something, and she thought, "Oh, this is a good way to say fuck you."
Right.
Why were they? I'm curious if they were shooting during October 7th. She just all her fans are like, "Oh, we love you, Rachel. Oh, free Palestine." Like that's all she knows. It's like it's their way of saying hello. Sitch is like obsessed. He's like,
No,
now I can't become Israeli. You ruined it for me.
First of all, I don't want to become Israeli. But secondly, no, I was going to do the test.
Oh yes, do the test, please.
Do the test.
Do
Yes.
the test.
Right. The test. Let's
The
see.
test,
I bet
for
you
those of
she
you who don't
said
know, is the
nothing.
October 7th test.
Yes. To see if the person said anything on October 7th. I'm guessing she said absolutely nothing whatsoever about it. Which I wouldn't have a problem with if she didn't then make the the later comments. So.
Right. What if she went all crazy? She was like, they deserved it. Oh my god.
She did a full
they would have fired her from
Yeah.
They would.
Yeah.
I'm sure they probably told her don't mention the Israeli conflict, and that's why she did the Free Palestine.
You think they specifically told her, like, don't say this one thing, and then she says
It's funny that she ragged on Trump because I do think she's maybe a little reflexively contrarian. So that's just a vibe I get, though. Maybe she's not. Like I said in the beginning of the show, she could have just been repeating what the producers wanted. She could have been letting the cat out of the bag on how they wanted to run the production. We should get a hold. I wonder if we could get a hold of that Greta Gerwig script.
That'd be amazing.
The original draft.
Right.
But there's lots of interesting stuff in there to talk about, right? Snow White and the 7 girl bosses. You can see it now. Look, we'll gender swap all of the dwarves and we'll turn them into badasses.
It's always weird to me when she has no tweets, like none.
Like
That's
they were
kind of
deleted.
Yeah, because it's like she has tweets before, like and she has tweets
vanished.
After. Right? She has tweets before and after, but no tweets for like a week.
Somebody was smart enough to call her up and say, "Listen, shut your fucking."
I don't know. That's very interesting.
Well, look, it's not the day after, right? And the day before. It's a week after, you said?
I said she has like no tweets for like the week of, like a week and a half of, it looks almost like. So
they knew.
I don't know. Very interesting. That's all I'm going to say.
They locked her out of her account.
Right. Who knows?
Done. Uh-oh. Person of color in the public eye says to free Palestine. That is going to be a no-no. That's going to be a no-no from everybody. And indeed, that's exactly what happened. And
no, so bad. She's allowed to say free Palestine. It's not like no people of color can say free Palestine. Come on.
Well, the idea that like,
that's not true.
First of all, a person of color has greater immunity idle to say free Palestine anyway.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah.
Say it all day and night.
Right. But
no, I can't say it, but
and again, it's not even like that she just said it like as a like on her Twitter. People would complain about it, but it was that she was saying it specifically in conjunction with this
the movie promotional.
With the movie promotion.
Yeah.
Which is, if you actually see it, she put out the tweet for the movie promotion And then she replied to herself under it immediately after with Free Palestine.
Right. Yeah.
So she thought of it. She like sent her tweet out. She's like, oh, I should add this virtue signal to the whole thing too.
Right. Or it may have been in her contract that she couldn't say anything political in messaging.
Oh, so she got around it by saying it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting.
She's like, oh, let me just tack this on. This is legal by the letter of my contract.
Right. Right.
This is a completely different tweet.
I hate how I think Google they need to fucking start cracking down on, you can like do searches where you try to limit the time range because you're looking for something specific. And a lot of these websites just somehow have some automatic way of lying so that whatever date you put in, it just automatically makes it, even if it's an article that came out yesterday, it makes it seem like it's in that time range from like 2 years ago or something.
Yeah.
And Google
I can't
really
stand
needs
that.
to crack down and just be like, fuck you. If you do this, then we're going to just eliminate you from the search results or something.
Yeah.
Get on it.
I got the Google. I got the super Google AI.
Oh.
Maybe if I just ask it directly.
Stop that.
No, if I just ask it, hey, what did Rachel Zegler say on Twitter on
or just did she say
10/7?
anything about October 7th? I don't think she's ever said anything about it. So interesting.
And so it is crazy that then, Variety, who openly talks about how terrible she felt, how much she's been trolled by racists online, that they then did this next article that I'm.
What year is it? What year did this attack? Is it
2023?
Oh.
I'm going to read you, but before that, she says to this interviewer, she says, I cannot watch children die. I don't think that it should be a hot take. She knows it's not that simple, but she tries to tune out all the noise that blares around her every time she speaks out. Quote, I'm only responsible for what.
Isn't it weird that like the person had to add that? She knows it's not that simple. She didn't say that. She didn't say like, listen, I understand it's a complicated geopolitical situation, but I just don't want innocent people to die. Blink my little eyes. Blink, blink, blink. I'm just an innocent baby angel, Disney princess. Blink, blink, blink. Like, she didn't say that.
That would have been good. I mean,
right.
That would have been the way to get around it. But
then maybe Bibi Netanyahu's heart and Hamas, the leader of Hamas, they both would have looked at Rachel Zegler's beautiful little Disney face, and they would have said, "Oh, we're going to decide to put the violence aside and shake hands and usher in an era of peace."
Of course not. They would have said, look, if she was a little fairer, then we would let her get away with it.
Or at least that's what I would say if she was actually white. Fucking half Colombian trying to be Snow White. Fuck this shit. Exactly. I saw her trying to be Puerto Rican too. This motherfucker chameleon.
You forget like the Nazi environment we live in, Sitch.
Everyone knows that the leaders of Hamas are really, really big West Side Story fans, and they are very upset that they couldn't get an actual Puerto Rican to play Maria.
Mm-hmm.
What I feel, and then I'm also responsible for how I act upon it. We're nearing 1 year since the horrendous attacks on Israel in October 7th, but I've been following the conflict for so many years. Like so many people, I'm hard.
Oh, look, there it is. I didn't have to look it up. She read it for us. Okay, so she did actually listen. I gotta give her credit. She did at least say horrendous attacks in Israel on October 7th.
Did she really?
She did. She read in the article. I gotta give her credit. There it is. She actually said something. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. My heart has grown 3 sizes today.
That's great.
Speaking of, thanks so much. It says someone has been a member for 28 months of discipline equals freedom, but it's like, I don't know what happened. Do you see that? It's like phased out of existence.
What?
That's weird.
Impossible.
Well, I don't know whoever that was, but thank you. Adam Unfriended for $20 says, Adam, I'm eating dinner at Hoggly Woggly's barbecue. It better be good. If not, then I'll be forever S-class. And S-class is the best class.
Look, if you don't like it, that's fine. If you do like it, like you got to be A-team. There's no way. There's no way.
What? No. Listen.
Hoggly
I
Woggly's my jam.
I ate Hoggly Woggly. I'm
Mhm.
sorry, Dr. Hoggly Woggly, to say his full name.
Dr. Hoggly Woggly Texas Barbecue.
He walked. Listen, Dr. Hoggly Woggly worked very hard for his doctorate in barbecue.
Of course.
Okay.
I'm glad you recognize
Right.
his
So yeah,
credibility.
you do have to recognize his hard work. But no, so yeah, no, Dr. Hoggly Woggly's barbecue was very tasty. I agree.
Mhm.
I agree. It was a very good. There he is in the chat. Adam Unfriended says first few bites are good. That's true.
Go if you get
good
the
stuff.
spicy barbecue. If you like spicy, obviously if you don't like spicy, just get the regular barbecue. But the spicy's to die for.
I remember when I was there, I got the barbecue sampler platter. It was very tasty.
Yeah, that was good. I think we
I like-
split that, didn't we?
We did. We
Yeah.
did split that. We had the spicy
Lots of
smoked
stuff,
sausage was very tasty.
Yep.
The
God.
shredded pork was very tasty. It was good stuff.
But what was the king? The brisket. I said we should just get
yes,
the brisket.
you
He's
were
like,
right.
No, let's get the sampler platter. I'm like, okay, I guess. But the
Well-
brisket is what you're gonna like be enamored by.
Well, listen, it's a new place. You've been talking up. I want to try as much as I can.
Yeah, totally.
Okay.
Now you know I was correct. The brisket
should've-
is like fucking to die for.
We should have told Adam Unfriended. I hope you got some brisket. The brisket was very tasty.
Yeah.
So, oh my God.
If you didn't get the brisket, call your waitress over to the table right now and say, listen,
throw your food in her face.
What
and
is this?
demand the brisket.
What is this barbecue chicken? Give me the fucking brisket.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Brisket. Chicken. I feel like chicken is. I
Kinda
like chicken.
bland, yeah.
But I feel like barbecue chicken is usually like the worst item on the list. It's because it's the driest generally, even in like a good place. So.
Oh my God. The Google AI won't even say jack shit. I keep asking, what did she tweet on October 7th, 2023?
Right.
Based on the information available, it's important to clarify that the focus of the reporting regarding Rachel Zegler's social media activity revolves around her pro-Palestine stance, which included the phrase "Free Palestine." While the events of October 7th created a highly sensitive context for the discussion about the Israeli-Palestine conflict, the reports primarily highlight that Rachel Zegler had social media activity where she showed support for the Palestinian people and used the phrase "Free Palestine." Did she say that on October 7th? I thought that was later. This activity caused controversy, and there were reports of increased security concerns for her co-host, Cal Gadot.
Wait, she said it on October 7th? No,
I don't think she did.
No,
yeah.
No.
I
It was
think
afterwards. Yeah.
The next thing is I'm going to say, why are you lying?
No, that would be fucking crazy. She said on October 7th.
It is important to understand that the information available focuses on the general stance she took on the Palestinian-Israel conflict, and that it created a lot of controversy.
She said it a year later. She said it on August 12th of 2024. So almost a year later.
Yeah, it wasn't even close to October 7th.
Right. No, that'd have been like, oh, that'd been real bad. Shady's giving me shit in the chat. He says, Sitch, you have black people in the chat.
What's that mean?
Because I besmirched the barbecue chicken.
Oh,
Mhm. I don't know. I'm just saying, usually when I go to a barbecue place, like they can have really great ribs, they can have really great pork, they can have really great brisket. But usually the chicken is the weakest item. Okay. And I'm a guy who likes chicken. I'm a chicken eater. Okay. I like
chicken's
I like my
okay.
chicken, but
I like chicken.
I like barbecue chicken. I'm just saying it's usually the weakest item on the menu. Okay.
Oh. Yeah, he's being stubborn.
Okay. Oh.
SNA barbecue tour.
Right.
We can hit all the 4 big styles.
Mhm.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I just saw this. CT's doing a GoFundMe to help raise money for a car.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Share it up.
I'm going to put in the chat. So if you guys want to help CT be able to drive.
Nice.
Wait a minute.
Everyone should have a car.
I don't know why. How do I make the link is so long?
Just put it in the chat.
No, like it's too long for the chat.
It won't fit in the chat.
It's
You're
23 characters too long.
No way.
It is. I've never seen it. Well, I don't know for a GoFundMe. I got to go to one of these URL shortener things.
Interesting.
That's crazy.
How's that? They have that many GoFundMes?
I don't know. It's like super fucking long. Well, here you go. Here, I'll throw in the guy shortened it up here.
Do it up.
Heartbroken by the loss of life that we're seeing with these insane death tolls coming out of both.
So there you go, guys. If you want to donate to the CT to help her get a car, check out through a link, and I'll retweet her tweet about it on Twitter too. So.
Oh, Sitch, you're fucking terrible at this.
I know. What?
Put like write something, the name of the GoFundMe or whatever on there, and we'll pin it. Like, what are you doing? Okay.
You do it.
It's called marketing.
Okay. I'm bad at marketing. You're the marketing guy. I'm bad at marketing.
I'll do it. I'll do it up.
Okay, you do it.
It looks like I can do this link.
Right.
Regions. Look at her doing the both sides stuff. Look at her. Look at her tiptoeing around it. She's being very sensitive. Despite the blowback, Zegler wants to continue to use her platform to advocate for the Palestinian people. Quote, I don't have the answers, she said. I don't think any celebrity making a political statement has the answers, but we have the platform to share a donation link to make sure that these people get the money, the care, and the aid that they need, and that people in power aren't giving them. If that means it can fall upon us to be in power in a way that is helpful, I'm happy to do it. This was when there were no signs of Joe Biden stopping this, right?
I mean, she didn't like.
Oh my
God.
Funny Joe Biden saw it and was like, oh yeah, this is a good idea.
Joe Biden saw it and then fell asleep and forgot what he was doing. Okay.
Yeah.
Did you see there was some article that was like, they were talking about how there was some meeting or something that Joe Biden was at, and then to put like fluorescent tape on the ground to like guide him.
No way.
They literally described it as like breadcrumbs, like they needed some fucking Hansel and Gretel breadcrumbs for Joe Biden to not get lost as he's like walking around.
Yeah. There was no sign of Joe Biden stopping the war in Gaza. There was no sign of Joe Biden staying up past 6 p.m. What the fuck?
Right.
Right. Stopping a war.
But no, like, you know, I wonder, I think she still would have got flack, but I think she still would have got, I mean, she didn't post a link to like, here's a charity to helping like people that have been displaced by the war in Gaza, right? She just said Free Palestine.
Here's a charity to help all the people that Gal Gadot wanted to die.
Here's a link to a charity that makes sure that you get food into the hands of the needy Hamas terrorists in the tunnels.
Oh my God. Oh yeah.
Like she didn't
that
do something
great for Disney.
There you go. But like she didn't, like, first of all, I mean, she shouldn't do that anyway, because again, Disney doesn't want to be political and they don't want this shit. Well, I guess Disney does want to be political.
Oh my God. How dare you say that?
You're right. Disney does want to be political.
All they want to be is political now.
But they theoretically wouldn't hypothetically want, you know, to have something politically contentious like the war to be associated with their branding. So
it's so weird that they dive in feet first to progressive politics, because it's just their brand is innately conservative. It's a family brand.
Yeah,
like it's always been conservative. It's so weird. They have a major identity crisis going here.
Has Disney always been conservative?
Well, I just think in terms of people get more conservative when they have a family, because obviously you have
want to protect their family.
Yeah, exactly. So you're not engaging in high risk behavior.
Right.
Yeah. You know, you tend to like get a job, even if it's a bad job, even if it's a job you don't like. You're like, I'm doing it for my family.
If Rachel Zegler, not in her tweet promoting the Snow White thing, like if it was like, you know, different tweet the next day or something, and she's like, here's a charity for, you know, people in Palestine or whatever, I mean, some people would have complained, but I don't think it'd be that big a deal. That's the difference.
Yeah, just
That's
look.
the difference.
I've got a bet. I've got like a $250 million bet going right now. I'd say maybe you don't. Maybe you don't.
Maybe you don't. Yeah. I mean, ideally, obviously, well, the whole thing's going on, but
right.
Is he gonna do it? Is he gonna, stop the aid flowing, stop the weapons flowing? Nah. Nope. No adults in the room. And this was right before the election, too. And then, again, this is the article that comes out just 2 days ago, calling it a Snow White fiasco, inside the fiasco. And effectively, this article blames Zegler for everything that went down. There were other controversies.
I mean, she didn't help. She kind of fucked up repeatedly, consistently, 3 times. And she just never learned again and again and again.
I see Gerwig's fingerprints all over this.
Well, yes, obviously, but
look, Gerwig's smart. She's got a hit movie with Barbie. Like, they want to do a sequel. They're gonna throw Zegler to the wolves. She's got nothing going on. She's a perfect fall guy.
I don't remember if I saw this in a different video or if Francesca brings it up here, but there's an interesting story. I don't know if you saw this. Producer's son blames Rachel Zegler for Snow White.
Oh, I saw it, Sitch. I know all the drama. Don't try to get the drama past me. I know what you're talking about. Yeah, the producer's son lit up somebody in the comments about how immature Zegler was and how she cost all of the working people.
Yes.
Yeah.
Saying about how his dad had to fly out to Rachel Zegler to tell her to
just personally slap her across the face.
To personally slap her across the face and say, "What the fuck is wrong with you? Do not tie in the fucking Israel-Palestine war with our promotional branding of Snow White, you dumb bitch." And Rachel Zegler said,
"Where is your phone? Where is your phone, Zegler?"
And Rachel Zegler said, "Fuck you, old man. Okay, it's the next generation. Free Palestine. You're a Nazi. Fuck off." And then he slinked away like a cuck.
She said, "Stalker."
Yeah.
You flew all the way out here just to stalk me?
Yes, exactly.
What do you have, $250 million tied up in this movie?
She said,
"How much of that is my movie?"
She said, "I'm going to Me Too you unless you shut the fuck up."
Oh, man.
That didn't actually happen.
There was like a fire on set. I don't know why that's so crazy, but it also brings in, and this is the most important thing, not only did she speak up for Palestine, but her co-star was Gal Gadot. Put a pin in that. We'll get back to it. After she
a Nazi
posted that, right? After she posted, and as always, Free Palestine. The addendum amassed 8.8 million views, nearly 4 times the number for the initial post, quickly made the rounds with many inside the studio expressing shock that the Snow White star would commingle the promotion of its $270 million tentpole with any kind of political statement.
Wow,
That's
what a
so great.
surprise.
It got 4 times the attention.
Well, look, it was a good thing. It was good promotion, right? It blew up. It went viral. I'm sure for all the right reasons.
She should have put it in the other tweet.
Yeah, exactly.
God.
A Disney executive raised the studio's concerns with the Zegler's team while the film's producer Mark Platt flew to New York to speak directly with her, but the actress flew to New York. But the actress, whose relationship with the studio began to unravel in 2022.
That's where the Jews live. That's where they all live, in New York. She's in the nest with all of them. She's surrounded.
Where did he fly from? Los Angeles?
Probably.
Oh my God. I can imagine. Like,
Can
he
you
was probably
imagine?
on that flight, that whole flight, like head in his hands. It's just like, oh my God, I made the biggest mistake of my life.
That would
Who
drive
was
me
it?
fucking crazy if they're like, you need to get on a plane and fly 5 hours, 6 hours across the country to tell a 20-year-old to shut the fuck up. You can't do it over the phone. You can't do it on Zoom. You have to fly there in person to tell them to shut the fuck up. And then they don't. They tell you to fuck up. That's crazy.
How much did she make for this movie?
Not enough, obviously. Jesus Christ.
I don't. This, yeah.
I'm surprised there wasn't a murder that took place that night. I fucking flew 6 hours. Fuck you. Delete your fucking post, you bitch.
Contentious West Side.
Was the movie? I think the movie was done, right? They just had. They were waiting for the right opportunity to release it. I think the movie was done like quite some time ago.
Well, when they had that controversy where they had to like redo a bunch of shit
Yeah,
because the
reshoot,
dwarves and all that
re-edit,
crap.
yeah.
Right. So I don't know when that. I don't know what the timeline was. Snow White, Disney.
I would like to know,
dwarf
but it's not essential.
Right.
Because I'm thinking.
Like, was she still filming when this happened? Is like
if it's so. It sounds like it was already a done deal, and it's so close to just dropping.
Mm-hmm.
So she's like, I don't give a fuck. I did my part.
Oh, fuck you.
Like if the movie fails, I've already been paid. I got the check in my bank. This is why you got to hold part of the money. You got to be like, okay.
Mm-hmm.
You get 1 million up front and you get 1 million once the movie is. Look, you could even attach some sort of back end deal to this and she'd probably be like, who cares?
So there's an article about them doing all the dwarf reshoot shit. That's all the way back in 2023. So she had she was probably completely done with any filming by then.
When did she do this? When did this flight take place?
It was August 2024.
What? So yeah, so everything's done.
Everything's done. Well, they're still probably doing special effects, but she's probably completely wrapped.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's probably been in the nightmare of editing. Like they don't have really shit. They put an assembly cut in front of some screening audiences, and those audiences are like, "This is trash." The fuck? Where's Snow White?
My theory is that they intentionally held it back to be close to Lilo and Stitch, so that everyone will forget Snow White in a couple of months when Lilo and Stitch comes out and like does gangbusters.
That is a excellent theory. Yeah, because when's Lilo and Stitch? Well, look, that's
in like July or something. Or
they should have done it like the weekend before. Actually, they don't want the stench of this on their movie.
Right.
So they're like,
oh, I'm sorry. They actually, it's much sooner. It's May 23rd. So it's a couple months from now.
Yeah.
So there you go. They literally like released Snow White 2 months. Yeah, I mean, I hope it's good too. Everyone likes Lilo and Stitch. So
I wonder if Chris Sanders was involved in the.
I think what we really need is for the little girl who's playing Lilo to come out and say "Free Palestine."
Oh yeah.
Right before the thing. So.
That would be brilliant.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
She should have like a Palestinian flag on her surfboard.
There you go. Oh my God.
Yeah.
This little, how old, 8-year-old girl should have a fucking Palestinian flag. Jesus.
Story award season campaign and continued as she trashed the beloved original. She did not trash it. Stood her ground and
I mean, she just said it's for about a creepy weirdo stalker. And if you like it, you're probably a creepy weirdo.
And you're weird.
Too.
Yeah.
Yeah. But, you know.
Post remained. This queen refused to delete the Free Palestine post. Behind the scenes, death threats towards Ziegler's co-star Gal Gadot. Okay, sure. Well, there's lots of death threats. How about that? There's lots of death threats. Who is Israeli, spiked, and Disney had to pay for additional security for the mother of 4. What about the security for Rachel Ziegler? What about the security right now of people who think she is too brown to play Snow White? Was there security? One insider said she didn't understand.
Yeah, but the difference between like people who are
0 death threats. So why?
Right. Well, even let's say, I'm sure Rachel Ziegler got death threats. Okay. A lot of crazy assholes out there. Even if there's a difference between saying like, okay, there's a bunch of crazy assholes or racists on the internet who are throwing death threats to Rachel Ziegler for whatever reason. And so she has security. Like Gal Gadot, like her, like it wasn't Rachel Zegler's co-star that like made that happen. Right? She didn't cause the situation. And so it's very different if the co-star causes a situation that then leads to people doing death threats against Gal Gadot, which is fucking just as weird and psychotic as people doing that to Rachel Zegler just because they don't like, her skin color.
Very
or
true.
that she's not white enough. So
understand the repercussions of her actions as far as what it meant for the.
How come Francesca here is not attacking those people, shitting on those people, saying, "Oh, the people sending Gal Gadot death threats are crazy." Obviously, that's like a psychotic thing to do. Just because she's Israeli.
Because she loves it. She was one of those people.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
Film for Gal, for anyone. And honestly, guys, as you speak out about Palestine, I just want you to think about Gal Gadot and Disney. Like, did you really ever think about how your actions reflected on this movie franchise that needed to do well, but didn't really need to do well because it's like $1 billion company? Like, did you, and also, like, I feel like if you just look at everything that's happened in the last, Isn't
it interesting that the people that support Rachel Zegler's for doing this don't even like Disney or the property?
I know.
And isn't the
hilarious.
audience that you should be trying to cultivate because they actually don't fucking care and they actually hate your product and you and your studio anyway?
She started this video talking about how much she loved Snow White, though, and Snow White was her Disney princess, remember?
You're right.
She had black hair.
But now she's like, fuck it. I don't give a shit. She's like, oh, this princess, Snow White, was so important to me as a child. Okay.
But now I've moved on. Now
every
what's
day.
important to me is different. It's
No.
Hamas.
Every day as a child, I would get beat up by the blonde girls.
Yeah, you remember.
Because they were like, oh, you don't look like a Disney princess. But then I was like, wait, I look like Snow White. And they said, I guess you're right. And they finally let me into their club of pretty dress princess make-believe. Okay. But also, fuck Disney and fuck Snow White. I hate them and I hate that property. Eat shit and die.
Yeah, it's all over the place.
It's almost like you shouldn't be trying to appeal to the woke mob because they actually don't. They're not like fans of any of this shit whatsoever. They just like their political messaging being shoved down everyone's throats.
And she's like, they don't need any money, okay?
Right.
All their movies can fail because
Yep.
they're $1 billion company. All right.
Right. I mean, they won't be if all their movies fail, but hey.
I know. Completely contradictory, but whatever. This is a minor thing.
What are we in, like 24 months? Or not 24 months, excuse me, 18 months of this genocide. Like, don't you feel like the real victims in all this are that Gal Gadot had to get extra security around her Brentwood home in her Hollywood mountain? Like, I feel like the murder.
Weren't you complaining? It's so weird. You're complaining that Rachel Zegler is the real victim here. And it's like, well, compared to
she's
dying,
a big movie star,
right? Yeah, like compared to getting a bomb dropped on your fucking head and dying. Yeah, I think most people would take mean comments, on the internet for that. Yes, but that comparison doesn't get made. But then when it comes to Gal Gadot, it's like, oh well, anything that she has to deal with, that's all insignificant because people are dying.
Yeah.
This is clear, like right out of the Hassan playbook.
I know.
Oh,
I was saying the same thing. I was like, the Hassan.
Right.
The Hassan argument.
Hassan will complain endlessly about people being mean to him, attacking him, blah, 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 blah. But if you ever complain about anything else, it's like, people are dying in Gaza right now. How dare you? How dare we even have a conversation about this?
Let's not talk about my West Hollywood home.
Right. Oh.
People are dying, and you're complaining about the fact that I live in a $2 million home.
I can't believe Francesca made a whole video complaining that she was fired from TYT. People are dying. Fuck
I know.
You.
What
Fuck
is up
you.
with that?
People are dying right now.
She just
bitch.
lost her.
Okay.
She lost her gig, her part-time
Right.
gig. Bombs are being dropped on people's fucking heads.
People would love to have
take
lost their jobs.
Yeah, look, she
Gaza.
should take she should take off. She should not make videos until this conflict is resolved. That's the way I look
Right.
at it.
That's a
Otherwise,
good
you're just
point.
completely like you can't say you care about the conflict unless you're doing absolutely nothing, keeping your mouth shut and staying at home.
She should go on a hunger strike.
Of course, that's even better.
Right.
No eating, no grocery shopping, no running your mouth into a microphone.
No, she should film herself.
That's the situation.
In a hunger strike. If you really cared, if you really cared.
She doesn't care. Yeah. She just wants her Disney girl boss movies. That's all she cares about.
She studied feminist and colonial theory in 2001.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
When the fucking plane was flying into the World Trade Center, she's like, fucking colonialist. I got to study this in college. She was in fucking New York. That's crazy. She was in New York in 2001, and she's like, I'm going to study feminist and colonial theory.
Well, they all think that all happened because of colonialism, because of our American hegemony, right?
Right. Right.
What do they call it? The empire.
The American hegemony.
We are the empire.
Right.
Damn.
Murder of, I don't know, 14,000 children is like not as important. Yeah, victims, but like not really victims. 3 months later, this just got released, guys. This just
wait, I gotta hear that again.
Is like not as important. Yeah, victims, but like not really victims. 3 months.
I like the little sound effect.
What was that little sound?
It's like a warbler or something. Little bird, little warbler.
It was like a Peter Griffin laugh. It was a Peter Griffin laugh. Lois, remember that time I dropped the bomb in Gaza?
Not really victim. 3 months.
We need a soundboard. That's a good laugh.
No.
We should intersplice that laugh with the Adam Conover stand up every time he tells the joke. Just play that laugh.
Just memorize the laugh and you can do it occasionally.
Okay. I can't recreate that with my own lips. Are you kidding me? It sounds kind of like a Dr. Zoidberg.
Wait.
Yeah.
It's not a Zoidberg. Zoidberg is too cool.
Months later, this just got released, guys. This just got released, this article. 3 months later, following the presidential election, Ziegler posted Donald Trump. And quote, may Trump supporters never know peace on Instagram. Disney had enough, given that the star was signaling to half the potential audience.
She's such a bitch.
Oh,
the
my God.
Bitchuation Room is like the perfect name for her show because she is. She's such a bitch.
I know.
Can you imagine? The producer's son summed it up perfectly. Like, people work on these fucking movies, man. They're like, holy shit. They're gonna make less movies next year.
That's why these people are such fucking hypocrites, because it's like, yeah, the producer's son said perfectly. He says, all these people, all this staff, they work on these fucking movies. They're making money, provide for their family based on these movie success. Why the fuck are you sabotaging it for your own fucking ego? Because you have to post fuck Donald Trump. Not just fuck Donald Trump. You have to say fuck Donald Trump and his supporters.
I know.
You want to watch your fucking movie, you dumb bitch.
Made Trump supporters never know peace. Like a peaceful, enjoyable movie with the kids, right?
Right.
Like this is the one that just baffles me, because it's a fucking Disney kids movie. Who the fuck is who's going to go see this movie? Parents are going to take their kids, right?
Yes.
Who has all the kids? Is it the progressive left? Are they the ones that are just churning out kids that go on to see Disney movies?
Nope.
No, it's fucking Trump supporters.
Yep.
God, you're just dense. You're totally dense. It bugs them too, because they think, oh, I'm making a movie for the people I fucking hate.
It does, yeah.
Yeah, well, okay, don't make the movie, okay? Go work at fucking Starbucks so you can make coffee for the people you hate.
Well, she doesn't give a fuck. She got her check. She's done.
I know. That's what's sad about it. She's like, look, I got my check. I'm out of here. Fuck
I
you
mean,
guys.
she's not gonna get a future check from Disney, I imagine. After all
No.
this, but
You saw the clip of her in the empty movie theater? That's pretty hilarious.
no,
She's like she's so proud of herself too. She's just got this look. Yeah, she shows maybe she's with a friend or something, but the person shows Rachel Zegler's name in the movie and then pans over to her, but the theater is just like a fucking ghost town.
Oh no,
It's her and her friend in the theater. Yeah.
I didn't see that. That's terrible.
Yeah. Every time I go to the movie, it's a ghost town these days. It's kind of
That's true.
people don't go see. I guess maybe if I went on like a Saturday night or a Friday night, it's probably pumping
Mm-hmm.
because all the kids want to go out and see a movie. I'm going to like a matinee on a Thursday. It's like, oh, okay.
I did
Of
see a
course, it's going to be
movie
empty.
a couple months ago. I don't remember what it was.
That was
with
crowded?
Sam. It wasn't. It was. There was a decent amount of people in it. I don't remember what
okay.
it was though.
I mean, I've been going to movies lately. It's,
I mean, I don't want to go to movies, but
if it's, I mean, I saw a bunch of videos on the Mickey 17, obviously, and I thought it sounded like a good idea, and I'm like, this movie might be bearable. So I don't like spoilers, so if I want to see a movie, I'll go see the movie.
Mm-hmm.
But afterwards, after I see a movie, I love to get other people's reactions to the movie. I know a lot of people just like people's reactions. They don't even go see the movie. They're like,
Right.
it's a substitute for the movie.
Right.
Yeah.
I sent you the clip if you want to bring it up really quick. It's kind of.
Oh, you
hilarious.
found it? You
I
couldn't
found the
look.
clip.
Sitch couldn't help himself.
I had to see this clip. This is amazing.
Is it? Look, it is a fucking empty theater.
It is. And she's so excited, which is weird.
She's like, look, nobody's at my movie. Motherfucker.
She's literally squealing like with joy.
Oh, I know. Oh, there's that laugh, that fucking cackle.
Yeah.
Oh my God. She has the zeal of like a 7-year-old.
Yes.
I mean, she's completely in the dark about the situation, right?
Would think.
Nobody knows that she's the fall guy here.
Well, not at the time of filming this clip, so.
Well, this came out like recently, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we got like a 6-second clip here.
Yeah.
Holy cow. See if you guys can bear it, okay? I know it's... Oh, I got to do a little light graphic design here. Damn it.
The screech. The banshee screech. Oh my God.
All right, here. I'm just going to go through it here so you can slow it down on the empty movie theater here, okay?
You got to play the sound first.
No, I will afterwards,
Okay,
but...
Okay.
Oh my God, this face she makes.
Yeah, the face.
It's so like, look, I'm famous. Oh yeah, you're famous. Okay.
That's terrible.
You see is there any people in this shot?
There's not a single person in any of the other seats in the shot.
Okay. All right, here we go. Here's the banshee squeal for you. Ready?
Yep.
3, 2, 1, go. Is that her? Is that her banshee squeal or her friends?
That's her. I think.
Are you sure?
I mean, she's got her mouth open. Like
I mean, this sounds like when the Chinese are like executing the dolphin.
It's Japanese.
This is not good. That's not a good sound. It's like a baby dolphin crying out in pain as its mother is being murdered.
It's the sound of a baby dolphin dying mixed with like helium being let out of a balloon.
Right.
When you hold the thing up.
Let's hear it one more time just for the pain of it. Ready?
Right.
3, 2, 1. That's not her. That's her friend. It's
Are
got
you
to be her
sure?
friend.
I think that's her.
Yeah, because she does the woo. She does the obvious, the drunk girl woo. Woo!
I think I'm gonna listen. It's my headcanon. That's Rachel's voice. Okay,
Rachel Zegler.
They should cast her as the queen with that fucking cackle. Jesus,
I agree.
is perfect for it. Listen, all we know, maybe if the camera turned to the left,
Oh yeah,
we'd
it'd
see
be a crowd, packed theater.
that the entire theater was just packed, and with dolphins.
What we don't know
And
is
that's why they're making that sound.
Rachel rented the whole movie theater out herself, so she wouldn't have to deal with all of her stalkers.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. Exactly.
Oh my god.
All of her haters. God. No, she just rent out the whole theater herself just to like try to pump up the ticket sales. They're so embarrassing.
This is the cozy theater. Theaters now, I mean, they're trying. Every time we go to the theater, they have the super comfy chairs and stuff.
Yeah, they have to do something because it's like no one fucking wants to see movies anymore.
You can kick your feet up and lean back. It's like a lazy boy.
Right.
We go.
I mean, they don't need as many seats as they used to, so they can.
We go to the
just
lazy
put it in
boy
a giant
theater.
chair.
That's true. Yeah.
Right. Remember when movies were so popular that they had the second run theaters that were like
the dollar movie theater?
Yeah, it only costs
and
$1.
The chairs squeak like fuck, and you have to sit there basically
super silent. Yeah,
perfectly still, because every time you move, it's like
you just pay $1 to go to the movie theater. You have like the chairs would be like really small, but it was $1, and you'd see the movie, and it'd be like after it was out of the main theater, like a month later, you get to see it for $1.
Of course, I've never gone to these. I don't know anything about them. Right. No, of course I went. Obviously, look, I was poor.
They're great.
I was a poor student at one time. Of course, I lived at the dollar movie theater.
Snow White earned $42 million this weekend and had that budget.
Right.
That almost $300 million budget. So good luck. Good luck.
Of an already troubled film plagued by costly reshoots to stay home. Platt made the case again to Zegler after a back and forth. She began working with a social media guru paid for by Disney to vet any posts before the film's March 21 bow. Disney declined to comment.
Listen, that added at least another $10 million to the budget cost. Okay, that's a lot. That was hard work.
This social media guru is code for babysitter.
Yes, of course. Mm-hmm.
It's a guru.
Mm-hmm.
She'll show you how to make your social media perfect.
Yeah, shut the fuck up.
Exactly.
That's the trick.
But she changed my password. Oh, okay. That's a good idea.
Yeah.
You can't get into your account? Oh, okay. I'm sure she knows what she's doing.
Just send me all your tweets first and I'll just repost them for you, okay?
Yeah.
You're a big time star, you're a big time celebrity. Only the peasants tweet themselves.
Yes.
Okay.
We're going to repost on the official Disney account.
Right.
Yeah. Did not respond to a request for comment. Now the film's dismal opening weekend, $87 million worldwide, is in the rearview mirror. Burbank brass are evaluating.
I guess the number I read was just for America. Fucking world.
What went wrong? Yeah. To put Snow White's global box office haul into perspective, it's about $34 million less than blah, blah, blah. I don't care. I don't care.
I just don't care. Let's take it.
Look at this.
It got $34 million less than the fucking trash Joker sequel that everyone hated, and the movie cost $70 million more. Oh,
what was the budget? I kept saying 250 million, but I'm just guessing.
That's what for Snow White or for a Joker movie?
For Snow White.
Snow White budget. It was
what was
$209 million.
Oh, I was close. Close enough.
Oh, wait a minute. Yahoo's saying it was actually 350 million because they always do like shenanigans with the numbers.
Well, and if you want to count how much it costs to market it, marketing.
Well, of course, that has to go into the budget.
Yeah.
Disney. This is according to Yahoo News. Disney's highly anticipated live-action remake of Snow White has become one of the most expensive films in the studio's history, with shocking reports revealing that its budget ballooned to an astonishing $350 million. The massive cost paired with a disappointing box office debut has raised serious concerns about the film's future in the direction of Disney's live action strategy. I mean, they're going to make it all back. Lilo and Stitch is going to make $1 billion easily. So,
Yeah. It's funny that Adam Conover guy was saying, did he say 60%, only 60% of movies make money or 60% of movies don't make money? I mean, the old strategy was 1 in 20. Like 19 would lose money, but the one would make so much money that it would make everything, the whole endeavor worthwhile.
When Snow White was first announced, early estimates suggested a budget in the range of $240 million, or replacing it among Disney's priciest live action productions. However, behind the scenes reports now indicate that reshoots, delays, and unforeseen production expenses, such as hiring a person to literally babysit Rachel Zegler's fucking social media, drove the final costs beyond expectations, reaching an unprecedented $350 million. Wow, I was lowballing it when I said it cost $10 million. Obviously, it cost $100 million just to babysit Rachel Zegler and keep her away from her phone.
It's like a full-time job. Are you kidding me?
They had to hire all the best people, had all the most expensive technologies to keep that dumb retard away from posting shit on social media. And all for nothing. All for a movie that only globally got $87 million. Wow. Disaster.
Yeah. $87 million. That's how much the bazooka cost in the housing crash. Oh,
You're
no,
telling me.
$87 billion.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think it was a little more. It's a little bit more to save the banks.
$87 billion.
Then they
it was
easily,
87.
yeah. Okay.
That's hilarious.
There you go.
Just a little off. Only 1,000%.
Mm-hmm.
All right,
people
come on.
did say, I did see people say, even Drinker said that she wasn't that bad in the movie. That Rachel Zegler.
They all complimented on her voice and singing and stuff like that. Yeah, I saw. Look, I watched a bunch of videos on this. Nobody was dishonest.
Right.
Yeah.
Which is interesting because all the people should say, oh, Drinker and all those people, they're all lying scumbag. If they were, why would they all say that?
Yeah.
It goes against the narrative, right?
Oh, when they throw under the bus.
And they all say that Gal Gadot can't fucking act, which I've been saying that since Wonder Woman, and people just said I was crazy. They said I was crazy. When I saw Wonder Woman, I was like, Gal Gadot is a terrible actress.
But can she model?
Like, no. Yeah, she's got a pretty face. That's it. She can't fucking act. I've been saying this from the beginning.
So cruel.
She's the Keanu Reeves of women.
How are you so cruel?
I know. People are going to be mad by that comparison.
You know what went wrong? You freaked out about something that wasn't actually a problem, and you didn't support your star.
They should have tweeted "Free Palestine" from the Disney account. They should have been right with the fist.
Right. When she said "fuck Donald Trump" and "fuck half the country," Disney should have been like, "Yes,
retweet,
queen. Retweet, clap emoji, fingernail emoji, fire." Obviously, that's what Disney should have done.
Oh yeah, that would have been great.
Jesus.
87 million down to 27 million.
Yeah, fucking. Thank you so much. The bituation over here is really,
I know.
Really
dropping the knowledge.
Yeah, on top of the marketing strategy here.
Yeah, good stuff.
Who, by the way, apparently was the star. I read a lot of reviews of Snow White. Okay, people said it was only good because of Rachel Zegler. Rachel Zegler can sing. Rachel Zegler.
First of all, that's not what I heard. People said it was bad. They just said she wasn't bad in it. That's what I heard. They didn't say it was good because of her. So.
Yeah. Big difference.
It's interesting because if you look, like, the whole meme about movie reviews is always that the reviewers are like the elite left, right? And they'll give a movie like a good positive score based on politics. So you can't trust them. if you look at like the normies will tell you if the movie sucks or not, right? That's kind of like the.
That's yeah.
But it's weird because with Snow White, completely doesn't fit that mold. Snow White, if you look at the Rotten Tomato score, the critics, 41%. Okay, critics gave it a big rotten, but the random people are like 74%. I love this movie. It was so good. It was so good.
Okay.
So
those are all Disney princess fans.
I'm not sure if the people leaving the audience reviews understand like what they're reviewing. The first review that comes up says, it's from Jacqueline M. When I walked into the place, it was clean and everybody helped us in the movie theater. The movie was fantastic. I mean, you realize when you're rating the movie on Rotten Tomatoes.
She thinks it's fucking Yelp.
Yeah, this is like a Google review of the fucking movie theater. Let me talk about the quality of the movie. Like, what does it matter if the movie?
That's fucking hilarious. She
fuck
thinks she's
is
rating the movie theater.
Yes.
My movie theater was clean. I was so happy.
I give it 5 out of 5. Like, what? This is retarded.
Oh my god.
Oh, then there's a review above it. Half a star. Absolute trash. Please don't waste your movie. It's as bad as you think.
Mm-hmm.
5-star, another 5-star review. Everyone chill. Great movie. Kids loved it. We've seen it twice. Have paid a lot more for worse. Is that a good review? Paid a lot more for worse. That seems to conflict with great movie, right? If something's great, you wouldn't say I've had to pay a lot more for something worse than this.
Yeah, exactly.
That's weird.
It's better than that terrible movie I saw. Excellent. 5 stars.
This is a weird review. First of all, it's weird because it says the person who gave it is Google.
What? What's
not a
going
person's
on?
name.
Is that on Rotten Tomatoes?
Yes. It says, was so good. Music was amazing. Snow White relationship with Dopey was precious.
They're paying people in
that's-
fucking Pakistan to write ads now.
I know, right?
To write reviews for this
I mean,
movie.
that's a good, if that's like a fake review, that's a really good impression of like the normie brain rot mindset right there. So I do give credit for that. Half a star, unwatchable. No wonder the theater was empty. It's weird. I don't know how it's got 75%. I'm just scrolling through this. I see lots of half-star reviews.
I take off 3 stars just for being a musical. I mean, I'm not going to sit through a bunch of musical numbers.
That's not fair. Okay.
Look, you're a story guy. I don't see how you can be into these musical numbers.
I don't.
It's basically like putting the whole plot on pause. Let's this person fucking belt out a song.
There are good musicals and there's bad musicals. Okay. Nothing wrong with musicals. You like Nightmare Before Christmas? That's a musical.
Would have been better if it wasn't.
What the? Get out. That's the worst take you've ever had on this show.
Really?
Can you believe that guy doesn't like the songs in Nightmare Before Christmas are so good? Like, oh my God.
I think it would have been better if it wasn't musical, but
yours is crazy.
All movies would be better if they weren't
This
musicals.
is insane. Okay. This is so bad. The Oogie Boogie song? Come on. So
Oogie, yeah.
So based.
The Oogie Boogie song.
Yes.
Everyone defaults to the Oogie Boogie song.
That's because that's the best song.
I mean, that's it's a great character. Oogie Boogie's like
Oogie
awesome,
Boogie is a great character, and his song was awesome. The intro song was great. This Is Halloween is a great song. When Jack's sad, when he's like, "What have I done? What have I done?" After he gets blown out of the sky. God, I like knew that whole soundtrack by heart when I was a kid. How dare you? How
I'm
dare
personally
you?
insulted.
Sir, you personally
This
insulted
is
me,
Sitch's October 7th. Right
This
here.
is my October 7th.
This comment that
This
I
is
made.
my genocide right here. Adam is genociding my culture, my childhood, by attacking.
I've abducted his memories, his childhood memories, and I'm holding them hostage.
Yes, by attacking
in the tunnels.
The Nightmare Before Christmas. I, as a little child, this is before the internet, okay? I had to sit there and I had like the big VHS. You know, they had the Disney movies in like the big plastic VHS with like the cool
God,
covers.
this
You know what I'm
is
talking about?
hilarious.
You know what
People
I'm
are
talking about?
angry about this. Holy,
And
shut your
I had
face
the
hole, Adam.
I would
Oh my
yeah,
God.
thank you. I would put the little VHS with my little child hands into the VHS player and I
Oh
play
my
the song.
God.
And I had to sit there with like a little paper and pencil and like write the lyrics because it was before the internet, so you couldn't look up the lyrics
Oh, I
anywhere.
know. Look, I did that too, Sitch. It's so
Yes.
adorable. I used
I
to do the
sat there
same thing.
and I wrote the fucking lyrics down so I could memorize these songs. Oh,
I
fuck
wrote
you.
the lyrics. I wrote the lyrics down for different songs.
What song was that?
I really like that song by Joe Walsh. I don't know it's about him getting drunk and high and driving his car fast.
Look at this guy. Adam
I
over
know.
here writing lyrics to
What is
getting
that?
high
What
and
is that?
drinking and driving. And I'm over here like, what's this? What's this?
I know. Let me look
It's
up
something
that.
very wrong. And listen, I'm a pure soul. Adam's not. Okay. Terrible.
Lyrics. What is
Can't
this?
believe
What
it.
are the
Can't
lyrics?
believe this fucking
This
guy.
this was my childhood.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently was like bubbly and charismatic and interesting and brought a lot of life to her role. On the other hand, Gal Gadot
I'm not exaggerating when I
brought exactly what Gal Gadot always brings. A little bit about dead-eyed IDF energy.
say that Gal Gadot puts on.
Do you like how she has to like bring she has to also engage in a strange racialist slur against Gal Gadot? Like, oh well, like obviously her being a bad actress has something to do with her being Israeli.
Yeah, look, the bitchuation is
weird.
the perfect name because like
Right.
all she does is engage in character assassination. Like
So
that's all she did
interesting.
with Jank. It's not about the substance of arguments or anything interesting about politics. It's all about just reputation destruction. Look, she looks like an IDF soldier. Can't you just imagine her like murdering a Palestinian child?
I mean, that should have made her better for the role of the evil queen, not worse, honestly.
Yes, of
Right?
course.
Honestly.
Yes. How many Palestinian children has the evil queen killed? Probably hundreds.
At the minimum.
Yes.
In
She's
a
the
day.
fucking evil queen.
Right. She should have been perfect for the role, Francesca.
Yeah.
You're a comedian. Why didn't you make that joke?
Yeah.
Where's that joke? The obvious joke.
This is very serious. She can't make jokes about Palestine.
Well, she just spent, the first 5 minutes of the video castigating people for like, oh, how dare you complain that Snow White isn't white enough? And then she turns around and throws this like ethnic slur against Gal Gadot.
Oh yeah.
On one of the worst performances I've ever seen in my life. Now, I'm fresh out of Snow White, and like that Gal Gadot performance.
Wait a minute.
Gadot puts on one of the worst performances I've ever seen.
How did they not see this coming? Like this, you could see coming from a billion miles away. Like Gal Gadot. I mean, she's just unimaginably hot, right? Everyone agrees.
Mm-hmm.
And
that's why they
everyone
chose her.
knows. But everyone knows the meme of Snow White being, who's the fairest of them all, and it's Snow White is the fairest of them all. So they gotta cast an actress. Like the hot situation here is completely inverted.
Right.
How could they not just see that? It's so obvious. It's like I don't even know who you do cast when you cast Gal Gadot as the evil queen. Because like who?
That's a good
like,
question.
Why?
Yeah. Right.
Why did they? It's not like she can sing, right? Everyone agrees she's a terrible singer. Why did they cast her? They couldn't find an actress that was not as attractive. It's so weird.
Right.
So fucking weird.
Seen in my life. Now, I'm fresh out of Snow White.
Is she drinking from a pink Stanley cup?
What does that mean?
Oh, poor Adam. Doesn't know about the Stanley cups.
I heard something about it, but I don't remember what it was.
There's like the basic bitches of the world. They all
Mhm.
like these Stanley cups.
Everybody's
I don't
in
know
love
why.
with the Stanley Cup.
Which is funny because when I hear Stanley Cup, I think of like hockey, the Stanley Cup.
Oh
is
yeah.
the name of the trophy. But there's some brand of like these giant tumbler mugs that women fucking lose their shit over.
They
I don't
go
know
crazy
why.
for.
Yeah, if you type in like video of like Stanley Cup fights, there'll be some new Stanley Cup. You'll get hockey stuff, but there'll be some new like limited edition Stanley mug that comes up, and you'll see a bunch of women like beating the shit out of each other in a Target trying to get it.
Yeah, they put them in. They made them in different colors and stuff.
They make them in different
Everyone's
colors.
like, "Oh my god, a cup in a color."
I don't understand why people go fucking crazy for this shit, but they do.
People are weird.
And there she looks like she's drinking from one.
And like that Gal Gadot performance, that is not something you just watch. That is something that after it's over, you say that you survived. You have to dig deep. The entire time she was on screen, I was just thinking about Alfred's words.
Endure, Master Wayne. Take it.
Oh my God, that's not real. Oh my God, that's not real. The whole time I felt like the Speed meme. I was getting secondhand embarrassment. Any line delivery, I was just like, when it comes to monotone and flat line delivery as the evil queen, Gal Gadot was putting up 2018 LeBron numbers. Anytime she had to lash out or like show emotion, like at this point, damn, give me the apple. Give me the poison apple, because I'm going to fall to an eternal sleep regardless just watching her on screen. Talking something about who's the fairest of them all, the fairest. You know what's not fair? Me watching Rachel Ziegler putting a standout performance as Snow White, and you're just doing whatever. You're just trying. Like, seriously, this movie is going to get slandered.
We know why she picked this video, right?
Because she got a person
Because
of
of the
color.
politics.
Yeah.
She's
In the
like,
politics.
look, the Israelis can't act.
Yeah.
Now the Palestinians, they can
Only-
act.
If only you could get a Palestinian to be the evil queen, then that
Mhm.
would have been really,
Do the joke, Sitch. Come on.
I'm not going to do the joke.
That joke might be a little too far.
For a multitude of reasons. The controversy surrounding it being a Disney remake. But Rachel Ziegler is innocent. She brightens and electrifies every scene with her performance. I mean, her vocals, her just on-stage presence. I mean, obviously it's carrying over from Broadway. She's used to this kind of stuff, but she's a star. But this thing really does suffer from a lot of the other remakes' problems in the fact that it's not as visually interesting as the animated feature. And it's just visually bland and uninspired. I do think this is a visual step up from the Little Mermaid remake a couple of years ago, but is that really saying much? It does manage to.
Did this guy really go see The Little Mermaid?
Is it weird? This doesn't. He seems like, I don't know. Something about this seems off.
Ugh. I just, okay.
To bring some of the iconic moments from the original animated movie into.
Okay, so he's giving, I mean, look, I don't think I've seen a single Disney remake, the live action remake. I'm like, why?
I'm glad she cares so much about this issue. She hasn't even seen a single one of these fucking movies. She doesn't give a shit about
Everyone's
it whatsoever.
talking about it, though, so she's
Right.
got to weigh in.
Well, she only cares about it for the politics of it.
Yeah.
She doesn't actually care about the movies whatsoever, whether they're good or not.
I would love an excellent Snow White movie. That'd be great.
Yes.
That'd be
I mean,
fun.
I think it's unfortunate because all the Disney live action that I've seen have not been good.
Yeah.
Because I watched them all. I seen Beauty and the Beast. I ended up
Is
seeing
there-
Lion King. I didn't see Little Mermaid.
Is there singing in the original?
And Snow White, yeah.
Yeah.
Of course.
Okay.
Whistle while you work.
That explains why I haven't seen it. Oh, yeah.
You've never
The
seen the
Whistle
original
While You
Snow
Work.
White?
No, of course not. There's singing in
What?
it, Sitch.
Oh my God, Jesus Christ.
I like good movies, okay.
I saw the Aladdin live
Movies.
action, which was pretty disappointing, though I anticipated, without Robin Williams, that's like a huge loss. So But-
Maybe I'll watch it.
it's not good.
No, Snow White, the original.
Oh. I never saw the Mulan remake. Everyone said it was just fucking trash. But
Hmm.
it would
How's
be
your
nice.
Severance going? How much
It'd be
Severance
nice if
have you
these are
seen?
good. I've seen zero Severance.
No, you still haven't watched
I've
Severance,
seen
huh?
zero Severance.
Just watch the first episode and see if you're interested. I mean, I watched the first episode and I was hooked, totally hooked.
Okay.
That's the way a series should be. If anyone uses the term slow burn with you, run.
You know how many animes
Or slow burns.
that
Oh
I'm
my
like,
God.
Sammy's telling me about? And she's like, well, you gotta watch like 50 episodes before it takes off. I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah,
I'm
why
not
can't
gonna
they
watch
tape off
something.
on episode 1?
I'm not
what's
watching
the
something that
big
takes
deal?
50 fucking episodes. You're crazy. Crazy.
Why do we need this? But I really love that once again, because I did see Wonder Woman. Gal Gadot is terrible. She cannot do. I mean, and like there's not a lot of range with the Queen. I mean, you could make the Queen of Snow White interesting, better, but there's not a lot of range. And I want to just for some comparison, this is.
Did you see there was a video making rounds on X, probably because of this, that was like the woman who plays the evil queen at the Disney parks?
Yeah, I did see that.
And it's like she's really funny and she's just being like a huge asshole to everyone that comes up there. And you're
she
like,
loves
you're like, just get that lady to be the fucking queen. That's all you want. You just want the person who insults people.
Yeah.
That's like when
And
we
makes
went
lots
to
of crazy
when we
expressions.
went to Universal, they had the guy in the Megatron suit.
Oh, that guy was great. Yeah.
Then all he did was make fun of people. It was hilarious.
All
I
he
was
did
like,
was rip on people. Yep.
yes. And I was like, why would you wouldn't even want Optimus Prime or Bumblebee? Because it's like, why would you want that? You want the guy who's making fun of people. The other people are just boring.
Yep.
Nearly 1 million subscriber base movie review channel.
Grace Randolph.
Grace Randolph,
and
she basically was not
this
sympathetic
movie
to Rachel.
was really weird to me. I'm not sure. You like my Grace Randolph impersonation?
It's a good Grace. I like Grace Randolph because she has a weird, funny voice.
I like it too. Yeah.
I mean, I don't agree with all her takes, but I do like her weird delivery.
Ziegler and speaking out for Palestine, she kind of was like, oh, remember what happened to, Jane Fonda? Well, Jane Fonda was a queen. So, remember what happened to Jane Fonda speaking out against the Vietnam War? Yeah, well, I mean,
okay, the problem with, oh, Jesus Christ, Francesca here.
Going way back.
Yeah. The problem with Jane Fonda wasn't that she spoke out against the war in Vietnam. Okay. That wasn't the problem. Do you remember what the problem was? Do you remember what the problem with Jane Fonda was in the Vietnam War? Is that they
Didn't
took a
she
picture.
like ride a tank or something?
Yes, no,
an enemy tank.
She was like, there's like a picture of her with like fucking the Viet Cong or something, and she was like sitting next to like a giant fucking gun they would like use to shoot fucking people.
Yeah, this
like,
gun killed
planes and
Americans.
shit. Right. So
always good, right?
But it's interesting because even she has said in retrospect that it was a mistake and that she didn't realize what she was doing and all this other stuff. So, but Jane Fonda's a huge fucking commie, so fuck her. But obviously, Francesca thinks she's a queen.
She was on Club Random recently. What's his name's podcast?
Bill Maher.
Yeah, did you see it? It was interesting. It was totally
I saw
interesting.
her. It might have been. I remember seeing her recently, and she was arguing with someone, and she looked like a total retard. And maybe that must have been what I was thinking of.
Well, they probably clipped her out on Twitter, but it wasn't all retarded.
But
Watch
okay.
it, it's good.
But this is her like very honest review also of Gal IDF Gadot.
Is the same. Go for Gal Gadot.
She keeps saying that. You just say she's a bad actress. It's very strange. It's very weird. That'd be like being like, oh, if there's like a Palestinian actress, and every time you talk about her performance, you're like you say like Hamas in the middle of her name for no reason, just because she's Palestinian.
Right.
Seems weird.
Now,
let's
that,
hear
in my opinion, is a
Grace
far more
Randolph's.
complex issue. And with good,
I love that she does the thing where I'm sorry, but like I don't know who Grace is. I'm not trying to.
Nobody wants me to hear Grace Randolph's dreamy voice. Come on, what's happening here?
I know.
Harp, but it's very funny. She's like, it's more complicated. It's always more complicated when it comes to Israelis versus when anyone speaks out for Palestine. That's clearly, we can condemn that. But, Israelis more complicated.
Gadot's own homeland under horrific attack. That creates, I think, a more sympathetic situation. But I would counter on that note that I don't think it would hurt her to show more sympathy for the civilians in Gaza. You know, again, especially if she wants to be in a 4-quadrant global film.
She said it wouldn't help. It would help her to have more sympathy for the civilians in Gaza if she wants to be part of a 4-quadrant film. In other words, you got the racists who are boycotting this movie because Rachel Zegler's not white enough, and you've got the people who don't like genocide, who, yes, are in the 4 quadrants, in other words, the global market, who are like, I'm
Who don't care about Disney movies at all.
not going to go see Gal Gadot, who, you know, served in the IDF, who has orchestrated tons of propagandistic endeavors in the wake of October 7th.
So why do you care? You literally are boycotting the fucking movie, and you're mad that other people are boycotting the movie for a different fucking reason. She's
That's
like,
hilarious.
I am boycotting the movie for the right reason, but there's a bunch of racists out there, and they're boycotting it for the wrong reason, and that offends me so much that I have to do a video defending the actress, even though I'm boycotting the movie myself.
Where are the racists boycotting the movie?
I don't know.
I don't.
And how does this make sense? What the like? What is her thought process? You're like, well, Gal Gadot, she's a fucking Israeli, so I had to boycott the movie. But then you have Rachel Zegler, who's saying free Palestine and that Trump sucks and is Hitler. Doesn't that cancel out? Shouldn't those two actresses cancel each other out, and then you can see the movie?
It's like a wash. Yeah, exactly.
Right. It
You're
becomes
like, look, I
neutral.
can totally see this movie.
Exactly. This is what. Well, it's perfect that she's bringing up the Grace Randolph clip where she's saying like Grace Randolph is saying like, oh well,
Yeah,
Gal
it's
Gadot
complicated.
should say it's complicated. First of all, I don't even know what she even said about the situation. I'm assuming she's on the Israel side. It's fucking Israeli, but she's even saying like, oh, you know, she should be, you know, more sympathetic to the plight of the Palestinian civilians that have died. You know, she's kind of saying it from like a business perspective, really, not from
That's
a moral
good
perspective,
advice.
which is good advice from if you're going to be a celebrity. But like nothing is good enough for these people. Nothing is good enough for these people unless you take their exact position and say, no, it was a genocide. These fucking people are evil. Israel's a fucking evil empire, blah, blah, blah. Nothing is good enough.
Yeah, true.
Does not spare a thought for the civilians of Gaza. I'm not going to go see this movie. So this movie is cursed largely because of the issue of Palestine and of the issue of genocide. But this is just a non-political streamer, a YouTube creator who's talking about this, which I think is so fascinating.
Honestly, though, I think Gal Gadot did more damage to Snow White by being a truly awful actress in the film. Just awful. And also, this was, I think, another issue.
True.
Doing almost all of her press by herself. Now, nobody knows for sure if it was Gadot or Zegler who wouldn't do press with the other one. Maybe it was both of them. Maybe neither one of them wanted to appear with the other one. They only appeared together at the Oscars. I think they took one photo together on the red carpet, just the two of them. Learn from Blake Lively. No matter what's going on behind the scenes, you know, you just have to get through the press tour. Then you never have to see these people again. Maybe there's a sequel, but
hang on.
Now, does the same, wants to be
hang on,
in a 4-quadrant.
There was one part, I can't find it, I don't care enough to find it, where she's basically like, look, Gal Gadot, like all she has is her beauty, and that's all apparently the queen cares about, is like, who is the fairest of them all. But like, even
That's not how the movie is, though. They changed that. Oh, look at my pause game, Sitch. Not even, you're not even close. Is this an Asian stereotype here? What's going on with this? Should we put this in the thumbnail?
Wow. It's like, what was a movie?
How dare she do this?
I know. How dare she? What's that famous movie? Was it Breakfast at Tiffany's? Remember they had what's his face being the super Asian stereotype?
Oh yeah, totally. She's cast. We're remaking Breakfast at Tiffany's. You got the role.
It's Mickey Rooney here. If you don't know what this in Breakfast at Tiffany's, they have Mickey Rooney, who's not Asian. He's playing some kind of like Asian landlord or something.
Yes.
And they give him these like giant fucking fake buck teeth and the big like round glasses. And he's like doing this like really stereotypical, like obnoxious Asian voice. It's pretty funny.
You're hired. You got the role. Okay, I screen capped it already, so we can move on.
Right. But no, so I found an article. I mean, look, she's been sneezed to me. So I found an article because I was curious. I was like, what is Israel? What has Gal Gadot even said about the situation? Because I haven't really heard her say anything about the situation. And so here's an article that's compiled every time she's talked about Israel. supposedly. Okay.
Okay, let's hear it.
So she said in 2018, Benjamin Netanyahu stated Israel was not a country of all its citizens, referencing the controversial law about, like, I guess, not allowing, there's some controversial law about not allowing like Arabs or something to be citizens. I don't know what they're referencing. And she said, love thy neighbor. It's not a matter of right or left, Arab or Jew or secular or religious. It's a matter of dialogue, and a dialogue of peace and of tolerance of each other. It's our responsibility to shine hope and light for a better future for our children. Wow. What a
I mean,
horrible IDF bigot piece of shit, right?
it sounds like she's got a media guru working,
Right.
helping her out too.
In 2021, when there was another Israel-Hamas conflict, she said, my heart breaks. This is before October 7th. My heart breaks. I worry for my family and my friends. I worry for my people. This is a vicious cycle that's been going on for too long. Israel deserves to live as a free and safe nation. Our neighbors deserve the same. I pray for the victims and their families. I pray for this unimaginable hostility to end. I pray for our leaders to find a solution so we can live side by side in peace. I pray for better days.
I mean, that was completely non-offensive.
What a fucking IDF psychopathic bitch. Obviously, she was just imagining killing innocent Palestinian civilians, right?
Yeah, seems
Point is,
seems completely innocent to me, but
according to this article, it says the comment drew outrage from pro-Palestinian activists on X, who noted that Gal Gadot referred to Palestinians as our neighbors rather than by name and saw the post as condescending.
yeah, they're gonna say anything she says, they're gonna see that way.
Right.
They're just predisposed to see it as bad because they hate her because she's the wrong religion or,
of course,
ethnicity, I guess.
Unlike Rachel Zegler, she did post something on October 7th. On October 7th, Gal Gadot posted an image of a Star of David and said, I stand with Israel. You should too. The world cannot sit on the fence when these horrific acts of terror are happening. Wow. What a bitch. On October 12th, okay, so a few short days after October 7th, Gal Gadot posted an Instagram story saying, killing innocent Palestinians is horrific. Killing innocent Israelis is horrific. If you don't feel the same, I think you should ask yourself why that is.
Okay, so she did exactly what Grace Randolph said.
She did.
Yeah.
She did, yeah.
Well,
But
class act.
That's not enough for Francesca here. Okay. How dare she both sides it? 5 days after October 7th. How dare she? Obviously.
Both sides it.
Though it said on
come
October
out and condemn Israel, right?
It was on October 12th when she said this killing of innocent Palestinians is horrific. She got backlash from the Israeli side of things. Popular Israeli radio host told Gal Gadot to sit down and
they
stay
hate her
quiet.
too. Holy
There you
shit.
go.
They're like,
There
look,
you
we're
go.
cleaning house.
Right.
How dare you speak up for the terrorists that came
Oh,
and
and
stole
wow,
our
look.
children in the night.
They actually did bully her. She deleted the post and issued an apology saying, all I want is to speak out for Israel in the world and to show the horrors that we are experiencing and help obtain worldwide support in the face of our critics. Wow. She got bullied into deleting her non-offensive both sides tweet. Gadot has become more vocal in support of Israeli hostages held captive in Gaza. How dare she? On her Instagram account, she posted the names of more than the 80 Israeli hostages in individual Instagram stories, saved as a highlight reel. On her X account, she's posted several videos of hostages prior to the war with the hashtag bring them back and hashtag release the hostages.
Good.
She also posted a film screening. Well, here we go. Here's where
Oh no. Oh no.
Here's where she's getting really mad. She hosted a film screening of the IDF produced film bearing witness to October 7th massacre.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. That's really why she does it. She also told Variety that she feels like she has to advocate for the hostages. Well, there you go. What a bitch.
Yeah.
Right? Advocating for hostages to be released.
It's got to be like she probably knows people that have family members that are hostages. That's got to be terrible. Can you imagine if like you had a family member that was a hostage and I'm like, no, we can't talk about it on the show, Sitch. Obviously, that would be too political. Okay.
She's also spoken out about the sexual violence that women faced on October 7th. Another thing I'm sure Francesca's
yeah.
not happy about. So
Francesca's like, oh, I watched this on Piker. I know that violence is all
that
fake.
didn't happen, right? Fake news. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. How dare she? I was expecting her to say something crazy, like she wanted to turn into a parking lot. But no, she didn't say anything like that.
Now in private,
There you go.
the private texts, those are completely different.
In the cartoon, the queen wasn't fair. She was like creepy. You know what I'm saying? She was creepy deepy. And, I just want to like name, especially like people like Rachel Zegler, people of color, mixed people, they're always she's going to get it from all sides. And I think this is really interesting because this is an article that came out earlier, just like a week ago.
Not Gal Gadot, though. She's not going to get any attacks, whatever. She deserves it. Fucking
She's not going to get it from all sides.
No. I mean, she literally did.
Jewish people never, nobody ever picks on Jewish people. So
nobody ever picks on Schrodinger's white people, aka the Jews. Yes.
Lastly, on her, that she actually said that during the filming of West Side Story, she had to prove her Latina identity multiple times because they were like, "Are you sure? Are you sure?"
I mean, you're not Puerto Rican. Does that matter?
You're Latina. Are you okay? So you're Colombian. And So again, mixed people, which there are a lot of us, are constantly like, are you this? Are you that? Are you this enough? And so when it comes to Hollywood executives who are bloodsuckers, who are bottom line people, they don't care, and they play into the sort of like representation or like accuracy, but only to a certain extent. And of course, if it like messes with their bottom line, and now that we're in an anti-DEI, moment, they'll throw any person of color under the bus. But it is really funny that they were like, but are you actually Colombian? Like, are you brown enough? And now she's too brown. And so
let me read. This is funny for this article. This is Rachel Zegler complaining about this. Which, first of all, obviously Rachel Zegler is an unreliable protagonist in this whole situation. This is from People magazine. Rachel Zegler says, white executives kept calling to ask if I was legit Latina during the West Side Story casting. Okay.
Why would they do that? Oh my God. Really?
In an interview.
No, seriously, really. Tell us, are you legit?
Yeah, right. Well, that's a good question. And hold on, we'll get to that in a second. So it says in an interview, Rachel Zegler's star recalled how studio execs kept calling to ask if I was legit, quote, Latina during the casting I don't know what the quote was if they didn't put down the quote. Latina during the casting process for her role as West Side Story's Maria. I remember thinking, do you want me to bring my abuelita in? I will. I'll bring her in the studio if you want to meet her, said Zegler, 23.
What's that?
Polish descent. So
her what?
Her abuelita.
Is that like her Colombian whoopee or something? How's
That's
that
how
work?
you say like your grandmother in Spanish.
Oh, your Grammy?
Yeah, your Grammy.
Your Grams?
Right. She had to throw in it in Spanish to show that she has like the Spanish cred.
She has the cred.
She has the chops, right?
She's like, you want me to sing in Spanish?
Yes.
Do you a little number from Evita?
She said, quote, she says, after touching on the feeling of, quote, having a bunch of white executives have to prove your identity to them, it's an interesting experience being part of that diaspora in the current climate we live in. But I love being Colombian. I mean, does she love being Polish too? Does that matter? I guess not. Well, here's why this is stupid. Okay. The executives have to ask you this question, Rachel, because first of all, her last name is Zegler, which is a Polish name, not really a Hispanic name. But they have to ask this because if it turns out that you're not a Latina, they're going to get fucking crucified by the woke people on Twitter because they're going to say, how dare you?
All your friends.
Yes. How fucking dare you hire some white bitch to be Maria in West Side Story? So they're like, are you sure you're Latina? Are you really sure? I don't want to get fired from my fucking job. There's an invisible fucking gun pointed at these producers' head from the cancel mob, and they're like sweating. They're like fucking, it's like the meme, like the Key and Peele meme. He's like sweating. He's like, are you sure you're Latina? And Rich Zegler's like, how dare you? How dare you ask me this question? And they're like, no, seriously, like, we just don't want to die. Like, please tell me you're Latina.
I know. Exactly. We don't want to get in trouble. Look, we
Oh
have to
my
hire a
God.
private investigator to investigate your whole background.
We need to
We
like
need
really
a
make
cheek
sure.
swab.
Yes. You know, it reminds me. This is funny in Voyager, Star Trek Voyager from like years ago. There's a character Chakotay who's like supposed to be Native American. I don't know if the actor actually was or not. He's kind of like vaguely dark skinned or tan, I should say. And they had some Native American guy on set who was supposed to be like, I don't know what you even call him, like someone who's supposed to be, you know, explaining to the writers of the show Native American lore.
Oh my God.
You know, and like telling them things about like how to make sure that they weren't being offensive to Native Americans because they'd always bring up his Native American ancestry. Talked about like fucking spirit animals and shit.
He's like
Even
from
though-
New York.
Yeah, even though this is like Star Trek Voyager, it's kind of like bizarre that this is in Star Trek, but whatever. So it's in Star Trek. And it turns out this guy was a fucking liar. He wasn't even Native
No
American.
way.
He just made the whole fucking thing up. It was all bullshit. It was all nonsense. He was a consultant. Yeah, he was a total fraud. Wasn't even Native American. Turns out he was a dark-skinned Eastern European who was just
But he could
pretending to be
pass?
Native American. He apparently could pass enough, right? He just looked kind of tan, vaguely tan. So
Did he get hit with cultural appropriation? I mean, this is the clearest example of cultural appropriation.
he did at some point. His name was Jackie Marks, and he pretended his name was Jamake Highwater in order to do this. He was Jewish too. Oh, look at this.
Oh my
Bringing
God.
bringing shame.
That's going to
to
bring the
Jews.
bad stereotypes.
I know.
He did it for the money. Uh-oh.
Some tan Jew from Eastern Europe pretending to be Native American. Terrible.
Oh,
Wait a
okay.
minute.
Is this a fake story? You didn't get this story from ChatGPT, did you?
Well, I'm confused because it says he was exposed way before Voyager was ever filmed. Wait a minute. Maybe I'm looking at the wrong guy. No, it says it was him. Interesting. Well, there you go.
They got scammed.
They got scammed. So listen, obviously that couldn't happen nowadays. Nowadays they get in big trouble if something like that happened. Actually, I don't know. I'm curious. Is the actual actor, was he actually Native American? He was Mexican. Does that count? Would you get in trouble for that if you're Mexican?
I mean, not according to Francesca here. Like, you're close enough.
Close enough, right? Mexican, Native American. It's the same fucking thing.
Yeah. You know, like Indian, Pakistani, Chinese. It's all the same, right?
Where? It says despite being named by producers as a Sioux Indian and later Hopi, he officially gave no tribal affiliation. Is it weird that they're like, here's the Native American guy in Star Trek, and he's got like a fucking giant face tattoo? That's kind of funny. Anyway,
I looked up pictures from the Marlon Brando Oscars. It's pretty hilarious.
Oh yeah.
It's Roger Moore. Like Roger Moore came out with the famously 007.
Right.
Had the Oscar. Funny.
He's like, who's this Native American woman?
Yeah. Like, what do we do here? Oh, what's going on? Who are you? What? Where's Marlon?
What was that person even talk? Like, what was the issue?
It looks exactly like 007 is saying, should we give it to her? He's like, what the fuck?
Should I shoot her? What's happening?
This is so unusual.
Her name was Sachin Littlefeather.
Oh yeah, Littlefeather.
You know, that's gotta suck. You're Native American. You could be like Eagle Claw or Runs with Bulls or like Bear Master or something, right? Littlefeather?
Yeah.
You get the lamest of all the fucking names possible. Littlefeather. Why does that even mean? You're just a little feather?
Yeah.
Oh, you're like a feather. You're like beautiful, but like a feather. But you're a little teeny tiny person. That's the most pathetic name ever. What the
Little
fuck?
feather.
Little feather. Jesus. I'd be mad. I'd be like, no. You need to change this.
Oscars has changed, man. They look pissed. Roger Moore and whoever the lady is like, they're like, this is bullshit. The fuck?
Oh. My
Marlon
fucking
Brando
God.
couldn't even show up for his Oscar. This makes us
Oh.
all look like idiots. Who's
Oh
this
my
fucking?
God.
Who's
just
this
found-
Asian lady?
I found the most amazing thing ever.
Oh no, what is it?
Sachin Littlefeather's sister claimed she was a fraud and not actually a Native American.
No way. She's some fucking LA huckster. That's what I was thinking. I was like, oh my God, this is like,
Oh fucking no.
this is like the perfect opportunity for a scam.
How often does this fucking, it happens every goddamn day. What was the name of that lady who was pretending to be black? Rachel Dolezal.
Oh yeah, totally.
Jesus Christ.
This lady doesn't even look Native American. She looks like she's from fucking Kansas.
That's so insane.
Okay, I gotta bring up a picture of her.
Marlon Brando's like, you know what's really happening? Marlon Brando's like banging some chick.
He was banging this chick. Totally.
Banging some hot chick. She's like, oh, I'm Native American. And the plight. And he's like, yeah, the plight of Native Americans is so important. She's like, really? You really think that? If you really believe that, you let me go to the Oscars instead of you. And he's like,
okay.
Can I keep fucking you? She's like, only if. He's
No
like,
way.
okay, sure. Sure.
Oh my God.
It's amazing. It's so amazing.
It's a scam?
And
Look,
it was
Roger
a scam.
Moore.
It was a literal
007
scam.
saw right through it. He's
He
like,
did.
look, I've made fucking 20 movies from a bunch of international criminals. I
Should
can
have pulled her
spot
wig
one.
off. She's a white baby.
Yeah, exactly. He's like, what the fuck?
Right.
Sit down, Sitting Bull. I smell Sitting bullshit.
According to her sister, says she claimed to be Apache, but was not.
Right.
He also said that she lied about growing up with an abusive father and terrible poverty. That's also not true.
Right.
Wow. So wait, what was she?
She's like, I grew up at Brentwood.
So she chose the name Little Feather.
Yeah.
It was
That's
fake.
her name.
She didn't even okay. Of all the names, you choose Little Feather? It's the fucking lamest shit ever.
I dubbed the Little Feather.
So she was Mexican.
That's gonna be Sitch's nickname from now on, Little Feather.
There you go. Fuck you. You're calling
Little Feather.
I'm calling you Little Worm, okay? If you call me Little Feather. Little. It's a good name. Little Feather's two sisters, Orlandi and Rosalind Cruz.
Rosalind Cruz. Oh
Rosalind
my God, it gets
Cruz.
worse and worse.
Says they were Mexican or half Mexican. I can't tell. This article's written very weirdly.
Oh wow. I found a picture of when. Fuck. My God, it's one of those stupid.
Oh,
files
okay.
I
So
can't
she was
bring it up.
half. So her sisters say that they were half white, half Mexican.
Mhm.
And this idea of her being some kind of Native American is bullshit. Or Apache specifically was completely fabricated. And also said that she badmouthed their father, who was the Mexican one, which seems a little racist. They said that was also completely untrue. Well, there you go. Look at
I
that.
found a picture of the moment that Marlon Brando found out she was a fraud.
Oh, did you? Okay.
Here it is. I'll bring it up.
I think he died before her, so
This fat guy's telling him.
yeah. It's like is it the George W. Bush picture? Whispering in the air.
It is
That
basically.
bitch was a fraud.
It's basically that picture, but I think it's a still from The Godfather.
Okay.
He looks very disappointed.
That's hilarious. That's hilarious.
All right. That was fascinating. Let's bring back that picture
thing
frame.
is
Oh,
I can't believe that. I can't fucking believe that.
but it's Hollywood, baby.
Where were the Apaches even? I don't know where the fuck.
Where do they come from?
Yeah, like where?
India. Come on, you dumbass.
No, Jesus fucking Christ.
There's something that is hilarious about
got me.
competence and stupidity, isn't
You
it?
got me.
It's
You
just,
did.
it's like, it's funny. It's so
Right.
funny.
Right.
Play the video.
I want to see where the Apaches were, motherfucker.
Oh, you're looking at,
Listen,
now
they're close to the Mexican border. Okay, listen, you can say like, listen, maybe, okay, maybe they're in Mexico. Who knows?
did you see my stream art, Sitch?
No. What's your stream art?
I did a picture of your, it's so weird because we used to always make fun, obviously, in science fiction movies where they had the like, oh, enhance, right? Enhance. And they're like blowing the shit up. That's like 2 pixels on the screen.
Oh my God, this picture.
But now you can totally enhance with AI.
With AI.
Up
You got
resers,
fucking
yeah.
Francesca with the
What do you think?
Mickey Rooney, Breakfast at Tiffany's. Jesus
How
Christ.
does she get the part? Look, she's auditioning for you, Sitch. What do you think for the remake?
Sold.
Okay, good.
Breakfast at Tiffany's with Francesca Fiorentini.
Here's the bitchuation.
There you go. With the bitch herself.
All right.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ubercross, for the 50 gifted
Yes,
memberships.
look at
Thank you
this.
so much.
Thanks. Yeah, look at this.
Thank you.
We have 100 new members now. It's great.
Yes.
Welcome new people.
Thank you. J-Mac, our surrogate father, thank you so much for $20. Says, I always sing the Oogie Boogie song for karaoke. Ken Page was a legend. Well, look at that.
I know. I feel bad now.
J-Mac. Okay. Base J-Mac.
Yeah.
So there you go.
I'm
Eat
going to have
shit,
to give
Adam.
Oogie Boogie a chance next time.
Yeah, you better, motherfucker. J-Mac
All right.
again for $20. Thank you so much. Says, I traced my lineage back to the, I don't even know how to say that, Zacatecos tribe, which are one of the tribes that the Spanish ran into.
Oh, no.
However, pretty sure I'm not technically Native American. We all just get lumped together as Hispanic. Yes. If you got like 1% Zacateco, I don't think that counts. But
Zacatecos?
that's a cool name, Zacatecos.
Yeah, it's great.
Zay-K, the Zay Tacos. You a Zay Taco? I'm a Zay Taco.
I love it.
Look, J-Mac said he'd sing the song for you.
Sing it up.
Is a fantastic cluster F. And I will just, there's someone who went to go see it. Rue Rawl, hey, what's up? Says, my toddler's grandmother took her to see it. I was a little hesitant because she's 2. Oh, my toddler's 2. My toddler sat through the whole thing and loved it. Full interaction and response to the movie scenes. That's adorable. I can't believe that.
Well, if you can get the 2-year-olds, you know you got a hit on your hand, right?
Oh, yeah, of course.
Keep the little
toddlers. They're the big
2-year-olds
money.
entertained, yeah.
That she sat still for that long. I hope it's like only an hour or a 90-minute film. But yeah, man, it obviously is for kids. It's chill. It's whatever. I'm sure it's good. And you know who I'm sure made it good? Rachel effing Zegler. I'm sorry. This is the last thing. You guys have to know this.
I mean, she kind of fucked up, people going to see the movie because she's a dumb bitch and was massively selfish and virtue signaling and an asshole. But, whatever. I'm glad she performed in the movie well enough.
Yeah, look. If you won't like the movie and want to see it, I'm not going to see
The person who flew across the country to bully Rachel Zegler into deleting her tweet, by the way, is apparently married to a Jewish lobbyist who now serves on University of Pennsylvania's Board of Trustees because of the Palestinian protests on campus.
Uh-oh.
Everything, it's the far left. They're all becoming the Jew hunters now. It's amazing. Oh my God.
It's scary. It's not amazing. It's
crazy.
fucked up, man.
They're like, oh, she's a person. They're a Jew. They're on a board of trustees. They're a Jewish lobbyist. Oh no.
Yeah, what's going on?
Christ.
They should team up with the Nazis.
They should.
They can share internet research duties.
Oh my God, this is so bad.
I know. God, it's
so
insane.
bad. I mean, the only thing I'm just surprised the guy who went out to fly the sea wasn't Jewish, considering all the Jews that run Hollywood.
So the person was Platt. We remember that. Julie Platt is an American banker and philanthropist. Since 2022, she has served as the board of trustees, the chair of the board of trustees on the Jewish Federations of North America, the second woman to serve as the chair for the organization. The agency oversees 146 Jewish federations across the United States and Canada that distribute over $3 billion a year. I mean, big if true, need to do more digging, but it would not surprise me. A lot of the
I need to do more digging into the
She's
Jew
like,
hunting
yeah,
to make sure,
totally.
you know, right?
Yeah.
Find out. So
maybe you can get some DNA, Francesca.
right.
Really make some conclusive discoveries.
It is funny. I didn't know that Penn, because they got into all the trouble for the protests. Like, we need some Jews on our board. Okay, where are the Jews at? Find some Jews to slap on the board, make us feel better.
These elites sort of like swim in the same circles, and I don't use that euphemistically. It's not just that they're Jewish. It is part and parcel of being wealthy, being in, I'm just talking about people who are, in entertainment. I'm talking about people who are in, Ivy League schools. And sadly, folks who have, Palestine protesters in their crosshairs. And it doesn't matter if you are a young actress who's embarking on your career, who's immensely talented, who wants to speak her mind, who wants to be a whole person, who wants to speak out about the atrocities she's seeing and wants to actually
wants to just ruin her career and make everyone's jobs fucking miserable, because for some reason it's just so important that you tell people how you feel, even if it doesn't change anything.
I know.
All those other people can get fucked.
And wants to actually use her platform for good. She is, after all, a human who deserves to be able to use her First Amendment rights. Or you are someone who's being currently swept up on the streets by ICE right now, right? Like, who's to say that? I mean, this is so dangerous also to I'm like, if we saw Rachel Zegler swept up for her, her speech, I wouldn't be surprised. I honestly wouldn't be surprised. It's just, we have to defend folks.
I mean, she's an American citizen, right? She's not like an immigrant.
Like this, we have to defend people who, even with their fame, don't shirk their responsibilities as someone with that platform, their responsibilities to the world. We should celebrate those people. We should not let, again, this fake identity politics of Hollywood that's always in reaction to the fake anti-woke policies of the right distract us from these people who are real people, who get bullied, who get trolled, who get doxxed.
Unless they're Gal Gadot and then they deserved it because they're IDF scum.
Right.
I don't think that it's pop culture. I think it's beyond pop culture. This has everything to do with Palestine free speech. And this has everything to do with sticking up for young people, women, and people of color in industries like Hollywood. What's going on, Frantifa? If you haven't already.
Did she just say Frantifa?
She calls her audience Frantifas.
Frantifa.
Holy shit.
Oh my God.
That's amazing.
Everything to do with sticking up for young people, women, and people of color in industries like Hollywood. What's going on, Frantifa? If you haven't already, subscribe to this.
Well, I mean, listen, at least, you know exactly where
she's got her branding together. Holy shit.
Literally using Antifa for branding. So there you go. Frantifas.
Frantifa. Okay.
There you go. Very interesting. Wow.
Biden told me that Frantifa was just an idea.
Mm-hmm.
There wasn't actually there's no people who were Frantifas.
Mm-hmm. Look at this. J-Mac for $10 says, it's not 1%. I'm half Mexican, Sitch. So I'm basically a quarter indigenous. Look at that, basically, right?
Look at that.
Please. He's probably like 12%. He's just playing it up.
How can you be like, I guess.
Respect my POC identity. There.
Is it even possible to be 12%? I think maybe you can be 12.5%, but
I don't know. What's all the what's,
because it's like pairs. It's like it always
it has
cuts
to
in
be
half.
Yeah, sure. Right.
Hmm.
So what So it'd be
I don't know.
what?
I guess generations go
Yeah,
by.
it'd be 12 and a half, right? Half
Yeah.
of 25 would be 12 and a half.
Don't quote me on it, but
Okay.
I'll have my chat
I just
GPT.
pulled that number out of my ass. And I was
It's good.
right.
It's a good
I
guess.
totally right.
I liked it.
6%. He's a 6% native.
Barely even in the game.
I never did any of those DNA things. I guess I'm glad because now they're talking about how,
Oh, that's why I never did one. I was like, holy shit,
It's
that
going out of
fucking
business and-
information is just going to be used against me.
Though I'm worried because
Some insurance company's going to get that info and be like,
I think
oh
my
God.
brother did, and I think my uncle did, and I don't know who they did it with. And I was like, "You guys make sure it wasn't 23 to me." And I don't know, they didn't seem like they cared. I was like, "Fuck, you're gonna have my information now because my fucking family members."
I had a friend of mine did one and found out that her brother was like illegitimate.
Mhm.
Wasn't
Oh
really
my
a-
God.
I was like, what the, for real? Yeah. So it was like this big drama with their family because they were like the mom had the brother but evidently had sex with some other dude, and some other
Oh my
dude was the
God.
father, so it was only her half brother. But they found this out because they did that 23andMe stuff,
Mm-hmm.
and it came back like, oh yeah, this is your half brother. And she's like, what? Half brother? What the fuck is that?
Mm-hmm.
Half brother? What do you mean half brother? What's that mean? Can you imagine?
Mm-hmm.
And the mom is like, you had to do the 23andMe. Okay.
That's
I almost
crazy.
got away with it.
That's crazy. Yeah.
I almost got away with it. She's like fucking, I think she's like in her 30s too. So she's like, look, this was 30 years ago and you're fucking bringing up old shit.
I would
What
have
are you,
got
an
away with it too.
archaeologist?
Yeah.
Oh my God. Don't do the 23andMe unless you really want to know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think
What if that happened? What if it came back and you were like, what if that happened to you, Sitch? What would you? You'd be like, oh fuck.
if I found out my brother was like not
Your
my
half
brother,
brother? Yeah.
that'd be pretty crazy.
If your dad didn't do it, you'd be like, oh, which one? Oh my God.
Yep.
First of all, there's another man involved here, and
Yep.
neither one of you would know who your dad was.
Like, listen,
So fucking.
listen, Dad.
Yeah.
Write him out of the will, okay? Give it all to me. I'm your real son.
Here's the 23andMe.
Yeah.
I mean, I look so much like my dad. It's impossible for me to imagine.
Well, no, like, yeah. Well, it's funny. My brother, when he was a baby, was like a spitting image of my grandfather on my dad's side.
Yeah. See.
So, but I take more after my grandfather on my mom's side.
Yeah.
But we both look similar, so I don't think there's any surprises there.
Cool.
Kiwi Farmer for $25 says, afternoon, gentlemen. Old news, but have you heard that iDubbbz and Aniza are betraying H3H3? The farms theorize that they're cozying up to Hassan and his whales to help bankroll Creator Clash 3. I knew that there was the whole thing with iDubbbz and Nisa coming out against H3H3, which didn't surprise me because they're like, basically super far left now. So that's not even remotely surprising. I didn't heard about the theory about the Creator Clash 3 with Hassan, but that does make sense.
Wasn't iDubbbz having sex with Olay?
What?
The commie?
Was he?
I mean, they did that show together.
What?
Where you totally don't you remember you did that show with her where they were talking about?
Oh, right.
He
Yeah,
completely was like, "Oh my God, I should apologize. I've been such a
Yes.
bad person.
Yes.
I should give all my money to black people now." She tried to talk him into doing reparations specifically.
Well, wasn't there the whole thing where she was attacking?
So he's got to be communist.
No,
now.
wait. Yeah, wasn't there the weird thing? Didn't Olay think that iDubbbz was Chris Ray Gun or something, or vice versa.
Yes, that's it. Yeah, totally.
Olay thought iDubbbz was like Chris Ray Gun and was like, he needs to apologize. And people were like, what? Like, you just think like white people with glasses are all the same or something?
Apologize to Franny.
Yes.
To Frantifa.
You're right. It sounds right. Yes, yes, to Francesca from
Ramsey,
MTV Decoded. Yes, other Francesca. And then iDubbbz, because he was this massive cuck. Then yeah, I forgot about that. He went and talked to her.
Yep.
That was crazy. Interesting.
Hmm.
But it's also, I believe in an Actual Justice Warrior video, he talked about how Francesca is married to Matt Lieb. And I'm trying to remember, he was like somehow involved with, he's like, I think he was a moderator. Ethan was talking about H3H3. Ethan was complaining because he's a moderator on the H3H3 Snark podcast. I mean, the Snark Reddit subreddit, the one that was like attacking Ethan and getting them to call CPS on them and all that stuff. And I'm trying to remember if I can pull it up. He made some comments. He said, he had an X post where he said, Matt Lieb said, I'm 100% against anyone calling CPS on YouTubers they don't like. Then it says, 48 hours later of being harassed by Ethan Klein. We got to save them kids. So there you go. He's advocating for CPS.
Oh, shit. Look at this.
Away, so
read that fucking super chat. Read that Adam Unfriended $20 super chat.
Adam
read
Unfriended.
It and weep.
Okay, there you go. Adam Unfriended for $20 says, okay, all right, today's a sad day for S-Class. That was some damn good barbecue. And that brisket, amazing. I'm officially joining A-Team Supreme and changing my name. Sitch, win me back with some top tier food.
Look at this.
Wow.
Dr. Hogley Wogley winning the A-Team.
Look at that. That's not fair. He has a doctorate in barbecue. Okay, obviously.
He had to win.
He's gonna win. Okay.
That's right.
Dr. Hogley Wogley's was good. I agree. The brisket was very tasty.
I love that place because it's so. I mean, you walk into that place and you're like, this place is gonna be fucking shit. That place just is. I mean, it's a hidden gem.
Well, I found most barbecue places, they're like, there's some small little, not like quite a hole in the wall, but they're like a small little place.
Yeah.
And they all
it
have
is like
those,
hole in the wall. It definitely is qualifies, I think, as hole
I would say
wall.
it's like a step up from a hole in the wall.
Really?
Like when I think hole, I think it's like a real, like you go in and you're like, am I going to die? Like, am I going to get mugged? Like you walk in, it's clean. It's like, it looks like a normal, like little mom and pop restaurant.
Right.
So, well, there you go.
Well, thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed it. We've talked about it on the show quite often. So another
Dylan in the
person.
chat says change his name to Adam Refriended.
There you go.
There it is.
There you go.
Yes. Or Dr. Adam's Barbecue.
I think CT went with us.
Yes.
J-Mac. I've gone with J-Mac. When J-Mac was in town, we went for some barbecue. So now Adam Unfriended, if that is your real name, has also gone. A bunch of people have gone. So it's great. We should get a sponsorship from them. At least give me some fucking free barbecue, right?
For the amount of times that you've promoted the Hogley Wogglies. It's true.
I know.
That's true.
I'm like a fan.
Look at this. Get a sponsorship deal and go talk to them.
I will. I might go for some barbecue tomorrow. Jeez.
J-Mac for $10 says, check your Twitter, Sitch. Bask in your wrongness and repent. Oh, what did he send me here?
Look at that.
Wow, look at this. He sent me his DNA. Look, you're gonna get your DNA stolen, so better be careful.
Oh, he got it? Look, and he's just emailing it around. That could fall into the wrong hands. Elon Musk could get that.
It says, according to the DNA results, JMac, 28% is England or Northwestern European, 24% Indigenous American Mexican. Look, there you go.
Wow.
1/4 Mexican Native American, 1/4 Indian. There you go. 13% Spain, 10% Germanic European, and 7% Scotland. Look at that. Well, there you go. Prove me wrong. There you go. You get your little feather cap and everything. Get your cut of the casino money too.
Great. God, this is an amazing show.
Mhm.
We found out J-Max 23andMe got another A-Team Brigadier General. Dr. Adam Unfriended. Brigadier General Dr. Adam Unfriended.
There you go. There you go.
Of Texas.
Mm-hmm.
All right, are we going back to the top?
We're going back to the top, baby.
All right.
MQT One Wheel, thanks so much for the $5. Says the Oscar grading rubrics came out to even have a movie win an award. It needs DI and wokeness. Awards equals money equals acting resume. It's doomed top to bottom. That is true. I remember we went over it on stream. It was totally batshit crazy. There's a literal racial quota requirement to even get an Oscar nomination.
It figures into their scale what they get paid on movies too. So they get a higher SAG rate if they're nominated or win an Academy Award. So it definitely is a monetary gain. So.
Crazy. Armageddon for $2 says, side note, 100 Years of Solitude on Netflix, 10 out of 10.
Oh, is that a good one? Should check that out.
100 Years of Solitude.
I'm looking at a bunch of movies because, look, I want to start doing more movie content. Like that last video was a lot of fun to do. But I don't, like, should I do old content? Should I do just, I guess you kind of got to do what everyone is doing, right? Otherwise,
chase the algorithm.
The video is just going to sit there and languish.
Right. Yes.
But there's so much movie content. I don't really just want to say what everyone else is saying. So I want to make it unique and original, right?
Oh my God, look at this. J-Max sent me the bottom of his DNA here. He's 1% Nigerian.
Oh my God. I see the very bottom
He's
one.
1% black. He's 1% Southern Bantu peoples.
Oh yeah, look at
He's
that.
1% Northern African. And the very bottom.
What's the last one there?
The very last little piece. 1% Ashkenazi Jew. There
Look
it
at
is.
that.
1% Jewish. Is that enough? Is that enough for Israel? I don't know. Good question.
Sitch, look at that.
He's my people.
I know.
I knew there was something I liked about you, Jay.
It's great.
Could sense the 1% Jew.
Mm-hmm.
Madney 85 for $10 says Hollywood doesn't hire movie stars anymore. They cast people based on check boxes like numbers of Instagram followers, race, or whatever. They have the right opinions, not just acting ability or charisma.
I know.
Yep.
It completely cuts down the number of people that they can hire,
Right.
which just sucks. This is the problem with the DEI stuff. You take and narrow your job pool down to 50% of the population. What's going to happen, Sitch?
You're gonna get bad performances.
They keep thinking, oh, we'll be fine.
Mm-hmm.
We can find someone in there.
Lives in Des Walls for Jura says, I think 1% just gets you a tote bag. get Jay a tote bag that says Oy vey on it. Oy vey, 1%. Better than nothing. Wit Gribus for 9 months says, on today's episode of EFAP. There you go.
Nice.
Fair and Practical Progress for 9 months says, have you seen the video from Jank about TYT about Francesca Florentini being removed from the TYT network? It's got receipts beyond the video you analyzed. Yes, I did see it. Yes, it was pretty funny. We watched
it.
We watched, did we cover it? I remember watching, I don't know if we covered it, the video of Jank talking to Francesca.
We did, yeah. We watched it during the week. It was great.
That video is fucking crazy. Oh,
she was so unfair.
Yes.
To Jank, and she just didn't get it.
No. She didn't want to get it.
She was like, oh my God, how
Right.
dare you talk to right wingers and treat them with any monicum of respect? Don't you understand how this works?
Right.
We have to disrespect everyone. That's how we win voters over.
Right.
It's a Rachel Zegler school of social media. You have to say, Trump voters, fuck you.
Metalworks 411.90 for $5 says shout out to J-Mac for going on the WIC TV debate panel. He did everyone here proud.
Yeah, I want to watch that. I got to see
yeah.
that.
I should watch that.
Yeah. What do you know what the topic was? What was the topic, Jay?
I don't remember. What was the topic, Jay? Tell us. Let us know.
Yes.
I remember you said you did one like a few weeks ago, or is it the same one? Mere Practical Progress for 9 months says, have you seen the video? Oh, I read the one. Squeeze Louise for $10 says, just saw Princess Mononoke IMAX re-release and it was fantastic. Disney could have just been doing that for the past 15 years, but instead we get Girl Boss Snow White and Uncanny Valley Lion King. Yeah, why don't? Well, I mean, to be fair to Disney, they have been, their new movies are like super hit or miss, right? Because they had Wish, which everyone fucking hated and was terrible. I couldn't even finish watching. I tried to watch it, was just fucking bad. People like some of the CG movies, like everyone liked Encanto. Encanto was pretty decent. Adam didn't see it because it had music in it, and he hates music, even though the songs are very catchy in Encanto. So
the girl boss trope is it is such cancer for storytelling because you really want to see the range of human emotions in your protagonists.
Yes.
But you get to certain emotions and you just you think the audience is going to be turned off by this, like a woman who is afraid, right? It's just, they're like, oh, a woman can't be afraid. I mean, she's getting ready to do this dangerous thing. It's so much better as a character if you show, the character is uncertain of this, right? Should I do this? Is this? But when there's no contemplation, oh yeah, I should do it. I'm a fucking girl boss. Let me run in there and fucking clean house. You're like, okay, is this really difficult? Right?
It's true. It's definitely true.
I mean, think of everyone always turns to Ripley, but it's such a great example. Think of Ripley when the fucking alien was like right in her face and she was like terrified. Everyone's like, today they'd be like, oh my God, how humiliating. You see that big dick in her face? Oh my God.
Well, it's so obvious because unless you see that the person has a reason to be afraid, then they don't come off as brave. Like,
true.
That's the whole,
yes.
Like if
your antagonists look weak too, like someone that people shouldn't be afraid of.
Right. If every girl boss character is acting like Saitama in One Punch, and they are not fazed by it, like the evil giant monster that's attacking them, then they're not going to be like, oh, so I guess it's not a big deal.
Yeah. So much of the big bad guy is that everyone is fucking terrified every time they're in his presence.
Right.
Yeah. But look, it's like the girl boss she does not have access to all the range of human emotion. And that just is like riding with one hand tied behind your back. So I can imagine so many, these scripts go out and the interns do coverage on them. And I can read the scripts from like the intern's perspective. And they're like, oh my God, the problem with this is the women. All these women. This woman is afraid. Why? Why is she afraid? Because it's called filmmaking. That's why. Shut up and watch the movie.
Lucifer says I should watch Paprika. I've seen Paprika. I was actually just talking about that the other day. I think that's the same person that did like Lane in Paranoid Agent, right? Or am I crazy?
Paranoid Agent, that's good.
Paranoid Agent is good. But I've seen Paprika. I saw it in theaters and I liked it. I thought it was pretty good. I really liked. There was one concept I loved. I wish it was utilized more. There's a part in Paprika. I don't know if you've ever seen it. And there's it has a lot to do with like dreams. It's been a long time, so I don't remember. It has something to do with like dreams and like dreams infecting people. And there's this weird parade that has like this like cool like parade music that's kind of creepy. of like dream creatures, and like once it like goes near you, you like get sucked into becoming part of this like creepy surreal parade. And there's like this cool scene where like the main characters are like trying to run away from this like fucking all-consuming parade that's just like growing larger and grow larger. And like all the people in the parade are like weird as shit. Like there's like girls who have like cell phone heads and like frogs on cymbals and all sorts of like weird shit going on because it's like a dream. So everything's
This is
like
live
bizarre.
action?
No, it's anime. It's like an
Oh,
anime
okay.
movie. So, but yeah, no, I like Paprika. J-Mac for $20. Thanks so much. Says the panel was, quote, why is the Democrat Party so unpopular? That's a good topic. Adam, some of the perspectives of my more left-leaning panelists are going to make you steam. There you go.
Oh, yeah, look, send me a link. I want to listen to it.
Yes.
It's cool that you're doing panels like that.
Right. Dr. Adam refriended. Look, there it is. Says, I changed my name. Now it's your turn to turn me back into S-Class General Sitch. I love food, so if you want me back, that's the way. A-Team Brain Supreme.
Look, Dr. Adam.
Dr. Adam refriended. Okay, I'll listen. I'll have to ponder on some food choices they give you. So there's some barbecue places around me, but like they're not as good as Dr. Hoggly Woggly's, I'll admit. So
they sell that barbecue sauce to go too, which is great. Every time I go, I get like a big bottle of the barbecue.
Right.
So I can eat it from home.
I do like Paranoia Agent more than I like Lane. I'll say that much. Okay. I was a big Paranoia Agent fan. Super Bad Mike 13 for 14 Canadian says Rachel Zegler says some dumb stuff, but the amount of bullying I've seen towards her online is kind of disgusting and way out of proportion. She's genuinely a great actress and singer. Great show, guys. Well, thank you. Yeah, I mean, listen, no one deserves the amount of bullying they get on the internet. But Rachel Zegler should shut her fucking damn mouth. Okay.
Oh my God.
She should shut her stupid fucking bitch mouth. All right. Not that crazy.
It's so funny. It's so funny. I guess I'm just a more forgiving person. So I think maybe because I was such a dumb, stupid kid.
Right.
And got myself in all kinds of horrible trouble when I was a kid. It was fucking torturous for my parents and all kinds of stuff. I think, maybe, obviously she should suffer for a bit, right? But, it shouldn't be like banished banished to 7 layers
I'm not
of hell.
saying she should be banished to hell. Okay. She can change as a person. I believe in change. I believe people can grow. All right.
Right.
Loser Doman for 5 Canadian says, Adam, Paprika is a David Lynch anime. You will love it.
Okay. Yeah. We lost David Lynch recently, so.
That's true. It is a very David Lynch-esque thing. Josue Calahero for 21 months of being a free will seeker. Thank you so much. Says, my dream is just as the original Snow White vaulted Disney then. Snow White 2025 will save it again, although through its awfulness now. I like that. It's so bad it will save Disney to shake off the politics of wokeness. I believe it could. I believe it could.
I mean, we're kind of drifting in that direction already.
Right.
They just need to cancel a few people who are too woke, right? So they can say, look, we aren't woke.
Yep.
We're innocent.
Lucifer Domer for 36 months. Thank you so much. 36 months being a free will seeker. Says, see my 3 years of simping and bask in it. Also, I have a great pitch for a Disney Plus show, and I need help from Adam and David with the preliminary script.
Cool.
I don't know who David
sounds like I'm a work for hire here.
There you go.
I can do a script right.
Noel screaming into the void for $2 says, better that it's capitalist and not white patriarchy. There you go. Oh my God, for $2 says Genius Book. What? Genius Book recommend The Tsar of Love and Techno 1010. Okay.
1010, huh? Okay. I'm looking for this. I can't find J-Max thing.
What thing? Oh, he sent us a link on Twitter.
Oh, he did? Okay. I'll post it. Let's see. Is it unlisted? I mean, I was looking on the channel.
Listener said that he was talking about David Puff, and David Puff in the chat says, "Me?" question mark. He said no, he's helping him with it.
There we go. If anyone else wants to watch it too,
Look
they
at
can
that.
check it out.
Josue Calahero for $5 says Sitch has been practicing how to pronounce my name. Hearts. Listen, I'm trying. Okay, but thank you. I'm glad you noticed.
He's getting good with names, guys. He is.
Ryan. Mr. Ubercross for 35 months. Thanks so much. Says there are only 3 places one should get barbecue: Kansas City, objectively the best; Texas; and Mid Carolinas. Everything else is a cheap imitation. Well. Look at Mr. Ubercross over here. He's all snooty with his fucking barbecue. I'm so snooty with my barbecue. Well, listen, if I'm in Kansas City, if I'm in Texas, if I'm in the Carolinas, I'll be happy to eat that barbecue. That's totally fine. But if my ass is in Florida, I'm not going to get on a fucking plane and fly to one of those states just to eat some goddamn barbecue, okay?
Didn't he just give us like 50 gifted memberships and you're going like full Rachel Zegler on him? It's it's crazy.
Mr. Ubercross knows that I love him. And that I say everything out of teasing love. All right.
Okay.
What the fuck are you talking about, Mr. Ubercross? Oh, so fancy with his high and mighty barbecue, okay? Listen, I'm not so privileged to live in one of these magical barbecue states. Hard to come by good barbecue in Florida, I will admit. It's a sore subject.
Kansas City, Texas, and the Mid Carolinas.
Okay.
I mean, if obviously, look, Mr. Ubercross, if you're in Los Angeles, let's hit up Dr. Hoggly Woggly and we'll see. We'll compare. Yeah.
Right.
But look, I'm not like a purist or anything. I'll try barbecue anywhere. Look, if Kansas City has good barbecue, I've had good barbecue at different places. So,
well, do you not recall the full name of Dr. Hoggly Woggly's? Okay.
There's more to it.
It's Dr. Hoggly Woggly's Tyler, Texas barbecue. So it is
you're right.
In the style of Texas barbecue. So maybe that would be enough for Mr. Ubercross' discerning palate.
Yeah. I did think that there was an extra name in there that we were forgetting because it's crazy. It's like, yeah, I want all the names.
Now, I don't know what that means. I don't know what Tyler's Texas barbecue means, but
Tyler's Texas barbecue the third.
Yeah, I don't know what that means.
It's good stuff.
Right.
Anyway, you're jumping around. I don't know where.
Caesar Caliphus for $20. Thank you so much. Has gotten my comic yesterday, and well, it's great. Can see the work that went into it.
Beautiful.
RGB for most hated villain 2025. Keep the streak going. Thank you so much.
Nice. Glad you liked it.
So much. Yes.
I hope we can do another one. So.
Yep.
I think we'll be able to.
Metalworks 411.90 for 36 months says you're not gate kept by legacy media to garner an audience now with the internet and all the tools available to be independent. That is
true. I just look, God. I wish I had the kind of tools people have at their disposal today when I was a kid. I just, God, it's so fucking, I'd constantly be making stuff. I'd constantly be doing videos and shit like that. People have it so good. And all they do is fucking complain.
Yep. Joe the Make for 36 months says, come on, guys. In the socialist utopia, we'd all be movie stars. Now kindly face the wall. There you go.
It's so true.
That's true.
Yeah.
Lekia001 for £5. Thanks so much. Says studio agreed with Harrison Ford, no voiceover, but then forced him to do it anyways. That's hilarious.
Yeah.
And Ford and Scott also fought a lot. Definitely not his favorite film. There you go.
Yeah, he totally fucks with him in the voiceover. But look, I like the voiceover. I like that deadpan. He thought he was doing bad by them, but really, he was doing good by the world.
It's all a metaphor because he's like a robot. So he's giving a robotic delivery. Get it?
Yeah. He wasn't a robot, though, obviously.
But he's a robot.
He wasn't the robot.
Or is he a robot? Well, he's in the sequel as an old man, right? So I guess he's not a robot.
Yeah.
Leaky001 for thanks so much for joining the Free Will Seekers. And for another £5 says, apropos of nothing, am I the only one who prefers seeing Adam with his actual glasses?
Oh, yeah. I didn't do my things. Yeah. I did. I'm reading this book now. And there was an interesting statistic in the book about communication. I don't know if this is true or where he got the statistic from, but he was saying 55% of communication is body language.
Mm-hmm.
And
how much?
55%.
Wow. So more than actually just talking.
Yes.
Are you trying to tell me that I need to do a face reveal? Is what you're trying to tell me? I need to come on camera.
Well, I did stand out. I was like, wow, I have such an advantage over Sitch.
Right.
It was like 7% was the words that you say. And like 40 something percent is the tone of your voice.
Ooh, interesting.
And
40%.
Yeah, and 55% is actually your body language.
Ooh, how do you measure this? How do you come up with this?
This book, it's by the author is Chris Voss. He's a negotiator. He's like a FBI negotiator for hostage situations. So
right.
It's basically a book about how to be a successful negotiator. It's super fascinating. Like he's the guy they bring in when people get kidnapped and they're in like a ransom situation, which I guess happens quite often around the world, right? So, I mean, there's got to be somebody, some ringer that you call to do the negotiations. So, but yeah, I mean, obviously we do the show, so I was thinking about it in the context of the show, but tone of voice is so, I mean, that's got to be kind of my weakness. You can always look when things get heated in conversation or debate or anything like that. People like they can sense it. You just see like, oh, Adam's triggered. Oh, Sitch is triggered.
Sure.
And then it's hard to calm down. Yeah.
Right. So actually, Rich Jammer has been a long time fan. He made this crazy.
I know. I saw it. It's fucking great.
Like, I don't know
Bring
if
it
it's
up. Throw it in the watch
like a
together.
VTube/animation thing. Yeah. So I was gonna do here. So let's check this out. It's from Rich Jammer. We're almost 3 years away from the beginning of Gamergate, and yet it is still constantly misunderstood by the normies. So here's a short and simple metaphor explaining Gamergate. Imagine a banquet hall with 100 tables that represents all gamers. And don't worry, there's not going to be any math here. Our tale begins as most do, with a boy and a girl. Look at that, back when Sitch made videos.
Are you going to make videos? I mean, one of the reasons why I'm making videos is because I'm trying to inspire people.
I should.
Just anybody to
really?
make videos.
If you're trying to super villains anonymous me, like we're trying to inspire heroes, trying to inspire me to make videos again.
I legitimately enjoy making content. So
yes,
I mean, I've had a lot of fun making that video. It immediately made me want to make more videos. So maybe if you make a video, you'll feel more inspired.
Every day, Sammy's like, why are you making a video? Make a video every day. Just make a video, make a video.
I was thinking because we were arguing about the woke right stuff. And I was thinking it's a pity that you really can't make a woke right video that's going to get like more than 2,000 views.
Yeah.
Like nobody's fucking interested in that. It's not evergreen content. Like if you make a movie review video, like people might come to your channel to watch other movie review videos because they're hot and then watch more movie review videos. So there is this kind of evergreen quality to movie reviews. People are always interested in movies. They might not have seen the movie. They might have seen the movie and they just want your take. If you're good at it, I mean, a lot of people are interested in movie reviews because they want to better understand just how movies work, obviously, the cultural influence of movies. That doesn't happen with something like this stupid debate over the woke right shit. So it's kind of pointless. But at the same time, I was thinking, man, I got a lot of thoughts on this. And I look in the conversations people are having about it. I just get so frustrated because it's like a Rorschach ink blot test. They're just like, look, that's so obviously a nose. It's like, oh my God.
Hey, Rich. I see Rich in the chat.
What's up, Rich?
Sammy saw us and she's like, I gotta pay Rich to put some boobs on Sitch.
Yeah.
Get the Sitch Chan avatar. She liked it. She was a big fan of this. Juicy, terrible things. Did she do any of these terrible things? Who cares? It's not important. That's not what Gamergate is about.
See, you never get that out of AI. You won't get that.
Get what?
Just you understand the performance.
I feel like that was a really bad performance.
It was a great performance. What are you talking about? AI would just be like, and Gamergate was... And Gamergate was very interesting.
They're going to fix it up.
Well, if they do, like, there's no excuse not to make content then.
Right.
You just dump the script in. So much of making content is just writing every day, which I used to do. I used to write for a couple hours every day. Like I was always working on screenplays and stories and stuff like that.
Right.
And the key is really just to embed it in your life, because like when you're not writing, you know, you're mowing the lawn, you're doing your laundry, you're out to dinner or whatever, you constantly get ideas because you're just working on it every day. So then as soon as you get back to it the next day, you're like, you have a feast of ideas to just jot down, busily jot down. It gets easier and easier and easier. Yeah.
This juicy blog post spreads to various internet forums and communities, represented in our banquet hall as one table. Yes, only a tiny, tiny, tiny amount of the entire population of gamers were even remotely aware of this juicy gossip. But it was juicy gossip, so it was talked about vehemently at this one table. Harsh words were thrown. Lots of,
"Oh my God, did you hear what Becky did? What a slut." Totally.
I do like the little eyes. That's funny.
Oh my God.
That's perfect.
I know.
Yeah.
Rich is like puppeting your face too. It's awesome.
I know. I like it.
Do you have to wear that green stuff on your eyebrows and stuff to be able to do it? Is that how it works?
I think that's projected by the computer. I don't think he's actually wearing like a green.
The camera just picks it up?
I'm assuming.
Or like little spots?
Yes. Because this is the nature of juicy gossip. It has nothing to do with sex or gender or race or whatever. Juicy gossip is drama. And people love them some drama. But still, one table. However, it turns out the girl at the center of this drama was sitting at the next table over. And that was the table filled with indie game developers, game journalists, and people who run gaming websites. And it just so happens that the girl was friends with many of these people. So the girl, not wanting to be the center of this new drama, complains to let Adam control the little Sitch puppet.
How's he doing that? Oh, he's doing it with the mouse?
Yeah. Her table, and they nod and say,
"Oh, that's so terrible and horrible. How can they do this to you?"
Then they turn and stare angrily at the one table, discussing the drama. But there is a problem. The table with all the gaming journalists is a corner table against a wall, so they've lost sight of the entire room. All they can see is this one table out of 100.
Look, he's got you dancing.
They assume all the other tables are talking about the drama as well. Pro tip, they weren't. And on top of that, there's always that one guy in every group that takes things too far. I can dance much better than Trump.
Who is that? That's you, Sitch.
Until you told me about it now. The remaining group of people, the smallest, but housing a large amount of gaming media figures, panicked. Because, oh no, we're not sexist. So they bent over backwards and tied themselves into knots, trying to prove to the table of gaming journalists that they were not sexist. So why exactly?
What's going on with all this background music, Sitch? Oh my God.
It was in the video.
You're
There was no
making-
video.
You're making videos for children.
Adam never liked any of my background music in any of my
Ugh.
videos. He always complained about them.
It's such a great video. I want to hear what you have to say. I'm
Mhm.
being assaulted by this it's like a musical. All Sitch's videos are like
There you go.
musicals.
That's the truth. He just hates music. Exactly did Gamergate take off the way it did? Well, there's two reasons. The first is that it revealed to people the incestuous relationship the majority of the gaming press and gaming sites had with each other, and that they would actually plot to shape.
So they were all having sex with their brothers and sisters?
It was not literally incest.
Oh, okay. You were just being metaphorical?
What's screaming in the background? What's happening?
Just ignore that.
It's like,
Sometimes she
right-
get-
It was
sometimes
like
she gets
attacking
out
like a
of her-
mouse. It was like a Tom and Jerry like scenario going on while Adam's streaming in the background.
Sometimes she gets out of her cage. So
Oh wow, okay.
the maid will
Interesting.
come fix it.
Interesting. Well, thank you, Rich. That was cool. Can I use that? Can I should I use that? Can I use that for streaming? How does I don't know how any of that works.
Well, first of all,
Mm-hmm.
what you need to do. No, I don't.
Yeah.
I have no idea how he did that.
I
I
don't
want to
know.
know. I totally want to know.
I don't know if that's a thing. So, but yeah, let me know. That's super cool.
Yeah, do it up.
Lives in Des Walls for $2 says, "Cool. Now add Jugs, maid outfit, and make it Sitch Chan." Is anyone? I know there's people that do this. I think it's like weird when there's like a guy who's a guy and there's a guy voice coming out of it, and they have like the sexy anime girl avatar.
Doctor
VTuber.
Girlfriend.
I think it's weird. I think it's strange.
Doctor Girlfriend.
Right.
Come on, it's not weird, Sitch. Add a little sex appeal to the show.
Oh, okay. I'll just talk like this for the rest of the stream.
You can
Hey,
do it.
everybody, it's me, Dr. Sitch, girlfriend. It's all real. All right.
Dr. PSA Sitch Hoggly
Dr.
Woggly
PSA
Texas
Sitch.
style barbecue.
Right. You want some of my sausage?
I got sausage for days.
You ate sausage for days.
They don't call me Little Feather for nothing.
How dare you? That's what they call you, little fella. They call me Big Bull. I can send it to me on Adobe Character Animator as a free version. I'll check it out. That's really cool.
Sitch is like, this is great.
Listen, people have been telling me to do VTuber for like ever. I just been lazy.
Don't be lazy, Sitch.
I know.
Look, you got a lot going on. You're not
That's true.
lazy. You got shit going. You got stuff going on. Stuff going
No,
down.
I'm just lazy. That's not true. I'm super
Really?
lazy. Yeah. Super.
I'm
super
like,
lazy.
oh man, I'm gonna die soon. I need to like take advantage of my time here. I gotta get shit.
No.
I gotta get shit done.
I'm just sitting around, picking my toes, smoking a joint.
Really?
No.
Are you
not really.
smoking weed?
No. Memes Brad for $5 says humanity already passed peak cinema. The Lord of the Rings movies are objectively the greatest, and I doubt they will ever be surpassed. The Lord of the Rings movies, I would say, are the greatest trilogy. And yeah, I think that would be very difficult to surpass that. So
Yeah, they're great. Good stuff. I love that
B-
opening of the. I think it's the opening of the second movie where it's just fucking action packed. So good.
BW85 for $5 says this guy's opinion is motivated by nostalgia. He's a conservative, doesn't even know it. P.S. A Team's comic art reigns supreme.
Thank you. Yeah.
There you go.
Glad you liked it.
Right. Lucifer Dominant for 5 Canadian says, I bet Franny calls Jank a slave owner after getting fired for her extremely professional work ethic. Such a sad turn of events. True.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's so. You can tell Jank is like a bleeding heart.
Right.
He's like a good guy.
F Boom for $5 says, I got a copy of my book. I still haven't read it, but it looks great. Good job, boys.
Thank you. Yeah.
Sad Gary for $5 says, please watch the clip of Jon Stewart and Ezra Klein becoming Republican right before our eyes. It's not long, but it's great. Maybe watch it during the week. That was an interesting conversation. Is Ezra Klein basically telling Jon Stewart why all these progressive policies suck. And Jon Stewart, it's weird because Jon Stewart, I don't know what direction he's going to go. If he's going to go down he definitely was poisoning himself to go down the socialist pathway. So maybe he's going to try to straddle and do both those things at the same time.
Isn't he like fiending to be the Joe Rogan of the left and the maybe even a presidential candidate?
He is signaling that, yes. I don't think he's going to be successful.
He's like, I could be president. I could run against Trump in 2028.
For Trump's third term?
Yeah.
Did you see that story?
I mean, I hope we cover it maybe on Tuesday because it does sound pretty insane.
Trump said today, a lot of people want me to do it.
Like Steve Bannon is a lot of people.
I know, talking about a third term. But I basically tell them we have a long way to go. It's very early in the administration. I'm focused on the current, he said.
Yeah, because he can't run for a third term. He's we're going to get that constitutional amendment.
Then when asked to clarify, he said, I'm not joking, but I'm not. It's far too early to think about it. There are methods which you could do it. Amending the Constitution is the only method I could think of, but okay.
Well, it's true. There is methods to do it. That's for sure. The constitutional amendment. Yeah. Let him dream. Trump knows, the people want.
God. This is hilarious. They said, the interviewer said, well, JD Vance could run for office, and then if he wins, you could be his vice president, and then he could give up the office to you.
Can't really?
I don't think that could happen. I don't either. But Trump did say
Trump
that.
Say that?
No, that's what the interviewer said.
Really?
And then Trump responded to that saying, that's one method, but there are others too.
That is not a method.
I don't think so.
They got all of these fucking right-wing simps that are in the press room now.
It's pretty fucking pathetic.
They're like just playing T-ball.
Yeah. Donald Trump, how large was your erection last night when you were fucking your wife? Well, thank you for that question. That was a very good question.
I know. I love this guy. Oh, it was huge. Melania was screaming.
It's so weird. I was like, this is fucking, what's going on here? I thought we were complaining about the left-wing media being too soft on Joe. Now we got literally the most bullshit questions ever from Newsmax and One American News and some of these other outlets.
Oh God.
Yep.
They're just basically paid to simp.
Obviously, I think the mainstream media has a left-wing bias. I don't remember any of the news. When we'd watch press conferences of Biden, I don't remember any of the questions.
He never did any press conferences.
No, he did so. He did early in the early days.
No,
that's not. You're wrong. You're
no,
wrong. He did. You're incorrect.
No,
but I don't remember.
You're wrong.
Okay.
You're
I don't remember
wrong.
any of the press conferences of Biden or the press conferences of Obama. I don't remember anyone throwing these questions of that ridiculously softball bullshit, suck up questions that I'm even hearing from some of these people.
And why don't you remember any of the press conferences? Because they never occurred.
Okay. You're telling me that Biden has never taken questions from reporters?
Never once.
Okay.
He's always eating ice cream.
Okay.
He's like, look, no questions now. I got a big double scoop here. I need to mow through.
I literally just typed in Biden press conference. There's like a billion fucking videos about it. Biden takes questions. Biden's press conference. Yeah.
Well, that before he was president, maybe. I
No,
mean,
they're all
maybe
further
when he
from
was
fucking
vice
2024,
president.
bitch.
No.
Yeah, okay. Look at this.
Bullshit.
This guy's so confident. He's so confident. Even after the fucking, even when he's in like peak dementia Joe stage, he was still doing press conferences.
Really? Wow.
Yes. So there you go. But as I was saying, I don't remember from Joe or Obama and even them having to deal with this like crazy level of sucking up. Okay, where were we?
Memes, Pren. I think.
No.
Maybe not.
F-bomb for 22 months. Thanks so much. As I haven't been able to catch the streams live lately and been listening to more fiction because culture war burnout. Happy to be here today. Well, thank you.
That's beautiful.
I understand the feeling. Yes.
A lot of people are getting that culture war burnout.
Yeah. Yep. Luke W for 21 months. Thanks so much. I was a bit behind, but Adam's take on Gene Ackman is wrong. He's fantastic as the lead in The French Connection.
Oh, yeah. He was big in that movie. That was like the Before Times movie, so.
I never saw that movie.
Neither did I.
So, but I mean, I know everyone says it's good, but I never saw it. A Div for 2 months says, "Oh yay, Adam not friended ruins my appetite. What a thing to look into."
Very sad.
Right.
We tried to add some jokes, so I know his jokes weren't very funny, but
Okay.
I threw some bangers out there, and Sitch even tried, so.
Thank you. I aspire for trying. Mike Hillier for 7 Canadian says 12 Monkeys was remade into a TV show. I think it was 3 seasons.
Yeah, I never watched that, but maybe I should check it out.
I should check that out. I remember seeing that being like interesting.
Are you going to watch the studio? I guess people are talking about the studio now.
The studio?
Yeah.
I don't know what that is.
With Seth. I mean, Conover brought it up in his video. Seth Rogen's The Studio.
The Seth Rogen thing? No, I have no shit about watching that. I don't care about Seth Rogen vehicles, honestly. Okay.
That is the one difficulty of making YouTube content, because you kind of got to do what everyone is talking about, and if what everyone is talking about doesn't interest you, it's difficult to. You're like, oh my! But that's where it turns into like a job, right? You're like, I don't really want to watch this, but let me give my objective feedback on this.
I'm gonna be real. The entire time you're talking, I was watching the 12 Monkeys TV show trailer.
Was it good? Bring it up.
It didn't
I guess we
inspire
can't.
confidence.
Oh no.
Okay.
Damn it.
I mean, I'll check it out, but it didn't inspire confidence. I think it was like they said it was like a sci-fi show.
Mike didn't even really super endorse it here. The super chat is 12 Monkeys was remade into a TV show.
There was no endorsement. He was just
3 seasons.
He was just saying it existed. There wasn't even
I
an
know.
endorsement.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm still curious. Maybe I'll still watch first season or so.
He's like, you think the movie didn't hold up? You should see what they did to the fucking TV show. Ugh.
Right. Cameraman 502 for $2 says no one thought of hiring no-name actors. Yeah, no one ever thought of that. True.
Totally, yeah. That's brand new.
Meme spread for 1 month. Thanks so much. Says good writing in movies is very important, but that's what I wanted. But if that's what I wanted, I would read a book. My favorite movies I like more for the visuals. Yeah, everyone has a different thing that kind of catches their interest. But for me, it's not the visuals. So I'm not a very visual person anyway.
I think there is a hierarchy, but the different elements are still in the hierarchy, right?
That they would actually play.
Yeah.
What was that all about?
I just wanted to bring up like a little still of the video.
Yeah, so even if visuals are at the top of your hierarchy, and look, I love good visuals too. Visuals are probably very close to story in the hierarchy for me. But if you can have visuals and a good story, obviously that's going to be so much better than just good visuals.
Right. Noel Screaming to the Void for Jar says Hollywood used to solicit scripts. True.
They did, yeah, but then all of a sudden people wanted a built-in audience, and a lot of these spec scripts are just a gamble. So
Fondue for $5 says it's woke, so it's good, but it's capitalism, so it's bad. Yeah, exactly. It's very confused. Caraman 502 for $2 says, "Did you watch the live action Powerpuff Girls?" Oh my god, did you say that?
no, I did not. Is it?
There was a leak. So the CW was doing a live action Powerpuff Girls reboot or something,
Mm-hmm.
and I mean, obviously, for the fact of CW, everyone was like fucking super sus. And then there was a leak, I think, of a script leak that seemed so bad, it seemed like unreal. Like, this is not a real thing. Like it's just full of like horrible Zoomer meme comedy bullshit and like woke shit. It just seemed like trash.
They thought it was clickbait.
Yeah, everyone said it was so bad that it can't possibly be real. And then somehow the trailer for it got leaked. The whole project ended up getting canceled, probably because the backlash and the script came out were so bad they just embarrassingly canceled the whole thing. And the leak for the trailer came out, and it turned out that the leak was real, and it's just holy shit.
Oh
We
my
can't watch it on stream because we get copyrighted, but it's like you should watch it afterwards. It's totally fucking insane.
It is getting to the point where they're doing reputational damage. They're like, look, if we had some reputation to spare, we would drop this movie and just make as much money as we can.
Yes.
And forget about it. But now it's like, oh my God, we can't even really drop the movie. If anyone sees this, they're going to be like, we're dead.
Yep.
These people don't know how to make movies. What the fuck?
It looks like it's a CW show, but if it looks and feels like a bad SNL sketch. Like
Right.
if they were doing like a Powerpuff Girls thing.
Well, if it's a CW show, like what reputation do they have?
That's true. That's
Just
true.
drop the show.
Right. Oh, God.
CW's awful anyway.
And it was weird too, because like the plot of it wasn't just Powerpuff Girls, but live action. And it wasn't even just like older Powerpuff Girls, but live action. It was older Powerpuff Girls, but in the universe of the live action show, the cartoon existed and was based off of their real lives, but wasn't their real lives. And they had to deal with like the fallout of people thinking the cartoon was their real lives, but it wasn't.
What?
And so like
awful.
Yeah, like Professor Utonium is black.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's the guy from Scrubs who I like, but it's weird that they made Professor Utonium black.
Isn't he like a monkey or something in the cartoon?
No, that's Mojo Jojo's monkey.
Oh, okay.
And then they made that was another thing.
Bullet there.
Mojo Jojo's
is that
not
a black guy?
No, but that's even weirder. Mojo Jojo's not even a monkey. He's just like a random white guy who's like the mayor of the Townsville instead of the mayor. And I'm like, what? He's not a monkey? Like, what's happening here?
I mean, the monkey was kind of cool. That's like a big draw.
Yeah, the whole thing was strange. Like,
People
and then
love talking monkeys.
and just like the characterizations of the three girls was like really fucking cringe. Super cringe. Super bad, super cringe. In the leak script, Buttercup is like threatening to leak Bubbles' nudes or something.
What?
Yes.
This is a kid's show.
No, it's not. It was a CW show.
Yeah, but isn't Powerpuff the cartoon a kid's
the original
cartoon?
show was, yes.
Can you imagine on Powerpuff Girls like, oh, I'm going to leak your nudes. You're a fucking child. I thought they were supposed to be children.
Right.
That's weird.
Let me read from you. Okay. Bubbles. Blossom's fine. I saw her on Insta that she has a boyfriend. I saw on her LinkedIn that she got promoted. And I saw on Facebook that she still talks to Grandpa despite their political differences.
Oh my God.
Buttercup.
No.
Coming back here is probably triggering for her. Bubbles. Why? Because she's the one who killed Mojo. I mean, moveon.org.
No way.
Then
oh my God.
Later scene. Blossom, aren't we here to investigate? Buttercup, I'm here to pick up bi-curious townies. You're here to avoid Drake. Bubbles is here to investigate, but she forgot Butch hates her. Luckily, we're dealing with another hate boner, so alcohol helps. Blossom, why do you know so much about hate boners? Buttercup, life is one big hate boner. Buttercup, Bloss, wake up or we'll leak your nudes everywhere.
This is strange.
Yeah, is this not just like psychotic?
What's definitely they're hitting the internet culture, but it's like a range of 20 years. Isn't MoveOn.org was like the Bush administration.
Yeah, you're right. It's just, oh my God. Jesus
Did
Christ.
Insta even exist when they were when we were in the MoveOn.org phase?
No, I don't think it did.
Yeah.
No, what I read was real. It was all real. Yep. Fucking terrible. Well, I'm glad that show got bullied into not existing anymore.
I mean, it could have been fun for us to react to.
I guess. It'd just be depressing shit.
It
I'm
would
kind of
fit.
shocked because that I wonder I don't know if anyone said the original creator of Powerpuff Girls. I can't imagine him signing off on that shit.
He
Right.
probably died and his kids like inherited the IP.
No, Craig McCracken's still alive.
Oh,
He's still
okay.
around. But I can't imagine he'd sign off on this fucking travesty. So
Mr. McCracken.
yeah. Junior Penguin for 29 months says, I do love that decrying money making industry as a whole is in itself a niche industry that makes enough money to keep all these people employed. Very true. That is pretty funny.
The commie.
Right.
Does it? I don't know how much money they make, so.
Well, maybe Hassan, but not Franny.
Oh, yeah.
Loser Doman for 5 Canadian says, I want a Bloodborne AI movie made in 2028 with Lady Maria as the main character.
Yeah, look, I hope AI helps us get more cool movies. Like, if it shrinks the effects budgets to the point where they can crank out Marvel quality movies, oh my God, that changes everything because they can experiment much more.
Mm-hmm. Stooge McDuck for 10. Aussie Buck says, behind the stream, but the original Snow White isn't about beauty. It's way worse for the woke. It's about who's whitest. There you go.
Yeah.
Who's fairest?
The fairest. Yeah. Fair skin was equated to beauty for a long time. I mean, it still is in China.
There you go. Harrison Dill for $5 says the animated Snow White isn't as white as snow. Why are people mad about a Hispanic actor playing Snow White? And a lot of Hispanics are white anyway. Well, I think the issue was you should, as I talked about, whiten your skin up.
She's pink.
It's a free
But how pink is she?
No, the real issue was, as I said, it was just the idea of what the politics is being represented by Disney in the movie. So.
Oh, shit.
But
I'm following along, but I forgot to bring the chat back up.
How dare you? Loser Doman for 5 Canadian says, I'm having my big first family dinner since getting sober. There'll be 38 people over and 7 dogs. Wish me well. I really want this to go well. Well, good luck.
That's
Good luck,
great.
Lucifer.
That is great. Nice to have a big family get together.
That's fun.
I haven't done one of those for a long time.
Well, it can be fun. It'll also be terrible if you hate your family. Caraman 502 for 25 months says, your conversation on memes being a word to describe something viral like I'm your father when the word meme is 1 year older than Star Wars. Yes, but no one fucking knew the word, so it didn't matter, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the word meme in the context of meme, that didn't become popular until what? Like 5 years ago, 10 years ago at the most? Like, that's a pretty recent term in our cultural vernacular.
Well, it came out in the book, though, The Selfish Gene, and that came out.
I know, but
like,
no one used the word.
1976, it came out a year before Star Wars.
Right.
It came out, I think, 3 years before Empire? So look,
There you go.
People could have put it together all the
They
way
coulda.
back then. They
But
could have
they
been like, "Oh my
didn't.
God, this is a meme."
Those retards didn't put it back together back
A
then.
meme.
What's up with that? A meme. A meme.
You know what that's from?
No.
What is her name? Brittany. She used to always.
Spears.
No. The YouTuber. Is it Brittany Murphy?
Venti.
Venti, that's it, yeah.
Yes.
She used to always call memes memes.
Oh.
It's a meme, you know, when she's doing her dumb internet girl
Right.
routine.
Gotcha.
You guys, don't send me the memes.
Jesus. Poboxy for 10 euros says should have been 69 USDs for the memes. There you go.
Yeah, there you go. That's the spirit.
M8566 for $5 says wait till he finds out athletes also start side businesses. Shocked face. Yeah, exactly.
Oh yeah. Look, and they all own restaurants and all kinds of Can you imagine your friend becomes a celebrity? Like everyone's coming at you with some business opportunity.
Yeah, I just remembered there was a restaurant. Oh my god. I don't remember what it was called. There was some
There's a Hard Rock Cafe that Schwarzenegger and what's his name went on. What is his name?
There was some restaurant when I was a kid. I don't think it exists anymore. That was like named after some athlete. And it was amazing because it was like it had an arcade. It was kind of like a Dave and Buster's, but like I think it was like before Dave and Buster's even existed. And so I love it's so cool because you'd order your food and then you get to go play video games. And I always
So
been
awesome.
like, and as a little kid, I was like, Mom, Dad, you gotta take me there. Like, no. I was like, no, take me there. Also, Yar for 32 months of discipline equals freedom says just another Luddite. Capitalism did kill the movie star, but in the way the radio star died with YouTube, Twitch, TikTok, consumers aren't reliant on the silver screen. True.
Of course. They want to hang out with their friends. Why do they want to hang out with a bunch of stuffy celebrities?
Travelus Arcane for $10 says, fun fact, when a commie like dumb here uses the word human, they mean a person with commie brain rot. They often change the meaning of common words to push the agenda.
Dun, dun, dun.
The Dark Conservatarian for $10 says, $10, which equates to about 30 new Israeli shekels to my favorite Jewish commentator. Thank you. Oh, and I guess you can share it with Adam, too.
Sweet.
There you go. Metalworks 411.90 for $2 says, it wasn't that bad. I think you're being snobbish. What was that in reference to? Oh,
I'm not sure.
Really? You liked Adam Conover's stand-up routine? Okay.
Oh, is that what it was?
I guess that's what it was. JB for $5 says, I thought the car joke was a little funny, but then he kept talking. Ruined it. Yes. Jay Greenlee for $2 says, insert Duckman comedy speech. There you go. True. JV for $2 says, when his big joke ends with clapping. Yeah. Yep.
Oh, yeah. Instead of laughing.
Right.
You're doing so good. The activism is working.
Right. Burger Dan for $2 says, now I know why Adam C is not getting any writing work.
That's funnier than anything he wrote. That actually got a big laugh out of me.
Right.
That is hilarious.
And it's hilarious because it's true. M8566 for $5 says people like Conover will happily take all your freedoms away because they're neurotic.
Yeah.
Yes.
He wants you to know why he's killing you.
Right.
Because you voted for Trump.
Landendorf for $5 says every action has an equal and opposite reaction. Wokeness led to Trump. What will Trump lead to? Hopefully something better. One can hope and be optimistic, right? Not just back to wokeness again.
The Democrats are going to get their act together, right? I mean, obviously some of them are going to still cling to the gender stuff, but some of them are going to move past that and maybe stand a chance of getting elected in the next presidential cycle. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, someone in the Democratic Party is going to be nominated, right?
Right.
Hopefully they're good. It can't all be horrible. I mean, Richie Torres seems pretty good.
We'll see.
There's Jon Stewart,
We'll see.
obviously. He's a gift to like mankind.
We'll see.
Both of us cringe at Jon Stewart pretty
Yep.
bad, so it's going to be painful for us. But look, we might get Kamala Harris again, which would be good for the show, like comedy, just some comedy.
Oh, fuck, please God, no.
I know.
Let her be the blight upon California, not the rest of the country.
Ugh.
An alien for $5 says, just remember, congratulations, Adam, on releasing a scripted video before Sitch. Makes me want to join A-Team. Sammy makes Sitch release a video already. Wow, look at that.
I got a bunch of other videos in the works too, Sitch. So I mean, I'm like already.
Okay.
I'm already like working it. I bet I get 5 videos out before Sitch gets one out.
Wow, we'll see. PC for $5 says, you're going to study feminist theory. What job will you get with that? I'll be a comedian. Oh, that's a decent joke. Okay, here's the money. That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
Malik for $5 says, Gal Gadot is hot. Ziegler is cute. Fair enough. Lives in Deswall specifically for $5 says, someone needs to make the length between Snow White actress's eyes a unit of measurement. That's pretty good. Jason M for 5 Canadian says, I hate the woke news speak term whiteness. I hope someday the word will only be used if I'm doing laundry or exploring Antarctica. There you go. True.
Yeah. God, I hate that term too.
Kyle Betty for $5 says, did you guys see the anti-democracy freedom tunes yet? Glad you're back. Really missed you, Adam. Your video was great, but please talk a little more naturally.
Oh, okay. I need more. Thanks for the feedback.
You didn't like your movie voice?
Tone. Yeah. I mean,
I have that problem too when I'm reading. It's like, get the reading voice.
I
And then
know.
some people
Yeah,
are like,
that's
no,
what
just
it
talk
is.
naturally. And it's just
Yeah.
like, I don't know how.
I mean, it's a good note. It definitely is.
Right. I did see the Freedom Tunes video, the one that you're talking about. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I didn't interpret it as negatively as you did, but I did think it was kind of cringe. So you shitting on democracy. And then it's funny because I heard Tim literally just like say the meme from the video about the crying. Everyone just votes for the crying mothers thing. And he said it in like a really weird context. So about how like principles and he's kind of saying principles and democracy doesn't matter. All that matters is power. And I was like, what? Is Tim becoming like socialist? What's happening here? That's very bizarre. It's a very bizarre thing to say. So, and I like Seamus. So,
I mean, principles are everything.
right.
It's like everything.
Right.
Free speech is a principle. Guns.
Right.
Second Amendment is a principle, right?
Right.
The principle is if tyranny gets out of hand, you want a well-armed populace to be able to resist that.
Mm-hmm.
That's the fucking principle.
Right.
I
live in Deswall specifically for $2 says, such an Adam barbecue tour, we can hit all the 4 big styles. And from show says Argentina for barbecue bonus round. That'd be pretty cool.
It's been a long time since I've been to Argentina.
Right.
I've never been to Argentina. So
Really? What a bigot.
you haven't been? Have you been to Argentina?
I've been
one
to
of my
every
good friends
country.
was.
I've been to every country in the world that denotes me as not being a racist because I've explored every country in the world.
Okay. Oh, okay. So you're just making shit up.
How
That's
dare
okay.
you, sir?
Rich
Rich
a
Jammer.
good friend of mine was from Argentina, but but I've never
That
been.
doesn't count.
I know. Sad.
Rich Jammer, hey Rich, for 36 months. Thanks so much. Says I had a clinic appointment at 8 a.m., then at 3 p.m. Watched the Snow White movie while waiting. Director's club seat was comfy. I loved the free popcorn.
Oh, okay.
Wow, look at that.
You got free popcorn.
Now that's good, I guess. Though I wouldn't even watch Snow White on an airplane, but that's just me.
Right. Have to deal with the singing.
But I guess if you have nothing else, right? If that was the only movie on the airplane, I would watch it.
When it comes out on streaming, I'll fast forward the singing and probably
Okay.
check it out.
Check it out. Just to hate it.
Yeah. That's the only reason to watch it. Come on.
Lucy
Come
Lombard,
on
thanks so much
now.
for the 5 gifted memberships.
Yes. Look at that. Little cute little kitty avatar.
Troy Thomas for $10 says, you guys are too autistic to have opinions about movies, not about Marvel, Star Wars, but real movies and movie stars like 12 Monkeys and Gene Hackman.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't know what that means, but thank you.
Yeah. Thanks for the $10.
WTF1818 for $5 says, how do I cure my brother of PDS? He's claiming we live in a fascist state now and that we are deporting foreign students, stirring the pot.
Well, I hate to tell you this, but there's really only one way to do that.
What's that?
And it involves murder.
No, stop.
But
Stop.
that's the only known cure. Death.
I mean, listen, you got an uphill battle when WTF 1818, especially when the Trump administration is deporting foreign students based on what they're saying. So, you know, you got an uphill battle. I don't envy your position. I don't really know what advice to give you on that one, but
look, I have several friends that have TDS, and I mean, I play along. I just play along at this point because they're never going to change their mind. You can't reason with these people. You really can't. There's no amount of evidence. There's nothing you can show them. It's just like a vibe that they're never going to escape. So, I mean, I have fun with it. I'm just like, I do my shocked Pikachu face quite often. Oh my God. Are you kidding? He did that? Holy shit. Right?
Right. Yeah, it's weird when I'm talking to people. There's like a specific tone of voice. I don't know how to articulate it or if there's a word for it. When I'm hearing someone who's like really hates Trump or really loves Trump. And it's like, I can just tell by the tone of voice that nothing I say or anyone says to them is going to change their mind one way or the other.
Oh,
like you can just, it's like this weird, there's like some quality to the voice. And you're like, this person is just, you know, they're gone.
That's the sound of delusions.
Right.
That's exactly what it sounds like.
It's like a full NPC mode, like screen comes down. You're like, oh, okay. Well, this person's either going to love or hate Trump forever until, well, it's kind of like with the, you know, with people turning against woke stuff. It's like, you know, how do people turn against woke stuff? Well, they have to like, almost all of them would have to have something like affect them on a very personal individual level. And suddenly they like snap out of it. They're like, oh shit. I was like in a fucking daze, right? So I think it's the same way with this stuff, with everything, unfortunately, when it comes to politics. So.
I didn't really have anything like that. I didn't have like the eureka moment.
I didn't either. I mean, I just looked at it and I was like, whoa, why is the left being hypocritical and not caring about free speech and just saying, oh, now that we have the power, we can forget our principles, the principles that we supposedly stood for, and kind of utilize, you know, the power to our advantage, which ironically is now exactly what the Trump side is doing now that they have the power.
Right.
With the literal same excuse of, you know, because like the whole woke argument was, well, you know, there's no such thing as rule of law. There's no such thing as universal principles. You know, all the people, I mean, they do it in a more racist context, not in like a Democrat Republican context, but doing it in a race context, saying like, oh, all this stuff about like rule of law, it's all fake, it's all lies. All the white people have been scamming you, taking advantage of you for years. So now that we have the power, we should, you know, utilize it and not be held back by, you know, kind of standards,
pesky principles, right?
Yeah, those pesky principles of like, you know, free democratic capitalist liberalism and all this other stuff, which is essentially
all the
now
stuff we said we stood for.
Yeah, which is now essentially the argument that everyone makes for Trump whenever Trump does something crazy, like, oh, you know, I'm going to try to bankrupt a law firm because a law firm wants, because Robert Mueller worked for the law firm. So I'm going to like attack the law firm. People are like, well, it's fine because, people were mean to Trump and,
What was
the
that quote I
Democrats were
said?
mean to Trump. And it's like, okay, I guess we're just right back to 2014 again.
What was that quote I sent you? I wonder if I can go back far enough in our DMs to like find that quote.
Which quote?
The quote from Trump about how you either lavish someone with praise or you fucking annihilate them.
Oh,
You remember that?
I do.
Because that's totally him.
Right.
All these people, he's like, oh my God, he does. He completely lavishes these people with praise.
Mm-hmm.
But then other people, he's like, I'm going to put your fucking law firm out of business.
Right. We get that revenge quote. I don't remember what it was exactly in one of his
Yeah.
old books about like,
I got it out of a video. Somebody read The Art of the Deal.
Right.
And the screen cap was from The Art of the Deal.
Mm-hmm.
I was just like, that quote says it all.
Right.
But this was kind of before shit started going down. What's
Well,
look,
my motto is get even. When somebody screws you, screw them back.
Did you find it?
That was the quote, yeah.
How'd you find it so quick?
I just typed in Trump revenge, art of the deal.
Oh, okay. Fuck. You found it.
Right.
I want my screen cap though.
My motto is always get even. When somebody screws you, screw them back in spades.
Yeah, there we go. That's it.
Yeah.
I mean, but that's kind of my motto. So
How you feeling about that bet? How you feeling about our bet?
What was the bet? You brought that up in DMs, but I didn't know what you were talking about.
I said that Trump was going to go after the.
We made a bet on that?
Yeah. Well, I don't know if we bet. I
recall.
think it was a gentleman's bet. I don't think we bet money.
Okay.
But that Trump was going to go after all the Democrats and try to leverage the Justice Department against all the people that wronged him. You're like,
And
no.
you said he definitely was.
I said he was, and you were like, no, he's
And
going
I-
to just, forget all that,
hopeful.
move forward.
I was hopeful that he was going to be so jazzed about being a 2-term president.
Right.
Making the status higher, being on top of the status hierarchy, that he was going to be like, nah, too much work. Let me just enjoy life now.
He's literally writing executive orders to attack the law firm that Mueller doesn't even work at, but that he used to work at.
See, that is the mistake that I made.
Right.
His pleasure is torturing people.
Oh, there you go.
He's like, holy fucking shit. This person made my life hell. And now I have the perfect opportunity to get even. Look, people like to get even. I'm sure you like to get even. Come on. Everyone likes to get even, Sitch.
I mean, I thought the president was supposed to be,
Above it all?
above those sorts of things.
Oh,
Aspirational,
foolish. How
I guess not.
foolish.
I know.
Could be. Someday maybe he'll be above it all. What's the latest? Because look, I've kind of had culture war fatigue as well. I've checked out. I've been watching a shitload of movies and kind of, thinking it might be fun to do some movie review content. So when kind of, I'm keeping in touch with the politics. I still watch politics stuff, but what is the latest? I mean, the Signal thing was kind of crazy.
I mean, that was the latest. Everyone, obviously, that was the big thing that everyone was talking about.
But that's not really Trump doing. I mean, that's just kind of people.
Well, he didn't do that. No, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
The thing that's weird about the Signal thing, and maybe we'll talk about more on Tuesday, is not even more not that it happened, but just the weird response to it, where it's like, they're not going to do an investigation. No one gives a shit. No one's going to get fired. No one's going to get in trouble. Like a massive embarrassing fuck up. It's just like, whatever. Who cares?
Well, nothing. Like, obviously,
right.
They would probably do an investigation if American soldiers died or something like that.
Even if this happened under any other president and the exact same thing, just a journalist, they'd still do an investigation to find out, why this happened.
Who fucking added this?
Who
guy
added this random journalist to the thing and all this stuff?
Didn't Trump try to claim that it was the app messed up? Like the app automatically added him by mistake or something?
Maybe I missed that. I heard was Walls. Have you heard, like, Walls sounds like a fucking retard. I don't even know what his resume is. He's all like, oh, sometimes your phone just like sucks up names of people. And you're like, what? I don't
mean,
know about you.
I
My
never
I
heard of
don't walk
that
around. My
happening.
phone doesn't just like suck up people's contact information. So
Yeah, I haven't. That seems bizarre.
yeah. So
I don't
this
think
is.
that happens.
I'm glad this is our national security advisor here. Sounds like a fucking retard. But
Hmm.
oh wow, he was in the House of Representatives. Embarrassing.
Tough.
Anyways, Forrest for $5 says Cinderella live action was the first, and it was fine, faithful reproduction. I never saw it. Let me be real, I never saw that movie.
Is tomorrow a holiday? What is Liberation Day? What's that all about?
I don't even know. Tomorrow's a holiday?
I went to look at the stock futures because I'm curious. Like, obviously, there was a like murder day on Friday. I don't know if you know this, but stock market kind of cratered. And it says stock futures slip as a jittery Wall Street awaits Liberation Day.
Oh no, they're talking about Trump's April 2nd tariffs. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I don't.
Oh, it's April Fool's Day on Tuesday.
Well, he said he was doing it on the 2nd to avoid April Fools. So
Right.
Right.
But the market is open tomorrow, I believe.
The market will
Monday.
be open. Right. Equal Shadox, thanks so much for 34 months. This one equals freedom says excellent pause game, fellas. Thank you.
Oh yeah, we got that one immortalized too.
Alex S for $5 says, hey, literally checked my mailbox and was met with my copy of Supervillains Anonymous. Looks immaculate and astounding. Can't wait to read it. Well, thank you, Alex.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Loser Doman for 2 Canadians says, check out who Marlon Brando got to accept the Oscar. Yeah, I can't believe, I still can't believe that she was not even real Native American. That was crazy.
Can't believe you can't believe it.
I don't think Trump made it actually a holiday. I think he was just calling it Liberation Day, right? I don't think I don't think the president has the authority to just declare something a holiday.
It is in quotes. Liberation Day is in quotes.
Right. Yeah, I think he's just calling it Liberation Day.
And that's when the tariffs come?
Yes.
Like we're being liberated from
having a good stock portfolio.
50% of our automobiles are sold by Europe. I guess Europe has 50% of the automobile market in the United States. So,
right.
My thing is, are we really going to force Americans to buy American cars? A lot of people have the perception that European cars are just better cars, right? I mean, that's why they buy them.
I guess. I never thought about it one way or the other.
They're like, I want a BMW. I want a Mercedes. I want a Volkswagen, German engineering, right? As opposed to a fix or repair daily, right? Ford, the acronym.
Well, I've only owned 2 different brands of cars in my life so far. I had a bunch of hand-me-down Volvos.
Volvos?
Volvos.
You've had a Volvo?
I've had a Volvo, yes. It was even worse. It was a hand-me-down Volvo.
Oh, man.
But
it could be worse. I mean, it could be like a Prius, right?
Right. No, like the cars were fine, but maybe I was just getting ripped off because like they would always have problems, and then the people would always try to like tell you everything was wrong with it when you bring it into the official Volvo place.
Oh yeah.
It could have been just a scam, but they would always have problems. Even though the car would, like, when it was working, it was real fine. And then I had a Subaru, which I liked my Subaru. I mean, I still have my Subaru. I need a new car because it's like fucking ancient.
You should. Oh my God! Holy shit! You haven't prepared.
I know. See
what?
My mom was bitching at me the same thing because she's like, "You need a new car, and you need a new car for a long time, and you've been dragging your feet, and now you're gonna get fucked because Trump is gonna make car prices go crazy." And I was like, "It just
true."
And I said, "Oh my God, you're right." What a fool I was.
Yeah.
What a fool I was. I needed a new car like a year ago. I've been well, you know how it is. You hang on. You're like, no, listen, it's fine. It's fine.
Look, sometimes procrastination totally works out. And I'm
It
always like,
does.
yes, thank goodness I procrastinated.
I usually get
I
lucky
think
with
you're
the
going to get screwed
procrastination.
this time. This is not a good situation.
Not with this car situation though. So I'm gonna be in trouble.
Yeah. Well, they're
So,
saying it could be 25% more. So,
right.
and cars are not cheap.
No. I made a mistake.
Yeah.
I want one of those cars that it was funny.
Those Teslas?
No, I drove Sammy's mom's car like a while
Mhm.
back for some random reason. And her car, I was like amazed. I felt like such a caveman because obviously I just been driving my car. My car is like 10, 12 years old or something. My Subaru. And
Mhm.
I get in her car. So it doesn't have any, cameras or any fucking fancy shit. It's still got like a CD drive and everything on it.
Your
I get
car or the new car?
my car, my like 12-year-old Subaru. And so I get in her car and it's
You're
like when
like,
you
wow,
I'm
seat
like
warmers.
I'm like, no, I'm like, no, that's not exciting. I'm just like a science fiction movie. Because like when you go in reverse, it has a full 360-degree camera, like bird's eye view of
Mhm.
like the car. And I'm like, what is this
How does
magic
it have that?
I don't know. I literally like, how does this even exist? And I'm like, this is the most amazing thing I've seen in my life. It was so amazing because I had to park it in like some like place that was difficult, and you can just see everything. And I'm like, parking this is so easy. It's like you're a little bird just like looking over at the car. It's the most amazing thing in my fucking life. And when you turn, it actually like projects, like when you're in that mode, it will project lines to show you where the turn is gonna go. And
Yeah.
I was like, this is fucking amazing. I need this. I need this in my life for my car.
Yeah.
Oh my God. And now it's gonna cost $1 billion because
Yeah.
to get this amazing camera.
Just think how exciting it is to get 20% off. You're going to
Right.
get to pay 20% more. It's like a reverse
I know.
coupon.
I know.
But look, you're doing it for America, okay?
Oh, okay.
It's a little pain now, but it's for better.
It's for the greater good, right?
It's for
Right. Okay.
That's how we make America great again.
Okay. Sure.
Look, we shouldn't have got in this fucking mess where all of our manufacturing was offshored already. So, so many people are complaining about this, but I do think it is kind of a national security risk. We can't be in a situation where we can't even really manufacture heavy machinery in the United States. That's fucking bullshit.
That'd be nice, yeah. Maybe not nice when everyone's complaining about inflation, though, right?
That's
the
the
timing
thing.
could have been a little better.
Yeah.
Liz and Deswell specifically for $5 says, I've heard from friends that the proper determination method is pull out a sandal and see if it prompts any dodging reflexes. There you go. That's how you check if someone's really a Latin. You pull out the changla and you see if they react.
The changala.
The changla.
Don't changala me.
Changla, not changala.
Changala.
Changla.
Changla.
You're adding extra syllables there.
Changla.
Liz and Deswell specifically for $2 says Norm Macdonald's parody of Little Feather was great. Oh, I never saw that. I'll have to check that out.
Sounds great.
Squeeze
Norm
Louise
Macdonald's great.
Is
real comedian.
Squeeze Louise for $5 says in hindsight, this name bit may have not been a great idea. Maybe not.
Squeeze Louise.
Let's see. Read all those.
Oh, really? Wow. Holy shit.
Okay, did I read all these? Lives in Deswell for Charles says, cool, now add jugs and a maid outfit and make Sitch Chan. There you go.
Oh, yeah.
Chankla. Okay, you're right. The chankla, not the changla. Whatever, I'm white.
I said chankla.
You said chankala.
Sounds like I said it closer to correct than you.
You did not.
Chankala.
Bob and Go Provider says, have you guys caught Pisco Good Logic debate halfway through it? And Good Logic seems more prepared than when he last debated Destiny. I did see it. That was where I was referencing where Tim makes that weird comment. You know, it was weird. Like, Pisco really dropped the ball completely. Totally fucked up in that conversation. Tim keeps bringing up something that's like really fucking annoying. He brings up this complete misinformation about Jenna Ellis. Jenna Ellis is one of Trump's lawyers who got hit. Adam doesn't give a shit. Who got hit with the fake electors scheme. And Tim keeps saying something that's completely not true. He keeps saying, oh, they only charged her. They only charged her for giving Trump legal advice, which is not true. I mean, what she pled guilty to was making false statements about making claims about election fraud to representatives in Georgia, trying to convince them to throw out people's votes and to just declare Donald Trump the winner. And she made statements, which I guess she pled guilty to, so she acknowledges that were not true and that she either knew were not true, or I guess I think the law actually says if you should have known were not true about election fraud, that she made false statements about that to representatives with the intention of getting them to throw out the people's votes. And that's what she got hit with, and that's what she pled guilty to. So, Tim just keeps pushing this idea that she was just charged for giving legal advice, which is completely untrue. And I'm surprised Pisco completely dropped the ball at that. And I'm also surprised that he didn't bring up, Trump is attacking all these lawyers and all these law firms. So
he doesn't even know.
Doesn't know, doesn't care. But
how dare you say that I don't care? Obviously.
Okay, I'm glad you care.
Obviously, January 6th is a blight on our society. So.
But yeah, most of that conversation was about the first kid that got deported, or they're trying to deport. I don't know if he actually was deported.
Not the kid. He's like 31 or
Sorry, I keep saying kid. Yeah. 31, yeah. The 31-year-old.
Adult.
And it's weird too, because that one is more, to me, is more of like you need to know what the facts are, because if he was involved with setting up or having people do those illegal protests where they would, take over the building at the university or whatever, like, then okay, that's fine. Like, if you're doing something that's illegal, then you should be deported. That's fine with that. The other one that's, to me, that's actually much more troubling is that there was a person who seemed like, so far, unless there's new information that came out, there was some lady who all she did was write 2 op-eds criticizing Israel. And in the op-eds, the ones that I saw, she wasn't supporting Hamas or anything. She was just criticizing Israel, saying that they're doing a genocide and all that stuff, which you can agree or disagree with that. But to try to deport someone for that seemed fucking crazy. And I'm really surprised he didn't try to pivot to that conversation, or pivot to the whole, people being deported for having tattoos, which is fucking crazy. It's sad because unfortunately, Phil, friend of the show, Phil, he gave a really bad take on that, which I saw, which was,
oh, really?
He basically said, well, anyone that gets wrongly deported it's all just Joe Biden's fault. And I was like, what? The ICE is deporting someone based on their tattoos, and you're just going to say, like, hand wave it away and say it's Joe Biden's fault and not like the current administration's responsibility?
Well, do you think people would be, would the mass deportation have such wide acceptance if it wasn't for the fact that Joe Biden just
left the
door open for...
Right. That's the argument, is that because Joe Biden, was bad on the border, that therefore when they're deporting people, if they pick up a bunch of people wrongly, it's Joe Biden's fault.
He let the backlash get out of hand. Epic. Yeah.
Yeah, but think of it.
Joe Biden wasn't even there though.
Think of it this way.
Out to lunch.
Think of it this way. That's like saying that, there's like, some of these blue cities or New York or something, crime is a problem because you'd have some fucking retarded lefty Democrat who would become mayor, and they, after BLM, they implement all these soft on crime policies, right?
Yep.
And then imagine after that, they have some Republican go in there, or even just a hard on crime Democrat, comes into office.
Starts throwing innocent people in jail.
And they're like, oh, I'm just going to not only am I going to throw an innocent person in jail, I'm going to start throwing innocent people in jail in an overseas jail where they have zero due process. They have no way of getting out of the jail that seems to even exist. And they're probably going to be, at least by American standards, tortured in this jail. Right. And then I say, well, that's bad. You shouldn't do that.
I
That
mean,
person
they
was
tortured in our jails, so.
Well, yeah, but even worse. So it's like that's bad. You shouldn't do that. That person was innocent. And you just shrug and say, well, the previous Democrats shouldn't have been soft on crime. I'm like, what? Like, I mean, they shouldn't have been, but that doesn't fucking justify you throwing a person in jail with no fucking due process to be tortured. That's fucking crazy. That's psychotic.
Yeah, people generally don't give a fuck unless it affects them. I mean, that's the problem. That is totally. I mean, I agree with you. It's not.
This is fucking crazy
not
to
remotely
me.
fair. It's terrifying.
If you had a situation where the situation was like, okay, immigration people, they're cracking down harder on people. They're, making them show that they're residents or whatever, and people are complaining about being inconvenienced because they have to show that they're here legally. Then I'd be more like, okay, that's whatever. That's just the way it is, right? You have to, show your papers, whatever, fine. But saying that you're going to deport someone who's here legally, by the way, right? They're not a permanent resident, but they were in the country legally. They were going through the process completely legally. And you're going to deport them based on the fact that they have a fucking tattoo and that you saw them throwing up the rocker symbol on Facebook. You're going to throw them into a foreign jail, not even deport them to their own country. You're going to put them in a foreign jail in another country that they're not citizen of. That's fucking crazy.
They got quotas to meet.
I guess. It's fucking weird to me. Fucking crazy to me, but.
It is crazy.
Yeah.
It is totally crazy.
And it's
people don't give a fuck, and I don't know how to. You can't really make them give a fuck.
Well, it's the same thing as
that's the argument that I think has
right.
power, because if the Democrats weren't so out of hand, people would still give a fuck.
You could be correct, but it's like, again, that's the entire argument that the woke and the left gave, which is what turned me against the woke.
What's the argument?
It was basically saying things are so bad for black people. Things are so bad for minorities because of the evil white racist, so we have to do extreme things to basically combat that.
Yeah, but look, they completely fabricated the white racism problem. The actual immigration problem was not fabricated. 10 million, 20 million people were let into the United States. That's a huge fucking...
Yes, but it's not, to me anyway, it's not the immigration problem, which is a problem, obviously, was not reaching the levels of saying, okay, it's such a tremendous catastrophe that we just have to start fucking deporting people en masse with no due process. And that's okay.
I mean, didn't it reach catastrophe levels in several places,
crazy.
Though?
Okay. I disagree. Really, define to me what catastrophe means exactly when you're making this argument.
Just like a bunch of immigrants living in hotel rooms because there's no place for them to stay and stuff.
So that equals that it's justified to deport people without due process
to
a foreign jail?
Obviously, look, I don't think those are... My argument is not about the justification of it. My argument is
that's the argument I'm making.
People.
Is that the saying
I don't think you can make the argument that it's justified. I'm saying in a political context, you have to keep track of people's interest in any sort of topic, situation, right? The galvanizing public support is often what they call it, right? So it's super hard to galvanize public support when the public feels that they've been completely shit upon and taken advantage of. So
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. Yeah.
They're going to want to lash. They're going to want to fucking lash out. And the way that they lash out is they say, look,
Yeah,
I
but
don't
so
give
much
a
of that,
fuck if anyone
but
gets
again, so
deported.
much of that is, it's all perceptual based. Okay. So there's some woke fucking lefties who perceive that we live in this ultra racist society. So it justifies everything. There's a bunch of people who perceive that the reason that right now, they're having problems with inflation and the cost of living is because of immigration, which is not even fucking true. Right. And so therefore,
I don't
guess
believe that
justifies, this crazy shit that's going on right now.
Look, in there, obviously they point to outlier crimes that were committed by
Of course.
immigrants. Yes.
Right.
Like
Well,
if
that's
you had
literally what
50% of the crimes were committed by immigrants, you'd be like, okay, well,
that's
how
not
I
even
am.
happening. But like,
no, I don't think it
yeah.
is. But
That's what the ICE guy even said. He was like, the journalist asked him, they're like, well, what the fuck does the due process of someone who has a fucking tattoo? And he's like, well, did the people that got killed by illegal immigrants have due process? And you're like, what? What fucking crazy answer is that?
yeah, I don't, aside from the immigrants being paid for on the taxpayer dime for staying in hotels and shit like that, which is just infuriating to people.
Of course.
I
As
don't
it
know
should
what
be.
else. I don't know what else there is.
But
I don't know what else you can point
right.
to. Like, are they living in the streets and being a
they're
nuisance?
they're eating the pets, remember? They're eating the cats and the dogs.
I do remember.
Right.
I remember
They're eating the
fighting with
pets.
you about that.
They're eating the pets.
Because I
So.
thought it was funny and I got in big trouble.
Well, I mean,
because it was
we'll
hilarious.
see how this continues to go.
It was promoting negative stereotypes.
Right.
Which I was like, really?
Well, here we are, I guess, shrugging as people get deported to horrible conditions, not even their own country, getting deported to prison based on a fucking tattoo.
Don't get tattoos, man.
With
Don't
no
be a
due
fucking...
process. So I guess it's, shrug. Right.
Look,
it's
I
okay.
don't like people with tattoos.
It doesn't matter.
So,
right. Okay.
If they start deporting people who don't have tattoos,
then you're worried, right? Then it's a
but
problem.
look, I know I have a bunch of friends that are cops and stuff like that. They all have tattoos. So
right. Better watch out.
Lucky for them, they have badges too, so they can pull the badge out and say, "Look, this tattoo is just fine."
Right. I just think it's interesting that the crowd of people who are like, you can never trust the government. Government's corrupt. Government's evil. And it's like, well, now that Trump's the president, I'm going to fully just trust the government 100% to deport anyone, to, try to put any law firm out of business. None of that stuff matters anymore now.
Well, it's their guy.
So,
I mean, the Democrats do the same thing with Joe Biden. They're like, look, we
course.
trust Joe Biden. Like, he's taking care of the border. Everyone's exaggerating about this
They did.
immigration
They
issue.
they did. No, the example to give for the Democrats is they did that with the vaccine. Because remember, when Trump was president, they're all like, oh, I'm not going to trust any vaccine that comes out.
Yeah.
And then when Biden's president, they're like, well, now suddenly, even though like that would have no effect whatsoever, like obviously the vaccine was like made not by the government, made by private companies. And they're like, well, now that Biden's president, I trust the vaccine. It's just like, okay, whatever. Doesn't make any sense, but it's just the way people conceptualize this shit. It's the same thing with Trump. It's like, what you think Trump re-changed out the entire ICE? Everyone in ICE was fired and rehired, replaced by Trump magically in like a month. Yeah. So it's all the same fucking people.
But they were complaining when the Biden administration wasn't involved because they wouldn't let them do their jobs.
Right.
Constantly they're talking about that.
Right.
If you apprehend people and the Justice Department is like, oh, we're not going to do anything about it, just let them go, then after a while you're like demoralized.
Sure, but then it's like, well, wait a minute. If you're literally sending people without due process away because there's a tattoo and a fucking rocker sign on Facebook, I don't trust those people are incompetent fucking buffoons. That's a crazy reason to deport someone to not even deport them. I keep saying deport. They didn't even get deported, get sent to a foreign prison and accused of being a drug cartel member. Right. That's psychotic. Oh, you have a tattoo That's not even, by the way, because I looked this up. I was like, well, is there some specific like gang tattoo that they have? Because I'd be like, okay, like if there's some specific gang tattoo that they have that like is like the Tren de Agua like logo, I'm like, okay, I mean that's it's not 100%, but that's a pretty good evidence, right? There isn't. There's not even some kind of specific tattoo, just like having a like a general tattoo.
Is there anything good that's going to come out of this?
No, nothing's good is going to come out of this. Well, I don't know. Maybe I'm sure that some of the people they got were gang members. I guess that would be the good thing. Some of those people will be gang members.
I mean, won't people think twice before they come here and like rush the border?
I guess.
Are people still going? Are people still going to be giving $10,000 to some fucking human trafficker so that they can sneak him into the United States?
Yes, actually, no, because what's happened now, well, actually, we probably don't know statistically, but what happens now is that because before the big problem was everyone was coming and saying that they want to say we declare, we're seeking asylum, right? That was the issue. And so that is obviously causing a big problem because there's way too many people. A lot of the claims are bullshit.
So is it way too many people or not?
What are you talking about?
Well, I guess that's because earlier you were saying that it's not a big problem, that there weren't too many people.
I literally never said that.
Okay. So then the problem is there's just too many people. We don't have enough resources for it.
Right. I said it wasn't at the catastrophic point that would require us to be deporting people to foreign prisons without due process.
Right.
Okay. That's very different than saying it's not too many people.
But it is a problem.
Because as you recall, my entire position on this for the last year has been that the American government should completely get rid of the ability for people to even ask for asylum on the border at all.
Right.
So obviously I think it's a problem.
So, but it is a problem. I just guys, I don't necessarily I don't believe the, oh my God, they're all criminals, like storyline narrative. Right. Yeah. And there's not enough resources to go around. I'm not sure I really buy into that either. So,
well, anyway, my point was, then we can move on because we're just going on this too long. Was that, the issue is, you had people kind of overburdening the asylum seeking system with making all these claims about asylum and all that stuff. And now, because that's all going to go out the window, you probably still will have people paying coyotes, only they're not going to go seek asylum. They're just going to do what they used to do, which was just come in the country illegally and try to hide.
Yeah, but they have a lot more border agents. They also know the risk is much higher because if they get caught, they're going to end up in some fucking Colombian prison.
El Salvador, but yes.
Yes, El Salvadorian.
But that's
prison,
only, they're not, I mean, that's just for the people they're accusing of gang members, but who knows? We'll see. Maybe they'll try to send.
Yeah, but you're going to think, oh, they're going to accuse me of being a gang member.
Right.
Look, you're going to think twice. I do think
So there you go. It's all going to work out. I'm glad it's so much better.
Yeah,
right.
Look, people respond to incentives. So
right. Okay.
You haven't read The Art of War?
I have not.
Yeah.
No.
So look, it gives people a lot of motivations when they see people just getting thrown in an El Salvadorian prison. They're like, holy shit, they're fucking serious now.
Right.
I think that's really what they're trying to do. They're trying to make people realize, oh yeah, we're serious.
Obviously.
Fuck around, you're going to fucking find yourself in a El Salvadorian prison.
Right. Have a tattoo.
Well,
complain about Israel.
No. Be here illegally.
The guy wasn't illegal. The guy is not. Well, we don't know because there's no due process. But the guy's lawyers claiming he wasn't even here fucking illegally. That he was not here.
Shipped off. Really?
Yes, he was here legally. His claim was being adjudicated. And they're like, "Oh, you have a tattoo? You're being deported to a fucking foreign prison."
He was here. He was here as an asylum seeker. He came here as an asylum seeker.
Not even, yes and no. He actually, because remember, the problem was Biden had this stupid app thing.
Yeah, he put all of these people in this gray area of legality.
No. That you don't get that because that's not what happened. Okay. American law put all those people into that gray area. Right? Okay. Biden's response to this, which was fucking stupid and feckless, was, well, I'm going to come up with this app that instead of people just like showing up
Streamlines it.
and doing whatever, yeah, like they just do this app thing and they just sign up for the app and they, you know, they'll be able to streamline the process and we'll be able to monitor them and blah, 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 right? Whatever. So this guy shows up and he does the fucking app thing. He downloads the app, does the fucking app thing, and does all the things that the, you know, immigration services tell him, like, oh, you got to do X, Y, Z, and we'll look over your case. And he says, okay, that's great. That means he's in the country legally. He's not here illegally. They're looking over his case. And then they say, oh, well, you have a tattoo and you threw up the rocker sign on Facebook. So now we get to throw you in a fucking prison in El Salvador, which is not the country you came from, by the way, without you having any ability to defend. It's like from Colombia or Venezuela or one of those countries.
Oh, really?
One of those other countries. But we're going to throw you in this El Salvadorian prison with no due process, or you just, I guess, have to spend the rest of your life in prison because some fucking immigration person just decided that they didn't like the way you look. Some ICE person.
Do we have a photo of this person?
Yeah, he looks real gay.
I want to see what he looks like, just so I can.
He's supposedly gay, and he looks very not threatening.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Yes. You see this picture, you're like, what the? This is the fucking guy? You're like, okay. And this is just one of the guys. I don't know. Maybe. So who knows how many other people is going to have these problems. But
If I search deported gay guy, will I get a picture of him?
maybe I'll see. I saw it on Twitter. I don't know if I like saved it or anything. But
Oh, God. I did. Yeah,
you
look.
you found it?
Popped right up. Yeah.
Right.
Just search deported gay guy, guys. He comes right up.
It comes right up. I'm glad.
Russia set to deport gay reporter. Oh, maybe that's not the guy.
That's not the guy.
Russia to gay journalist. Okay, well, there's a gay journalist that Russia wants to deport. So no human is illegal.
Well, that's stupid. Obviously.
Tell that to Hitler.
Right.
Oh, that came out completely wrong. I was thinking Hitler was the fucking illegal one. So
Right.
yeah, not the people obviously Hitler was attacking. So
Mm-hmm.
there are plenty of people that are illegal. They're fucking serial killers and murderers and rapists.
Here you go.
Yeah.
I'll send you the two pictures I saw. You tell me if this guy is like.
I will tell you.
You ready for this?
If this guy had it coming or not, just by looking at the picture. That's
okay, you tell me.
That's how powerful A-Team is.
Right.
God. So obviously a gangbanger.
Right.
Holy shit.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Here's another picture on his social media.
Obviously, look. He's big into makeup YouTube, it looks like.
Right, yeah.
Who's the chick? Is that
don't
his
know.
wife or something?
That's probably, I don't know. Who it was.
Immigration attorney says asylum-seeking client was deported because of misreading of tattoo.
Right. Yeah, he's like some.
I mean, that
snake
hasn't
tattoo on
happened to
his wrist or
anyone.
something, so.
I mean, that hasn't happened to anyone on the right, has it?
Well, that's what's ironic.
Misreading of the tattoo.
Isn't that literally what happened that Pete Hegg says?
It is, yeah.
Yes. You think he'd be sympathetic to such things, but guess not.
I'm gonna say, this guy does not look like a threat at all.
No,
so
you don't
look,
think
now I see why you're getting upset.
Mm.
Because it is, once you put a face with a person, it's a lot harder to. It's easy for me to be like, yeah, Sitch, some fucking heads have to roll. Jeez, this is how it works, okay?
Right.
Otherwise, you got every single person rushing at the border. You got to let them know. We need business. We need to crack some heads. We need to behead some ruffians.
Then you see the
make an
Instagram
impression.
the Instagram makeup artist, and you're like,
And
wait
then
a
I
minute.
look at this guy and I think,
Yeah.
oh, that sucks. I feel
Yes.
bad. I feel bad for him, obviously.
Right.
This guy, I mean, look, it is Biden's fault. Biden was the one that said, yeah, come to America. It'll be great. There's plenty of room for everyone.
Right. So I guess that just, doesn't matter. It absolves the current administration from anything, right?
It doesn't absolve the current administration, but I mean, he should have seen. Biden should have seen this
Obviously.
coming.
Right.
It would have been like,
Mm.
as soon as the Republicans get in, they're going to start deporting people.
Mm-hmm.
What is the real Holtonator for $2 says, Adam, how do you screw up that badly? What I screw up on? Oh, I guess there's a $20 one. I'll let you read the $20. Actually, there's a bunch more now. Geez, we should just talk all night, Sitch.
That's the trick, yeah.
Are these about immigration? I don't know that they're about immigration, though.
Real Jose for $20. Thanks so much. Says, Sitch, I sent you a 3-minute horror fan animation involving Velma. It contains blood and violence. I send it because it's amazing how all the comments are saying how much more soul is in the fan animation than Velma. Oh, I'll check it out.
I mean,
You sent it
yeah.
to me? I don't see it.
I mean, this is the thing that Quentin Tarantino figured out. He's like, look, people they like gory shit, man.
Right.
It's fun. Let's see lots of blood.
Listen, as well for $5 says, stories like this I put in a spreadsheet and double check facts in 6 months. Whoever was actually correct is allowed to give me news. My trust is low. Listen, it's totally fair, but that's the whole problem, is that we just have their lawyers making these statements, right? So obviously their lawyers are advocates for them. Maybe it's all bullshit, but apparently that information about the tattoo and the gang sign thing, I believe that was actually just confirmed by ICE itself in terms of that was the justification for the sending the person to the El Salvadorian prison. So, and to me, just sort of the flippant nature, some people just be like, that's fine. Who gives a shit about due process is disturbing to me. So,
especially a bunch of libertarians too. Is this the tattoo?
Yes.
This like snake on his hand?
It's the snake on his hand, yeah.
Look, you can even see the tattoo.
Right.
I mean, he's got a fucking dildo on his hand here. What the fuck?
So,
God.
we'll see. We'll see. I'm not saying something that inspires confidence. Fondu Futura says he looks like a sitcom protagonist.
True. Yeah. We are in just strange territory.
The fact that so many people I've seen that are like very pro MAGA are immediately responses, it's Biden's fault, is a big signal that they think that this guy was wrongly sent there. Right? Because if they thought he was actually...
Oh, that is true. Yeah.
If they thought he was actually a gang member, they'd say, well, you believe that? He's just obviously a gang member. It's a lie. But they're not saying that. They're just all saying like, well, it's not Trump's fault. It's not the current administration's fault. It's Biden's fault.
Yeah, that's a great point. That is
like,
a great point.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So
it does tell what they honestly believe.
Right.
They're like,
well, you look at that picture and it's hard to imagine. So but who knows?
Where's the gang picture?
Maybe
they, Trayvon Martin us, and he's got like the grill and shit.
The next picture, he's got the grill. He's holding like a giant assault rifle in his hands. Right? He's got the AK.
I mean, he's got this freaking Mork and Mindy like jacket on, the vest jacket. I mean, this guy is just. Where's the teardrop? Where's the fucking teardrop? I know.
Where's the flaming jester skull, tattoo?
Yeah, you see the teardrop and you're like, oh shit, someone did some time.
Right.
Does he wear his pants down, like his boxers hanging out?
There you go.
If that's the case, then I do. Then fuck it. Like throw him in jail.
Dr. Diller for 2 hours says we need to reclaim slurs so we can use them on people like Adam Conover who clearly deserve it. There you go. There you go.
What would be a good slur? I mean, Sitch called him a douchebag.
Mm-hmm. That's not a slur.
Sitch was going all out. Oh, it isn't?
Douchebag? How's that a slur?
Douchebag is like, oh, it's a compliment.
Well, no, it's an insult, but it's not like a slur.
Oh, I guess, yeah. Slur has a ethnic connotation to it, doesn't it?
Well, I think slur just means it has to have a group bias. I don't know if it means ethnic, but it has to have some kind of group bias attached to it. So,
Douchebags aren't a group.
I mean, it's not like
What
you can
about
call
frat boys?
you can call a man a douchebag, and call a woman a douchebag, and call white, black, Hispanic, Asian. Anyone can be a douchebag. That's why it's such a great term. It's all inclusive.
Slur right here.
Douchebags are all inclusive.
Slur.
Mm-hmm.
A disparaging remark.
Wow.
Look at that.
Wow.
I mean, look, I looked it up.
Mm-hmm.
I knew it. I knew I was correct.
Okay. I'm so
Douchebag is a slur.
There you go. Douchebag
Isn't
is a slur.
douchebag?
You
Douchebag
totally
is a
got me there,
disparaging
buddy.
remark, isn't it?
Right. No, it's a compliment, as you said. It's totally a compliment. Dr. Diller for $2 says, you have to be an actual idiot to use ground news. The point is to see the bias in reporting, but you're inherently going to be getting ground news' bias telling you what to think about each network.
Oh, wow.
There you go.
That's a great point.
There you go.
I knew it was bullshit. Thank goodness.
Self-Rejoice says, you missed my final Streamlabs from last week. Also, you guys are posers for not knowing any Scorpion songs. Just kidding. Seriously, you definitely heard Rock You Like a Hurricane or No One Like You.
Look, I know Rock You Like a Hurricane.
Yeah.
Jeez, everyone knows that.
Everyone knows that song. Here I am. Bam,
Yeah.
bam.
Rock you like
a hurricane. I'm gonna be real. I didn't. For some reason, I thought that was Queen.
What's that other? There's
I
another.
think I was thinking of We Are
Scorpion
the
song that was big.
Champions or something, but
There's another Scorpion song that was really big.
I don't know.
That the words sound like one thing, but they're completely different.
I read your last Streamlabs was about what do you think of the argument of male loneliness epidemic? I largely say it's the fault of men for being flaky and afraid of commitment, and that they should just get out of the basement and talk to women or get therapy. I just swore I read that one.
It's good to know.
Right. I think everyone right now is too anxious, probably because, and height is probably correct, probably because of the social media shit. So
We're
technically,
the anxious generation.
like, I feel like if you interact with like Gen Zers, you're gonna get a much larger amount of flakiness and afraid of commitment than you'd ever get from any other generation, at least in my experience. So I think that's just true of everyone. I think it's just true. I think it's just a generational thing. Salvador says, I've been noticing for the last 6 years that more and more people on the right are justifying and glorifying the dispossession and genocide of the American Indians. Matt Walsh is the latest. It's getting scary. I haven't noticed that. I mean, I haven't really been paying attention to that, but I haven't really noticed that.
Glorifying the dispossession of the, like, glorifying the fact that we took all their land.
That's what I'm saying. I haven't noticed that. I haven't really heard that. I wouldn't be surprised Matt Walsh said something like that, but I'm not familiar with what exactly he said about it. So
Yeah.
Dr. Did for 2 hours says, I find a lot of these anti-car losers are also the type to completely discount personal freedom. You want to go eat dinner at a restaurant 30 minutes over? Oh, arrive 6 hours early on the bus or kill yourself. But no cars. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. If it was, listen, like, there's nothing wrong with having a car. If public transportation was good, I would use it. But as I said, I think a lot of cities in the US are just not, they're way too spread out. They're not built like a lot of European cities, or even there are cities that are very compact in the US, and a lot of European cities are very compact. So it's, public transportation makes more sense. Sulfur George says, that guy I was talking to who says Destiny was rage baiting with the fireman is himself a troll who likes pissing people off for fun. He also told me Kanye's rage baiting to bring publicity for his new album. I mean, I think
yeah,
I think that is partially true, but I think Kanye 100% believes all the crazy shit he's saying. So it's kind of like, I'm rage baiting, but I also believe it. So it's like, well, is it really rage bait then? If you're just saying something you believe in an incendiary way that you actually believe. Sulfur George says, Nuance Bro made a video about Sasheen Littlefeather. Wow, I missed that one. Supposedly she was in porn too. Oh my god. That's funny. Fondue for 2 hours says, do it, Sitch. You officially be a VTuber. Oh, she. There you go. I should do it.
Think it adds a lot of value?
I'm sure it does. Right.
I'm skeptical, but
Yeah.
it does look cool.
There you go. Fondue for Joe says, I mean, as long as the culture war fatigue is still strong, Farron is now on Netflix. Yeah, everyone keeps saying to watch Farron. Everyone
Farron?
keeps saying. It's the elf anime. You wouldn't like it. She's got the penis ears. So.
Oh yeah, fuck.
Right.
Fuck that shit.
But everyone says it's good. Jose for Jar says, Sitch, if we want to fix the crime issues in American cities, it will be painful. A lot of people are living off criminal activities. We need martial law. No, I think that's fucking unhinged. That's completely
shit.
unhinged, Saltinator. There's been definitely first of all, the crime problem is nowhere near even the height of the crime problem that we had in America in the 80s and 70s or the 90s or whatever the fuck the crime wave was. It's not even at the height that it used to be. So we didn't need martial law to get rid of that shit. So why would we need it now?
Yeah. Good question.
Right. And also, like, everyone feels that way, like, until they get arrested wrongly and thrown in jail. And then they're like, oh,
Or their
this isn't
family
fair.
member.
Yeah, or their family member. This isn't fair. I'm innocent. Yeah. Jose Fernando says, I don't understand, Sitch. Can we not just irradiate the border between America and Mexico? There you go. In all due seriousness, deporting or executing without due process is madness. We aren't at UK levels of immigration. I agree. That's the thing. Like, I don't have a problem deporting people if you like the correct people to fucking deport. That's totally fine. So.
There are a bunch of videos on Farron.
Yeah, everyone says it's good.
There's one from a month ago. That's over 1 million views. When Farron broke a rule to make a better story.
Wow.
What is the rule?
I'll watch it. I'll let you know. She'll watch the penis ears.
We can check it out.
The real wholesale for $5 says, Adam, tell that to H. How do you screw up like that? LOL. Sitch, my handle is the real Holt. Okay, I'll check it.
What's that mean? There was Farron was really hot like a year ago. Most of the videos are like from a year ago. I guess Farron was like the thing. So someone's a little late to the party on the Farron train. But there are a few videos. Here's one from 3 weeks ago. When you realize Farron is a great antagonist.
There you go.
This has 200,000 views. I guess it's the same guy that did the 1 million views, so that's why.
Great. This is also Jar says, reminder, drink water and hug your loved ones. True. Drink water.
Drink water?
Drink water.
Drink beer, jeez. Don't be a pussy.
Jim Danny for $5 says, PSA Piker representing, wait till we get IDS snipers on the border. Boom, there goes a kid touching the fence. Sitch will be so conflicted. What?
He's calling you.
I understand. I understand the kind of the retarded comparison. Listen, if Mexico was shooting missiles at us and sending suicide bombers at us and sending in
like, shoot 'em.
sending in groups of terrorists to come into our country and kill people and rape people and then bring them back to Mexico to hold them hostage, right? If Mexico was doing that and we were at war with them and we built a giant fence and said, hey, Mexico, because of your continual terrorist activity, like, you need to fuck off. Then I understand the situation is like so fucking completely different. The people in Gaza are not like, oh, I want to immigrate to Israel for a better life, right? But whatever. So, but thank you for the $5, even though your super chat was very low IQ.
Oh my.
Anyways.
Oh my God.
Thank you all.
That's it?
That's it.
Fuck.
I know.
Jeez, where does the time go?
Where does the time go? It's only 1:20 in the morning.
How long have we been streaming for?
A long time. Forever. For 29 days. Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. You who made it to the stream, you are the true heroes. You are the true free will seekers. You are the true people who would never ever listen to anything Francesca Fiorentini ever says. You are the true people that would be able to come up with better comedy bits than Adam Conover in your sleep. You are the true people who like the song Oogie Boogie and are not a horrible degenerate.
Low blow.
Not a horrible degenerate.
Just let it go.
Not a horrible
Okay.
degenerate that doesn't like Nightmare Before Christmas because you have no fucking soul. And we'll see you all on Tuesday.
Bye-bye. Have a good night, everyone.